returning to high school, being able to see 24 hours into the future, and making $200 million from $10 in summer vacation. Chapter 1 Rebirth at the high school entrance exam scene and foretelling the future. I finally see the light again. No. I live? Lee felt his head was a mess and his spirit was in a bit of a trance. The memory of myself lying in ICU slowly closing my eyes. The reason is that on the way to work, I saw a little girl crossing the street and an oncoming car. Lee subconsciously pushed the little girl. Just for a second. The little girl was pushed out by him, but he subconsciously bent and pushed. The oncoming car, unable to brake at all, hit him directly in the head. It caused him to pass out on the spot. It was more than 2 weeks after waking up. Because of the injury to the brain hemorrhage, brain nerve damage, also led to blindness and other complicating symptoms. At any time life-threatening. Eventually, 3 months later, at just over 20 years old, he lay in the ICU with his eyes closed and his heartbeat stopped. I didn't expect to open my eyes again and see the light that I hadn't seen in a long time. But upon closer inspection, everything in front of me seemed so strange and familiar. Is this the new life that God has given me? Lee rubbed his swollen head, and his eyes surveyed his surroundings. The brain was a mess of familiar and unfamiliar memories intertwined. The scene in front of me appeared to be a classroom. Sitting around are strange young people, or rather, students. Every student, quiet and buried in writing the papers in their hands. This is the exam room. Rows of seats. Students buried in questions. It's not hard to tell this is an exam room. A strange and familiar feeling. Higher education. No way. Realizing that this might be the college entrance examination hall. Some relevant memories also surfaced in Lee's mind. 2014. June 7th. 9 a.m. The language exam has just begun. Lee this left and right. A bewildered look. Face is still a little pale. The invigilator noticed it too. Classmate. What's wrong with you? If he hadn't seen Lee's pale face and something was wrong with his situation, with his looking left and right actions just now, the invigilator would have suspected him and given him a warning. No. It's fine. Lee hastily shook his head and subconsciously withdrew his gaze. No more surveying the surroundings. Looking down at the test papers on the table further proof that he had been reborn into the scene of the college entrance exam. -2014 National Unified Examination for Admission to Ordinary Colleges and Universities in Huizhou Province, Language. Sinning. Looking at this test paper, Lee's heart was a mixture of sadness and joy. Very broken. Reborn. This kind of thing can happen to you? Of course it's joy. Maybe it's doing good. God-given opportunity. Can be reborn into the high school scene. What the hell is that? It's still the first day of high school. The first language exam has just begun. Who the hell can stand up to that? Counting. Lee's predecessor have graduated from college for many years. High school knowledge has long been returned to the teacher. What's more, for almost all students, the high school years are the peak of their lives, where college students are allowed to go back and take the entrance exams. They don't even see how they can get a high score. Wasn't it in the news that college students proctored high school seniors and ended up with messed up grades? Now, born again back for high school? Take a hammer test. It was like a cold shower of water in the middle of winter. The penetrating kind. Rebirth that bit of happiness. Turns directly into incompetent rage. In his last life, his college entrance exam scores were average, around 550. Just past the first book line. At this point, how many points can you get if you come back reborn and take the college entrance exam directly? Can you get a 300? Or 200 points? The protagonists in the novels are clumped to the year before the college entrance exam, with a buffer period. Or reborn to after the college entrance exam. Where is there a rebirth in the high school scene? Still the first language exam has just started. Even if you're reborn a little later. Reborn to the start of the last English course. And the protagonists in the novels, reborn have golden fingers, systems, unforgettable eyes and other abilities. Lee realized that he seemed to have nothing. Can't even think about that high school stuff. Even the brain is a mess because of the rebirth back. The language papers in front of you are not even aware of the knowledge points. Asterisk 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 eggs ah. This rebirth back is a God-given opportunity? Or is God getting back at you? What kind of person goes back to their high school days and does worse on the entrance exams instead? Breathe. Although he kept spitting in his heart, Lee kept adjusting his mind to calm himself down. Pick up a pen and start taking the entrance exam. The language is actually slightly better. Words are learned and exposed to from an early age. Answers can score points if they are written to the point. If you take math and science, that's really add up. People can do anything when they're in a hurry, except math problems. Ha! Holding the pen. Li carefully thought about how to answer the question in front of him, but he suddenly felt a trance. An image appeared in his mind. A computer screen. On the computer screen were the answers to the GCSE language paper. Li even saw the time on the picture in his mind, June 8, 2014? Today is the first day of high school, June 7th. The image you see in your mind's eye. But June 8th? Tomorrow? Goldfinger? Foresee the future? Li felt surprised at once. The protagonists in the novels, Reborn, have golden fingers, systems, and so on. It seems that they themselves also have. Okay. Fortunately, if I were to be reborn and come back and my college entrance exam scores weren't as good as in my last life, that would really be a sin. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly lift the pen. Answer the questions carefully according to the language paper answers you see in your mind. The picture in your head is supposed to be a picture of the future. There is no such thing as a standardized answer to a language. The answers I saw online were also written by other teachers. Not a standard answer. Li didn't copy the online answers exactly. He optimizes the answer as he understands it. Especially reading comprehension and essays. Li was no longer born again, and had lived a few more years than an ordinary high school student. So many more years of experience and insight, with their own understanding. Online papers and essays are not written. The topic of this year's college entrance examination essay is, Man, the world really belongs to him only after he stands up for himself. What thoughts does this quote evoke for you? Write a composition of no less than 800 words from an angle of your choice. Seeing this essay topic, Li was deeply moved. The future is characterized by advanced mobile networks and the rise of short video platforms. People have access to all kinds of information at their fingertips. Learn about the various aspects. Combined with his sense of saving people, dying, and being reborn, Li still had some ink in his stomach. It's not hard to write an essay. According to the inertia of the college entrance exam, in order to get a high score, the perspective of the essay should certainly not be personal and should be enlarged. Write this essay in a small way and with a bigger perspective. This proposition has actually marked the point. People, standing up. The world, Li was born again. The prosperous, powerful and confident summer nation of the future. He quickly had an idea in mind, put pen to paper, and wrote a composition. The writing is so smooth that it doesn't even stop. The whole composition is written. Less than an hour has passed since the entrance exam. The time of the high school is but from 9 to 11:30. Check it out. Make sure there's nothing to modify. There was really nothing to do, so Li closed his eyes to get a good rest. Reborn back. His head is a mess because of the two strands of memories clashing. At the moment, it's possible to simply comb through the memories in your head. By the way, research your own gold finger, the ability to foretell the future. Chapter 2, Striving for a High School Diploma. Close your eyes, organize the memories in your mind, and empty your entire brain. Confused head is a lot easier. Some of the memories from high school are slowly being picked up, but to fully grasp these points, take the entrance exam on your own, and achieve a high score, difficult. Still have to rely on the ability to see the future. First of all, you can be sure that being born again and coming back has a special ability to foretell the future, can see into the future. Secondly, the ability to see into the future is not without limits, but the limitations aren't too great. The ability to foresee the next 24 hours of footage. This was something that Li had discovered when he was doing the test paper just now. The images he could see in his mind's eye. In the back of your mind, see the answers to the language paper on the web. It crossed my mind at the time, could I look up high school essays with perfect scores? With the idea born after brainstorming predicted images. Look up on a search engine, high school perfect essay. But the search results show, they are all perfect essays from previous year's entrance exams. Because the image foretold in the mind's eye is, tomorrow. The results of the college entrance exams are not released until several days after the exams are over. Where do you get a perfect essay? There are and have been only perfect essays from previous year's high school exams. On top of that, Li viewed the images in his mind that foretold the future. In the lower right corner of the computer screen, the time displayed reads, June 8, 10:23 a.m. This was the most extreme picture Li could see. And the time at this moment is June 7, 10:23 a.m. That means I can only predict the next 24 hours of the picture. With 24 hours, there's already a lot of room to maneuver. Li was very content. At least, don't have to worry about the math test this afternoon. On the first day of the high school exam, language was taken in the morning and math in the afternoon. Languages, English, these, as long as the relevance of the topic, write correctly, in line with the core of the topic. But any right answer can give some points. Math is not going to be, it just really isn't. Luckily, there's a golden finger that foretells the future. Or be born again and come back. 200 or 300 points on the high school entrance exam? That's the real sin. Took a break. Lee felt much more comfortable. At least the brain isn't that messed up. Soon, it was also time to turn in the papers and prohibit answering questions. The invigilator begins to collect the test papers. After the exam, Lee left the exam room, walking rather slowly. Lee couldn't remember where his dad and mom would be waiting for him. It was a memory for him from 10 or so years ago. How could he possibly remember such details? Walk slower so dad and mom can see themselves. This proved to be the right approach for Lee. He walked out of the exam room and broke away from the mass of students. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying have already seen their son, and hastily beckoned. Xiao Yi, here, go home to eat. Dad, Mom. Lee saw his dad and mom. Some size, 100 flavors in his heart. Lee is an only child. My parents worked for a state-owned enterprise, and family planning was heavily scrutinized. During that period, the state-owned enterprises had to check for one-child certificates. He naturally had no siblings and was the only son in the family. In his last life he saved lives and lay in the ICU. And even though he was blind, he knew his parents were crying tears. I can think of the two old men grieving. That was the first time Lee had ever seen his father cry, and cry so hard. Looking at such young parents again, Lee felt some emotion in his heart. It was very good to be reborn back. Go home and eat. Lee calmed the distracting thoughts in his mind and also answered with a smile. Get in the car and go home for dinner. Lee's parents work in a state-owned enterprise with decent benefits. The family's situation is better than the top and better than the bottom. The main reason is that dad was more enterprising and bought a house early in life. Otherwise, can't afford to buy a house in the future as well. How does it feel? Dad drove and Lee and his mother sat in the back seat. Born again and coming back with years of experience for nothing. Lee could clearly feel that the second old man was restrained and did not ask him how he played in the college entrance exam. Avoid putting too much pressure on him. In his last life, he didn't even notice any of this. Lee said happily, don't worry, it's very good. I checked it so many times. I feel like I can play superbly. The results of the high school entrance exams are coming out, and they're going to blow your minds. Lee took a precaution first. It's happier to come back from rebirth and see younger parents, with a golden finger that can foretell the future. This college entrance exam score is bound to be exaggerated. At least it's way better than the usual test scores. Even, it's not impossible to compete for a high school diploma. Lee has carefully thought about it. His usual test score is between 540 to 570 points. Even if you overachieve, you'll score around 600. That's the grade he usually gets. If you become a high school student, there may be some topics of conversation. More directly, it might arouse suspicion. He also had thought about it. Should he or should he not utilize the ability to foretell the future and compete for the top spot in this college entrance exam? In the end he decided it was necessary to compete for a high school diploma, all reborn, and the ability to see the future. Doomed to be anything but ordinary in this life. The title of senior high school student will have to be taken down. Having this title at least proves one thing. I, Lee, am a genius. There are only 2 top students in a province. Top arts and science students. Truly 1 in a million. No, it's hundreds of thousands. 1 in a million. What's not a genius? As for questioning his usual test scores of 500 plus and overachievement of 600, why did he score 700 plus on the high school exam? Can't you break out? Anyway, this is a college entrance exam. It's all monitored. Can it still be cheating? Although Lee did cheat, he saw the questions and answers of the college entrance exam through his ability to foresee the future. This cheating? Who knows? Who can find out the evidence? Li Guozhong drove the car and said, be serious and careful. Don't be careless. Just play normally. Don't put pressure on yourself. Yi Hongying smiled and said, you don't need to give us a big surprise. Just play normally. Obviously, Lee's parents didn't even think that their son was going to compete for the top spot in the college entrance exam. What else could Lee say? One can only answer, yes. Back home, Mom started preparing lunch. The math test is at 1500 hours. Candidates have enough time to eat, and a little break. Nourish yourself and then take the math test. 2:30 p.m. It's been more than 5 hours since Lee came back from his rebirth. Thoroughly accepted the fact of being born again. Once again, I stepped into the exam room for the afternoon math test. Lee entered the examination room half an hour early. Come to the classroom you are in and take your seat and wait. It was still the classroom and location he had deliberately memorized when he left the exam room in the morning. Otherwise, Coming back from a rebirth is equivalent to the past 10 or so years. Who remembers where they are? 3 p.m. Armed escorted question papers are delivered to the examination centers and sent to every classroom and handed out to every candidate. Check the answer key of the paper for legible handwriting or errors. After making sure there are no problems and the signal to start the exam is given, everyone starts to move their pens. For the high school math knowledge, Lee has long returned to the teacher. It's good to know that the ability to foresee the future doesn't have many limitations. The only limitation, you can only see the next 24 hours. When he added more in the afternoon, he used his ability to foresee the future to look up high school math questions and answers on the internet. Familiarize yourself in advance. Avoid copying answers all wrong. The test papers were handed out, and Lee quickly scanned through them. There is nothing wrong with the title. He used his ability to foresee the future again to check the answers to the questions. Then, carefully copy the answers. Chapter 3. After the high school exams, the first bucket of money starts with buying lottery tickets. Sunday, June 8th, 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. is science. Lee had used his ability to foretell the future last night to view the college entrance exam science paper and answers in advance, and 2 hours of serious review, plus a night of memory fusion to retrieve quite a bit of high school knowledge. But should copy the answers, or should copy the answers. The little bit of high school knowledge in your head isn't enough. His own little strength, he couldn't score high on the test. 15 to 1700 hours p.m. English exam. This subject, in turn, was more comfortable for Lee than in his previous life. Anymore, I've passed the 4th and 6th grade. Still learned computer programming in my last life. His English is much better than it was in high school. But, the last book of the high school entrance examination in English. It is time to use the ability to foresee the future. Copy the answers or to copy the answers. Reborn to the college entrance exam room. All 4 subjects are finished. In this life, Lee is destined to start a different life. After the test, absolutely no problem. Walking out of the examination room and looking at his parents, Lee looked calm. He just shook his fist slightly to show that everything was under control. Some other candidates, out of the examination room that is directly jumped up. There were also some candidates who let out a cry. And I don't know if it's the stress of high school, or didn't play well. The questions of this college entrance exam don't feel difficult. Many of the questions I remember. Absolutely superb. The score won't be low. Lee kept emphasizing with his parents. Deepen their impression that they will do well on this test. Lest the high school scores come in, they were over 700. Dad and Mom felt unreal. However, even if Lee emphasized it in this way, he kept deepening his impression and kept giving precautionary shots. When it really comes time for the high school grades to be released, it's time to get excited. Hong said, okay, it's good that you have confidence. Go home and eat. The 3 sat in the car. The dad Li Guozhong opened his mouth and asked his son, what are you going to do in these 2 months after the college entrance exam? Li Hao had serious thoughts and finally could only say, we'll see when the time comes. What to do this summer? Li was having some thoughts but couldn't say much. Wait, Dad, stop. After the high school exam, I want to go buy a lottery ticket. Sitting in the car, looking out at the lottery station, Lee immediately brightened up. How do you get the first bucket of money in rebirth? What could be easier than a lottery ticket when you have the ability to foretell the future? Then get off. Lee pulled over. At this moment had left the examination center and headed for home. There's not much traffic on the road. Temporary parking is also allowed on this road. After the high school exam, my son wants to buy a lottery ticket. What's wrong with that? It's kind of a memorable day when you end your senior year. Buy a lottery ticket and see what happens. After parking the car, Hongying even asked, do you have any money on you? Yes. As a senior dog with a college entrance exam to go, you definitely can't take your cell phone with you. Microcenter has been released for 3 years this time, but mobile payments are not nearly as popular as they are in the latter days. Lee still had some change in his pocket. Can't scrape together $100. Boss, help me buy 5 sets of double colors. Lee quickly walked to the lottery station, pulled out $10 and picked a set of numbers. Clack clack clack. $10. The lottery station Moncler outlet store played the ticket. After handing it to Lee, not even a word. Eyes were glued to the small TV. This is good. That is, after the lottery, passing by the boss does not even know what the winner looks like. Lee looked carefully at the printed number. It was the first prize number that he saw by foreseeing the future. No problem. Thanks. With a polite thank you, he returned to his car and drove home. Evening. After eating, Lee was about to go back to his room. I didn't expect to be called by my mom. Wait, go wash the dishes. Lee Yi and his own old mom looked at each other, and for a while the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Lee Yi cried and laughed a little. I vaguely remember the same thing from my last life. After the high school entrance examination home, after eating dinner was mom called to wash the dishes. You know, pre-high school. His status in the family belonged to national treasure level. This just finished the high school exams and instantly lost the national treasure treatment. Lee still behaved himself and washed the dishes. I'm out the door. After washing the dishes, Lee greeted his parents and went out. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying knew that their son had asked his classmates to play with him. For students who have completed their high school exams, it's a wild horse out of control, wanting to be free, wanting to let loose. But the truth is, it's just a date to hang out and play a game, or sing a song or something. Li Yi didn't find it interesting, but it was an appointment, and he couldn't refuse. At home just now, his classmates are starting to rush him. Where to? Be right there. Li Yi looked at his cell phone. This is a Samsung M model slider phone. Bought it 2 years ago. It's not yet the touchscreen smartphones you see everywhere in the latter days. Slider plus keyboard. There is no Microsoft app. At this time, for student parties, the ball and socket connection is used more often. Cell phone login for balls and also 3G login. Not much of an app at all. Beitong Plaza. Lee came to the KTV and met up with a few classmates. Most of the students are in. Lee wasn't very interested in this kind of occasion. He found a corner and sat down, like an outsider, watching these youthful teenage girls, waving their youth. In fact, many of the students' memories are fuzzy. Most of the students, without any future contact, went their separate ways. Only a small number of classmates, occasionally in contact. It's also limited to knowing how the other person is probably doing. You're here too, Mr. Van Wentz. Lee found a corner and sat down, not realizing that someone was already here. Van Wentz. Lee remembered this as a girl with a perennial mushroom head, glasses, not much attention in class, and always quiet. However, Lee remembered that Van Wentz's high school entrance exam scores were extremely good. The province is ranked relatively high. Went to the nationally ranked Linhai Jiaotong University. After graduation, she joined Xiaowei, the $1 million a year kind. Lee, who himself studied computer science and did programming after graduation, paid some attention to her. He also didn't expect that Van Wentz, who didn't have much presence in high school and had always been a silent reader, would be so good at computer skills. Moreover, the photos revealed at that time, Van Wentz had a high face value and a good figure. Lee looked down and surveyed Van Wentz in front of him, still wearing a wide school uniform after the entrance exam. Mushroom hair and bangs cover the face, still wearing the old black-rimmed glasses. Lee ghosted off the wide glasses on the bridge of her nose. The face that enters the eye is slightly rounded and has three-dimensional features. Any more than that, it's a girl with quite a face. It's the costume that's too conservative? That was the only way Lee could describe it. Van Wentz rarely appears at group events. I didn't expect to be here this time. In his last life, Lee, attending a class reunion and mingling with the other students, didn't even notice her in the corner. Perhaps because of the entrance exams? This is the last time the classmates will be together. After that, they went their separate ways. It was Van Wentz who attended this party, only to be in the corner the whole time. Lee came to the corner because he came back from rebirth and was mostly uninterested in partying and singing. Otherwise you don't even see Van Wentz. Ah, Lee student. What are you doing? Van Wentz was startled by Lee, and was somewhat alarmed by the sudden removal of his glasses. What kind of boy keeps staring at a girl and scrutinizing her, and taking people's glasses off? Lee, what are you doing? Bullying our family Cece? At that moment, a pleasant voice rang in the ears and Lee followed the voice and looked, and what came into his eyes was a pair of long legs, straight, slender, and jeans that stretched the long legs tightly. Looking up, the top half of her baggy white t-shirt and a high ponytail were standard student attire. A young girl who exudes youthfulness. Classmate Gu Manman. This is the class study counselor. The person was very tall, well over 5 feet 7 inches. With a pair of long legs that might as well have been a meter or more. After all, the height is here. Lee himself was 5 feet 7 inches, and he felt some pressure when he and Gumanman stood together. Chapter 4. I usually let my hair down, and the college entrance exam was a hit. Where did I bully Fan? I just didn't expect her to come too. It's rare. Lee realized that something was wrong with his movements. Put the glasses on Van Vince, then sizing up this classmate with long legs, quite a high face value. And pretty as a siren, Gumanman. There were too many people in the class who liked her. And that includes Li Yi, I think. Only, it was all just teenage adoration. Li Yi remembers that Gu Manman scored very well on the college entrance exam and went to Yendu Normal University. The latter seems to have stayed in school and taught. There's not a lot of contact. Gu Manman placed the fruit plate and snacks in her hand, in front of Fan Wenshi. Eat. Only then did she look at Li Yi, looking him up and down in the same way. You have changed a lot, both in your tone of voice and your guts. It seems that after the high school entrance examination, you have nothing to worry about and your heart has been released? Li Yi knew that Gu Manman was talking about recklessly ogling her just now. The old Li Yi really wouldn't have done this and was still rather shy. Not anymore. Born again and returned with the appearance of a young 18-year-old. But inside they are already 20-something adults. Aren't you dressed up for people? Li Yi asked rhetorically as he leaned against the soft sofa. Then, even more recklessly, he surveyed Gu Manman. The face and body can score 90 points overall, plus a pair of long legs can add 5 points overall. 95 points. Unfortunately, Bear Tiny talks spiffy. It would be nice to be close by Yi. This is a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and that might be a bit much to ask. Maybe we'll get secondary development later? Gu Manman was stared at by Deng Yi like this. The point, this guy in front of me, staring at his bear? She looked down, straight to her toes, and it did seem a little flat. At this moment, Gu Manman felt the true meaning of Li Yi's gaze, small. She instantly glared at Li Yi. You guy, aren't you going a little too far? Ahem, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that you're small. No, I didn't say anything. Li Yi accidentally said what was on his mind. Gu Manman was even more angry in her heart, deadly glaring at Li Yi. He could not wait to tear his mouth off. Off to the side, Van Vince ate fruit and snacks. Watched the two men carefully. Neither dared to look at it more than once and then withdrew his gaze, like a wary little hamster. There's something adorable about it. How did you do at the end of the entrance exams? Gu Manman is ready to hit Li Yi. She did very well as a member of the study council. Van Wentz, next to her, had better grades than she did. In the case of this guy, Li Yi, his grades were not bad, but they were certainly not as good as hers and Fan Wenshi's. It should be okay. Over the top. Li Yi nodded his head in reply as he ate the fruits and small snacks that Gu Manman brought over. There was no intention of being struck by Gu Manman at all. Yeah, so did you write your penultimate question in math? The really hard part of this exam was the penultimate question in math. This title plays with caution and can be misleading if you're not careful. Once you are misled, you will definitely not get full marks for this question, but only some previous step marks. It's written. Li Yi said the answer. Although his high school knowledge is not ideal. No. It is high school knowledge returned to the teacher. May finish organizing memories. Plus, foreseeing the future reads the answers and still makes sense. Awesome. Hearing Li Yi say the answer, Gu Manman instantly felt surprised. Then the two didn't fight. And the conversation led to the college entrance exams. And Fan Wenshi was dragged in. And the three of them were in the corner matching answers. You guys aren't right. After matching the answers, the way Gu Manman and Fan Wenshi looked at Li Yi was a bit off. Li Yi is 5 feet 7 inches tall, not to mention handsome than Panin, but the features are straight and more three-dimensional, definitely the durable type. Being stared at by two beautiful women like this was something he hadn't experienced before, and he touched his cheeks. What? I'm handsome? What's wrong? Fan Wenshi blushed, withdrew her gaze and lowered her head, eating in silence. Gu Manman, on the other hand, rolled her eyes and said with a look of disgust, you're narcissistic enough, aren't you? Cricket? But, you guys read the answers online after the entrance exam, right? Your usual test scores. They can't be this good. Gu Manman was a bit puzzled. She was the class study committee member, and she still had a good idea of the grades of every student in the class. Fan Wenshi was the same. She also knew Li Yi's grades, more than 500, less than 600 points. But with this pair of answers, it felt like Li Yi had done better than the two of them. Li Yi said seriously, I usually test scores watered down, deliberately hiding my strength, just waiting for the college entrance exam to hit the ground running. You know, childish. Gu Manman didn't believe it at all. Even if Li Yi spoke in a serious tone, she still felt that it was a joke. Instead, it was Fan Wenshi who showed a surprised expression. Really? Li Yi is all screwed up and won't be. This little hamster is kind of cute and innocent, though he spoke in a serious tone, and that was intentional. There is indeed an element of joking. However, Li Yi will do well in this entrance exam, to compete for a high school diploma. That's why he's serious. letting off steam on weekdays and hitting it out of the park on high school exams. That's a claim and an excuse that he's definitely going to use later. Gu Man was so dumbfounded by Fan Wenshur that she was speechless. You believe this guy even when he's lying? Li Yi retorted. I'm serious. I'm not going to lie to you guys. We'll know when the college entrance exam results come out. Then wait for the college entrance exam results to come out. I'll wait. Gu Man didn't believe it at all. Fan Wenshur also nodded and waited for the results of the entrance exam to come out. If your college entrance exam scores are that good, what university are you going to apply for? Surely you have to go to Yin University or Qingmu, right? When Gu Man said this, she obviously didn't believe that Li Yi could score very high on the exam. She then asked Fan Wenshur beside her seriously, See, what university are you going to apply for? Van Wens thought for a moment before saying, haven't thought about it yet. My score should be just about 650. I'm going to go to Yendu Teachers University. Vince, you come with me to Yendu. Yendu University and Shui Mu, you're both possible. Gu Man's usual test scores, almost the same 650 or so. The preferred university has long been thought of. Van Wentz said. We'll see when the scores come out. At this time, Li took out his cell phone and looked at it carefully. Didn't even hear Gu Man ask what college he was applying to. Naturally, there was no answer. What are you doing? Gu Man watched Li staring at his cell phone. Put your head together. There is no such thing as paying attention to privacy. Our classmates, what privacy is not? A lottery ticket? You still buy lottery tickets? Looking at Li's cell phone, it seems to check the information of the double color lottery. After the high school exam, I bought a few lottery tickets on the fly. The time had come to 9:10 or so at night. Li is waiting for the double color lottery at this time. The two-color lottery is drawn on Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday. Today, after the high school exams, it happens to be Sunday. Tickets purchased at 2000 hours before the end of the draw are looking at the results of today's draw. If it's after 2000 hours, it counts as the next installment. Gotta see the results of Tuesday's draw. The draw is at 21:15 p.m. Li came out after eating more than 7 o'clock, and arrived at the KTV less than 8 o'clock. An hour had passed since he had chatted with Gu Man and Fan Wenshur. It's almost time for the opening. Chapter 5, The Future of Change. Joyful second prize. Around 9:20, the small gathering on the KTV side is almost over. Li looked at the lottery information on his cell phone and then looked at the lottery ticket in his hand. It was in a state of contemplation. The winning numbers for this issue of the double color ball have been announced. 0607, 11, 23, 26, 27 plus 10. The ticket in Li's hand is 06, 07, 11, 23, 26, 27 plus 15. The moment he saw the lottery numbers, Li was a question mark. Subway, seniors, cell phones, the whole thing was even more confusing after some more careful comparisons. How did this number change? Just the last special number wasn't right. You know, Li was even worried that the old grandpa at the lottery station had typed the numbers wrong. It was double-checked when I bought the ticket. There was no typo in the number. It was the first prize number he saw through his ability to foretell the future. But now, Li looked at the double-color lottery results on his phone and fell into deep thought. No mistakes or errors of your own? That speaks for itself. In his last life Li didn't buy a lottery ticket, but he's also heard and swiped on short videos, questioning that there's something wrong with it. Now it looks like, LOL, that's a lesson. This experience of buying a lottery ticket was a wake-up call for Li. Predicting the future is not everything. It's not as if the future he sees won't change. During the college entrance exam, he saw the next day's college entrance exam paper and answers through the golden finger that foretells the future. The GCSE papers were finalized much earlier by the GCSE question paper team. The title will never change. The answer that Li saw through his ability to foretell the future naturally wouldn't change. After the high school exams are over, some high school teachers will do them themselves to see how difficult they are. Li came by the answer he saw on the internet by foretelling the future. The GCSE papers will never change. It will not be because Li used the ability to foresee the future, saw the results, got involved, and produced a quantitative change, or butterfly effect, leading to changes in the college entrance exam papers and answers. But the lottery is different. Li uses his ability to foretell the future to see the results of the evening lottery drawings and then buys them. But the results of lottery draws are not absolutely immutable. Of course, wouldn't change if it were truly random. Available at The Future just changed. The first prize ticket purchased by Li Yi using his ability to foretell the future originally offered 3 first prizes in this period. But Li Yi got involved and bought 5 bets straight away. Quantitative changes and the butterfly effect occurred. The lottery results have also changed. To give a simple example, Li Yi uses the ability to foretell the future to see that tomorrow, in front of the neighborhood, someone runs a red light and gets hit. He reminds the other person of this today, or leaves them at home for the day and simply doesn't go out. As a result of his addition, there was a quantum change and a butterfly effect. Car accidents don't happen naturally. In fact, the ability of foreseeing the future is equivalent to having another Li Yi, gathering information about the future according to the will of the Li Yi at this moment in the next 24 hours. Future Li Yi gleaned information about what will happen in the future. It is the result of today's Li Yi not to intervene, not to participate, not to cause the effect of Lu. Once the current Li Yi, who has access to future information, gets involved, just add the new changes. The future will definitely change. What's up? Did you win the lottery? It doesn't matter if you didn't win. Gumanman saw Li Yi staring at his cell phone and looking at the lottery ticket in his hand, frowning in disbelief and a bit upset. She also reassured that it's normal to buy a lottery ticket and not win. I thank you. Li Yi thanked Gumanman for comforting him. Only, this sentence, after Gumanman heard it and experienced it carefully, always felt wrong. Thanks? There's something weird about that. Li Yi is giving off all kinds of weird vibes today. Whether it's the manner of speaking, the tone of voice, also say some strange things. It's too much of a change from the usual. But I won. Or the jackpot. When he didn't win the first prize, Li Yi felt that he was greedy. Or rather, he was careless. Bought 5 bets straight away. That's over $25 million if you win, resulting in no more first prize. But the first prize was not one, just a special number wrong. That is also the second prize. 5 second prizes. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Really? Let's see. Gumanman didn't believe it and her head came up to Li Yi. Look closely at the winning numbers and lottery tickets on his cell phone. A small head burrowed into his arms, and Li Yi could smell the faint scent of hair. Really winning. Just one number not right. How much can this be? Gumanman carefully compared the lottery numbers with the ticket on Li Yi's hand. And indeed only one number was not correct. She's never bought a lottery ticket and doesn't know anything about this. But it's just one number that's not right. So it should be awesome too. A jackpot, right? I'll check. Li Yi doesn't know how much the second prize is. The first and second prizes are different for each installment. Depending on the amount of the jackpot, there will be some variations. Check directly how much money is in the first and second prizes of this lottery. Sales for the period, $333 million. Rolling jackpot, $162 million. First prize, 4 prizes of $5 million each. Second prize 122 bets. Prize money per bet, $235. 800. Third prize, 666 prizes. Each prize, 3,000 RMB. The first prize, after the change, opened with 4 bets. If Li Yi's foreseen future does not change, the original first prize opened 3 bets. He got involved and bought 5 bets, which added up to 8 first prizes. No wonder the future is changing. 8 first prizes might be a bit much? See the second prize, $235. 800. That much? Gumanman saw the second prize of $235. 800. And her entire little mouth took on an O shape in surprise, a look of disbelief. Then he said excitedly, over 230. 000. Li Yi, you're rich. Should keep your voice down. Looking at the agitated Gumanman, Li Yi reached out and put his finger against the corner of her mouth. Tell her not to get too excited. It's not good to attract the attention of other students. $230,000 is not a small number for any person, or even a family, let alone to a high school student. Just know it's a lot of money. In fact, is more than $235? 800. That's 5 bets for Li Yi. So it's going to be 5 times. Yes, 179 million, while missing out on the first prize. In exchange for a second prize, that's over $1 million. It's also over $940. 000 after 20% tax. The first bucket of money is definitely enough. You, let go of me. The corner of her mouth was pressed against Li Yi's finger, and her body was still pressed against the couch by Li Yi. The gesture was a little too intimate. Gumanman could even smell Li Yi's body odor. He was suddenly blushing and pushed Li Yi away with both hands. Ahem, accident. Li Yi hastily backed away. He was telling Gumanman not to be so agitated, lest he draw the attention of other students to his subconscious actions. Van Wence's eyes blinked and blinked, looking dully at the two men, before he said, "That's awesome. I don't know what is being said. Is it talking about Li Yi and Gu Manman's posture? Intimate movements? Or is the reflex arc too long? Talking about Li Yi winning $230,000? CC. With a red face, Gu Manman grabbed at Fan Wenshi. The two girls burst into a scuffle. Li Yi also looked at something he shouldn't have, mentally lamenting. I didn't realize that Fan Wenshi had such a good body. At this time of year, Van Wens is all dressed up in a baggy school uniform. No one even noticed the proud figure under that school uniform. It used to be that no one paid any attention at all. Both are students and still facing entrance exams. Who pays attention to other people's bodies under their clothes? What a pervert! However, Gu Manman and Fan Wenshi fought. Li Yi could see the amazing curves and waves. It's a treasure girl. The face is actually not bad. The body is good. The academic performance is okay. What is not a treasure girl? Chapter 6 Redeeming Prizes. Buying a cell phone. Opening a stock account. I was going to ask if you wanted to get a summer job together, but now it looks like you don't. Gu Manman said with some regret. Li Yi won the second prize in the lottery. It's over $200,000. Don't even bother with a summer job. She made a date with Van Wens to get a summer job, and mostly had nothing else to do. Working a summer job to earn some pocket money. Li Yi said, I have my own things to do for the summer. What kind of job are you guys going to get for the summer? Over the summer, Li Yi is going to snowball on the first bucket of lottery money, paired with the ability to foresee the future. Grow your funds and do what you want to do. Summer job? He's kind of working for a living, only in a different way. Nowadays, summer jobs, basically KFC, McDonald's, or other business districts want short-term and part-time jobs. Gu Manman said, I'm at the gym with CC and I'm at the front desk reception. Van Wens said, it was Man who made the connection for me. Li Yi nodded. He remembered that Gu Manman's family was well off. This summer job is 80% connected to her family. Through the chat just now, Li Yi recalled his memories about some Fan Wenshi and listened to Gu Manman say some more. Fan Wenshi is a single-parent family, and after the martyr, has not seen his father since he was a child. The family is average. Every semester break in high school, I looked for summer jobs. Gu Manman was going to the gym to work out and met Fan Wenshi to learn about this. The latter two became familiar with each other. From here, Li Yi could also tell that Gu Manman's family was really good. And, Gu Manman started working out in high school? No wonder the figure is so good. It's not just natural. And then there's the exercise that comes afterward. After a bit of small talk, it was almost 10 o'clock. Many students left individually. Even though the college entrance exams are over, everyone is still a student. And it's not a good idea to stay out at night. Only some people have made a date to go to an internet cafe. 80% to stay up all night. Li Yi is not interested in this. He said goodbye to Gu Manman and Fan Wenshi and took a cab home. It's so inconvenient not to have a taxi app. This time of year, drops are still being launched. Where to get a taxi app? Only cabs. Li took a taxi home and his parents were resting. Simply wash up and go to sleep. Looking forward to claiming my prize tomorrow. The next day, Monday. On legal working days, state units are working. Li Yi first went to the bank to get a card, then take a taxi car to the lottery center to collect the prize. At dinner in the morning, his parents didn't even ask him if he had won the lottery. Li Yi didn't bring it up voluntarily. They automatically ignored it and thought, no jackpot. Really, if you win the lottery, even if it's just $5. According to Li Yi's character, he would definitely say it. Li Yi didn't take the initiative to say that he hadn't won the lottery. And that was because the funds, he definitely needed to dispose of them himself. Even though he is old enough to be 18, this bonus is over $1 million and over $900,000 after taxes. Over $900,000 is not a small number for any family. Would give this fund at the disposal of an 18-year-old? Even if Li Yi felt that his parents were considered enlightened and reasonable, but he knew that the second oldest would not put over $900,000 at his disposal either. Solely leave the matter alone. He'll just bring his ticket and ID to claim the prize. Wearing a mask and a hat, Li Yi came to the lottery center. The process of claiming the prize is simple. Take out the winning ticket. Just register your identity and claim your prize. When I received the prize, I was again asked by the staff if I wanted to donate my love. 179 million. It's $943. 2K after 20% tax. While knowing that donations don't always go to those in need, Li Yi still donated the change. Arrived at 940. $000 directly into the bank account he just ran, leaving the FRC and making another trip to the stock exchange. Open a stock account. The first pot of money. Through the lottery. Although the process is not the same as expected. Originally thought that 5 notes first prize, more than 25 million. Now it becomes $940,000. The gap is a bit wide, but it's still the first pot of gold. What's the next step to capitalize on that first bucket of money and skyrocket your assets? The best place to have the ability to predict the future is, of course, the stock market. Lee had no contact with the stock market in his last life. No exposure to either bulls or bears. He had only heard about it from colleagues around him, and had only seen a few reports. Knowing the domestic penguin, pig factory, cat factory, market capitalization is very high. The market capitalization of foreign tech companies is even more trillions of US dollars or more. Apple has even hit over $3 trillion US. The top listed company in the country by market capitalization is SOS Technology. When I was reborn, I swiped to a short video that said mobile even had the potential to catch up with SOS Tech. Only, Lee heard more, or domestic stockholders, 90% are losing money. It is said that opening a stock account and dropping it somewhere untouched can exceed 80% of stockholders every year. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist of the securities company warmly entertained Lee. Lee was wearing a hat and mask, so you couldn't tell his exact age. But stepping into a stock company is certainly not coming over to play. Hi, I'd like to open an account. What kind of discounts can you give here? 2014 is the beginning of a new bull market. There are quite a few new accounts being opened at the moment, but it's definitely not much. Nowhere near as crazy as 05-07. If you're opening an account, this way please. The receptionist took Lee to another staff member. For account opening, trading commissions are charged for both buying and selling stocks. The general default is 3/1000. It doesn't seem like much, but it's collected on every transaction. If you trade frequently and have a large amount of money, you may have to pay tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees over the course of a year. The kind of customer who buys a stock and leaves it there unattended naturally doesn't matter. The more frequently you trade, the more the commission will be. 3/1000 commission is the default. Almost all brokers, who give new user discounts, also to attract users, usually can give up to 30,000 yuan. With bigger assets, you can even talk about $12,000. Lee said that the deposit of 900,000 yuan, and gave a straight 13,000 yuan. He didn't continue to talk about it, and 13,000 was pretty much the limit. Done. Account is there. Just need the tools. Leave the stock company. Still have to get my cell phone and computer. The cell phone that Lee is using now is still the same cell phone that he just bought in high school. Of the keys, it's not a smartphone at all, and it doesn't have stock trading software. At a minimum, you need to buy a cell phone with stock trading software, and a computer. Lee came back to the cell phone store. During this period, the only cell phones you can buy are Samsung, Apple, Rice, and these. Even Xiaomi for cell phones, at this time have not really risen yet. In the end, Lee bought a Rice phone. Cheap and it works. More money thrown into the stock market makes more money. The same goes for laptops. Didn't buy an Apple laptop, although the face value is really higher. Valuable. You can make more money by buying Apple computers and throwing it into the stock market. Ended up picking a domestic laptop. Consider using it for something other than trading stocks. For example, writing code or something like that. Lee was also a programmer in his last life. There are so many opportunities to get back into this era. Drip is not even established yet. Just entered the 4G era. Live streaming is on the rise. Short videos are not gaining momentum. There are too many opportunities. But what can he do alone? Still need to make money. When there is more money in hand, invest directly in these tracks. Or just get someone to make the relevant software and kill the relevant track. Chapter 7: What it's like to make $120,000 a day on your first trade. It's been a busy morning with bank cards, claiming prizes, and buying out cell phones and computers. It was after 1 p.m. when I got home. Lee casually gets some noodles to eat. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying both went to work, and no one was at home. Go back to your room, turn on your computer and log in to your stock trading account. Accounts and funds, $930,000. Start trading anytime. As for why $930,000? Total lottery winnings after taxes, $940,000. Buying cell phones and computers. Where does he get the money as a high school student? You have to keep 10,000 for computers and cell phones. Li Yi began to check out the stock market. As for stock trading, he can't understand it at all. However, the most basic things he knew. Domestic stocks are subject to T+1 trading rules. Buy on the same day. You can only sell the next day. There's also a 10% stop limit. All he has to do now is find stocks that are up 10% and just buy them. The ability to foresee the future is unleashed. It's straightforward to see which stocks are up at the 3 p.m. close. And then when you look at the stock market to see if any of these stocks that are up at the moment, pick a stock that hasn't gone up yet and just buy it. It's that simple. What revenue, profit, operating growth, K chart, volume, turnover. Don't even have to look. Don't think about it so much. Simply use the ability to foresee the future and buy stocks that go up. That's it. Shantek, Li Yi, through the ability to foresee the future, directly look at which stocks are up and then come back to find related stocks. Some of the stocks that have gone up have sealed their stops in the morning trading. Some stocks, at this point, are up 4% or 7%. Buy in at this point and you'll only eat 3 to 5 points of upside. Completely unnecessary. So Li Yi searched for a while and selected Changtai Technology. It's a company that makes auto parts and has a market capitalization of $4.16 billion. At the moment, the stock is 17.22, down 3.2%, or green. Li Yi look at the closing stock price. This stock is up. That means the stock will go up in the next 2 hours. What was it that caused this stock to go up? Li Yi doesn't know. He didn't study stocks, much less understand this stock or this company. It can be called a question, but that didn't stop him from buying this stock outright. 930,000 to buy outright. 540 hands. This trade list went up and instantly attracted some attention. Someone grabbed the chips? No way. How many chips do we have now? No need to wash. Just pull up. On the other hand, an investment department, seeing this 540 handful of buys was immediately noticeable. Thought someone else was grabbing chips. And then look at this wash for a few days. A lot of chips in hand. Directly pull up. Then just hang on to 18.94. Tens of thousands of lots of buy orders hung out, directly pulling Changtai Technology shares to a halt. It can be instantaneous. Li Yi's side of the 540 lots of buy orders were traded. Just see the tens of thousands of single buy orders slamming down behind them. The stock moves from a downward trend to a straight 90-degree line up. Sealed on the stop, Li Yi's stock account went straight to total assets 1052744. 16. Funds available 120. Stocks held, Changtai Technology. Number of shares held, 540. Average transaction price, 17.22. Current market price, 18.94. Market value of positions, 1052624. 16. Profit for the day, plus 122,744. 16, plus 13. 2%. Total profit/loss, plus 122,744. 16, 13. 2%. Looking at the stock account, the shares of Changtai Technology, showing red, were up 13.2%, plus 122,744. 16. Simple and clear. Just bought shares of Changtai Technology and pulled up. Changtai Technology was still down 3.2% when Li Yi bought it. It pulled straight up and accumulated 13.2%. Almost 930,000 holdings. 13.2% up. That's over $120,000 in a flash. Is this finance? Looking at my account, my total assets went from $930,000 to over $1.05 million. It's just a moment's work. What can you do to make over $120,000 in an instant? Let's not talk about robbing a bank. Even if you turn on the money printing machine, you can't see it being that fast, can you? At this moment, Li Yi is considered to really feel the charm of finance. Also seen the horrors of finance. The ability to make $930,000 in an instant into $1.05 million can make $120,000 in a heartbeat. Relatively, it would be possible to turn $930,000 into $830,000 instantly losing over $90,000 in a split second. Asterisk. When labor buys, it goes down. When it sells, it goes up? What the heck? A moment's lapse of concentration and it's pulling up? It went up without a reaction. After washing his meow for so many days, finally it is pulling up. Almost couldn't hold back to give it a sell. Eat meat, eat meat. Before the volume and the rate of change of hands is not normal, it is obvious that the dealer is shuffling, just to see if it can be stabilized. Good thing it is pulling up. Dog Chong. Would it kill you to let me make some money? Lee Yi was also thrilled for a long time when he experienced making $120,000 instantly. It took over half an hour to calm down. Start actively researching stocks. Take a look at Chantech. He went to the stock bar and looked at the discussion related to Changtai technology. Among the messages, tweets, and analyses from other stockholders, Lee Yi is considered to have some simple understanding of stock trading. It is important to analyze the stock in conjunction with the K-chart, in terms of volume, turnover, all aspects of the stock. For example, Changtai Technology has been trading sideways for 3 or 4 days. It experienced a big drop a while ago, continuing to be negative for a week. It's obviously a dealer washout. Wash out the retail investors inside. Get most of the chips in hand and then pull the stock up. Wait until the stock stretches, to attract retail investors to join in. Then sell the chips in your hand. Take profits and walk away. The whole deal is that simple. But it takes a long time to prepare to complete these layouts. Requires massive amounts of money. There is a greater need for technology. This operation, so to speak, was laid out as early as half a month, if not months, ago. As for that, look at the company's revenue, earnings, profits, market share, etc. Look at the potential and growth of that company for long-term investment. In the Big A, there is no such thing as a long-term investment. Few if any. Nor was it something Lee Yi needed to know right now. He knew that Future Sauce Technology was a domestic listed company with the highest market capitalization. This is the time to buy Sauce Tech stock and throw it out there and not care. Does make money. Only a small amount of money can be made. Definitely not as much as if he had operated on his own and made as much money as he did. He needs to build up his money fast and then do what he wants to do. The operation was a bit reckless today. Lee Yi briefly learned for a while, and knew that he had been a little too hasty in buying Changtai Technology today. Or, nothing. Straight up full buy. 930,000 is not a lot of money. Chantech has a market cap of over $4 billion and $930,000 isn't even a wave in there. But Chantech has been trading sideways for days and is in the green in the morning. The afternoon open continued lower. Suddenly sprang up with a buy order for 540 lots. Caught the attention of Changtai Technology dealer. Directly pull up. If Lee Yi had been more careful and spread out the $930,000 by order and bought slowly, it would not have attracted attention. Luckily the amount of money is small. Only $930,000. This is if there are tens or hundreds of millions of dollars going to buy like this. The end result may be the dealer in Changtai Technology. Directly smashing the disc does not play. So much to learn. That's it for now. One bite won't make you fat. Domestic stocks are on a T+1 basis. Buying today and selling only tomorrow. After Lee Yi buys today, how the stock moves subsequently has nothing to do with him. Even if it plummets, you'll just have to watch and wait until tomorrow to operate. Shut the computer down and get ready to go for a walk. Learning to trade stocks is a long-term process, which can be learned at once. Anyway, for future transactions, just be careful. Chapter 8 Fitness Siren, Gumanman. Having made 120,000 in one day, Lee Yi went out happily. Go find a driving school to enroll in first. After driving around the driving school site, the instructor told him to go home and brush up on the questions and just wait for the notice to take the test. Got my driver's license in my last life. Been driving for a few years too, so I'm considered an old driver. Reviewed the points at the driving school, drove 2 laps, and was able to pass with basically a perfect score. Looking at the time just after 4 o'clock, Lee Yi had a little trouble finding things to do. Pulling out his new Rice phone, he looked at the ball message. In the class group, many students are discussing the results of the college entrance exam, checking the answers, and what colleges to apply for, or the graduation trip thing. How about a little traveling around? Graduation trips are something to consider. However, Lee Yi saw Gumanman post a message in the group, thinking about last night's KTV banter. Mentioned something about her and Van once working part-time at the gym. Lee Yi thought about it and decided, go to the gym. Now in my senior year of high school, my body is considered twice as good. In the future, when you get to college and go out to work, you basically go to bed late, don't eat breakfast, and lack exercise. The body has been in a state of suboptimal health. The second thing is this, you're only 18. Just say the height bit. Is it possible to go up further? At 1.77 meters, Lee couldn't even say to the public that he was 1.8 meters. At 18. It's not like there isn't a chance to develop a little more. Then go to the gym and work out. Cherish the rebirth back into a young body of 18 years old. By the way, let's see if we can grow a little taller. Even if you're 5 feet 7 inches, you can still say to the public that you're 5 feet 8 inches. And a trip to the gym to tease the leggy Guman Man and Van Wentz. I remember it was at the Sunshine Gym. There are 4 of them in the city of Wanda. Lee remembered that Guman Man said last night that she was working out at the Sunshine Gym. Take Van Wentz there part-time. Open the map search. There are 7 Sunshine Gyms in Yuanjiang City and 2 in Wancheng District. It's a chain store. Lee went directly to the one closest to the school, which was in Patong Plaza. Hello, welcome to the light. Lee? Sunshine Gym on the 6th floor of Patong Plaza. The elevator goes straight up. The entire 6th floor is gym territory. It's a couple thousand square feet. Really big. Really trenchant. Just off the elevator is the front desk of the gym. Guman Man in tight workout clothes. Beside her, sitting in front of the computer, was Van Wentz, out of his school uniform and wearing a forgiving black and white striped t-shirt. Both of them saw that the person who came was Lee. Just after 4 in the afternoon. It's still Monday. Not many people come to the gym at this time of day. More like coming over at night. I'm coming over to work out. Give me a card. All classmates. Discount. The front desk was set up with several tables and couches for the fitness counselor to deal with guests. After Lee sat down, Guman Man came over. She sat down across from Lee and looked Lee up and down. You want to get a card to work out? It's not necessary. Right. You don't want to chase after our CC, right? Guman Man's tone of voice, coupled with this up and down look at Lee's eyes. I was going to say if Lee was trying to chase her himself, just came to the gym to get a card? She couldn't bring herself to say it, though, and changed it to Van Wentz. However, Lee directly said, can I be trying to chase you? Looks so beautiful, and a pair of long legs, but unfortunately, the bear is small. Guman Man did not expect that Lee would be so direct. Just listening to Lee said that he chased himself. Guman Man was a little flustered, but after listening to Lee, he was angry again. What do you mean the bear is a little small? Isn't it just fat? Fatty meat? What's the use? I don't know why you boys like that. Guman Man snorted coldly, very disdainful. Anyway, in a place like a gym, it's all men and women with nowhere to release their energy. Too many men have that eye staring straight at a woman's upper body. Guman Man was used to it. The gym is also one of the messier places. Suddenly, Guman Man lowered her head, put her head in front of Lee and whispered, Cece's is bigger. You'd better go after her. Okay, enough about that. Hurry up and open a card for me. Lee was speechless for a while, not wanting to discuss this topic. Guman Man was surprised. You really come to the gym, huh? Or what? Lee asked rhetorically. Guman Man looked at Lee and nodded slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. It wasn't something good anyway. 2 months. $1.888. This gym is owned by my sister's friend, and I can't not charge you. After all, it wasn't Guman Man's own gym. It can't be free. $1,888 is the lowest price Guman Man can give. You're going to work out, and if you come over in the morning, I can take you with me, to see how long you can last. Just this look in Guman Man's eyes, Lee felt it. It was questioning that he wouldn't last long. In fact, many people who get a gym card don't even go a few times before they throw it in the corner to eat dust. As for hiring a private tutor, completely unnecessary. Guman Man works out every day and has hired a professional personal trainer. It was perfectly sufficient for her to teach Lee. But, Guman Man suddenly thought that Lee won more than $200,000. Not a poor person. If you feel bad about it, you can pay me for some private tutoring. Don't worry, it's absolutely professional. Guman Man patted her own chest and assured her. Lee looked down at her breasts, wearing slightly tight-fitting workout clothes. Not yoga clothes for sports underwear though. But, very small. Being looked at by Lee like this. I don't know why. Guman Man didn't think the guy was horny, nor did he resent it. On the contrary, he was furious. She could see that Lee's eyes meant, small. So angry. Why pay for private lessons when you can get them for nothing? Lee isn't going to pay for any private tutoring. Don't even think about it. Doesn't whoring smell good? Hurry up and open the card for me. and take me through the experience by the way," Li Yi urged. Gu Manman's eyes rolled back and she thought to herself, "Little boy, when I get a card and take you to the gym, I still can't cure you? You'll be in for a treat. Go!" Gu Manman got up, took Li Yi to the front desk, and found Fan Wenshi, CC, open a 2-month card for him. Aha! Van Wens nodded slightly and opened the client system. A 2-month gym card was given to Li Yi. Li Yi paid the money and followed Gu Manman, entering the gym to visit. Gu Manman introduces Li Yi to the gym while taking him through the equipment here and showing him basically how to use it. Gyms are expensive for a reason. The whole gym covers an area of several thousand square feet, with aerobic area, fixed equipment area, free equipment area, yoga area, aerial yoga area, dynamic cycling area, boxing area, badminton area, table tennis area, swimming area, steam area and so on. This gym, in the whole of Yuanzhang City, is the top kind. 1888/2 months. It's the kind that breaks bones. Come over in the morning and I'll walk you through the proper use of these machines. You're not doing any of this right. The posture and the way you're generating power is wrong. And you're working the wrong muscles. And you're getting half the results for twice the effort. Gu Manman took Li Yi on a tour and felt several instruments. Li Yi tried it himself. The stationary equipment is all fixed there. And so is the movement. Just adjust the appropriate weight. Safe, simple and easy for novices. But even with stationary equipment, Gu Manman says, it requires proper posture, power delivery and technique. Under the guidance of Gu Manman, Li Yi tried. Is the butterfly machine clamping chest movement to exercise the chest muscle. The stimulation of the pectoral muscles is really quite different between random powering, by yourself and powering with the correct movements. Looks like you've got something. Li Yi looked at Gu Manman and praised. Can't see that it's really professional. Gu Manman said proudly. That's for sure. Absolutely professional. Don't doubt it. It's paid tens of thousands of dollars in tuition. Can it be unprofessional? Chapter 9, The Torture of the Legman. Another 100,000 day. When he got home at night, Li Yi told his dad and mom that he had found a summer job at the gym. He even sent out a message in his circle of friends that anyone who wants to work out and swim can contact him, with a photo of the 9 Gables. It's a photo of the Sunshine Gym environment, to add credibility. In reality, Li Yi was just going to the gym. Given Li Yi's status as a senior today, no one in his social circle should want to work out. Contact him if you really want to work out, as a way to add to Van Wens's performance. Day 2. After eating breakfast, Li Yi didn't rush to the gym. Padang Plaza doesn't open until 10 a.m. Sunshine Gym is inside the Peyton Plaza and also opens at 10 a.m. Gu Manman didn't like being stared at when she worked out. Went to the gym before it officially opened at 9. She made an appointment with Li Yi and went over at 9 o'clock. Got up at 7 and had breakfast. The rest of the day can be spent studying information on the stock market. Easy to operate later in the stock market. Also use the foresee the future ability to see where the general stock market is going today. Let's see how the holdings of Changtai Technology are doing today. There seems to be no need to operate. Use the ability to foresee the future to see how Changtai Technology moves today. Stopped on a dime. According to the stock market news that Li Yi learned in the past 2 days, as well as the analysis of the stockholders in the stock bar, Changtai Technology dealers started to pull up. It's impossible to draw retail investors in without 3 or 5 stops. Most of the chips are in the hands of the dealer. The only way to attract retail investors over is to keep going up. Then while pulling up, they ship out and let the retail investors take over. Li Yi doesn't need much maneuvering today. It can even be expected that Changtai Technology is also up tomorrow. You're going to kill me, aren't you? You're taking a personal vendetta. At the Sunshine Gym, Li Yi changed into a loose sweatshirt and sneakers. Warm up with a 15-minute jog in the cardio zone. Then wearing the waist protector given by Gu Manman, he followed her to work out. The first is a stationary apparatus, the leg curl machine. Tones the front side of the legs. With a weight of 30 kilograms, Li Yi found it acceptable at first. But Gu Manman, the leprechaun, reached out and lifted the bending machine to keep it from dropping fast. Move slowly, and feel the full force and contraction of your leg muscles. Fast up and down is practicing explosive leg strength. Slow down as much as possible. Control your speed, and feel the full contraction and tearing of your muscles. Recover before you can increase your muscle strength. Li Yi realizes that Gu Manman is a demon. With the gentlest of words and the lightest of gestures, Li Yi was made to feel the deadliest of pains. But after doing a few movements, originally Li Yi relied on explosive force, quickly lifted the bending machine up and fell down by inertia. and did not find it difficult, but now slowed down the movement. Completely rely on the strength and muscles of the legs, 30 kilograms weightlifting, and then control the speed, slowly put down. All the weight is on the muscles. It felt worse than killing him. That's an exaggeration though. It can be really sour. Fitness does not train legs. Sooner or later we'll regret. Fitness does not train legs. Sooner or later we'll get young V. Have you heard? I'm doing this for your own good. Hurry up. There are 3 more sets. This time 25 kilograms. Then 20 kilograms. Decreasing one by one. No way? No way? You can't even beat me as a girl? Looking at Gu Man wearing a sports tank top and shorts. Body is really good. When he taunted Lee, he turned sideways to show his long legs. That is really long. Simply leggy. However, as Lee watched her show off her legs, he lifted up the leg of her pants and could see the taut lines of muscle on her legs. What an exaggeration. It's not one of those big muscles. It feels shallow and carves the muscle lines to perfection. No wonder the legs are so long and still perfectly shaped. At this time, Lee found that this leg spirit's buttocks are also very arched. Body is perfect. It's Bear Jr. Also, where did Gu Man learn to be shady? Oh, was it last night? Following your own lead? That's okay. You're calling my bear small again? See how small this is? Wearing a sports undershirt, Gu Man gritted her teeth and straightened her chest. It appears to be curved. That wouldn't all be muscle, would it? In fact, there's none at all. And then practicing muscles to hold it up? Lee was tortured to the point of sourness. Wouldn't miss this opportunity to taunt the legman. Gu Man was infuriated by Lee's words, pissed off with chest pains in both. Next, continue to change equipment to practice legs, make hard to torture Lee. The two taunted each other. Lee is a big man, or a mature man who has been reborn and returned. How is it possible to be taunted by a little girl saying, no? Worked hard through 5 moves, 4 sets of 15 reps each. Then, the whole person and the water out of the same. To say the least, underwear are wet. The kind that can't even stand up. Almost gave up practicing vomit. I can't believe you didn't practice throwing up. Looks like you're okay. Gu Man pinched her waist, looking at the sweaty Lee, and nodded slightly. It was okay. I actually finished practicing. Practicing your legs is something that can literally make you puke. Gu Man was pondering that he didn't practice puking on Lee today. Was the intensity not enough? In fact, Lee, which has been resting for half an hour, when he walks, his legs are shaking, and he feels that the whole person is floating. Here, I'll stretch you. Working out without stretching is just as bad as not practicing and will leave you vulnerable to injury. Stretching also helps your muscles recover and won't be as hard tomorrow. After practicing and resting for a while, Gu Man was in the private training area, stretching Lee. You're definitely having a personal vendetta, aren't you? I'll stretch and stretch you again, understand? I don't stretch. No, you must stretch after a workout. Look at your muscles. They are too tight and easy to strain. Keep your hands to yourself. There were murderous screams coming from the private classroom. From Lee. Stretching muscles and fascia is harder and more painful than working out, especially when pressing the tendons. The sourness almost made Lee give Gu Man a punch. However, he didn't give Gu Man a punch though. Still a few slaps on her legs and ass. The heart balances out quite a bit. Finished stretching, showered and changed clothes. The sunny gym has its own locker room and shower. Lee brought clothes to change. Gu Man reminded. It was evident that she had planned this. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Lee sat at the dining table, a look of rawness. Gu Man served him a cup of protein powder. Muscle building meal. It's all Brussels sprouts, chicken breast, steak, eggs, corn kernels, and the like. Fitness meals are served here at the gym. Of course, it needs to be paid for. It's awful. Lee ate the food, which had no oil and little flavor, while looking at the computer. After working out and stretching, then showering, it's after 11 o'clock this time of year. The stock market is all closed in the morning. Lee looked away. Changtai Technology is up on the open. More than 100,000 hands sealed up. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. The dealer hands so many chips. There are not a few stops. It is impossible to ship. Total assets, 115,6953.95. Funds available, 120. Stocks held, Changtai Technology. Number of shares held, 540. Average transaction price, 17.22. Current market price, 20.81. Market value of positions, 115,6833.95. Profit for the day, plus 104, 209, 79, plus 9, 9%. Total profit slash loss, plus 226,953, 95, plus 24, 4%. Looking at the stock account and holding Chantech, another plus 100k plus in income. Total assets also came to 156 million. Lee didn't do anything today. Turned on the computer and glanced at the stock account, over $100,000 lying around. Another day with over $100,000 a day. What's the difference between that and picking up money? Chapter 10 moving to $110,000 a day requires failure. You're playing the stock market? Gu Man served Lee a muscle building meal. See the red and green bar graphs on your computer. A quick glance shows that it's stock. You won't take the money you won and buy 10, 100, 1,000, million, more than 1 million? Gu Man still wants to say Lee winning more than 200,000 won't take it to buy stocks, right? Isn't that different from taking money and throwing it in the river and hitting the water? But a closer look at Lee's stock account reveals something wrong. That total asset is not right. Not like 6 figures. Instead, it's 7 figures. A little more intuitive is that the position information below shows plus 9%, plus 104,209, 79. Total assets also have small numbers, so it's a bit tricky to count. But this day's gain and profit slash loss, although there are also 2 digits after the decimal point, yet at a glance, it's 6 figures. So, Lee, a stock account, has 7 figures in total assets, over $1 million. You made over $100,000 in one day? Gu Man saw Lee's stock information, total assets even. Over $1 million is not an exaggeration for her. But this is making over $100,000 a day. She was all a bit nonplussed. Lee quickly said, "This is a demo account, not actual operation. I look like a cutie to you, do I?" Gu Man asked a rhetorical question. Can't she tell the difference between a real account and a demo account? It's not like no one in her family plays stocks. It's just not all about losing more money. Might make a little money now and then, but time stretching is basically a loss. She saw Lee's stock account. The first thought, Lee easy to use the jackpot of more than 200,000 to play the stock market. This and throw the water. Playing the water drift, what is the difference? 1800. Lee directly said, "You're robbing money? You come here every day to work out and eat here at lunch. All high protein foods, and beef. I'm not even charging you for personal training and stretching. 1800 really isn't that expensive." Gu Man explained, then urged, "Hurry up and transfer the money to me." Okay. Lee transferred 1800 over to Gu Man and said, "Just think of it as hiring a big beautiful girl to accompany you to the gym. That's, charge you 1800 cheap." Gu Man received Lee's transfer and immediately became smiling. "Not at night. You have to control your diet at night. Let's eat together on vacation. I'll talk to C." Gu Man walked away happily. Lee ate the meal and said hello to Gu Man in Fanwinshire. "Go home and rest." As he left the gym, Lee looked at Gu Man's face and there was a smile that he couldn't understand. And, Gu Man also said to him, "You're resting at home tomorrow. You don't have to come." "No, fitness has to be consistent, and I'm definitely coming to." Then, Lee the next day, directly to Gu Man call, "Legs essence. You give me weight. See I do not. Leg to you break. Ha 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 ha, what did someone say when they left the gym yesterday? Fitness is all about perseverance. So make sure you come today. Where are you? It's not going to be lying around the house, unable to get out of bed, is it?" The gloating voice of the legman was heard on the phone. Lee really wanted to rush over and break her legs. Yesterday when he left the gym, he heard Gu Man say, "Tomorrow, rest at home. No need to work out." At that time, he looked at Gu Man with that smile strangely and didn't understand it. After sleeping all night and getting up, Lee understood. His meow. 2 legs feel like they are not his own. It hurts to walk, especially when you go to the toilet, squatting and standing up. That soreness is killing you. As a newbie to fitness, I have not been exposed to working out. The muscles are torn and repaired. Without a 3 or 2 day workout like that yesterday, and the legs won't recover at all. It hurts too much. It hurts to touch it. Lee really wanted to teach Gu Man a lesson. At this moment, it was really right by the legman. He was lying on the bed and didn't want to get out of the bed at all. The foot lands and both legs hurt. Remember to come over tomorrow to work out and take you to work on your pecs. Gu Man seriously said to Li Yi, every day. I will take you to practice one muscle group and work out in turn, so that each muscle group can get a good rest. If you can't make it, forget it. Finally, there was a provocation. Li Yi huffed. I'll go over tomorrow to teach you a good lesson. Okay, I'll wait. See you tomorrow. Gu Man wasn't afraid at all. Li Yi is as good as crippled. What is she afraid of? Li Yi spent the day basically lying in bed. Good thing mom and dad went to work. Li Yi didn't even eat together in the morning. In the evening, when Li Yi was eating, his parents could see that his walking posture was not right and asked. Li Yi told the truth straight away. Indicates that he works at a gym and follows a trainer for a bit and has sore muscles. It's good to exercise more. It's so stressful during this time of high school. Sitting and studying every day. Your body lacks exercise. Li Guozhong agrees and tells his son to keep exercising. On this day, Changtai Technology remained strong and stopped. Just a lot of sell orders in early trading. I wonder if it's the retailers who are starting to run. Or is it the dealer sneaking out of the shipment? There wasn't that big order smash anyway. Even if the dealer is secretly shipping, it is also very careful. Key so that not much can be out. Near the end of the morning trading session, Changtai Technology rose again. It's been a three-peat. The heat and attention on Chantech has also come up. Because of his leg pain, Li Yi didn't bother to operate the stock this day. Laid back and made 10%. Total assets, 139,9889.08. Funds available, 120. Stocks held, Changtai Technology. Number of shares held, 540. Average transaction price, 17.22. Current market price, 25.18. Market value of positions, 139,9769.08. Profit for the day, plus 127. 251.73, plus 10%. Total profit/loss, plus 469,889.08, 5%. Li Yi stock account total assets, immediately approaching 1.4 million, moving into $110,000 in daily revenue. We can operate a wave tomorrow. Li Yi used his ability to foresee the future and looked at tomorrow's stock movements. Changtai Technology is up and will be opened early tomorrow. It flipped 5% green at its lowest. It was close to 2 p.m. before it went up again. And this afternoon stop is a little shaky. It went up and then got smashed open a couple times. Although the final still closed with a stop, can also be seen, the funds are divided. The retail investors inside are trying to run away. I just wonder, how much did the dealer run? It's a safe bet, the dealer is running away with it, too. Otherwise it's unlikely to get slammed down 5% in early trading tomorrow. Have the ability to foresee the future. Li Yi does not operate anything tomorrow. Still can lie down to earn 10%. Another day of 11 million. But Li Yi felt that he could operate a wave tomorrow. Early morning Changtai Technology was down as low as 5%. So you can look to sell at the right time and then take the bottom to pick it back up. Waiting for the night to stop and be able to eat a 15% increase. That will bring in over 200,000 tomorrow. Thinking this way, Li Yi realized, I can still sell when Changtai Technology went up before. You can pick another stock that will go up, so you can eat 20% of the stops every day. This summer passed. We'll have hundreds of millions of dollars in hand, but doing it that way, with a 20% daily stop, I'm sure I'll be invited to tea by the village headman and finally go in to step on the sewing machine. It's hard to explain. It's just explaining, and no one listens. It's better to keep a low profile. It's okay to follow and eat the stops now that the money is not so big. When the amount of money gets bigger, it will definitely cause a butterfly effect. It's not good to make money that easy, even if the funds are decentralized, and there needs to be failures when the money gets big. Otherwise it's all success stories in one account. Every time I buy it, it goes up. It's a wonder it doesn't go wrong. Chapter 11 I'm telling you, Li Yi is a big pervert. See, you have a great body. I love it. Sunshine Gym. Li Yi practiced his legs yesterday and his muscles were sore, which caused him not to come to the gym. The gym wasn't open at 9. Only some of the gym staff and trainers were there. Guoman pulled Van Vince to work out. In the locker room, looking at Van Wentz, who had changed into his gym clothes. Even Gu Man couldn't help but do it. Isn't this figure too good? When you go to school, at school, and even during the week, Van Wentz is in baggy clothes. How good of a body does she have? No one knows. Manuel and Van Wentz are extremely close. Both have been working summer jobs together for 2 years. I also don't know how good of a body Van Wentz really has. Now that I changed my clothes, it's true, big fruits hanging from thin branches. What fanaha? Fat naha. It's just that the hips aren't very well shaped and not curvy enough. Listen to me. Work out with me. Shape up a bit, and you can charm the hell out of people. This body, with a little exercise and shaping, is perfect. Man couldn't help but get on board. I'm envious. It's me, a woman, who is moved, let alone a man. I'm telling you, Lee E is just a big pervert, saying every day that I'm a small bear. If he knew that you have such a good body, he would definitely love it. A body like yours is the dream of countless women. Countless men love it. There's no need to feel inferior or resentful at all. You used to get pointed at, and that's because they didn't understand it at all, or were even jealous. Van Wens developed relatively early. The body is very well built. In middle school, when the rest of her classmates were still flat, she already had a body far beyond the norm, so it was pointed out by the rest of the class. Coupled with being a single parent, Van Wens didn't want her mom to worry and never told her family. Slowly, she became quiet and even felt inferior because of her size, to the point of disliking her body. Wear loose clothing from now on. You don't dress up at all when you're a student. Many people look average in high school. Enter college. Learn to dress up. The value of the temperament of all aspects of a great improvement. It became instantly unapproachable. Which is so good. Man, don't you touch it. Fan Wenshire was a little shy from Man's touch, slapping her disruptive hand away. See, you really need to work out. First you need to work on your back. You're too well built. You usually bend your back to hide your figure, which leads to a hunched chest. You need to work out more to open up your back and fix it. You're too voluptuous and need to work on your pecs to support your. This has to be at least a D+, right? So envious. Anyway, just practice with me and I promise to make you a goddess. Man took Fan Wenshire to the gym, but not as desperately built as he did with Lee E. Step by step, it will not be overworked, resulting in sore muscles. And Lee E and Van Wens work out for different purposes. Man takes Lee E to the gym, still focusing on muscle building. Taking Van Wens to the gym, on the other hand, is all about sculpting. By muscle building, I mean that you keep destroying muscles through exercise, and then you keep repairing and strengthening the torn muscles through protein supplementation. And rest. Of course you need to work out hard and tear your muscles. Man had no intention of deliberately targeting Lee E. Well, just a little bit at most. The truth is that muscle building workouts, too, can be done in a gradual manner. If you come up here and train to death, it's a wonder your muscles don't die of pain the next day. Unfortunately, Lee E's legs hurt so much today that he couldn't get out of bed. It hurts to go to the bathroom and walk. Didn't come to the gym, so naturally I didn't see the leggy man. And Fan Wenshire's perfect body. After a day of rest, Lee E woke up still feeling pain in his legs. Only, much better. At least it doesn't say that walking is very painful. After breakfast in the morning, Lee E carried a bag with his computer and clothes and rode his bike to the gym. Take the employee walkway into Padang Plaza and take the elevator straight to the 6th floor gym. Go straight to the locker room and change. On the way, Lee E saw Man who was wearing a tight sportswear, as well as Van Wens in his tracksuit. Van Wens sportswear or a looser t-shirt. It's also a sports undershirt underneath. It has a fixed molding effect. After all, being in shape and not being fixed up when you work out is definitely not an option. It will bounce around. Good morning, Leggy. Good morning, C. Lee E graciously watched the game, said hello to both men. You're really here? Looks like the recovery ability is strong. Man was slightly surprised to see Lee E. She didn't think Lee E would come today. You can't recover in a day from practicing your legs like that the day before. Lee E just didn't come, and she wasn't surprised. I didn't expect him to come today? Seems like a guy who can persevere, is persistent, and recovers better. Man said to Fan Wensi who was practicing her breasts with the butterfly machine. See, I told you that Lee E is a big pervert. He just looked at you bare. Now you know how good your body is, right? Men love it. You don't mind. There's no need to hide it or even feel inferior about it. No. When Lee E heard Man's words and looked at the shy Fan Wenshire, he suddenly looked at her angrily. You're bad-mouthing my reputation, you know? When was I a big pervert? However, Man said that Fan Wensi felt inferior because her body is too good? This is something Lee E didn't expect. Van Vince is in real good shape. The night after the high school entrance exam, Lee E saw it at KTV. Working out can be sweaty. Fan Wen's mushroom head usually cover the cheeks, now all don't to behind the ears, revealing a delicate face. The value of the face is really not low. 85 points of face value. The body is too top. Directly can add 10 points. Also a great beauty with a combined 95 plus. You call me a small bear every day? What is it if you're not a pervert? Gu Man asked back. Li Yi stared directly at the leggy bear and said bluntly, is what I said not the truth? Get the hell out of here. Gu Man was furious and slapped Li Yi's thigh. Snap dash. Grip. Li Yi jumped straight up. Really jump up kind of thing. How much do the muscles in your legs hurt after you work them? It hurts to walk. Being slapped hard. Li Yi jumped straight up in pain. He almost directly made a move with Gu Man. But in the end, he held back. I don't care with little girls in general. After saying that, Li Yi went to change his clothes and followed Gu Man and Fanwenshire to practice his chest. Gu Man ed Li Yi hard. Still pursuing the principle of, if you can't practice to death arrangement. It's a great feeling to have two big beautiful women to work out with. This fragrant, sweaty, hidden scene. It's a good thing that Li Yi was reborn back as more than just an 18-year-old teenager. Otherwise, the gun won't even hold down. After the workout, there was more stretching and more screaming. Rather regrettably, after a shower, Van Wens changed into another set of baggy clothes, covered up the figure. However, under Gu Man's strict requirements, she corrects Fanwenshire's bad habit of containing her chest and hunching over her back to keep her figure straight. It's the wearing of very loose clothing that still makes you afraid to look down. Li Yi sat at the dining bar, took out his computer, and checked his stock account. Chapter 12. Li Yi is indeed powerful, just a bit horny. Yesterday, Li Yi used his ability to foretell the future to know that Changtai Technology would fall 5% at its lowest point in the morning trading session today. He had already commissioned a trade to sell all 540 shares of Changtai Technology stock, which he was holding, at the opening of the morning trading session. Then plunge. He didn't choose to take a bottom on a 5% drop. Instead, they bought the whole position at 4%. Total assets, 144,1882. 15. Funds available, 120. Stocks held, Changtai Technology. Number of shares held, 585. Average transaction price, 23.92. Current market price, 24.64. Market value of positions, 144,1762. 15. Surplus for the day, plus 41,993.07, plus 3%. Total profit/loss, plus 511,882. 15.55. 4%. Li Yi bought the stock at 23.92. At this point, Chantech is down 4%. After the buy, the share price as of the morning close, 24.64. Up 3%. Although Changtai Technology early morning, still down 1% to close, but Li Yi has already had 3 points of profit. Li Yi again used the ability to foretell the future to look at the afternoon movement of Changtai Technology. Pretty much what I saw yesterday. It wasn't until after 2 p.m. that Chantech went up again. Only the stop is unstable, followed by multiple openings. The final up close was thrilling. The time was noon at this time, and Li Yi could predict the next 24 hours. It could be that he has been able to look at stock movements for tomorrow morning. Changtai Technology didn't close strong enough today, even though it was up. Tomorrow, when the market opens, Changtai Technology will fall. Li Yi could only see tomorrow morning's close. Changtai Technology plunged 7.3%. Run tomorrow morning and get into Welling Communications. Li Yi has finalized the operation for tomorrow morning. And from predicting the future, pick a stock that's up in early trading, Wayland Communications. You've had 3 stops on this stock, and the board opens today, and you're picking it back up after you sold it? On the side, Gu Man was similarly eating a fitness meal with little flavor or oil. See Li Yi's stock market operations. She doesn't know much about stocks. Look at Li Yi selling his shares of Changtai Technology. Actually buying them back? Sell high, sell low, making a 3-point profit. Is also $40,000, which is very exaggerated. But this stock, Gu Man just looked at the K-line chart. 3 stops now. This is all open and should continue to fall behind it. Even down. It's too risky to run away and then pick it back up. Li Yi said confidently. Rest assured that the banker in this, the chips are not yet out of it. Today is certainly still up. Tomorrow before the smash and run. Li Yi said it all. In the meantime, he's crammed in quite a bit of knowledge about stocks. Combine this with the ability to foresee the future and know exactly where it's going to go before you do your analysis. Of course the head is in the right place. Well, you're awesome. Gu Man is just an amateur, and she has to admit that Li Yi is better than her at speculating on stocks. Can it not be awesome? She remembered that when she looked at Li Yi's account the day before yesterday, the total assets were 1.15 million, right? This past day, total assets have been 1.44 million. That's scary. One day went by and the stock account was up over $300. 000. What kind of money-making speed is this? Although Gumanman's family was rich and she had quite a bit of pocket money herself, but that's all from the family. You didn't earn it? It's home. And not many people make hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. This guy Li Yi is really good. This Gumanman had to admit. Just a little horny, Gumanman muttered. When Li Yi heard this, his eyes moved away from the computer screen and glared at Gumanman. You leggy bastard. I'm telling you, don't slander me and ruin people's innocence. Where am I horny? I was just admiring the beauty. Appreciate beautiful things, you know? Gumanman glanced at Li Yi and admitted that Li Yi had another great advantage. Shameless enough, Li Yi ignored the legman and exchanged words with Van Vince. See, did you teach yourself computer programming? Li Yi asked this question because he knew that Fan Wenshur, who was in his last life, majored in computer science. After graduation, he joined Xiaowei, and his entry into the company was $1 million a year. And while at the KTV, the three of them paired answers and asked what college and major they were going to enroll in. Van Wentz said at the time that he wanted to major in computer science. At present, computer-related majors are a hot topic. Then Associate Fan Wenshur is a school bully, has decided to enroll in the computer science major. Last life is still so powerful. Currently should be in the self-study computer technology, right? Fan Wenshur was watching Li Yi and Gumanman fight. Suddenly hearing Li Yi turn the topic to himself, he was a bit surprised. Fan Wenshur said, "There are learning some, and usually go to the library to borrow related books. How did you know C was learning about computers?" Gumanman looked at Li Yi and analyzed. Are you having thoughts about CC and have been paying attention to CC for a long time? Li Yi admitted. That's true. I've long realized that CC is a treasure girl and paid attention to it early on. Computer-wise, I'm also self-taught. Li Yi and Van Wentz exchanged words. He certainly wasn't self-taught in computer expertise. He was a computer science major in his last life. There are years of future expertise underpinning the exchange with Van Wentz, who is currently self-taught in computer literacy. Even if Fan Wenshur was a schoolteacher, it wasn't enough. Li Yi steadily pressed Van Wentz. You guys are boring. Gumanman was on the sidelines, listening to the two talk about computer stuff. Can't even get a word in edgewise. You say you usually hide on tests? The high school entrance exams are a hit? Are you serious? Gumanman suddenly thought that when Li Yi was at the KTV, he said that his usual test scores were deliberately hidden, waiting for the high school entrance exam to hit the ground running. She scoffed at the time. But these days, to see Li Yi's stock account more than 1 million a day missing, the total assets of the stock account rose more than 300,000 yuan. At this moment, Li Yi exchanges computer knowledge with Fan Wenshur, who has taught himself computer knowledge. Mostly, Li Yi was talking and Van Wentz was listening. Van Wentz occasionally opened his mouth to ask questions. Gumanman just couldn't understand the computer aspect of it. It's not hard to see either. Li Yi is better than Van Wentz when it comes to computer skills. Fan Wenshur is a school bully. Her grades are better than Gumanman's. Li Yi is better than Van Wentz? Could he be serious? The usual test scores are deliberately hidden, waiting for the high school entrance exams to hit the ground running. When Fan Wentz heard Gumanman mention this, the way she looked at Li Yi changed. She was a little curious, thinking that this boy is really not like ordinary people. That's for sure. Think about it. My usual test scores are middle of the road level, but I ended up having a big breakthrough in the college entrance exams, surpassing everyone with a bang. Isn't that awesome? Very cool, Li Yi said rightfully. Of course, he was pretending, just making excuses. Childish. Kumanyaman said that she doesn't really understand boys thinking that Li Yi's childish ideas. Van Vince said he couldn't understand it. However, when you think about it, Li Yi did this. The effect brought is really surprising. Perhaps, to the rest of the boys and men in the class, it does seem impressive. Very handsome. It even deserves the highest honor among boys. Count your blessings. Chapter 13 earns $200,000 a day and exceeds $1.8 million in total assets. While chatting, Li Yi also ordered takeout and milk tea for Gumanman and Fancywan. Although Gumanman worked out every day, it wasn't like he was a professional athlete or star. Fitness workouts are just about maintaining your body and getting in shape. Milkshake still didn't refuse. Besides, saw Li Yi make over 40,000 in stocks in the morning. This milk tea is a peace of mind. Afternoon. The stock market opened. Chontek went from down 1% and continued down again. Maximum drop of 4.7%. Li Yi's stock account, at the close of the morning, floated 3%, made over $40,000. Now it's become a 3.7% float, with a position in Changtai Technology of 858 shares, a loss of over $50,000. Let's just say, the stock market is exciting. See, 3 stops, you shouldn't have bought back in the morning when you ran away. Guman Man drank the milk tea bought by Li Yi, looked at Li Yi's stock account, a loss, but also mentioned, should listen to her. The morning should not buy back. Of course, Guman Man is not a cutie pie. She said that even though Li Yi lost money, in fact, how much did Li Yi originally have in his stock account? This time there was a loss of 8 million plus. In fact, the Li Yi account is still floating more than $400,000 overall. Today's Changtai Technology is a drop. Li Yi is at most a loss of more than 100,000 yuan. Just run away tomorrow. The stock market, there are losses and profits is very normal. I tell you, my father played the stock. The same loss of money? After saying that, Guman Man also told Li Yi the secret. This is to comfort Li Yi. However, after the time came to 1:30 p.m., the share price of Changtai Technology began to pull up. It started to slowly correct from -4.7%, -2.8%, -1.6%, +2.4%, +5%, +6.7%, +10.0%, all the way up. Chontek didn't just roll over into the red at 2 o'clock, and it went straight up. Subsequently, although the stop was smashed open a few times, as of 3 o'clock, Changtai Technology still managed to close with a stop. Changtai Technology is on a 4 consecutive board. Li Yi's stock account. The funds also broke through a new high. Total assets, 160,9854, 442. Funds available, 120. Stocks held, Changtai Technology. Number of shares held, 585. Average transaction price, 23.92. Current market price, 27.51. Market value of positions, 160,9734, 442. Profit/loss for the day, plus 209,965, 362, plus 15%. Total profit and loss, plus 679,854, 442.73, 1%. Total stock account assets break new highs. Officially, $1.6 million. Made 209K in one day. Nearly 210,000. Li Yi watched his stock account break to new highs, looked at Guman Man that siren general face, said, "You're right. The stock market, there are losses and profits is normal. Ups and downs. I just have to do the story to make money on the line. A small profit of $200,000. My treat for the evening? Are you going?" Made 200,000. Almost $210,000. Li Yi didn't withdraw any cash. Besides, it's something he bought in this morning and there's no way to sell it. The funds are in a stock account, not on his bank card, and are floating. There is no bagging up. However, Li Yi still has some money in his hand, but not much. Bought a computer and cell phone, and transferred 1,800 for Guman Man's meals. But dinner for 3 doesn't cost much. Having made more than $200,000 in one day, Li Yi definitely couldn't tell his parents. Only Guman Man and Fan Wencher knew. It can only be shared with them. Kill the big dog today. Li Yi made over $200,000 a day? This was more than Guman Man knowing that Li Yi had won over $200,000 in the lottery. It was hard. Must slaughter Li Yi. Then, Li Yi miscalculated. The 5th floor of Patong Plaza is all about dining and food. Thinking about slaughtering Li Yi, Guman Man found a Cantonese restaurant. When he looked through the menu, Li Yi froze. "You're too hard on me, aren't you? I've got all my money in the stock market and I've got just over 1,000 on me. Don't be too hard on yourself, or we'll see who runs fast in a while." On this menu, there's nothing below triple digits. There's Yangzhou fried rice for 88 renminbi. Seasonal fresh vegetables, that's seasonal greens, garlic, stir fry, blanched, oyster sauce, soup and more. Starting at 88. Li Yi was worried that in a moment Guman Man would order down and simply not have the money to pay. We'll just have to see who runs fast. Those who run slow, stay and scrub dishes to cover the bill. Oh, Gu Man flipped through the menu. Yin and Yang taunted Li, the stock market has a loss and a profit is very normal. I want to be the one to make money. Night my treat. Where's your bravado? Even if it comes down to who can run fast. Are you sure you can run? Li instantly thought that he had worked out the day before and his thighs were still hurting, so he couldn't run fast at all. Can't really run away from Gu Man and Fanwensure. Of course, eating dinner to see who can run faster is just a joke. After Gu Man had finished mocking Li, he had already ordered with the waiter beside him before saying, "Let me treat you today," to celebrate Li making money. Next time, I'll let him invite back. Fanwensure whispered. Thank you. In fact, do not need to eat at such an expensive place. Li clasped his fists. Thank you Miss Gu for not killing me. Miss Gu's atmosphere. Humph, didn't you call me a leggy leprechaun? Woman asked with a grunt. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. You must have misheard me. Li hit a denial trifecta, which amused Gu Man. This guy has changed so much since high school. Saying something strange. It does get more interesting though. This meal was over 3 people. 1 bowl of soup for 288 people. Steamed anchovies in Shaoxing wine. One of the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River. Used yellow wine, which tasted a little weird, but it's really fresh. Pan-fried scallops in Cantonese orange flavor. Drunken crab. Sautéed seasonal vegetables. Just this. 2,000 more. Let's just say Cantonese food is expensive. The flavor is real good. Li also saw that it was actually mainly because the ingredients were more expensive. After dinner, there was no need for Li to send the 2 beauties home. He doesn't have a car either. I haven't got my license yet, so I'll go straight to the subject test in a few days. Day 2. Unsurprisingly, Li's entire pecs ached. It takes a day or 2 of rest to slowly recover. This is because the chest muscle group connects to other muscles in the body. At a minimum, you need to work on your arm muscles, shoulder muscles, and work on your back, all of which can affect power. Go for abdominal exercises. Chest muscle groups ache. Curls are not good for power either. Or a day off. No need to go to the gym today. Li ate breakfast and then stared at the disc in his room. Early in the morning, the stock market opens. Li directly sold 585 shares of Changtai Technology stock in his hand. Instead of slowly dispersing the shipments, just dump them all in one click. Changtai Technology for stops. It did attract a lot of takers and sellers are shipping out. Li is well out of the stock in his hand. At 10 o'clock or so, Li saw that there are big money and even crazy smashing. Obviously. Is the banker shipments almost? Pulled 4 consecutive stops. The hands of the chips out almost. The rest of the chips even if the smash plate will not lose. At this time, Li has completely liquidated his position in Changtai Technology. Reason to follow this stock. Just to see what the dealer will do? Then do the review. It's also a good way to see the signs when you encounter this situation in the future. By this time, Li had already bought all the money, in batches, into Wayland Communications. Using the ability to see the future yesterday, it was finalized that this stock would be up at the close of the morning. At this point, Li looked at the afternoon trend of Wayland Communications again. At the close of the afternoon, Wayland Communications was up solidly. Li bought less than 25,000 shares at an average price of around -1.8% in the early trading session of Wayland Communications -1.8%. Successfully ate this stop. Total assets, 180-2920-01. Funds available, 10,000. 03. Stock held, Wayland Communications. Number of shares held, 24,779. Average transaction price, 64.56. Current market price, 72.31. Market value of positions, 179,1702. 57,504. Profit/loss for the day, plus 191,968. 13304, plus 12%. Total profit/loss, plus 871,822. 58.93. 74%. Total assets surpassed $1.8 million. And total profits reached over $870,000. Compare that to the $930,000 principal, which is about to double. Chapter 14 CC. You follow me. Li also wanted to see the trend of tomorrow's Wayland Communications, before realizing that tomorrow is the weekend. The stock market does not trade. It's the weekend? Li had to sigh a sigh of relief that time had passed so quickly. Make money faster. Double your money in a week. Such a speed of making money. no matter who, is not limited to Li Yi. Hated the stock market can be traded on weekends, trading 24 hours a day. Of course, this is Li Yi Goldfinger, can predict the future, only to look forward to the daily deal. It is unusual for a person to treat stock market trading as a matter of indifference. On Saturday, Li Yi took the day off and continued to go to the gym. Followed Gu Man to practice her back today. There was no stock trading today, so it seemed rather boring. After spending these few days together, Gu Man and Fan Wenshi were more familiar with Li Yi then. Knowing that Li Yi plays stocks, he didn't even talk to his family. Li Yi's parents don't even know that their son plays stocks and has more than $1 million. Immediately $2 million. It's a secret between the three. It brought the three closer together. Unable to trade stocks, Li Yi and Van Wensi exchange computer skills. Give Van Vince his computer to practice on. Gu Man felt that Li Yi had to keep an eye on the stock market advisory from Monday to Friday. Fan Wenshi self-study computer technology, just read the book cannot, or to learn and practice. Gu Man brought her own laptop over, but she didn't have to. Then give Fan Wensi a practice. Van Wensi wasn't allowed to refuse yet. All Van Wensi could do was say thank you. The relationship between her and Gu Man was very good. Both have been working summer jobs together for 2 years. Li Yi was looking out. It was Gu Man who was taking care of Fan Wenshi. After a few days of exchanges, Li Yi realized that in this world, the gap between people, it was really big. There is indeed a huge gap between geniuses and ordinary people. The whole talent thing is a bit of a bully really. For the gifted, or the highly gifted, people just study a little bit, and it's a peak that an unusual ordinary person can hardly reach in a lifetime. When people only made a slight move, they were already at the limit of what an ordinary person could achieve. For example, Van Wensi. Teach yourself computer programming. Communicate with Li Yi. Ask a lot of questions. He was able to answer very clearly before. But behind the question asked, which even if Li Yi is reborn back, there are many years of work experience veterans, but also cannot answer. The kind that gets asked until your head sweats. That's genius? See. You can take a look at more specialized books on artificial intelligence and do research in this direction. Or you can follow me. At the end of the day, Li Yi simply extended an invitation directly to Fan Wenshi. No way. After seeing something like talent, Li Yi was also a bit struck. With such a genius, it is no wonder that in the future, after graduating with a PhD, he will join Xiaowei directly and start with $1 million a year. This is just a start. It's enough to see how talented Van Wensi is. Why wait to give such a genius to another company later? Doesn't it smell good to just stay by your side? Fan Wenshi sniffed and tilted her head, looking at Li Yi with a few moments of curiosity. Not sure what that means? Follow Li Yi? What's going on? Gu Man looked at Li Yi warily and questioned. What do you mean? She had every right to suspect that this guy, Li Yi, was trying to plot against CC. Who made CC's body so good? The looks are actually pretty good. No, that's a slur you know? Is my image in my heart that bad? I didn't do anything to you either. Li Yi was a bit puzzled. Was his image in Gu Man's heart really that bad? He didn't do anything to Gu Man or Fan Wensi either? Doesn't that just smear a person's innocence? Gu Man said righteously. Who let you say that my bear is small every day? Staring at CC's breasts every day. Li Yi said breathlessly. I was appreciating. Appreciating, do you understand? Gu Man didn't listen at all. The two men spoke, making Van Wensi blush. Let's not talk about it. Li Yi didn't want to discuss a topic with Gu Man. He set his computer in front of Van Vince, with all the code on it. It is Li Yi who wrote the code after speculating on stocks during this period of time, plus the stock market is closed this weekend. Gu Man moved over to take a look and sat back down. Can't read it at all. Li Yi introduced to Fan Wenshi. This is a program I wrote. It's not finished yet. The most core thing is the intelligent algorithm. I'm going to develop a software. There's no way I can do this software alone. I need help. Li Yi looked at Fan Wenshi. That's why he invited Van Wensi to follow him. Li Yi went on to talk about his simple plan. I'm currently accumulating funds, and will subsequently create a company that will develop a software giving artificial intelligence algorithms. Li Yi didn't just say that's what it was, a short note video. There are already hints of this in short video platforms. The main thing is still strolling. Used to do motion graphics, but now they are starting to make the transition to trans video. As for artificial intelligence technology, there are also cheetah companies working on it in China. Unfortunately, as the original Bat Triumvirate lead brother, has seriously fallen behind. Cheeto has been saying that he is working on AI technology for years, but he has not come up with any results. Instead, it was headlined that pioneered the use of smart algorithms in news software. This was later used to incubate the national app, Note Short Videos. This is when AI technology and smart algorithms are just getting started. Lee Yi was born again. In my last life, I studied computers. Even if he didn't join a few of the big players and didn't have access to the real core and most powerful smart algorithms of the big players, it's the smart algorithms that suck in the future that are better than today. What's more, the company that Lee Yi joined in his last life wasn't just some small workshop. The strength in intelligent algorithms is not weak either. Bringing it to this day and age, that's a descending blow. Even so, he needs manpower and money. For a short time, he had to write the core code himself. When enough money is accumulated, set up a company and recruit people to perfect the application. I can't. I'm not good enough. Fan Wenshur listened to Lee Yi speak about his future plans. Listen to Lee Yi explain as he writes code. She shook her head outright. Van Wens is just self-taught in computers. Haven't even officially set foot in college yet. Even if you want to help Lee Yi, you have to do it after college, right? Gu Man was surprised to hear that Lee Yi already had a detailed plan for the future. You've actually thought that far ahead? You're thinking of starting your own company? She felt that Lee Yi's company belonging to him would be created while he was still in college. Started the business straight out of college. We are all of the same age. People have already made their future life plans and strictly executed them. At the very least, in Gu Man's opinion, Lee Yi was already executing his life plan. The stock market accumulates funds. Still writing software. When you have accumulated enough money, you create a company to perfect and launch your own software. For some reason, Gu Man believed more and more in what Lee Yi had said before, that he usually hid something in his tests and waited for the college entrance exam to be a hit. Chapter 15 has a daily income of $370,000 and a total asset of $2.169 million. Fan Wenshur began to follow Lee Yi to learn intelligent algorithms and software programming techniques. Look through specialized books on artificial intelligence on your own. It was evident that she still followed Lee Yi's advice. Mostly she didn't know what she was going to learn. At the moment, computer-related majors are more popular. She reads related professional books and learns the technology on her own without any too strong purpose. With the advice given by Lee Yi, Fan Wenshur was willing to listen and learn. Lee Yi was thinking that when Fan Wenshur had learned almost everything, he could help perfect the task of program development. He can focus on getting money himself. Beautiful. That's how the weekend went. Lee Yi followed Gu Man to finish practicing his shoulder, follow up with arm muscles, and finally abs. Exercise each muscle group of the body separately. Work only one muscle group at a time. Allow other muscle groups to fully rest and recover. Some masters and advanced fitness people, the more specialized ones, may be working 1 to 2 muscle groups at a time, and not much more. Muscles don't grow by working out. Exercise is simply the stimulation and tearing of muscle fibers. It is only after subsequent protein supplementation and recovery that muscle growth occurs. So, better protein and better rest. It's very important. You won't gain much muscle growth by working out and busting your ass alone. On Sunday, Lee Yi saw the trend of the stock market on Monday in advance through his ability to foretell the future, especially Welling Communications. After Friday's halt, the market is closed on Saturday and Sunday. Can the halt continue on Monday? After 2 days off on Saturday and Sunday, the mood was definitely not as hot. On Sunday, Lee Yi saw Welling Communications go off the charts. It rose as high as $78.67 in early trading, a jump of 8%, and did not touch the stop, eventually closing at $77.59, up 7.3%. Know the share price movement of Welling Communications on Monday. On Monday's opening, Lee Yi sold at around $78 in multiple tranches, not craving the last copper. Total assets, 193-3247-09. Funds available, 193-3247-09. Holding stock. Number of holdings. Sold at average price. Current market price. Market value of positions, 179-1702. 58. Profit/loss for the day, plus 141,544. 5, plus 7. 9%. Total profit/loss, plus 1013367. 08, 108. 96%. Liquidated my position in Welling Communications and made less than 8 points and $141,000. Total account assets are approaching the $2 million mark. Trading can continue today. As long as you pick another stopping stock to buy, it's a no-brainer that your account's total assets will exceed $2 million. The original $930,000 has doubled normally for a 108% gain. Lee used the ability to foretell the future to check the trend of the general market in the afternoon and tomorrow morning. Pick the more suitable stocks. The ability to foresee the future, to see what will happen in the next 24 hours. At the moment it was noon. He could see what it would be like at noon tomorrow. Naturally, you can see how the stock market will trade in the morning session tomorrow. Tianlin Securities. Back-to-back stops today and tomorrow. And tomorrow is a one-word stop. Lee saw Tianlin Securities. It's a $17 billion market cap disc. Not exactly small. The stock closed at noon at $45.71. Up 1% with volume of 64,500,000 and turnover of 180 million. Afternoon open. Tianlin Securities trend will also dip. Then around 2 o'clock, it started pulling up. Not only Tianlin Securities, the whole financial and brokerage sector is pulling up like crazy. Tianlin Securities will go straight up. In total, 7 brokerages were up. At 1:34 p.m. Shares of Tianlin Securities were trading at 44.20, down 2%. Lee bought in multiple tranches at an average trading price of $44.22. At 2:11 p.m. The entire financial sector moved, with a huge influx of money that began to pull up the heavyweights. The entire broader market jumped 5%. A number of brokers went straight up. This includes Fieldwood Securities. Total assets, 217-9218. 7. Funds available, 37. 13. Stock held, Tianlin Securities. Number of shares held, 43916. Average transaction price, 44.22. Current market price, 49.61. Market value of positions, 217-9168. 86. Profit/loss for the day, plus 235,851. 62, plus 12. 2%. Total profit/loss, plus 1249218. 7, 134. 32%. With the completion of this transaction, the total assets of Lee's stock account successfully exceeded 2 million. It reached 169 million. 2 trades today. Liquidated a position in Wayland Communications and made 9 pips for a profit of $141,000. Killed Tianlin Securities with a full position. Made 2 pips. Float, $235,000. Profit on 2 trades today, $376,000. More than $370,000 a day. Who else? You've run away? Eat another stop? Let's see how much you profit today. Gu Man brought his head to Lee's shoulder. See Lee stock account. Originally full position Wayland Communications. Now all liquidated. Take another full position in Tianlin Securities and eat a big stop? There is no heavenly reason. Look at Lee's earnings today, 376,000 plus? What an exaggeration. Even if Gu Man had seen Lee's stock account gain more than $200,000 in a single day a few days before, it still feels exaggerated. In the past week or so, Lee's stock account has doubled. At this rate, how much money can Lee accumulate by the time college starts? Surely there's enough money to start a company? Lee, let's discuss this. How about you let me copy it? Gu Man's siren-like face was full of supplication as she gazed at Lee. A pair of soft eyes, watery and pitiful. It was Lee, who had been reborn and returned, who had to sigh. This was indeed a demonic spirit. But he pretended not to hear what Gu Man said and said in surprise, "There is such a request? I let you wish ha. I'm not at a disadvantage? I am also a yellow flower young man. Pure love little boy it. What are you babbling about?" Gu Man had spent a few days with Lee and had already been brought astray. What Lee said, she understood directly in seconds, blushing all of a sudden, thinking about what I said. It does seem a bit ambiguous. Copy it? See it? Gu Man explained with a red face. I'm talking about copying homework and following you to buy stocks to earn some pocket money. CC is coming too. It shouldn't be a problem to bring her to earn some pocket money to get her college tuition back, right? Gu Man looked at Lee. Okay? Help Van Wenz earn out his college tuition over the summer. Gu Man himself, seeing Lee stock trading, making money every day is also very heartwarming. Can't wait to have that kind of strength. But she knows her own stuff. Really, if you go to operate the stock by yourself, ironically, it is a small leak. Of course, she's not actually short of pocket money. That's the kind of money she wants to experience. And by the way, help CC earn some pocket money, or tuition. Li Yi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, the stock market changes rapidly. You just follow me to copy your homework. You may also lose money. You can't be with me all day. I operate from home sometimes. It's just too late to be with me in CMAID and then operate your own account. Don't blame me if you lose money. Don't get too big a body of money or you'll start a chain reaction that exceeds my expectations. Li Yi knew how much pocket money Gu Man had. Anyway, she was a rich woman. This is not a small amount of money if you shell out millions, or even more money, plus Li Yi's own account. Killing a particular stock together can make a big difference. This creates a butterfly effect. Changes beyond foreseeing the future occur. As for helping Van Wins make some pocket money or college tuition, Li Yi patted his chest and said, don't worry. In the future CC will have to follow me. Her college expenses will be reimbursed by me. This is considered an early investment. Chapter 16, Total Assets of $3.5 million. High school results announced. No. Tuition I'll do it myself. Hearing that he will follow Li Yi in the future is more or less a misunderstanding of this sentence. Fan Wenshur had spent the past 2 days with Li Yi and knew that this guy must have said this on purpose. You guys? Hitting on my CC. Gu Man glared at Li Yi, then said to Fan Wenshur, CC don't need to be polite with this guy. It's just a little fun anyway. I'll help you out with the money. If you make it, it's on you. If you lose it, it's on me. Li Yi frowned and said, are you stealing my job? Where is your turn for this kind of thing? Besides, I'm not just hitting on CC. I'm hitting on you too. Rich, hungry, and begging to be adopted. Gu Man wasn't afraid at all, and agreed on the spot. Yes, this lady will adopt you. Anyway, it's not the main palace. It's just an adoption. You're so capable of earning money. So follow Sister Me from now on. Li Yi laughed, not realizing that Gu Man didn't follow the rules. What you think is quite beautiful. It's better for me to adopt you. You? Gu Man shook his head. Wait until you have $1 billion. No. Have 10 billion. This time, Li Yi did nod his head seriously and said, yes, I've already recorded it. So wait for me. Li Yi just happened to get a new cell phone and literally recorded what Gu Man said. In the future, let's see if this leg man still dares to fool around in front of him. Is 10 billion a lot? With the ability to foresee the future, it is definitely not difficult for Li Yi to make $10 billion in the financial market. If it is not worried about the fear of attracting attention, it won't take more than a few months. Li Yi will be able to earn 10 billion. Even if Li Yi chooses to keep a low profile, it won't be long before he chooses to intentionally fail and make $10 billion in the future after his large body of money. And that's just the stock market. With money in hand, you definitely want to make your own business. Whether it's creating your own company to grow, or invest in other companies. 10 billion really isn't that hard. Are you serious? Delete it for me. Gu Man glared at Li Yi and went to grab the phone. Unfortunately, it simply can't be robbed. Nor do they know Li Yi's cell phone password. I've already uploaded it to the cloud. There's no use smashing your phone. Li Yi hemmed and hawed. Gu Man didn't bother grabbing the phone anymore and said with a smile, saying it as if you can really make $10 billion? 10 billion? How can it be that simple? How many companies have been founded for decades and don't even have a market capitalization of $10 billion? Next, Li Yi took the time to take his driver's license subject 1 test, waiting for time to take subject 2. In the past few days, Gu Man brought another laptop. Follow Li Yi as he kills the stock market, copying his homework. The total capital is $20,000, with half of Van Wentz, split between 2 accounts. Van Wentz's account is operated directly for Li Yi, not on an account with Manuel Ku. This is a fund that's going to earn Van Wentz pocket money and tuition. The total amount of funds is not much. Listening to Li Yi, the body of money is not big. It's really just for fun. Even so, you can make thousands of dollars a day, enough to keep Gu Man happy for a whole day. Every day she earns money, she offers to buy dinner and can't use it all. Gu Man directly contracted the cost of meals for the past 2 months, so that Li Yi on the whole day on the side of the gym, almost really becoming the gym part-time work. Only, Li Yi is here to work out, and then operate the stock, is also considered to work. It's not just working for the gym. This makes the Run Li Guozhong and Yi Honying more trust that their son is in the gym, part-time. During this week, Fan Siwen had begun to use the computer provided by Gu Man to try to develop software. Li Yi is helping and teaching. Not developing directly, short videos of musical notes. Note short video. Li Yi himself is doing the pre-development. Perfect the most core intelligent algorithms. Li Yi is instructing Fan Wenshi to develop a game to practice. This game was all the rage back in the day, jumping jacks. At this time, Weixin has not launched the small program function. This small game can only be made into an app release. The game of jumping seems simple enough. It's not easy to do well. The framework and gameplay are not difficult in every way. It's the special effects and logic that take more time. Even if Li Yi helped, it would take a long time to get it done. There's no rush. Summer vacation is long. Summer vacation in your senior year is almost 3 months long. It's only been less than half a month, and with about 2 months to go, there's no problem perfecting the jump. It's just practice for Van Wensi anyway. Without realizing it, a week passed. Li Yi's stock account. Total assets have exceeded $3.5 million. Total assets, 356,1589. 31. Funds available, 18. 11. Stocks held, Golden Flower Technology. Number of shares held, 135318. Average transaction price, 21.76. Current market price, 26.32. Market value of positions, 356,1569. 76. Profit/loss for the day, plus 324,926. 98, plus 10%. Total profit/loss, plus 2631571. 282. 96%. As of Friday's close, Li Yi's stock account had $3.56 million in funds. The 10,000 yuan account that Li Yi helped Fan Wenshi to operate. The total assets also exceeded 16,000, earning more than 6,000. It's just freshman year tuition, so maybe that's enough. Big difference. It's only been a week. Tuition and living expenses for more than 4 years of Van Wensi University throughout the summer are not a problem. The bigger the funds, the more exaggerated the snowball rolls. 2 days on the weekend. Li Yi goes to the gym every day. Exercise with the two big beauties, Gu Man and Fan Wenshi. Instructed Van Wensi to develop the jump around game. It might be next month. To perfect the game of jumping, Li Yi does not operate the stock market on weekends. With occasional help, the mini-game won't be developed until early July either. The results of the college entrance exam will be announced soon. Li Yi, don't lie to me. Today is already the 22nd. Sunday. Tomorrow, Monday the 23rd. The results of the college entrance exams will be open for inspection after 10 p.m. Gu Man, but remember very clearly, Li Yi in the college entrance examination after the KTV dinner said that his usual test scores are not used to full strength. There are reservations. Waiting for the college entrance examination to be a hit. Contact with Li Yi during this time. Watching Li Yi make money in the stock market. She followed the copying of homework and felt the fun of making money in the stock market. Watch as Li Yi instructs and teaches Van Wensi about computer technology. Gu Man believed more and more in what Li Yi said. The usual test scores were watered down. Waiting for the college entrance exam to be a hit. She'll just wait for her high school grades to be released and then choose to go to college. Unsurprisingly, all three should be going to Yendu's university. It's all so familiar after this half a month together. Gu Man had said her favorite university, Yendu Normal University. However, recently follow Li Yi in the stock market to make money and experience the joy of making money. Gu Man considered Yendu University of Finance and Economics. The admission score line is similar to Yendu Normal University. Both are 211/985. Fan Wensi has also said that the original plan was to go to the university over Linhai because her uncle is over there and can also take care of her. If Gu Man and Li Yi both took the entrance exam for the university in Yendu, she could also consider going to the university over there in Yendu. Fan Wenshi and Gu Man themselves are very familiar, and now they are spending half a month with Li Yi, and the three of them are going to study in Yendu together, and they can take care of each other. Li Yi's words, look at the high school grades. He said that he usually hides his strength on tests and waits for the high school entrance exams to hit the ground running. With a high score, it's easy to go to a top college in Yendu. Mondays when working out, and when the stock market is trading. None of the three had much heart. Waiting for the high school grades to be announced in the evening. Chapter 17, Genius Persona Step 1, High School Achievement. Less than 10 p.m. Li Yi's house. The family had been quietly waiting in front of the computer in the den. It's not just computers that look up scores. Li Guozhong and Yi Hangying are still holding their cell phones, ready to check their scores by phone and other means. On his cell phone, Li Yi was chatting with Gu Man and Fan Wenshi. waiting for the scores to be announced. The time came to 2200 hours. The results of the high school exams are open for inspection. Leggy, at Lee, panic. If you don't score enough, you'll get punched in the face. Cece, occupied always occupied. Lee, at Legman, sunglasses, don't panic. You'll see for yourself my high school grades in a while. I won't post them, it's only fun if you see it for yourself. Lee, at Cece, there's no rush. There are too many inquiries at this time. It'll be fine after a while. Leggy, at Lee easy hang it, pass an ID info to me. Lee, 51XXX. There were only 3 people in the chat group. The Legman, naturally, is Gumanman. Remarks changed by Lee. Gumanman changed it back a few times. And then Lee changed it back to Leggy. And finally just gave up. CC, of course, is Van Wentz. Just opened up access to grades and there are too many people checking. Calls to inquire about occupied lines. The computer checks straight to the point of jamming. It takes about 10 minutes for it to get a little better. Lee sent his pass and identity. Let Gumanman and Fan Wency see his high school grades for themselves. It is very stable. Lee threw the golden finger of foreseeing the future. Already see your high school grades. Just in time. Lee was at the moment typing in his prospective exam information on the computer and refreshing the results of the college entrance exam. Name, Lee. Candidate number, XXX. Pass number, XXX. Languages, 146. Science Math, 150. Foreign languages, 148. General Science, 300. Total score, 744. Rank, with national bonus points, 1. Ranking, with national and local bonus points, 1. This can't be a wrong check, can it? Hurry up and check if you've entered your pass number or ID number wrong. Look at the scores refreshed on the computer. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying were slightly stunned. The first moment was not one of joy and excitement. Or rather, the 2 old men were actually excited and happy inside. Just forcefully suppressed the excitement and happiness. Worried if it's the wrong check? They didn't even memorize their ID numbers. Nor did he memorize Li Yi's ID number. Otherwise, look on the computer, name and candidate number, and you'll have an ID number. Li Yi usually tests around 560 to 600. A 600 is considered overachieving. What is the score of the query now? 744 points. Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying is parents of seniors. They are well aware of their son's test scores on countless tests, large and small, every semester. Also know the total number of points for the entrance exam, 750. The total score is only 750 and you scored 744? Only 6 points in total? Li took out his ID card and pasted it on the computer screen. Next to the candidate number, just look at the ID number. This is the grade. This, 51XXX. The second oldest looked at the ID number on the high school results page. Look again at your son's ID taped to the computer screen. One by one. Read the ID numbers against each other. The more you read, the more excited you get. Finally, I was directly sure. Is it true? This score is really Yi's college entrance exam score? My God. 744 points? How did it get that high? First place. How did you get such a high score? After Li Guozhong's excitement, he looked at his own son in disbelief. How did the score get so high? It's too high. Even wondered if my son was cheating. But come to think of it, this is a college entrance exam. How can I cheat? He knew his own son's character well. It's impossible to do something like cheating on a college entrance exam. The key. Cheating hasn't been detected yet. That's impossible. Is this really the score that my son got on his own test? With the usual test scores, the difference is a bit much. It's simply too big. Li said seriously. The usual test scores just casually cope with it. The college entrance exam I certainly go all out and give you a surprise. How was it? Feeling surprised? Pa. Li Guozhong slapped his son on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You brat." It was a slap with a lot of force, but Li Guozhong was cheerful, and happiness was written all over his face. What are you hitting your son so hard for? Yi Hongying slapped Li Guozhong's hand aside and gave his son a rub. 744 points. This Yendu University, Qingmu University, Linhai Fudan University, Linhai Jiaotong University. These universities are randomly selected, right? It was glorious. This with national and local bonus points ranked first, not city rankings. Instead, it's a provincial ranking. This is a provincial high school student. There is indeed some risk of being questioned when this high school student gets his hands on it. But who can question the entrance exam? Can you cheat? Each exam room is monitored. If you really suspect cheating, just check the surveillance. Anyway, Li Yi didn't cheat. He cheated with the ability to foresee the future. Can you find out? Anyway, this high school entrance exam certificate in hand. For Li Yi in the future, it is certainly beneficial. At least the persona of genius, with the support of the top student of the college entrance examination, is considered to be basically stabilized. Later on, he makes money in the stock market, invests in other companies, and opens his own company. Genius as a human participant progresses to be solidified. Oftentimes, fame can be a liability, but as long as you don't die, fame can many times be traded directly for money, as well as amulets. The latter, the amulet, was what Li Yi needed. With a reputation to live up to, you don't have to worry about being targeted. Anyone who targets and blows it right out of the water will get a huge amount of attention. Secondly, with fame and popularity to add to the mix, Li Yi can set up a company and launch anything and get promotion quickly. The premise is that the persona of genius cannot be limited to the high school entrance exams or to this moment in time. There is a need for continuous consolidation. It keeps spreading out. Let more people know. Let more people be convinced Li Yi is a genius. Add Li, that's too much. 744 points? You're also. This is too horrible, isn't it? How did you get your usual 500s and less than 600s? Li Yi, awesome. 744 points. Inside the small group, Gu Man and Fan Wenshi both check Li Yi's score directly. Seeing Li Yi's score, both of them were shocked. 744 points. Being a fellow senior, I realize how high this score is. It's too scary. Li Yi hadn't really bragged. He usually has hidden test scores and waits for the high school entrance exams to hit the ground running. Except for the small group that Li Yi, Gu Man, and Fan Wenshi were in. Inside the class group, there was also a quick variety of it. Li Yi. Li Yi's college entrance exam score was also revealed, 744 points. The classroom teacher knows the candidate's information and can also find out the student's score. Classroom teachers don't check them all. At most, look at the high school scores of a few top-ranked students in your class. Li Yi's grades in the class belong to the middle level. The class teacher basically will not check his scores. The class teacher knows Li Yi's score on the college entrance examination. That is the school leader called over to ask. The college admissions teams are calling the schools. On Li Yi's side, the home phone also rang quickly. The high school enrollment team called overnight to grab students. Chapter 18 Filling in the volunteers, Yendu University. At all members, congratulations to Mr. Li Yi, who scored 744 points in the college entrance exam. The first in the city and the first in the province. Li Yi? 744 points? Holy, how is that possible? Doesn't Li Yi usually test between 550 to 600 points? This direct 744 points? Could there be a problem with the score? How can that be? This is a college entrance exam. There's no way the scores could be wrong. A score of 744 is a score I couldn't have copied if I had been given a copy. Indeed, people are first in the province, first in the city, whose highest score is copied. High school seniors out of our school, out of our class? I went to school with a high school senior. Sunglasses. There's bragging rights. Add Li Yi, come out and take a chance on the big guy. About this matter of Li Yi's college entrance examination results, I know something. This guy said that he usually tests deliberately let off steam and waited for the college entrance examination to hit the mark. At Gu Man. Really? How do you know? At Gu Man. It's rumored that you and Li Yi were both together after the high school entrance exams. Aren't the two of you? You know. Don't you guys talk nonsense. I didn't. I'm not a couple with Li Yi. It's not like Li Yi and I are the only ones. There's also Fan Wenshi. We're just working together on a summer job. Fan Wenshi can also prove that Li Yi is very powerful. This guy usually hides very deeply. Just think of the high school entrance examination as shock. Scare everyone. There are still such people? It did startle us, and old Ben was taken aback too. Wasn't he? More than that, I think the principal was shocked. The old class and the principal are afraid they'll wake up laughing in their sleep. High school seniors out of their own schools and classes? Gu Man said something about it in the class group, caught by her classmates. They wondered if between her and Li Yi, they were just playing friends after the high school entrance exam. After spending some time with Li Yi, Gu Man directly hit a denial trifecta. Fan Siwen also bubbled up, proving what Gu Man said, that Li Yi was awesome. How exactly is that awesome? Gu Man and Fan Wenshi didn't elaborate. After all, Li Yi is playing stocks. This thing if you attract other students to play. It is all leaks. Let's just say that Li Yi also taught himself computer skills. More so than Van Wentz. a score of 744 on the high school entrance exam. Plus, Fan Wenshur, the best academic achiever in the class, said that Li Yi had taught himself computer skills and was even better than her. All of which proves, Li Yi is awesome. That's just really awesome. Li Yi is getting mad at this time. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, but all kinds of calls were coming in. First, the principal. The principal still knows from the college admissions office that the high school seniors are appearing at his or her school. It was only then that I found Li Yi calling on the phone. Just hung up with the principal. The homeroom teacher's call came back. Then, major college admissions groups. Li Yi's cell phone never stopped. Just as I hung up, the next call came in. Not only Li Yi, Li Guozhong and Yi Honying's cell phones are similar. The two are going to be a little busier. The school left Li Yi's parents' phone number. Instead, it was Li Yi's own cell phone number. Only the homeroom teacher and some students in the class knew. Thank you for your school. We need to consult with our children about volunteering for the college entrance exam. Thanks. Much appreciated. We'll give it serious consideration. Volunteer for college entrance exam. We as parents can't make the decision. Need the child to choose by himself. Can't give you an answer. We'll give advice on volunteering. But what city does your child actually choose to go to? Which college to go to? We will not sway. Your school is very strong in all areas. We will speak to our children carefully. Thank you. Well, goodbye. Li Yi's parents. A direct phone call. Seriously reply to the college admissions team. Huizhou Provincial College Entrance Examination Top Student. Science Top Student 744 points. Literature Top Student, 679 points. 2014 Provincial College Entrance Exams Exposed. 744 points for the top provincial exam taker in Hui Province. Exclusive. Teenage Romance, 744-point high school student. Usually average test scores. Hits it out of the park on high school exams. The results of the college entrance examination are announced. And the major colleges and universities open the mode of robbing people. On the internet, there are news related to high school students. Every year, the top students of the college entrance examination attract a lot of attention. What people didn't expect was the content of the chat in Li Yi's class group, and even the chat logs. It's all streaming online. As we all know, Li Yi usually has average grades, a score of around 500 to 600. But his high school score, 744. Chat records, Li Yi usually test scores watered down, deliberately hidden, waiting for the college entrance examination to hit the mark, to give everyone a surprise. This was deemed by an online media outlet, a romance belonging to a teenager. Only a young man could do such a thing. The key: this does bring great surprise and shock to the whole class, and even the school. Many netizens have watched this and found it very interesting, thinking that this person, Li Yi, should usually be a very playful student as well. Can you do such a thing? Usually tests are watered down and you don't bring your full ability to the exam. Thinking of a hit on the high school exam? A score of 744 is really scary. Only high school students, people who have taken the entrance exam, know this score. It's just not human. Day 2. The high school admissions team has killed Li Yi's house. A few days after the results come out, it's time to fill out the volunteers. The admissions team needs to pull out all the stops. Introduce Li Yi to the advantages of his school, the campus atmosphere, the campus environment, the accommodation, the city environment and so on. Introduce them all any way you can as an attraction. It depends on what school Li Yi will choose. In the previous 2 years, officials had ordered that no signing or promising pre-admission agreements to candidates was allowed. Candidates shall not be attracted by means of high scholarships or redirection of majors after admission to the university. You know, in previous years, a high school student, just the colleges and universities offered hundreds of thousands of dollars in bonuses. At that time, even the universities over in Hong Kong province offered sky-high scholarships to grab people. Unfortunately, has been banned for the past few years. Otherwise, for many candidates, this is a significant prize that can subsidize their families. For the true scholars, even in high school, the school has a substantial scholarship. A lot of scholars didn't have to pay tuition at all in high school. Instead, you get a nice scholarship. Warmly celebrate our school freshman candidate, Li Yi, won the province's first prize in science. Happy news of the college entrance examination. Li Yi, a candidate of our school, won the top prize of the college entrance examination with 744 points and ranked first in the whole province. Our candidate, Mr. Fan Siwen, scored 711 points in the college entrance examination and ranked 9th in the province in science. Our candidate, Wei Tong, scored 651 points in the college entrance examination and ranked 12th in the province in the subject of literature. Acceptance rate of 80% at the first level and 99.5% at the undergraduate level. Yuanjiang 6th Middle School. Banners were put up overnight. At the top is a banner that shows Li Yi winning the province's top science prize. Then a couple of united banners, pulled from top to bottom, were the 6th Form Higher School Certificate of Achievement. There are also about 10 or so in the 6th Form who get into Yendu University and Aoki University every year. In Yuanjiang City, it is a very strong high school. In 2 days, Li Yi's family sent away more than a dozen college admissions team members, and sent off a lot of media. A score of 744 really attracts a lot of colleges. It also attracted the media. In particular, the chat logs circulated from the class group of Yuanjiang 6th Form. It says that Li Yi usually has average test scores and is thinking of hiding his strength to make a splash in the college entrance exam. It's still a great conversation starter. Even the neighborhood where Li Yi's home was located had hung banners to celebrate Li Yi becoming the top student of the Huizhou Provincial College Entrance Examination. Li Yi has to choose what school to go to, which is basically a choice between Yendu University or Aoki University. Patong Plaza. Sunshine Gym. The results of the college entrance exams have come out. What college and major are you two going to choose? Li Yi changed his clothes and met up with Gu Manman and Fan Wenshi at the gym. He hasn't come to the gym in the past 2 days when he's been in contact with college admissions teams. Even stock market trading, he didn't have much time to operate. Every day, using the ability to foresee the future, you pick a stock that has been up continuously and buy it without operating. Lie down and make money. Seeing Gu Manman in her workout clothes, as well as Van Wen's in his tracksuit, a leggy face, a good figure, it's almost like a mental nitrogen pump. It keeps Li Yi fitness all energized. After Gu Manman completed a set of barbell deep squats, she added 2 sets of barbell pieces to Li Yi, then assisted for him and said, Yendu University of Finance and Economics. Right, I'll go to study finance, and I'll work with you later too. She had originally wanted to apply to Yendu Normal University. Li Yi remembers that Gu Manman enrolled in Yendu Normal University in her last life. Because of his presence, a butterfly effect has occurred. With CC scores, she can go to both Yen University and Aoki University. She'll go to whatever university you go to, and you can take care of her then. That's what Van Wentz meant. The 3 of them will go to Yendu to study and take care of each other. With a score of 711, Fan Wenshi can go to both Yendu University and Qingmu University. For computer science, Yendu and Aoki are both very strong. She'll go to whatever college Li Yi chooses, then choose Yendu University. Li Yi finally chose to go to Yendu University, which specializes in finance, and will be stronger in all aspects. What's more, the computer aspect of Yendu University is also very strong, and there is a very powerful technician who can try to invite. When they went to Yendu University, then they would be brothers and sisters in the same school, and it would be more advantageous to invite each other at that time. Chapter 19, Li Yi is a salesman? Back to school for volunteering. Li Yi reaped the adoration of his class, the smiles of his homeroom teacher and principal, and a 10W scholarship. Well, have you decided what college to apply to? The homeroom teacher casually asked Li Yi what university he was applying to. With a score of 744, it could be said that all the colleges he could apply to, Li Yi could just pick and choose. Li Yi said to old Ben, Yendu University. Right. The homeroom teacher nodded her head as she sniffed. Yendu University and Qingmu University are both top universities in the country, both of which can. Ha ha ha. Old Ben was overjoyed. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would have such a oddball in my class. When you test on a regular basis, you score around 550 to 600 on the exam, and you ended up being the top student in the province? What kind of operation is this? Let's just say that young people really can't understand what they think and how they think. But it's heavenly politics. It's not a problem at all to be judged on merit or anything else. What college is Vince going to apply for? The homeroom teacher asked Fan Wenshi again. With a 711 from Van Wentz, the top colleges in the country are just as easy to pick. This year, Qingmu University, Yendu University, Linhai Fudu University, Linhai Jiaotong University and all these, the admission score line is around 690 to 700. Fan Wenshi replied softly. Yendu University. The homeroom teacher nodded slightly. Good. You and Li Yi will go to Yendu University and take care of each other. After saying that, the homeroom teacher also instructed Li Yi. You have time to look after student Fan Wenshi more. As a classroom teacher, of course, she knew Fan Wenshi's character. as well as her family situation. Fan Wenxue went to Yendu University. She is more silent and less talkative, even a little inferior. Just be afraid of not getting along with other students and roommates. Li Yi also decided to enroll in Yendu University. Both are old school friends. The classroom teacher was more comfortable with him being able to help take care of Van Wentz. Li Yi assured the old class, "Don't worry, Gu Man Man and I will take care of student Fan Wenxue." After filling out the volunteers, the people left individually. It's almost hard to get together again with this departure. What reunion? There were people organizing it later, but it was hard to get that many people together. Not many people attended at all. Li Yi basically never participated in his last life. The world is different. We all have to go to work and work. What party to attend? Haven't you always wanted to apply to Yendu Normal University? How come it's changed to Yendu University of Finance and Economics? Gu Man Man's house. The family knows she's volunteering today. I didn't realize that the first volunteer became Yendu University of Finance and Economics. You know, Gu Man Man had long thought of applying to Yendu Normal University. Always wanted to be a teacher. As parents, both support their daughter's decision. I did not expect this fill in the volunteer. Suddenly from Yendu Normal University into Yendu University of Finance and Economics? The admission marks of both the universities are about the same. All are 211/985 colleges. The difference in grade is not really that much, but by nature, it's completely different. Teacher Training University, training teachers, a financial university, where you study finance and economics. That's a bit of a change. Gu Man Man suddenly changed his dream of several years, from wanting to be a teacher, to enrolling in Yendu University of Finance and Economics, to study finance? Why? Gu Man Man, you're not in love, are you? Your boyfriend is applying to Yendu University of Finance and Economics? You're applying to Yendu University of Finance and Economics too? The one who spoke was Gu Man Man's oldest brother, Gu Ping. What is it that could make his sister give up her dream? Not being a teacher. And you changed your choice from Yendu Normal University to Yendu University of Finance and Economics? It's possible to make such a big change. Only love. Gu Ping asked again. My older cousin said that you were at the gym and spent a lot of time with a boy, right? Gu Man Man's mother. A very pretty, gentle, knowledgeable type of lady. Hearing your son say that your daughter has a boyfriend? Gu's mom instantly asked. Man, you really have a boyfriend? Who is that boy? Can Man tell us? Gu Bangwa, Gu Man Man's dad, an elegant-looking man in formal attire and glasses. Business executives. Hearing that my daughter may have a boyfriend. As parents, neither of Gu Man Man's parents' emotions fluctuated too much, nor did they object, but instead, they inquired softly. Gu Man Man sprawled on the soft sofa, and when she heard her oldest brother's words, she directly flung the pillow in her arms. What boyfriend? Don't you talk nonsense. Big cousin's sister is really. That's just my classmate. It's not like I'm the only one there. CC is there too. I'm just teaching him fitness, and then I learn from him. Yes, learn to speculate. Gu Man Man emphasized to her parents again. He's really not my boyfriend. Li Yi, one of the more special guys in our class. This year's top scorer of the college entrance examination in our Hui province. 744 points. Simply perverted. Do you guys know what his usual test scores are? Less than 600 points. After the college entrance exams, we went to a KTV to play. I sat in the corner with him, and Fan Wenxue, on the answers only to realize that he was not right. A lot of topics I was wrong. He actually got it right? Only when I asked him did he say that he usually watered down his tests and hid his strength in preparation for the college entrance exams to be a hit. Not really understanding how you boys think. Speaking of which, Gu Man Man looked at his oldest brother. When Gu Ping heard this, he said with a laugh, this Li Yi does have an idea. It's awesome. There's such a thing? This is senior year. This is a college entrance exam. You can still play like this? That's a big heart. What a game. Gu Man Man continued. I thought he was cheating at the time, but then the guy went to the gym to get a card to work out, so I taught him. I just realized that he taught himself computer skills pretty well, better than even C. He taught and instructed C in computer technology, and also got C to work toward artificial intelligence technology, and he's particularly good at speculating. Very good kind. Speaking of Li Yi, Gu Man Man himself didn't even notice. The eyes, the expression, the tone, were full of admiration. Sprawled on the sofa, she unconsciously put down her cell phone to introduce Li Yi to her family, a pair of delicate little feet still wiggling. Gu's mom turned her head and looked at her husband. Gu Bangwa sighed. His own little cotton-padded jacket. This is a fall, right? Gu Ping also noticed that his sister was having a crush on this student named Li Yi. Listening carefully, I also think this Li Yi is very powerful. A score of 744 on the high school exam alone is pretty impressive. Teach yourself computer skills and also instruct your own classmates. Van Wentz. C. Fan Wen C. Even Gu Ping knows. I've often heard my sister mention it. This girl is also a schoolteacher. At least it was much more powerful than Gu Ping himself. Self-taught computer skills and a great stock speculator? How great is it? How much money did you make? I remember Dad. Ahem. I remember my first cousin speculating in the stock market. Lost millions, and was almost cut off from his pocket money by my uncle. Gu Ping mentioned his dad and suddenly realized that his dad was looking at him with a kind of death stare, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Changing his tune in a hurry, bringing the conversation back to the first cousin, Gu Man hummed, the very powerful kind. Can't tell you the details. I decided to study finance and work with him after graduation. He also invited Fan to work with him after graduation, in charge of software development, promising to make CC the chief technology officer. He's accumulating money while developing an awesome piece of software himself. I think he's going to set up a company to start a business in college. That's a given. The results of the college entrance exams were announced. College admission teams came to the door, and now 3 days have passed since the filling of volunteers. Gu Man is copying Li Yi's homework these days. She knew roughly how much the total assets of Li Yi's account had reached. There have been about 5 million. We are over 2 months away from the start of school. It probably won't be long before the school year starts, and Li Yi will be able to accumulate enough money to set up a company. Gu Ping frowned. How does it feel that this Li Yi is a bit of a pyramid scheme leader? This is just the little guy who just finished his senior year. You can fool your own sister into giving up her application to Yendu Normal University, enrolling in Yendu University of Finance and Economics to study finance, and yelling that he's going to follow Li Yi after graduation, and snubbing another female student to follow him after graduation, being the CTO of a company? This kid is a waste of talent if he doesn't go to a pyramid scheme. Chapter 20, Gu Ping. I'll make sure to hand over this younger sibling. Gu Ping was not the only one who felt that this Li Yi was not right. Mother Gu and Gu Banghua, after hearing their daughter say this Li Yi, also felt that something was not right. It always feels like this student is too good at fooling people. His own daughter was fooled and crippled. Humph, you're the head distributor. Just because you can't do it yourself doesn't mean Li Yi can't do it. A frog at the bottom of a well. Gu Man heard his oldest brother say, Li Yi looks like a pyramid scheme leader? The dislike was immediate, maintaining Li Yi's reputation and image in her heart. However, there was also a slight frown at the sight of Dad and Mom. The smart Gu Man, at a glance, could tell, Dad and Mom were also a bit skeptical. She got up from the couch and ran over to her dad in her cute pink bunny slippers, handing his cell phone over. He bragged, Look, Dad, you've speculated in stocks yourself. You've lost, but surely you know how powerful this is. Gu Man opened the stock trading software on her phone, showing your own dad has no qualms about exposing his shortcomings. Just now, Gu Ping did not dare to say that his dad lost money playing stocks, and mentioned his dad. Immediately changed his tone and said that his first cousin lost money playing stocks. This is your account? Gu Banghua looked at the account on his daughter's cell phone, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Successfully making a contribution to global warming. The daughter's account has little money in it, totaling just over 20,000. But the whole gain, or rise, upwards of 110%. That means that the principal of this account is only $10,000. With a $10,000 capitalization, you made over $10,000 profit. This gain is horrifying. Gu Banghua heard his daughter mention Li Yi and could be sure that his daughter opened this stock account only after the college entrance exam. That's over 100% in just over 10 days. Less than 10 trading days. A quick look through the delivery sheet made that even more certain. As a stock market leak in the beginning, Gu Banghua knows how difficult it is. It's too scary. No wonder his own little cotton jacket mentioned this called Li Yi. Speculation is very powerful. Specific not to say in detail. Just say you're going to study finance and follow Li Yi after graduation. The ho-hum 100% plus gains are evident in just these less than 10 trading days. Awesome indeed. Very impressive. But, it's just $10,000. Small volume, good maneuvering, plus the luck factor, and the favorable policy aspect of the environment right now. Gu Banghua reminded his daughter to see the real skill, or a large volume of funds, through the test of bull and bear markets. To see Gu Man looked at her dad and said with a smile, "This is my stock account. It's not like it's Li Yi's stock account. I'm just copying my homework, not him trading for me. He's got a lot of money in his stock account. Up even more." After saying that, Gu Man put away her cell phone. No longer paying attention to his dad, he sat down on the couch. "Sister, show me." Gu Ping was a bit curious. What is it that makes dad say things like that? And even more so with that surprised look on your face? After all these years, there are very few things that can surprise your own dad. Gu Ping hadn't even seen it a couple times. Cheekily, he came up to his sister and saw the stock account on his oldest sister's cell phone. At that moment, Gu Ping licked the corner of his lips and said to his sister in a serious tone, "Older sister. Ah, this boyfriend of yours? You must be introduced to older brother. Don't worry, this marriage is not opposed by old brother." In Gu Man's family, the poor raise their sons and the rich raise their daughters. Gu Man grew up with nothing, with thousands and thousands of dollars in pocket money, to increase her insight and eyesight to avoid being fooled by the tricks of those little boys. And Gu Ping? Just don't raise it. This is after college, with no more than 4 figures in my pocket. It's too hard. Seeing this stock account of his sister, Gu Ping felt that this sister and brother he recognized. He was the first to say that he had no objection to this marriage. Gu Ping also urged, "Old sister, you are starting to play the stock. This kind of quality stocks must be bought in advance." Firmly grasped in the hand, think about it. He scored 744 points in the college entrance exam, so he shouldn't be going to Yendu University of Finance and Economics with you, right? Is he going to Aoki or Yanda? By then he'll be surrounded by great girls. A quality boy like this shines wherever he goes. He may have been low-key before, but now, can't even hide it anymore. All kinds of girls are like moths to a flame. Your status may be impacted. There must be better girls than you at a top university like that, right? You've got to hurry. What you said is a bit reasonable. Not right. Gu Man was almost crippled by her oldest brother's neglect. And when she reacted, she huffed, "Gu Ping, can you have some sense of propriety? For the sake of earning pocket money, you actually let your sister go after other boys?" Gu Ping asked rhetorically. "Am I wrong? It's too heartbreaking for me. What do you mean by letting your sister chase other boys for pocket money? Is that the image of your brother in your mind?" Gu's mom saw her daughter and son's daily fight and dismissed the two. "All right, you two play along." Sitting next to her husband, while watching TV, she also discussed this student named Li Van Wence's house. Yendu University is also very good. Going to school in Yendu, mom doesn't have any objections. It's a little unsettling, but it's good to have other students with you. You always have to learn to be independent. Gotta take care of yourself. Mom Manhwa knows that her daughter has decided to enroll in Yendu's university. Yendu University. Daughter doesn't have many friends. She knew that classmate Gu Man had the best relationship with her daughter. Both are going to Yendu for college. Not in the same school though, but the two universities are just a few kilometers apart. Just a 10-minute drive. And they can take care of each other. Well, it's more like Gu Man's classmates taking care of their own daughters. The matter of going to school together in Yendu was talked about by Gu Man and Wenhui. She even has Van Vince's mom's microphone and contact information. It was also said that the top student of the class's science entrance exam, Li would also be attending Yendu University. And although it wasn't in the same faculty, he would be able to take care of CC. A mother knows best when it comes to all aspects of her daughter's personality. It's good to get some exercise while you're in college. Children always have to be independent. College is the best opportunity. After college, out into the community. Environment is more complex than college. During this period of time, Fan Wenci had followed Gu Man and Li to work out, and had also made remarkable changes. The biggest change is in the area of essence. The main thing was that Gu Man took Fan Wenci to exercise and helped her adjust her body grooming. Exercises the lower back and pectoral muscles. Improve Van Wence's chested and hunched posture. The whole body stood up after. The essence is completely different. More spiritual. More confident. At least give people the feeling that is no longer that kind, weak and unconfident. These changes, as a mom, when we saw it all. In the past few years, this classmate named Gu Man had also been taking care of her daughter. And she could see that. Li filled out his own volunteer. Basically already determined to be accepted by Yendu University. Department of Economics and Management. Manhwa School of Management. A 744-point high school student who fills out a volunteer application will naturally be admitted. Li also took advantage of the related heat these days and signed up for the scarf. and it applied for certification as a 2014 Singh Province high school student. There's some attention on it, too, online, about how he deliberately hit his grades in his senior year of high school, showing a 500 to 600 on his regular tests, and then waiting for the college entrance exam to hit the ground running, scoring a horrific 744. This operation, notoriously topical, has attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Chapter 21, Lee, finance major. Netflix, finance needs resources. Lee, today fill in the volunteer, chose Yendu University finance major. The next 4 years, looking forward to the university career. Lee opened his scarf and posted a message. Soon enough, a number of people noticed him. Even the official scarf of Yendu University forwarded his scarf and welcomed Lee at Lee. Welcome Lee students to choose our university, and also welcome the majority of students to choose our university. Netizens also watched the fun. Abdominal 9-1, is this the Lee student who usually takes exams to let go of water but is a hit in the college entrance exams? Meow meow boy, worship the big man. 744 points with no policy additions. What kind of big man is this? Uncle Pippi at Lee. Mr. Lee, do you still have your high school books? My daughter will be a senior next year. Can you sell them to me? Next year's exam number 1, I want the secret book too. At Lee student's high school textbook. Can you sell it to me? Zhang Yukuan, so thoughtless. Studying finance? D plus aubergine, what's wrong with studying finance? Can't you study finance? Smoke and mirrors are easy to cold. 744 points. Study anything good. Favoring finance? Can only say that there is no serious consideration. To fill in the volunteer, choose what specialization is not to understand. Finance. To eat resources. Zhang Yukuan, right. What is finance? To put it bluntly, finance is money. Lee student's family is average. Then the top. Then the bottom. How much money can they come up with? Zhang Yukuan, the future step into the financial circle. The need for capital fizzle is to rely on their own credit from the enterprise, from the market to go to want. He has enough family background? Have enough resources? Yendu University graduate endorsement useful? Is there an advantage? No. Zhang Yukuan, financial business. To put it bluntly, is the individual and the market in the idle funds, lending to the ability to earn money, but the lack of money, so that they make more money. Zhang Yukuan, the basic rule of the financial industry is, it is impossible to dislike the poor and love the rich, and will only add flowers to the icing, snow to the charcoal. Zhang Yukuan, based on these two guidelines, befriended customers are particularly capable, particularly profitable. This kind of people are often in the upper middle class. You no background, no resources, small town out of the school bully, with other family background, bring their own state-owned enterprise resources, 500 strong resources compared to which one is more and more favored. It is obvious. Love to eat pineapple buns, as a financial practitioner. Mr. Zhang said these are very real. The financial industry is to eat resources. The background of the famous schools really do not have too much to add. Lee 744 points of the college entrance examination results. In fact, you can choose a better profession. Sunny, in the final analysis, or just participated in the college entrance examination students, as well as parents, on the college entrance examination to fill in the volunteer. On the institutions and professional specifics do not know much, very often is to rely on their own understanding, ideas, like, and choose a profession. And then after graduation, headache and cry. Below Lee's scarf, it suddenly became lively. His bib was just registered not 2 days ago. The results of the college entrance examination came out, and the heat of the college entrance examination was added, with 20,000 to 30,000 followers. At this moment, the comments section of his scarf, suddenly lively. It's even going to be a fight. Something about Lee enrolling in the finance program. An industry insider. One of the more well-known financial gurus, Lee's choice of a finance major was a bit of a waste. Of course, this is not to say that the finance program is bad. It's not that Lee can't either. It just means that Lee has such good grades that he could have chosen a better major. Finance majors are too resourceful. Eat the background. Eating circles. Eating connections. Lee's family background. The internet are reported. Ordinary family. Parents are just state-owned enterprise workers. Neither is management. The usual circle of contacts is basically in small towns. The circles are all at the same level as well. It will not help Lee to step into the financial circle in the future. This kind of background, take the resources. How to compete with those rich second generation and people with family background in the future. Of course, There are also people who say they do not have any contact circle. Is also a small town background out of the study of finance out is not the same as the development of a very good? But soon it was said, how many years did it take you to get to the stage where you think you are well developed today? How are the people who joined the company at the same time as you, with resources and connections, doing today? A sentence that directly rendered the other party speechless. Finance eats resources. That's recognized. A prestigious school background actually adds up to something, but really isn't very big. You can only slowly simmer and climb. Also need to look at the opportunity and luck. It's a far cry from those with resourceful backgrounds. The discussion related to this matter has even grown directly into a trending topic, charged up the list of topics on the bib. Along with this comes another hot topic, how to fill in the volunteers in the college entrance examination. At this time, the future of that well-known person who does college entrance examination information and examination information, Mr. Zhang, haven't started doing business in this area at the moment. People really don't know much about the volunteering aspect of high school. Basically look at the popular majors. Look at the market, what industry is popular. High salary, good development prospects, plus the students themselves are interested in. Choose what majors. There are too few students and parents who actually consider all aspects and go about making serious choices. Too few. These things, too, are not known to an ordinary candidate who has just taken the entrance examination. More than that, it's not unusual for parents of candidates to know. There is an information gap that leads to this. The high school entrance exam itself brings its own heat. It is even more popular with countless students and their parents. No bones about it. The college entrance examination is the way out for many students and many families to change their destiny. Li Yi as this year's college entrance examination, the highest score of science high school students, carries some heat on its own. He chose Yendu University, one of the top universities in China and one of the top universities in the world, and chose to major in finance. Then someone said, finance majors eat resources. It involves filling out volunteers. Students and parents of students are paying attention. Plus the bibs just came out this year, intentionally or not, to push the envelope. The heat skyrocketed. Discussions skyrocketed. Along with the Li Yi scarf fans, have grown a lot. Some people even read what Li Yi said in the comments section and looked at the topic that was getting more and more discussed, the topic of volunteering for the college entrance exam. It felt unworthy for Li Yi to enroll in Yendu University and choose to major in finance. It is true that you can choose a better major. It made Li Yi himself, as well as Yendu University, a little unsure of what to say. Who can blame them? Li Yi chose to major in finance at Yendu University, and that was because he had the ability to foresee the future. The future is destined to deal with the financial sector. Definitely need to learn more about financial expertise. And Yendu University said, lying down. Finance majors eat resources. It's not something they can change either. Though this is indeed true. Yendu University really doesn't have much to say to counter that. Li Yi himself sent another scarf. Said, at Zhang Yukuan, thanks to Mr. Zhang pointed out, my family is ordinary. My parents really did not bring me top connections, circles, resources, but as long as I am good enough myself, themselves have resources, since not is a resource. Chapter 22 I, Li Yi, am the top resource. Just be awesome enough to be a resource yourself. What Li Yi is trying to say with this scarf is actually this sentence. If just such a sentence was sent out, there would certainly be cause for a lot of disdain. Even many passers-by would feel that Li Yi was too arrogant and would turn the passers-by and passerby fans into black fans. Your high school score of 744 is impressive enough? You scored 744 points in the college entrance exam. Can you compare to those central enterprises? State-owned enterprises, the second generation of the world's top 500 companies in terms of connections and resources? You have studied hard for more than 10 years. Can you compare to the connections, circles and resources that people have accumulated over decades or even 3 generations? Simply arrogant. But Li scarfed this sentence out and attached a picture. Here's a partial screenshot of the stock account, where total assets, stock holdings, average traded price, current market price, profit and loss for the day, total profit and loss. Specific numbers, the names of the stock holdings, are all mosaicked. Can see account information, delivery notes, proof that this is definitely not a demo account. Also, being able to see that the available funds are only a few dollars proves that it's a full kill. You can also see the number of shares held, more than 300,000 shares. Finally, there is the profit and loss for the day and total profit and loss columns. The exact numbers are mosaicked, yet you can see the yield. Profit/loss for the day, 13%. Total profit/loss, 612. 72%. The entire screenshot is mostly a mosaic, but just revealing these things is enough to show those who know what they're doing. A lot. What the average layman, the average internet user, sees more often is the final total profit and loss yield, 612. 72%. In other words, the funds in Li Yi's stock account. More than 6 times. Curious, how much money did Li Yi put in? 6 times over? How much money does he have for himself? A student who just took the entrance exam and graduated, and who deliberately hit his scores before, and who doesn't even have a scholarship. Scary. 1 times. 612% more. That's pretty scary if it's a $1 million principal that's been doubled 6 times. Unfortunately, can he cough up $1 million in principal? No. Are you all blind? Can't you see the number of holdings? A full 300,000 plus shares? Just noticed over 300,000 shares. What's wrong with 300,000 shares? Don't know anything about stocks. Hang the big one and say something. I hang big. I come to the current domestic stock market. Excluding those ST and delisted stocks, the lowest stock price should be Xiaohong shares. As of today's closing is 1.17 yuan. Li Yi stock account holds more than 300,000 shares. Even according to 1.17 yuan, there are more than 300,000. Why don't you count ST and delisted stocks? Would you, a normal person, go for ST and delisted stocks? So by the same token, would Li Yi go for that kind of junk stock? Li Yi's stock account holds over 300,000 shares, and surely the unit price is not $1 or $2 shares. His account has at least over 600,000. I don't think so. Even if it's $600,000, minus 6 times the earnings, the principal is going to be $100, 800. And you're a parent who's going to take $100, and give it to your kid to speculate on stocks? It's also because of the small amount of money that it can be doubled in a short period of time. Don't be sour. Giving you 10,000 and multiplying it 6 times is pretty impressive. It's just a good market these days. It's just luck. Laughing to death. Profit and loss of the day 13% rise did not see the current stock market highest rise of 10%, proving that Li Yi today have operation. Probably the first to eat 3% rise, and then ate a stop. Of course, it's possible to be up 13% in 2 trades without eating the stop. I'm biased in favor of Li Yi eating a stop. 39 stocks up today. Just 10 stocks with unit prices under $10. All as low as over $4. At $4 to count, the number of holdings is more than 300,000. And Li Yi's stock account has a minimum of more than $2 million. Analyze a hammer. Directly at Li Yi. Ask him how much money is actually in his stock account? How much is the principal? At Li Yi, what stocks did you buy? Tell us about it. An analysis is fierce as a tiger. And the eggs are useless. Yet, it's certain that Li Yi is very good at speculating in stocks. Let's just say, not bad for a science senior. People enroll in finance programs for a reason. Killing the stock market without systematic study. More than 6 times your principal in a short period of time. Why are you sure it's a short period of time? Because it hadn't been long since Li Yi turned 18. The stock account he sent was his own. Even if you start counting Li Yi's speculation from the time he turned 18, it's also more than 6 times your principal in a short period of time. Of course, there were those who felt that it was just Li Yi's luck. The stock market has been good lately. It is indeed at the beginning of a bull market. Count on nothing. Maybe Li Yi has some talent, but not necessarily that he is very good. Zhang Yukuan, at Li Yi, a moment of achievement, does not represent the strength. The financial market needs time to precipitate. Only through time and the baptism of the market. Only dare to say that there are some insights. No one dares to say that they are great. Zhang Yukuan saw Li Yi scarfing information. Also looked at the stock account that Li Yi posted. I have to say, it's truly stunning. But, is just that. With a small body of money, it's not that hard to more than 6x that with the current stock market so good. In Zhang Yukuan's opinion, the luck component is a bit much. Wait until the body of money is large. The stock market can't be this good all the time. Young man, still too angry. It may be that after high school, when you first enter the stock market, encounter a good market, and make money. Think the stock market is simple and finance is simple? Then he chose to major in finance. When you lose money, you know that finance and the stock market is far from being as simple as you think. As long as I am strong enough, the market is my resource. and I myself am the resource. Very cocky. In Zhang Yuquan's opinion, it is just a young man's first battle in the stock market. Some achievements: the spirit of the young. Young and wild. Total assets, 662-8326. 17. Funds available, 58. 37. Stocks held, Cool City Technology. Number of shares held, 352. 380. Average transaction price, 16.93. Current market price, 18.81. Market value of positions, 662-8267. 8. Profit/loss for the day, plus 762,550. 80, plus 13%. Total profit/loss, plus 5698326. 17, 612. 72%. Here's a screenshot of Li Yi without the mosaic look. Total account assets surpassed the $5 million mark, reaching $4 million. Single day earnings over $760,000. It's horrible. As analyzed by Netflix, Li Yi has operated stocks today, liquidated my original holdings and ate a 3-point gain as well, then killed Cool City Technology and ate a stop. Still a full position, totaling a 13-point gain. Even Van Wence's account, in Li Yi's hands, has a total asset of 21,246. 4. It's also up over 112%. Countless netizens asked Li Yi what stocks he had bought. Leave a message directly under his bib, or private message him. The messages and private messages were all ignored. Just come and get the message that Zhang Yuquan sent behind it. Li Yi. Li Yi didn't even look at it. Li Yi will not be in the scarf, posting what stocks he bought, and will not recommend any stocks. During this time he was exposed to the stock market, and there was a man copying his homework. Sometimes trading slowly and losing money. Only not many money losses. This is a side note, the stock market is ever changing. Everyone else who knows what Li Yi buys and follows along will lose just as much money. Besides, recommending stocks to the internet? That will cause a butterfly effect. Li Yi himself may lose money. He's not going to be stupid. Chapter 23, Man, it's just a love brain. In 2014, there were around 120 million shareholders in the Summerland. Xia's shareholders, that is to learn astronomy, geography, learn high math to understand the financial, not only to overview of domestic events, but also to keep abreast of the international situation, not only to understand the economy to know the policy, but also to learn management to understand the operation, even mastering a lot of high-tech terms in one day. Casually pull a stockholder to high-tech companies, throwing out new concepts to finish off a lot of business management cadres. Many shareholders are concerned about Li Yi. On the one hand is very curious. Li Yi's account total assets is how much? On the other hand, the crowd was curious. What kind of stocks did Li Yi buy? It was already up more than 580% in a short period of time. It's certainly not a case of taking one stock and having it go up like that. Must be a mediocre deal to do that. In addition to the stockholders, there are also many netizens who do not speculate or play in the stock market, but are simply curious about how much money Li Yi can actually earn by speculating in the stock market. Tap a follow and become a fan to see his stock account and what it will really end up looking like. Li Yi's scarf. Fans have exceeded more than 300,000 people. So many followers in just 2 days. Unexpected pleasure, I guess. But because of Li Yi, it sparked 2 bib hits. It's understandable that it's up over 300,000 fans. I mean, are you shameless enough to follow me to the gym? 9 a.m. Sunshine Gym. Patong Plaza was not yet open for business, and naturally the gym was not open. At this hour, the only people in the gym are the trainers and the trainees they take. Man didn't think that her oldest brother would actually follow her over? Stalking yourself? However, Lao knows which gym she's at. Just don't follow it over here. You can find it. Even if you don't know which gym Man is at in Yuanjiang City, just ask your first cousin. Gu Ping followed behind his own sister. The siblings' faces are both very capable. Let's just say this family has great genes. It's a gym. Why can't I come? Gu Ping said with a straight face, not even thinking about it. It's only 9 o'clock. All access to Patong Plaza is through the employee walkway. Took the staff elevator up as well. This guy does have a lot of shame. Said he wanted to get acquainted with Li Yi. Die to follow over. Key. Gu Man was afraid that his old brother would talk nonsense. What else was said last night? That he had no objection to the marriage and told his sister to seize the opportunity to take Li Yi down. Gu Man thought of her oldest brother and Li Yi as soon as they met and said these. She really will die socially. She left her oldest brother behind and went to the women's locker room to change. You're CC-san, aren't you? And Mr. Lee E. Get acquainted. My name is Gu Ping, Gu Man-man's brother. Nice to meet you guys. When Gu Man-man changed her clothes and came out, she saw her oldest brother and greeted Fan Wencher and Lee E in a self-conscious manner. Gu Ping didn't even know Fan Wencher's full name, but only heard his sister address, CC. It's okay. As Gu Man-man's brother, it's good to say hello and get acquainted. I didn't realize that my sister's classmate, CC, was so pretty and had a great key figure. His own sister's face and legs are not bad, but this BFF called CC who is so pretty and has a good body is so familiar with Lee E? And go to the same college as Lee E? Sure you won't let C snatch Lee E away? Gu Ping felt that he had worked his ass off for his sister. Hello to you. Fan Wency heard the boy in front of her say that he was Gu Man-man's brother before she weakly greeted Gu Ping with a hello. Lee E appeared much more bland, just nodded slightly and said, hello, then go ahead and change and get ready for the gym. Gu Ping watched his sister's best friend, and Lee E work out together. He sized up Lee E. Slightly tender teenager, about 1 meter 8 tall, slightly thin, 3-dimensional features, not bad looking, small handsome, key the still young looking face. It gives the impression of maturity. However, and brother age, a little incongruous? It's amazing. This kid, senior year can make hidden accomplishments. Waiting for the high school to hit the ground running. 744 points to take the high school top prize. That kind of thing. Is it mature? Or is it childish? This guy is having a good time. Looking at his sister, and that female classmate named CC, 2 beautiful women accompanying this kid to work out, is really enviable. After the gym, his own sister gave him stretches? This skinship, right? Damn it, this kid must be responsible. Gu Ping felt that this kid named Lee E must be responsible for his sister. It's definitely not a cutie if you don't have a bad face and can score 744 on the test. There is still money to be made on the stock market and this quality stock is not bad. Gu Ping was, no matter what, Gu Man-man's real brother. Didn't he know his sister's temperament well enough? Over the years, which boy, male classmate, could get into my sister's eyes? Taking a male student to the gym, and stretching him, and preparing him a muscle-building meal, and serving him tea and water. Humble. It's too humble. Is this still my high-spirited, high-strung sister? Did Gu Ping even feel like his sister had been taken over? If Gu Ping knew the term love brain, used unceremoniously on his own sister, they should be talking about stock information now. Gu Ping looked at the 3 men sitting at the dining bar. My sister and Lee E had their computers and were talking and laughing about something. His own sister still had a surprised look on her face. As for the girl named CC, she was holding a computer and had been tapping on the keyboard. Should be writing a program. Gu Ping walked over at this time, a real social cow, and asked Lee E bluntly, I came over to take a look. I don't know if it's okay? Yes, it's okay. Can Lee E refuse? This is the legman's own brother. It doesn't matter if you go to the stock account position information. Anyway, Lee Emo has a small amount of money. Are doing short-term fast trading, will soon replace the position stock. Excuse me. Gu Ping sat down and realized that Lee E really didn't mind being watched as he operated. That's when he saw the Lee E stock account information. Lee E had just dumped all of his holdings, and the account was clearly funded. Total assets, 729-1152-95. Available funds. Holding stock. Number of holdings. Sold at average price. Current market price. Market value of positions. Profit/loss for the day, plus 662,826. 78, plus 10%. Total gain/loss, plus 636,1152. 95, 684%. Total assets are over $7.29 million. 7 figures. Gu Ping had also followed Lee Yi's scarf and had read the netizens' analysis. He felt that some netizens' analysis was reasonable. Lee Yi's stock account, at least, had more than $2 million. Seeing Lee Yi's stock account with his own eyes, he just wanted to say, less. The grid is small. That's over $7 million, which is several times more than $2 million. Gu Ping gave Lee E a thumbs up full of appreciation. Awesome. Gu Man looked at her brother with full contempt, ignoring this person and pretending not to recognize him. She asked Lee E which stock to get into next. Just now, she followed Lee Yi's operation and liquidated her position in Cool City Technology. Eat a 10% stop. Cool City Technology was just up yesterday. I think, up and down streak today. Instead, Lee E chose to liquidate his position and run away? Gu Man has already filled out a volunteer to study finance at the Yendu University of Finance and Economics, so of course she wants to follow Li Yi. She had just been talking and laughing with Li Yi. It is to listen to Li Yi's analysis. Why did you choose to liquidate your position in Cool City Technology and walk away at this time? Li Yi has the ability to foretell the future. He saw the Cool City Technology opening plunge tomorrow. Soon how long to fall. It's a good time to come back and do the analysis and be able to make a good point. In fact, the Cool City Technology halt was just a sector rotation to follow. Industry-leading stocks can't pull it off. So this small cap stock is being pulled down to a stop by the money. The reason for today's continued rise is because of today's overall sell-off in the broader market. Cool City Technology took advantage of yesterday's stop, and today's open saw the broader market do very poorly, plunging 1%. That's a big drop. Nearly 1,000 stocks, more than half of which are declining. With the advantage of yesterday's stop, some money had no place to go and continued to pull up Cool City Technology, utilizing the ability to foresee the future. Li Yi has already seen tomorrow. Liangqing Technology directly fell. Today, Cool City Technology stopped. Li Yi did not hesitate to liquidate the position. To identify another good selection of stocks. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. Chapter 24, making $1.5 million a day and heading for $10 million. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, as you can tell by the name, is a pharmaceutical company. The company's shares are in the green as of 11 a.m. Currently, but when the afternoon session opens, this stock will start to rise, and eventually went up. It was only after the close that the news would come to light that Magnolia Pharmaceuticals had entered into a partnership with a foreign pharmaceutical giant. There have been rumors about Yuan Pharmaceuticals and foreign pharmaceutical companies entering into important collaborations. It also went up a while ago because of rumors about it. Only, it was later proven to be false news. The stock has seen several more consecutive days of declines. It's lost all the previous stops. Li Yi saw Magnolia Pharmaceuticals go up through the ability to foresee the future. Again, I saw the news about the thorough implementation of the cooperation between Magnolia Pharmaceuticals and international pharmaceutical companies. That's why it's a filler. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. You just buy in. Li Yi said the stock code for Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. He mobilized funds himself and slowly sucked them in. Germanman is just over 20,000. It's okay to buy the whole position. Anymore, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals has a market capitalization of $8 billion. $20,000 wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. But Li Yi is different. He has come to over $5 million in hand. Well, the market was more panicky today, with thousands of shares falling in the broader market, triggering a lot of capital flight. The main reason is that the funds diverged after going up so aggressively the other day. Did it go up too much? Want to calm down? Magnolia Pharmaceuticals had a number of sell orders as the market panicked. As Li Yi slowly buys, he realizes that there are other funds sucking in. Obviously, this is also knowing the information ahead of time. Where exactly was the leak? Who knows? This involves foreign cooperation, so maybe it's a foreign leak, or maybe it's a big organization, with wider sources abroad. That confirms the news in advance. People were unspoken and took advantage of the panic in the market to buy silently without going for the chips. Gu Ping watched the whole thing. Think, this operation is nothing because of Li Yi's addition, the amount of money had reached about $6 million, and the other funds in Magnolia Pharmaceuticals had found him. The butterfly effect also appeared. Originally Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. The early trading are green. After all, this is more than 11 o'clock. Immediately close the market. It won't start pulling up until the afternoon open. Near the end of the morning, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals was already showing signs of pulling up. It is that there are funds found Li Yi in sucking. The volume of funds is not small. Both sides began to grab chips. The stock price was slowly pulled up. As of the close of business, more than 20 minutes, Magnolia Pharma's stock price action pulled up from -3.8% to become +2.6%, with more than 20,000. Gu Man bought in long ago, and at the close of the morning, she was already up 6.4%. And Li Yi has hit all of them with nearly $6 million in those 20 minutes or so. It's the butterfly effect that occurs to avoid a long night. And the back of the room is starting to grab the chips as well. With an average trading price of 53.7, the stock is currently trading at 55.86, eating up a 4-point gain. There's still 7.4% to go if it goes up in the afternoon. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. Li Yi was able to eat a total of 11.4% increase, and Guzman could eat a 13.8% increase. After trading, Li Yi and Gu Manman reviewed the morning's trades and waited for the afternoon opening. Gu Ping is also waiting here. Then he saw that the stock market opened at 1 p.m. And the Magnolia Pharmaceuticals that Li Yi and his sister had killed with full positions went straight up. He looked at Li Yi's stock account, which went from 5.94 million to 6.62 million. Make 680,000 in one day? No, you made over $1 million today? Gupin had originally been watching quietly. But this time it was a direct surprise that came out of his mouth. It occurred to him that his sister's position yesterday was in Cool City Technology, a stock that went up today. My sister and Li Yi are selling Cool City Technology and then taking a full position in Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. Cool City Technology's 10% gain, plus Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, S11.4% gain. Li Yi stock account, now more than $6 million backward projection. Today to stop. Least earned more than 1 million. Over $1 million? One day. Gu Ping didn't have more than 4 figures in his pocket. That's a 7-figure day? What more knuckleheads? This is it, the righteous father. Gu Ping directly clasped his fists and saluted, saying to Li Yi, "Big brother, take me." In response, Li Yi directly refused, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm currently accumulating funds, and I'm not dealing with other people's funds for the time being. When I've accumulated enough capital, I'll open a company to do private equity, and you can buy the company's products if you're interested at that time." Li Yi has learned about the private placement side of things. He said opening a company is definitely the way to go, but it's hard for a new company to get a private placement license. Better yet, just acquire a private placement license. It's not hard. There are a large number of private equity firms on the market that consistently lose money and don't make any money at all. The reason why there is no bankruptcy or write-off, it's the private equity license that's worth a little bit of money. Just pay for a company and get a private equity license. It's not worth a few bucks. Is private placement so high-end? Gu Ping didn't think that Li Yi had thought this far ahead. Thinking of what his sister seemed to have said yesterday, that Li Yi was accumulating funds, and that with the speed at which he was making money, the university would surely set up a company to start a business. Now it seems to be true. Grass. This really is genius. It's a big guy. Hold on to your thighs while the other guy is still on the prowl. Ha ha ha. Thinking of his sister's relationship with Li Yi, Gu Ping couldn't help but smile again. With this relationship between his sister and Li Yi, it was Li Yi who would be able to get a ride in the future when he made his fortune and became a real big shot. It's not a problem to follow and make a little money. Gu Man saw her own oldest brother giggling and couldn't even look at him anymore. Feeling a bit humiliated, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you giggling about? Can I just smile?" Gu Ping asked directly in return. And then it occurred to me that I wasn't being loud. What if your own sister doesn't give you a chance to get in the car in the future? This is not to see Li Yi so powerful. Happy well. Cheer. I look forward to you guys. After saying that, Gu Ping patted his sister and Li Yi's shoulders. It made Gu Man and Li Yi look confused. "Mr. Li Yi, let's add Wei Xuan, and I'll be the first to support the establishment of a private equity behind us." Gu Ping pulled out his cell phone and exchanged Microsoft contacts with Li Yi. Gu Man questioned, "Do you have the money to put in a private placement for his sister to tear down?" Gu Ping said, "I can't do it myself. I can find my first cousin and my first cousin to put up the money. Besides, I'm all graduated and working now, and mom and dad will give me money." Speaking of which, Gu Ping couldn't help but look back on his student career. No more than 4 figures in your pocket. It's too hard. After exchanging contact information with Li Yi, Gu Ping left satisfied. He was going to raise some money while Li Yi was accumulating funds and hadn't created a company yet. Private equity funds are officially not allowed to advertise. Investors start with a minimum of $1 million. Of course, this $1 million, you can also find other together to put together enough $1 million to put in just $1 million to start with anyway. The threshold for private equity is relatively high, and the average person, in fact, doesn't have much to do with it. Li Yi's stock account at this time, the total assets have exceeded 8 million. Immediately launched towards 1,000. Total assets, 812-2309-74. Funds available, 303. 95. Stocks held, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. Number of shares held, 135770. Average transaction price, 53.7. Current market price, 59.82. Market value of positions, 812-2005. 79. Profit/loss for the day, plus 1493983. 57, plus 21. 4%. Total gain slash loss, plus 719-2309. 736, 773. 37%. Gu Ping calculated correctly. Li Yi today earned more than 1 million. Almost 1.5 million. Chapter 25 Shocker. High school seniors make millions in the stock market. How's that? Had to lose money today, didn't you? Let's just say it was just luck before. Scholarly. Dare you sunscreen today's operation? Let's see how much money we lost today. I'd also like to see what kind of maneuvering the high school seniors are doing today to be able to say that if I'm strong enough, I'm a resource for the financial industry myself. The previous 600% plus gain is just the market is good, coupled with the small amount of funds, and not divided by luck. Today thousands of stocks fell. I want to see how the top student operates today, and come to learn a little. At Lee, what's wrong? How come the scholar has no voice? The stock market opened today as it finally pulled back after a couple days of crazy gains. By the end of the day, the broader market was down 1.7%. More than 1,000 stocks fell. The entire stock market, at present, totals just over 2,000 stocks. More than half of the stocks are down. Netizens, but remember, only yesterday Lee said that sentence, as long as I am strong enough, he is the resource. Resources for the financial community. It even showed a chart of the return on a stock account with a 600% plus return. Very exaggerated indeed. It's a bit of a shame. If Li Yi had a good family and his parents gave him millions and millions of dollars to speculate on stocks, there's a 600% increase. It does count as a resource. With Li Yi's family background, how much money could he have invested in the stock market? How much money is involved in doubling 6 times? Besides, if Li Yi's family could really give him tens of millions of dollars to invest in the stock market, no one would say that he should not choose to major in finance. It's no ordinary family that can come up with tens of millions or millions of dollars and put it into the stock market. Such a family background, contacts, circle, are all resources now. Everyone is very curious. Today thousands of stocks fell. The whole market, more than half of the stocks fell. Li Yi today is making money? Or did he lose money? Do these people want to get punched in the face so badly? Li Yi had long since heard the beeps coming from his own cell phone. The stock market opens one after another in the morning with beeps. Lots of people at him and private messages. More people at him, especially by the end of the afternoon. He simply turned off the private message, turned the bib notification off. Seeing as so many people are curious about whether they made money today, or did you lose money? It's all about questioning his operations in the stock market. Yesterday's exposure came out of the mosaic of pictures, a 600% plus gain, simply because of a good market, luck, and low capital. To summarize, luck. These guys would probably jump if they knew you all made over 20 points and almost $1.5 million today. Gu Man watched Li Yi staring at the scarf message to check. Too many people question Li Yi, thinking that this Zhang Cheng today, he must have lost money. Gu Man didn't even want to say anything about it. She followed Li Yi to copy her homework, eating up early in the morning. The afternoon close ate up 13.8 points. It totaled 23.8 points today. Her yield today was higher than Li Yi's own. This is because she has just over 20,000 in account funds, and Li Yi's account funds, already more than 8 million, is not good to operate quickly. A body of money of $8 million is not a small amount of money. It's just that you have to be careful and take your time to buy a stock and not get caught. Li Yi stroked his chin, then took a screenshot and posted it to his bib. This time, instead of posting his own stock account, he posted Cool City Technology, which he liquidated early today. And accompanied by their own analysis, today's operation to liquidate the Cool City Technology. This branch in general, there is no great advantage. The reason why yesterday stopped, just follow up. Main funds cannot pull the leading stocks. Choose to pull Cool City Technology. The reason for today's halt is the market funds divergence. Panic caused by many funds do not know where to go. It so happens that Cool City Technology stopped yesterday. There is concern, then choose to buy, only to have today's stop. That's why I chose to liquidate my position in Cool City Technology. Currently have a full kill on another stock. Not sending it out because I haven't liquidated my position yet. Li Yi posted a screenshot of the delivery of the liquidation of his position in Cool City Technology. It sent shockwaves through the comments section, because Li Yi posted a screenshot of his stock account in the bib yesterday, even if it was mosaiced. But the number of holdings is not coded. 352,380. More than 350,000 shares. Liquidating a position in Cool City Technology today? Cool City Technology was up today. Closing price, $20.69. More than 350,000 shares at $20.69 per share. The total amount of money in Li Yi's stock account is easily calculated, 729,074,279 million. At once, the comments section of Li Yi's scarf was filled with question marks. Someone has analyzed the approximate amount of money in Li Yi's stock account, and yet no one can really project it. After all, so little information is given. Only the smallest number can be calculated, 2 million minimum. But today Li Yi announced his stock market operation. A stock that has been liquidated, Cool City Technology. Cool City Tech closed today at 20+ share. Li Yi liquidated his position today, proving that he at least all bought yesterday. If you buy today, it is impossible to liquidate your position today according to the T+1 rule of the stock market. Combined with the stock account information Li Yi posted yesterday, you can figure out the assets in Li Yi's stock account from the number of shares held. Over 7 million. What kind of concept is that? Countless question marks. It's not that there's a problem with this operation of Li Yi's. Rather, many netizens have questions in their hearts and minds. Not, 7 more than $1 million? Even if you doubled it more than 6 times, the principal is still $1 million or so, right? Where did you get so much principal? I thought the big drop today was to see the clown. I didn't realize the clown was myself? From the point of view of Li Yi's analysis, Liancheng Technology yesterday does belong to the plate to follow the rise. Today is also because the funds have nowhere to go. Choose yesterday's stop Liancheng Technology. Only 2 consecutive boards. Li Yi chose to liquidate his position correctly. On this analysis and operation, definitely not by luck to earn this 600% plus gain. Who can make over 600% by luck? Those of you who say this is luck for Li Yi, can you do it yourselves? Even if the market is good, to make money 600% return, it is not by luck on the line. The key is short time. Finished. Li Yi liquidated the Cool City Technology. Coupled with this analysis, tomorrow Cool City Technology is bound to open down. Shall trample the party out of the way. I'm curious, which stock did Li Yi choose to get into today when he liquidated his position in Cool City Technology? How is it possible to expose the new stock? People's capital volume is not small, more than 7 million, which if exposed, are followed to buy, or follow the sale, disrupting people's rhythm. What a genius! With real skills, no wonder you chose to major in finance. After systematic study, you will definitely be stronger. Looking forward to opening your own company after you finish your studies. I'll be the first to support it. I rather think that after systematic learning, it will erase the original nature. Shocker, high school seniors make millions in stock speculation. The strongest college entrance exam winner is born, $7 million for summer vacation. High school seniors who have not yet been professionally trained have already achieved great things. The practice of the stock market for high school students. 600% gain. Total assets over 7 million. Scarf on. The news related to a high school student Li Yi's stock market earns 7 million have rushed to the hot search. Li Yi even saw his cell phone tweets. The official news promoted by Microcenter is the news that he made $7 million. In fact, after announcing the liquidation of his position in Cool City Technology, he bought Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. Account assets are already over 8 million. It's not just the BIB platform. In other news platforms, the news that Li Yi had made millions in the stock market as this year's top science high school student had caused many people to watch. Many people are not interested in high school students. There are high school seniors every year, in every province. What's the concern? Once the heat of the college entrance exams is over, who will remember the top students the next year? But a high school senior, in a short period of time, made millions through the stock market, chose to enroll in the finance program. Is this sort of taking advantage of the summer after high school to study and practice? Make a few $1 million on the side? Doesn't that conversation level come up? Chapter 26, Thoroughly Exposed. Parents will be tried. Just a bunch of clowns. Gu Ping had followed Li Yi's scarf. Seeing as so many netizens questioned Li Yi, he had seen his stock accounts and trades. It just feels like all these people leaving comments under Li Yi's scarf are really clowns. He drove to his first cousin's house, getting ready to join forces with my first and second cousins to put some funds together. When Li Yi set up his company and launched his own private equity fund, Gu Ping put together some money to invest, earn some pocket money. I'm telling you, you guys have no idea how good he is. I sat next to him and watched as he finished buying Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, and Man went straight to buying the whole position. Man had less than $10,000 in capital, and just by studying with him, he doubled his capital. Then Li Yi himself started to buy. More than $7 million. He said it seems that someone is grabbing the chips. Hard to buy the Magnolia Pharmaceuticals stock price to turn red. At the opening of the afternoon session, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals went straight up. I watched him make almost $1.5 million in one day, with total stock account assets of over $8 million. On the way over just now, I checked the news. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals and international pharmaceutical giants reached a cooperation. This came to light after the closing bell, and I'm curious how he knew? What makes him think Magnolia Pharmaceuticals will go up? And it even went up, killing all the positions? Gu Ping has no contact with stocks. Being the boy in the family, he didn't have more than 4 figures in his pocket until he graduated from college. What stocks to play? But he also knows a little bit about it. After all, the first cousin plays stocks. Still an old leak. I know some of it by ear. He wondered what Li Yi's logic was for buying Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. Over 7 million full kills. The news of the partnership between Magnolia Pharmaceuticals and an international pharmaceutical giant was not announced before the closing bell. Tu Wendong, Gu Ping and Gu Manman's first cousin, had previously opened an investment company and lost a lot of money. I played stocks myself, lost a few $1 million, and now I basically don't play anymore. Hurt by the big A. Now opens a media company. Listening to Gu Ping's words, Tu Wendong took out his cell phone and looked at the stock market ticker of Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. It had gone up. Going forward, the trend can only be described as average. The overall trend is sideways down and has been negative. Looking at the volume, change of hands, for the previous trading days in turn reveals some of the problems. After reading this, Tu Wendong sighed with emotion. This classmate of your sister is very powerful. It was only when Tu Wendong heard Gu Ping talk about it, plus the fact that Magnolia Pharmaceuticals had already risen, and then came back to look at it, that he saw the problem with this stock. This is someone who has been lurking in it for a long time. Relying on the chips in your hand is influencing stock movements, controlling the entire disk and following an overall sideways downward trend. Obviously volume is good. Not enough change of hands, and the gains and losses are not normal. Obviously lurking inside the main force, with a small amount of chips to control the stock trend. Unsurprisingly, the opening on Monday, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals will also stop. Favorable news, coupled with the main force needs time to ship. The opening on Monday is bound to stop. Maybe more than one stop. Tio understands these bookmakers and majors too well. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals and international pharmaceutical giants have entered into an important collaboration. There is this good news. The main force does not pull a few stopping plate. Can not say. The average retail investor. How do you compare to the institutions and the majors? It's like Magnolia Pharmaceuticals entering into a partnership with an international pharmaceutical company. Why did it come to light after the closing bell? What a coincidence. The majors, and the institutions, have known the news for a long time. It's unusual for retail investors to know the news when it's people who want you to know, so that you can pick up the slack. Let's just see how many stops Li Yi can eat. But it is certain that Li Yi will have more than $10 million in his hand when he goes out from the Magnolia Pharmaceutical stock is a given. Tu Wendong also lamented that this classmate of Gu Manman's, Li Yi, was very powerful. A great sense of smell, a lot of guts, a lot of luck, and, of course, a lot of strength. He said he's building up capital to start a company later and then do a private placement. Tu Wendong heard Gu Ping say that Li Yi didn't intend to help people speculate on stocks. That's too bad. If you take the funds to Li Yi operation, the profit is divided in half or not. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping put up the funds, and Li Yi came to operate. When you make money, Li Yi takes half of it directly. Losing money is on them. Unfortunately, Li Yi doesn't bring guest finance. He only accumulates funds. In the future, we will set up a company to do private equity and help people invest through formal procedures and channels. Yeah, that's what he said, and I think that's how he went about it. Gu Ping also felt pity and lamented. This person has maturity beyond his peers, and has a good plan and arrangement for what he wants to do in the future. A newly created company doing private placement can only acquire a company with a private placement license. Applying for a license on your own is not possible. Tu Wendong knew more about this aspect. He asked, he's opening a company. Can he invest in one? He's lost a lot of money running an investment company before. What's the point of having only his private placement products if this Li Yi is really that good? It smells better to invest directly in his company and take shares. I don't know. Gu Ping shook his head and said, judging from my time with him, it's basically impossible. This man has maturity far beyond the ordinary and won't give up his shares so simply. We'll see. It's going to be time before he builds up his capital and acquires a private placement license. This is just the right time to see what he's capable of. And if he's really capable, we'll try to see if we can invest in his company then. If you can't, you can also buy his private equity products and make some pocket money. Yuanjiang City, Wancheng District, Hui Province Science College Entrance Examination Top Student. Liyi students living in the district, Heron Island Huafu. You speculate? There's over 7 million? Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying were still off duty. In the company just listened to play the stock of colleagues. Said his son in the stock market made a few million? At the time, both were confused. As a result, after work, the cell phone Weixin has even more directly received the official recommendation of the news. The high school students' summer vacation practice financial knowledge. Speculation earn millions. Good lord. This cover is his own son. Clicked in and saw that it was his son. The top student of the high school entrance examination in Hui Province, Li Yi. Where did you get the money? I heard from the company Shaochen that your capital for stock speculation is going to be around $1 million. Li Guozhong and Yi Hanying are both ordinary workers. The money in hand is saved up a little bit. It simply won't go for risky investments like stocks. The biggest investment money made is probably a multi-year bank deposit. Don't know anything about the stock that. Just listen to the company Shaochen, a young man in his 30s, usually play stocks, mentioning that his son has made a few $1 million in stock speculation. How many times? What percent of earnings? The principal would have to be over $1 million. Where did this $1,000,000 plus principal come from? The second oldest is still worried. That is to say, the son's high school grades are good. 744 points. The high school, two people's ability to accept more or less enhanced. If this were before, the high school grades would be 500 or less, 600 or less, and the stocks would make a few $1 million? See if Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying believe it or not. Do you guys remember when I bought a lottery ticket after high school? Li Yi reminded his dad and mom. Li Guozhong nodded. Remember. Yi Hongying looked at her son and understood what he meant, but she was a little unconvinced. You won $1 million in the lottery? Li Yi has long thought that there will be this day, so saved the photo of the lottery. Even passed by the lottery station where he bought a ticket before, but also took a picture of the winning banner above and saved it to his cell phone. As for the lottery, it's been cashed in, but of course it's not in your hands. Li Yi handed his cell phone to his dad and mom and explained. Second prize, 235. 800. 5 bets for $10. Total won. 179. 000. It comes to about $940. 000 after taxes. This is where the principal of Li Yi's stock account comes from. Bought a computer and cell phone. So the stock principal is $930,000. Is this true? Seeing my son pull out his cell phone. The photo is the lottery information. Li Yi thought this day would come. Be prepared. This lottery ticket, which was placed on a table in the room, was taken. Water cups and even Li Yi's ID card were filmed in. It's safe to assume that this lottery ticket wasn't found online. My son bought a lottery ticket after his high school exam, and won over $1 million? Then, take $1 million or so and speculate on stocks and make millions more? The stock account is now over $7 million? Li Guozhong and Yi Hongying looked at each other. You look at me. I look at you. Don't know what to say. This is too lucky, isn't it? Let's just say the son has brought a little too many surprises in his time. High school seniors, lottery winnings in the millions, and millions made in the stock market. Li Yi opened his mouth and said, that's why when you guys asked me what schools and majors to apply for, I would choose Yendu University to major in finance for this reason. I'm interested in the financial side of things because of the money I can make. Plus I have some talent. Having the ability to foretell the future, isn't that the strongest talent? Alas, can't care. These we don't understand. Anyway, stock this thing is very high risk, because speculation in stocks to lose money. Jumping off the building you still pay more attention. Yi Hongying realized that his son was becoming more and more beyond expectations. With the development of society, technology is more and more developed, and all kinds of high-tech products are emerging, a little out of step with the times. These are things beyond their perception, and they can't say anything about them. But a word of caution nonetheless. Although I have never been exposed to stocks, I have heard of it, and I have heard of the news that I have lost my money in speculation. This stuff is risky. I hope my son is careful. Don't worry, Li Yi assured his parents seriously. Anyway, this money is lottery winnings. Even if all the losses will be fine. I have a good mind. Li Guozhong sighed and said, you've grown up too, and your mom and I don't understand these things. You make your own money and dispose of it. as long as you obey the law and don't do anything illegal. Lee said. Am I that kind of person? Promise you won't. This is something that Dad and Mom are kind of over here. The second oldest didn't say anything about letting his son dump the stock. Take the money out and save it. It's money my son earned himself. The kids are also old enough to have their own ideas and plans. Enrollment in the finance department of Yendu University was also to learn about this area. Didn't interfere too much with my son's affairs. In this way, Lee didn't have to cover up at home, strutting around with a computer, checking stock market news. These days, Lee didn't even dare to take his laptop out at home. It's the new Rice cell phone. Just saying it was bought with pocket money. So many years, Lee still accumulated some pocket money. Rice cell phone is cheap and inexpensive. Pocket money to buy is also reasonable. Chapter 27, Sandy Beaches, Bathing Suits, and a good body doesn't seem so bad. Weekend. The stock market is closed and there is no trading. Lee went to the gym as usual. Meet up with Gu Man and Fan Wenshur to work out together. By the way, point out Gu Man's knowledge on stocks, pointing out the programming aspects of Van Wen's and helping to refine the development of jumping around. Programming-wise, Lee is no problem. Stock knowledge. All he can say is that he relies on the ability to foretell the future to backtrack stock movements. Probe to find the logic of the stock's rise. Plus keep learning on your own. Progress is also fast. It's not a problem to fool Gu Man. Let's go out this afternoon. There's no trading today. It's so boring. After lunch, Gu Man appeared to have little energy. If it's a trading day, there's money to be made watching stocks go up every day. Even if you don't make much, you're as motivated as a chicken. But on a day off, learning about finance does get a little boring. Looking at CC seriously tapping on the keyboard, she felt like she was being used by Lee as a tool person. Gu Man called her. CC, let's go out this afternoon. Van Wen stopped her hand movements and shook her head slightly. But I have to go to work. Even though he was tapping on the computer, Van Wen still had to watch from here at the front desk. Have guests come in to help swipe cards and pick up keys. Tomorrow then, Gu Man directly announced. It's decided. CC, you're either at the gym or at the library. Every day you're studying or developing software. Take a day off tomorrow. No refusing. After saying that, Gu Man stared at Lee. I blame this guy for letting C develop some kind of mini game. Been messing around with this little game these days. Lee understood in a second. CC, there's no need to be in such a hurry to develop the game. Tomorrow we'll all go out and have some fun together. A proper rest can lead to better study and work. If you don't go, Man and I will just have to keep studying while we're at it. Well, then, Van Wens thought about it and agreed. Lee and Gu Man both said so she couldn't refuse anymore. She always felt that this was not right, talking as if she was coercing Lee and Gu Man to study and work seriously. Day 2. Gu Man called for a commercial car. None of the three had driver's licenses. Lee has already taken Subject 2. Subject 3 and 4 are left. You can definitely get your license over the summer. Getting into the car, the driver took the trio straight to the Star Bay area. Yuanjiang City was near the sea, except that only a small part of Xingwan District was by the sea, and it was farther away from Wancheng District, where Lee and the others were. It's over 3 hours drive there. It was noon when we arrived at our hotel in the Star Bay area. Gu Man ordered lunch in advance and ate straight away when she arrived. When she came, Gu Man didn't say where she was going to play, saying that she would know when she arrived. I didn't realize it was to come to this side of the Star Bay area to see the ocean. During this time, Gu Man earned more than 10,000 by copying homework after Lee. That's more money than you can spend on contracted dinners every day. This time out to play, Gu Man said that she contracted for all expenses. Come on, this swimsuit is already the most conservative. Whoa CC, this body is so great. I can't help but RUA a little bit when I watch it. In a while Lee must have his eyes all straight. Locker room. Gu Man had already changed into a bathing suit. It's a one-piece bathing suit with a small hemline like skirt of sorts. 1.7 meters or so tall. A pair of long legs like white jade. Even reflecting light. Very eye-catching. And the bathing suit that Van Wens wore. A separates, but only the most conservative kind. Basically a t-shirt plus a little skirt. With safety pants of course for that look. Even so, Fan Wenshur's proud figure held the swimsuit out in amazing curves, thanks to following Gu Man and Lee to work out during this time. Today, Van Wens has a more upright figure. When you change into your swimsuit, you can clearly see that the shaping effect is also good. Tighter muscles on the body. The buttock muscles, which Gu Man helped her focus on carving. It gives the whole buttocks a more upright shape. With a body like that, you can charm the hell out of people. Van Vince has never worn a bathing suit. Never even wore a dress. Not to mention this short skirt. Even with safety pants, I'm shy as hell. I am a little shy. Van Wence's cheeks were flushed. I don't know if it's the heat, or the shyness, probably both. She reached up and pressed her skirt, not daring to step out of the dressing room. Let's go. What are you afraid of? This is the hotel's beach. People outside can't get in, and there aren't many people in the hotel at this hour. Gu Man took Fan Wencher's hand and ran out of the locker room in small steps. Li Yi had already changed into his big pants and bought sunglasses to wear on his face. At the moment, is lying under a parasol, drinking cold lemonade and looking at bikini-clad beauties on the beach. It's Sunday. The beach is the hotel's own area. It is not open to the public. Only customers staying at the hotel can come over and play. It is not yet summer vacation. Li Yi and they are on vacation. That is because they are high school students, and they are on vacation after the college entrance examination. Normal summer vacation doesn't start for a few more days, so there are not many people, but can stay in Gu Man booked hotel, or a hotel with its own beach. The price is not cheap. The quality of the beach babes is also very good. I told you, this guy is really looking at pretty girls. At this time, Gu Man pulled Fan Wenci over and looked at Li Yi with sunglasses, lying on a beach chair, looking at the bikini beauties not far away. Li Yi graciously withdrew his gaze, sizing up the two little beauties, Gu Man and Fan Wencher. Leprechaun is worthy of being a leprechaun. The face value is really high, hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a one-piece swimsuit, lace small white skirt punctuation. Will be big white legs set off more bright, more attractive, leggy, true to his name. Van Wens is much more conservative. T-shirt plus skimpy bathing suit. A lot of people wear hotter outfits than this one on the street, but this set of conservative to the extreme swimsuit, wearing her body, hard to be held up amazing arc. The movement cannot be too big, or it will bounce. Come to the beach, besides playing in the water. Of course it's to see beautiful women. Li Yi sized up the two of them and said, before you two beauties didn't come, I could only look at the others first. Now that you two big beauties are here, I don't know where to look. It's beautiful. Gu Man said slightly arrogantly. That's right. Why do you need to say that this young lady is beautiful? Li Yi sized up Gu Man, the kind that surveys from top to bottom. Looking at her one-piece bathing suit didn't hold up much of a curve at all, not even close to Van Vince on the side. That means we don't have to lock our safe if we don't have any money in it. Gu Man had a questioning look on her face when she heard Li Yi say this. It took a while to respond, still associated with Li Yi's up and down eyes. Finally that will gaze, landing on his own bear. It took her a moment to think of the connotations in that statement. Gu Man directly removed her shoes and directly threw the mat over. Go to hell. Van Vince is really shy. The blush on her face never dissipated. She got better for a moment as she watched Li Yi and Man fight and run away. But she also had the feeling that Li Yi looked at her bear, even if Li Yi was wearing sunglasses. It's true. And what Man said, Li Yi is a big pervert and likes big bears. I don't know why. Fan Wenci suddenly felt that his bear big seems not bad. It used to be because it developed better than its peers. It's been pointed out to me by my classmates. At one point she felt inferior because she was so fit. Now after Gu Man persuaded to follow fitness to improve grooming, plus Li Yi, the colorful wolf, is not right. It is a boy who still likes it so much. Fan Wen suddenly felt that a good figure didn't seem to be a bad thing? Chapter 28 Consecutive Stops. Big orders smash. Li Yi and Gu Man jostled and ran around, covered in sweat under this hot sun. Looking at the slightly dazed Van Wentz, he said, let's go. Why are you still standing here? Saying that, he pulled Van Wentz and walked towards the beach. Hey, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Van Wentz was pulled along by E and ran, being held by a boy's hand for the first time. Li Yi didn't feel anything. Not holding a girl? There's nothing to it. But Van Vince's little hands are real soft. Pulling Van Vince, he ran to the beach. It took a dip in the cold ocean to feel alive. This is the hotel's beach, which is not very crowded and has decent water quality. Li Yi swam around and came back only to see that Gu Man taught Fan Wenci how to swim. Doesn't she swim? Li Yi remembered that the Sunshine Gym was so big that it had a swimming area. Can't Van Wentz actually swim? Didn't go to study? But to think that Fan Wencher had just come out in such a conservative bathing suit and was shy like that. The gym pool shouldn't go either. I'll do it. Swimming is something that comes naturally to boys when they throw someone in the water. Teaching girls to swim, Li Yi said he was definitely better at it than Gu Man, though Gu Man taught with aplomb. It was a former swim teacher who taught her the way. Very professional. But this kind of professional teaching is not as easy to understand and learn as a wild man like Li Yi. It was easy to learn how to swim. Li Yi held Fan Wenxi's stomach and then just let her move her arms and legs. After working out, Gu Man and Fan Wenxi, being girls, didn't build muscle like Li Yi. But the abdominal muscles are also more defined. Without a hint of flab, Van Wenx has good strength and coordination. Learning the simplest doggy style is not difficult. Practice a few more times first. Li Yi then tried, slowly releasing his hand that was resting on Fan Wenx's abdomen. Except in the beginning. When he let go, Van Wenx is clearly overreacting a bit. Learning to swim for the first time was a little scary. Just noticing that Li Yi let go, Fan Wenxi was so nervous that she jumped right on top of him. Slightly fragrant. And you can clearly feel that Fan Wenxi has an excellent body. How's that? Cici has a good body, right? On the side, Gu Man snorted coldly and said, then why don't you hurry up and let go of people? Well, Li Yi just felt Fan Wenxi pounce on her and subconsciously hugged her, lest the two fall together into the incoming water. In the back, Yi would say in advance when he released his hand that was resting on Fan Wenxi's abdomen. In only 3 or 2 times, Van Wenx had learned to swim. Even the simplest doggy style, that's learning to swim. It was an afternoon of more fun. At least, classmates for so many years. And after the high school even more so after spending so much time together every day. It was relatively rare for Li Yi to see Fan Wenxi with a happy smile. Sort of saw it this time. After swimming for half an hour, the two girls also felt more physically exhausted and went to play motorboat. Li Yi followed over. How can you pass up an opportunity like this? Gimonman wasn't sure. But when it's Fan Wenxi's turn, it's definitely Li Yi who takes her on a motorboat. I don't think it's a good idea to come to the beach this time to have fun. Like it's creating an opportunity for you and Cici? For some reason, Gu Man felt that this visit to the beach was somewhat lacking in consideration. Mostly, she plays everything and has a lot of guts. You want her to get on Li Li's back? And hugging Li Yi and playing motorboat? It's a bit of a letdown. Excuse me. On the contrary, Fan Wenxi. Weak. Nothing. Cannot let go. Some timid. Put his arm around Li Yi to play motorboats. Making Gu Man feel that he had greened himself? Why would you think that? That's weird. In the evening, a seafood dinner, a sea breeze, a night view of the beach, and a ride home. Having fun? In the car, Gu Man questioned Fan Wenxi and glared at Li Yi again. No need to ask Li Yi. This guy is definitely having fun today. Can you not be happy with 2 beautiful women in your company? He also taught Fan Wenxi how to learn to swim, and snuggled and hugged her to see that she was a little jealous. The really jealous kind. Fan Wenxi nodded slightly, and said to Gu Man and Li Yi, thank you, Man, and Mr. Li Yi. I did have a lot of fun today, all of which I hadn't touched before. We'll take you to play more often in the future. And when we go over to Yendu, there are plenty of good places to play too. Aha! Van Wenx nodded. As the administrative center of the Summer Kingdom, Yendu does have a lot to go around. Flag raising at Tiananmen. Monument to the People's Heroes. Yuan Minjuan Ruins. Great Wall. Forbidden City. Attending school in Yendu for the next 4 years will allow you to visit all of these places. Sure enough, Cool City Technology opens down. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals opens up. On Monday, the stock market opened. Gu Ping and Tu Wendong, watching Cool City Technology open down. Li Yi liquidated his position in Cool City Technology on Friday. Post a screenshot of the delivery to your own bib. And analyze this stock, just follow the rise. Friday's market fell, the funds are divided. There is nowhere to go the funds. Choose to stop the Cool City Technology. Make Cool City Technology go up again. This analysis is correct. Cool City Technology opened on Monday with a straight drop, and Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, which Li Yi bought, has already revealed favorable news this weekend. Right out of the gate. Share price, $65.80. TO is aware of these bookmakers and organizations. Good news like Yulan Pharmaceuticals and International Pharmaceutical Company reach important cooperation is certainly not a stop or two. From the stock Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, can see how Li Yi operates. Look at his grasp of the overall trend. His judgment of the situation. The main thing is that maybe he fights the majors and the institutions. See when the main force when to get out of the chips? When to run. There is also the strength of the retail takeover to consider. Retailers do not take the market. Take the market is not strong. Will affect the main force and institutional shipping speed and strength. This time we can see how strong Li Yi is. Otherwise, Is it really because of a good market plus luck plus a few strengths? Even if you set up a private placement in the future, you won't be able to make any money in a bear market with a bad market. Tuesday, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals continues to rise on the board. Share price, 72.38. Wednesday, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals is up on the board. Share price, 79.62. Thursday, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals opened the board. Whether it's institutions starting to ship out, or retail investors who were originally inside, eating 3 stops, satisfied and ready to bag up, it's all open board. However, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals opened with a very strong take-up. Hundreds and thousands of lots of orders were eaten. It's clear that this level of commitment is not for the average retail investor. Is the main force and institutions continue to eat the chips in the hands of retail investors? There are still stops behind? None of this matters. Everything depends on Friday. Friday is the last trading day. Other factors may come into play over the weekend. As a result, many retail investors don't want to hold on to their shares through the weekend and will choose to ship them. Thursday, 1:32 p.m. Magnolia Technologies continues to rise. Share price, 87.58. Counting last Friday's halt, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals has had 5 straight boards. It's up 5 times in a row. 3 boards to set the leader. 5 boards to become a demon. Is Magnolia Pharmaceuticals going to be a demon stock? The entire market sentiment was mobilized. After last Friday's massive 1,000 stock drop, the market continues to rise this week. And it's all about weights and blue chips going up big time. Is this the rhythm of a coming bull market? With the added weight off countless people shouting, "Here comes the bull market." There are even a lot of people shouting 3 boards to set the leader. 5 boards to become a demon. The more attention Magnolia Pharmaceuticals gets, the more retail investors' passions are mobilized. Opened on Friday as soon as it opened. Shares of Magnolia Pharmaceuticals jumped 5% at $91.96. At this time, the entire Magnolia Pharmaceuticals buy and sell orders kept jumping. From time to time, you can see hundreds or thousands of orders being eaten. It's just that the hundreds or thousands of lots are a bit much and a bit dense. Someone's jumping the gun. Someone was robbing chips from us last Friday. It must have been the other side. Run or not. Run. So many sell orders slammed down. Retail investors must have noticed. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals sell orders continue to come crashing down in large amounts. The main force is on the run. Run. What's the point of running? Isn't there still big money taking over? So many buy orders. Hundreds and thousands of lots. Is this an ordinary retail investor? It must be the main force and institutions that are shipping. This is the main force pulling up and shipping out at the same time. Run. It's Friday anyway. Large sell orders smashed down, causing many retail investors to pay attention to. Originally also thought 5 boards into a demon. Sitting and waiting for the takeoff of retail investors. Directly follow the run. The highest jump in early trading was 6%, with the stock coming in at $92.83. Hard to be slammed underwater. Instantly diving in turning green. -1.23%. Chapter 29 leads the way in smashing the market with a total asset of $13.36 million. Did he run away? Running away? Ha? Ask? I'll ask man. 2 Windowns Villa. He and Gu Ping had been watching the trend of Magnolia Pharmaceuticals all week. Nothing unexpected in the first few days. A one-word board stop. The show started 2 days later. Friday in particular was a day that was nothing short of a national diving team show. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals opened with a 6% jump, rising as high as 7%. The situation is great. Throughout the week the broader market was up overall and people were shouting bullish slogans. The financial trio and the heavyweights led the charge. The bulls are coming. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals has 5 consecutive boards and has the potential to become a demon stock. Everyone is rushing when thousands of big orders keep slamming down, straight up smashing people silly. Then big orders and small orders kept slamming down. A great move that dived right into the green, staged what is called a high dive. As of the noon close, Magnolia Pharmaceuticals was down 3.71%. The afternoon open will no doubt continue to fall. Watching it over the past few days, he thought Magnolia Medicine was going to be a demon. If it's really demonic, there may be a few more stops. Never in a million years did I expect that Friday when the broader market was strong on all fronts. Magnolia Medicine does the opposite. Straight up high dive. At this time, Tu Wendong and Gu Ping were curious. If Li Yi had run away, if this doesn't run, will it run smoothly this afternoon? Even if you can run out in the afternoon, You're bound to run out by hanging on to the downside price. Otherwise you can't run at all. Run out and you'll spit out a lot of the gains that came in. Gu Ping sent a direct message to his old sister, asking if she had run away from Magnolia Medicine yet. Haha, how long ago ran? Magnolia Pharmaceuticals turned green. Is Li Yi smashed disk ignition? Gu Manman's excited and thrilled voice came from the Microsoft message. First time I've seen a stock smash. The point, or the fact that he was involved and smashed the disk himself. Although Gu Manman's own stock account is just over $30,000. She also participated in the smashing, is not it? Because she had a small amount of money. She heard Li Yi's command to just sell all of it. Li Yi shipped his own products, only in batches. So the first to smash the disk was actually Gu Manman. Rounding up, it's the same as Guoman smashing the disk. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals after a stop. Li Yi account funds has more than 10 million. It reached 48 million. With this amount of money, you can only run slowly without attracting attention. But this is a different situation. Li Yi has a lot of money. Market sentiment is high, and there are a lot of buy orders. By foreseeing the future, it was seen that there would be a capital crash in the afternoon as well. There are even more funds to take over. It's all a big deal. Proof that there is more than one major organization. Top lobbyist inside Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. Li Yi in the early trading, out of a few hundred hands, simply directly thousands of hands of large single smash disk. It's straight up slamming the main institutions in there. It's a great situation. Let's maintain the status quo. It's not impossible to eat another stop or two in the back. You're running straight ahead? Smash? No martial virtues, especially in Li Yi's prediction of the future. The afternoon smash and run money. Originally, it looked like Magnolia Pharmaceuticals was in a great situation. Thought I'd see how it operates this afternoon. I didn't realize that there were other funds inside this Magnolia Pharmaceuticals that ran faster than myself. I had decided to see what happened and run for it this afternoon. And this sudden sight of someone running ahead of me. Who even thinks about that much? Follow the run. Followed by 1,000 handfuls of big orders crashing down. This is the one. It wasn't Li Yi. Only then did Magnolia Pharmaceuticals stage a high-flying dive move. Li Yi smashed the disk? Hearing Gu Manman's excited voice coming from the cell phone. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping did not see Li Yi smash the plate though. May also see Magnolia Pharmaceuticals move today. I didn't realize it was Li Yi who smashed the disk. Feeling excited and hot along with it. Playing the stock. Who do not want to one day? They enter which stock? Which stock goes up? Themselves out of which stock? Which stock goes down? One move can sway the movement of a particular stock. Here it is, the top lobbyist. Unfortunately, ended up as a leak. I didn't expect Li Yi to actually do it. This time, Yuan Medicine. Li Yi should have made a fortune. He's got over $10 million. Taking the lead in lighting the fire and smashing the market so that the other majors have to run with it. Awesome. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping were aware of how much money Li Yi's stock account had before. This time Yuan Medicine 4 stops. Or Li Yi took the lead to ignite smashing. The first to run away. Today even did not lose money. And ate a couple spots. This is never justified by luck. This is a game. Li Yi and other main force. Institutions, lobbying Big Brother, and retail investors between the many parties. Not to say that Li Yi is the ultimate winner. At the very least, Li Yi got the most out of him. Sunshine Gym, dining bar card holders. AOI, it's awesome. Li Yi, you're too good. Are we kind of pitting the main force here? It was awesome. Gu Manman can be described as unimaginative. Excited to the point of shouting at the top of my lungs. It's a good thing there aren't many people working out in the middle of the day. But there were still a few people, attracted by Gu Manman's voice, who looked over. Gu Manman didn't care at all, playing with stocks these days and learning a few things. Naturally, I know that the majors, institutions, and top lobbyists are great. I didn't realize that it was possible to pit the majors and institutions. The top lobbyists? Li shook his head slightly. Where is the pit kill? People still have to earn more than we earn. This time, at most, it's a pitfall for the other side. It's not a pitfall. Pitfall is a bit of an overstatement to describe. At best, it pits the other side a little hard. The other guy is lurking around ahead of Li Yi. Definitely make more than him. Of course. Assumes that it will run smoothly. And you're going to end up spitting out a lot of gains anyway is all. Which stock do we get into? Gu Manman is eager to hear Li Yi's analysis on which stock to enter next. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals has liquidated its position. To Gu Manman's understanding of Li Yi, it is inevitable that it is impossible to stay immobile over the weekend, and will certainly continue to kill the full position. into golden flower technology. Golden flower technology don't look like it's hung with the word technology. It's actually a financial stock. Sort of a fintech company. It's been a strong week for the broader market and there have been calls for a bull market. The three stooges of finance led the charge. Other weights are also rising. Golden flower technology will go straight up today. Gu Man heard Lee say the name of the stock in the bottom AMA. Directly killed in. More than 300,000 yuan. Not at all inconspicuous. But Lee needs to take his time with over $12 million today. Even knowing that golden flower technology is up. Easy Lee buys in and probably only gets a few points. Because the body of money is bigger. It takes time to slowly suck up and the stock price rises during the buying process. Unless the funds are spread out. The best way to do this is to spread your money around. Lee did the same thing. Not only does this allow for better manipulation of funds, neither buying nor selling is prone to recent attention and butterflies. It's also not easy to spot. Total assets, 133,60046. 59. Funds available, 26. 47. Stocks held, golden flower technology. Bankers securities. Number of shares held, 802460. Average transaction price, 15.56. Current market price, 65.80. Market value of positions, 133,60020. 12. Profit/loss for the day, plus 146,8591. 44, plus 13%. Total gain/loss, plus 124,30324. 07, 1336. 59%. This operation today, no matter clearing the position of Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, or buying golden flower technology bankers securities later, did not eat the stop, but it made a lot of money. The total assets of Lee's stock account exceeded 10 million and came to 36 million, at $930,000 principal to calculate. It has more than doubled 14 times. Chapter 30 Yulan Falls. First time on the LW list. At noon, Gu Man directly invited for a big meal. I've had the Cantonese restaurant downstairs a couple times. This time go to Sichuan food. I thought all Sichuan food was spicy? This time, Li and Fan Wenshur changed their views on Sichuan cuisine a bit. Sichuan food is still mostly spicy, especially the zhigung dish, where you only see chili peppers. It is one of those chili peppers looking for meat inside. But there are also non-spicy Sichuan dishes that taste delicious and fresh and sweet. Just highlights one word, expensive. A boiled cabbage. 1 cup per person. 998 per person. Eat chicken without seeing it. Like tender tofu, chicken douhua. 168 a head. These are by the seat of the pants. Tiny little portions. It's too expensive. Let's just say that non-spicy Sichuan food is available. It's also delicious. It's just too expensive. Anyway, Gu Man treated her and she followed Lee to copy her homework, even though the funds were not withdrawn. But she has pocket money. Just contracting for food for 2 months of summer vacation? Don't eat something good. You can't spend it all without taking Lee and Van Vince out. What's more, the copying of homework continues. She's got over 30,000 in her stock account. As the amount of money continues to rise in the back, money will be made faster and more often. It's spending money at a rate that doesn't keep up with making money. Afternoon. Lee and Gu Man looked at the stock market situation. Both have been bought in the early going and both have gone up. So they don't need to be manipulated at all and can't be manipulated. We'll just have to see what happens in the market. Lee led the morning ignition smash, triggering an exodus of funds. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals was slammed underwater and flipped straight to green. It's straight down at the opening of the afternoon. However, the dip was actually pulled up. I can see that the main force inside Magnolia Medicine is very strong. Want to take advantage of the general market's high trend and the heat of Magnolia Pharmaceuticals' 5 straight boards to pull the stock up? Unfortunately, Lee's real reason for running is not only through the ability to foresee the future and see that there is money running in the afternoon. What's more, through his ability to foresee the future, he sees what will come to light tomorrow at the end of the week. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals and international pharmaceutical companies called off. The original contract was signed to fully represent the international pharmaceutical company's new drugs, with the right to use the Xia brand. Each year, new drug agents alone make upwards of $300 million in profits. The stock is only going to go up, straight up 5 stops, now that the cooperation has been called off by foreign officials. Or did it come to light over the weekend? Magnolia Pharmaceuticals doesn't fall to the dogs next Monday. Lee, this is you, right? Made it to the Dragon Tiger ranking. Netflix found you too. Gu Man suddenly handed her cell phone to Li Yi. On my phone is the LW list after the close, the stats, and the bib message. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals experienced 5 stops and is now a popular stock. With a move like today's, it's normal to be on the LW list after the close. Magnolia Pharmaceuticals closing price, $80.00. Gain or loss, -7.0%. Volume, 60, 452, 500 shares. Transaction amount, 4836. 2 million yuan. A whopping $4.8 billion was traded. The turnover rate is even higher at 23%. By seats, the front 3, Clear Color Institution's special seat. The 4th buy seat is Xiaogua Securities Yendu Outer Street Business Department. The 5th buying seat remains the same, Institutional Special. 5 seats, combined, bought more than $300 million. It's safe to assume that these are the same people who are pulling the stock price this time around. Sell seats. First place sold, over $12,000,000. Second place sold, more than $60 million. Third place sold, more than $27 million. Fourth place sold, more than $18 million. Fifth place sold, $12.48 million. The top 3 remain institutional specific. The 4th is a well-known lobbyist. 5th, Gujin Securities, Yuanjiang City, Dongcheng South Road Sales Department. Yuanjiang City, or Southeast City Road. It's the neighborhood of Li Yi's house. Sold for $12.48 million. Fully meets all of Li Yi's criteria. Li Yi has made his debut on the LW list, though only sold to attend the last place. That's still appearing on the list. First place actually sold for $120 million. That's scary. Li Yi sold $12.48 million and had to settle for last place. And the first place sold for $120 million. As the one who lit the fire and smashed the disc, Li Yi is a firelighter. The one who really smashed the Magnolia Pharmaceuticals share price from a big rise to a big fall is still this ruthless person who threw $120 million. Unsurprisingly, the seller attending the first place should be the one who will sell the runners in the afternoon when Li Yi uses his foreknowledge of the future. Because Li Yi ignited a fire and smashed the disc, attracting the attention of selling attendants first. There are still people grabbing and running, so the smashing got even harder. A $120 million binge sale. Smashed until Magnolia Pharmaceuticals dropped. Memorable. Li Yi saved the screenshot of the LW list. This is his first time on the LW list. The current body of money isn't small either. Even if he buys Golden Flower Technology and Bankers Securities this time and spreads his money around. But on his own, he was limited in the stocks he could maneuver over. It is not possible to spread the funds infinitely. The volume of waiting funds gets bigger and bigger. Short-term operations are also difficult. Buying and selling and being on the LW list may also become the norm in the future. Li Yi looked at the scarf again. On the LW list, the seller attended the 5th place, IFC Securities, Yuan City, South Dongcheng Road Sales Department. Li Yi, the top scorer of the university entrance examination in Hui Province and a native of Yuanjiang City, lives in Luzhou Huafu, next door to Dongcheng South Road. Case solved. Li Yi liquidated his position in Cool City Technology after getting into Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. You got into Magnolia Pharmaceuticals last Friday, and you sold all of it this Friday, and it's on the LW list? Enough to eat 5 stops? Don't bother guessing. The total assets of Li Yi's stock account are $12.48 million. Li Yi's public liquidation of his position in Cool City Technology came to light when held more than 300,000 shares, giving it more than $7 million in total assets. Total assets last Friday were just over $7 million. This past week, $12.48 million? Here at Zhang Yukuan. Teacher Zhang. How is the strength of Li Yi? Is it considered powerful? Damn. Look at me. Jill is envious of purple. Why not me? Last Friday if Li Yi said he killed Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, we could have followed and eaten a few stops. Thinking too much. Follow to buy. Pull up the stock price. Then sellers crash and go to take over? How many people have taken over Magnolia Pharmaceuticals? Come sign up. +1, +2. For crying out loud. I buy in. Li Yi students directly liquidate the position. Properly +10,086. Still up big at the open. Thinking about the financial trio of idiots and the weights are stretching. The bull market is coming. This Magnolia Pharmaceuticals has 5 stops. To become a demon stock. Buy. Then bury it at the peak. Nuts. This time Yulan Pharmaceuticals diving. It won't be Li Yi smashing the disc, right? Li Yi sells in 5th place. First place sells for $120 million. How to say? Li Yi is now worth $10 million. This is cash. To prove their strength, right? 10 million or so in the financial circle is also considered a resource, right? Luck is just good. The stock market is good. Was met by him. One more than 10 million. In the financial circle is considered what money? Yes, 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 yes. The scarf per capita $10 billion worth. The family are all 500 companies. The connections are all ministries. 10 million is nothing. Netflix really is a godsend. On the LW list, a Gujin Securities Yuanjiang Dongqing South Road Business Department seat is locked to Li Yi. Li Yi, picture, JPG, today's operation, liquidation of Magnolia Pharmaceuticals. This stock for 5 consecutive stops. The end of last week's good news. This rise has also been honored related to good, so choose to liquidate the position. Li Yi didn't bother to analyze that something might go wrong with the cooperation between Magnolia Pharmaceuticals and International Pharmaceuticals. People's contracts are signed, but they are vetoed by overseas countries. It's a rip-off. Li Yi is just a simple analysis. Think this good news. 5 stops also cashed. Behind continue to rise. Just false high. It was only then that I chose to liquidate my position and walk away. As before, after liquidating his position in Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, which stock did he buy? It wasn't announced to the public. He won't announce it in the bib until after the deal is over. However, after he sent this message, thoroughly confirmed Magnolia Pharmaceuticals LW list sells 5 seats. It's him. Eat into the Magnolia Pharmaceuticals 5 stops. In a week's time, the stock account went from over $7 million to over $12 million. Make countless people envious. Jealous. This Magnolia Pharmaceuticals operation, Li Yi was able to accurately buy and escape the top, which also proved that his strength is not simple. By no means is it what many internet users say it is, a good market and good luck. Chapter 31 Allow you to like me. What about CC? No one doubts that Li Yi's operations in the stock market could involve insider trading. Li Yi's identity and family information are pretty much exposed as a high school student. It's simply not possible to have access to this kind of insider information. Others still feel that it is just Li Yi's good luck, picking a good stock and eating 5 stops. Li Yi scarf comments section. All are asking him, after liquidation of Magnolia Pharmaceuticals, what stocks to buy, trying to copy homework. Unfortunately, it's unlikely that Li Yi will announce it. What if too many people copy their homework and it triggers a butterfly effect? He was also asked for his views on the stock and financial markets. Li Yi didn't reply or say anything in that regard either. Namely Li Yi himself on the stock market. Financial markets are budding, in the learning stage. Where is the courage to voice your opinion? Of course, as a reborn person, he has not played stocks, and he knows that the summer stock market is a bull market in these 2 years. On the LW list, last Friday to this Friday, a week wildly earned more than 5 million. Li Yi's bib exploded. Fans instantly skyrocketed by over 1 million. Today there are more than 1.5 million followers. Not bad. Seeing more than 1.5 million followers, Li Yi nodded slightly. Why did he sign up for the bib and certify it while the heat was on for the high school seniors? Still posting his speculative operations in the bib, though waiting for the deal to be completed and the position to be liquidated before posting it out. It's all about attracting fans. It's good to have a fan base for future company formations. Whatever they do. Scarf released his Magnolia Medicine deal, and Li Yi ignored it. Where are we going to play tomorrow? In the private room of the Sichuan restaurant, Gu Man is already thinking about where to play tomorrow. Tomorrow is another weekend. Manuel Ku and Vince Fan work part-time. It was a part-time job at my own first cousin's gym. And wasn't it normal to have a double shift? Anyway, scheduling breaks. Gu Man came by himself. Keep an eye on the plate Monday through Friday. The stock market was closed for the weekend. Just enough time to take a break and go out. Li Yi didn't even bring hesitation and said directly, "Seaside." At once, Gu Man and Fan Wencher's gazes fell on him, unsuspicious. Li Yi's small hand spread out. In such a hot day, besides going to the beach, or a water park, where else can we go? Could it be to climb a mountain? Gu Man sniffed and tapped her small hand. Okay, let's go climb the mountain then. Li Yi wondered. Van Wentz whispered, will it be too hot? Greenwood Mountain is located by the mountains and the water. A summer resort. Not hot. I've been there. Gu Man had been there more than once. And Qinglin Mountain was surrounded by mountains and water. The mountain springs flow down like a jade belt around Qinglin Mountain. In winter, the Greenwood Mountains are filled with clouds and mist and are very beautiful. In the summer, the temperature of Greenwood Mountain is much lower than other places, which makes it a summer resort. Unfortunately, now that it's officially summer vacation. There may be more people. Saturday. We all made a date to go hiking and all changed into gym clothes and sneakers. Take a taxi to the bottom of Greenwood Hill. The highest point of Greenwood Mountain is over 2,000 meters above sea level, which is not low. The hills are not too steep. It takes a while to climb up. If it wasn't for this fitness workout, Lee felt that he would probably be half dead from exhaustion if he had to climb up there. However, there are benefits to climbing mountains. The steep place, Lee was directly pulling the two girls up the hill, or a push in the back. It's still great. Greenwood Hill is indeed cool, not bad for a summer vacation. But this climbing is even cooler, but also sweating. There was nothing to do on Sunday anyway, so when they waited until they got to the mountains, the trio decided they stayed the night. Watch the sunrise tomorrow. 2 queen rooms. Gu Man booked 2 rooms. Lee was slightly disappointed. If he ordered a 3-bedroom, it would be better. What are you disappointed about? Gu Man glared at someone. Do you still want to share a room with us? Lee rubbed his chin and said, it's not impossible. Go to hell. Think about it. 2 queen rooms. Gu Man and Fan Wensi share a room. Lee had a room to himself. In the evening, we had a special dish in the mountains. Taro stewed chicken. Said to be free-range chicken. The meat is firm. The key Lee and Gu Man they, who work out every day and eat chicken breast until they get tired of it, actually feel delicious? Very firm. As you can see, the chicken should be free-range. The flavor is also very good. A chicken with taro. 3 people hard to eat for 2 hours, plus gossip, before finishing. Eventually it held up to the point of no return. Both Gu Man and Fan Wenshi were unimaginative, touching their bulging bellies. Brace yourself. Really brace yourself for food. So filling and flavorful. Don't want to move at all. Go to your room and rest. After climbing for a couple hours in the morning, I was stretched out at this point and just wanted to lay down and rest. All 3 were in Lee's room, lying on the bed and resting. Unfortunately, there was no place for Lee on the bed. He could only sit on the small couch. Come play cards. Gu Man lay down for a while, feeling bored. Her small eyes turned around and went to get a pair of poker back. Offered to play poker. Just fight the landlord. Lee proposed. I think the loser can take off 1 piece of clothing. Snap dash. Gu Man and Fan Wenshi, each with a pillow, smashed into him. Lee can only give up. Drawing a turtle can also be. Forget it, then post a note. Drawing turtles? Lee was worried about making the 2 girls cry. Have the ability to see the future and play solitaire with him? How much does it have to be impossible to think about? So if Lee proposes to take off his clothes, he can win Gu Man and Fan Wensi to the little white sheep. Not a single piece left kind of thing. Then, Gu Man and Fan Wen's head and face. All of them are notes. Especially Gu Man, the human vegetable addiction, but also like to call the landlord. Forehead cannot be pasted down. On Lee's head, there were only 3 notes. Even with the ability to foresee the future, bad luck and too bad. Cards can't be helped at all. No more playing. No more playing. Bad luck today. After Gu Man grabbed the landlord's card, she looked at another lousy hand in her hand. The card in his hand was thrown away. No more games. It's always about losing by yourself and not having the experience. Van Wen sat for a while and had fallen asleep on the bed. Lee and Gu Man were a bit dumbfounded. Climbing, combined with eating well and still in the summer, does tend to make you sleepy. Lee stepped forward as a matter of course. I'll carry her back to your room. Glare. Gu Man glared at Lee. You pervert. What little thoughts would I not know? Lee was just joking as he said. You guys sleep in this room. I'll go to the other room. Van Wen's is asleep. What else can I do? Couldn't wake her up, could we? Anyway, the 2 rooms that were booked, both king rooms, didn't make any difference. Van Vince fell asleep. Gu Man covered her with a blanket, then carefully left the door of the room with Lee. Gu Man is going back to his room to bring his stuff over. She and Van Vince had originally decided that they were taking the other room. Clothes and such are kept in that room over there. I didn't realize that Fan Wensi played for a while and fell asleep in Lee's room. Had to move to this room to sleep. Need to bring the clothes and such. Lee, you're so great. I didn't expect to score 744 points in the college entrance exam. It's really amazing. Speculation is still so great. Computer programming is also great. That's right. I'm good at a lot of things. Yeah, what else don't I know? Tell me. This is a little hard to say. Indeed you can experience it for yourself. Pervert, get the hell out of here. You like big bears, like the siesta kind. On the beach in the Star Bay area. Your eyes are looking straight. My kind of. So small. You don't like it. Who said that? I'm a person who has one thing going for me. And that's fraternity. Any young woman, imperial girl, lowly, cute, as long as she's pretty, I like them all. As a leprechaun. Leggy. You need to have some confidence in yourself. Yeah? Gu Man was happy in her heart. The leprechaun. The legged spirit. Lee often calls her this way. It's because of the very pretty face and long legs. One is still in a good position to do so. Gu Man said with satisfaction. Then I allow you to like me. Lee had a question mark on his face. What the hell? He casually asked back. What about CC? I can't just like you. You. Piss me off. Gu Man kicked over. Even if she was climbing a mountain, wearing 7-point sweatpants, a pair of long legs were still eye-catching. Lee grabbed her kicked leg and lifted it upwards. Straight up, the Chaotix horse. Lee said. It's so flexible and has long legs. I love it. Gu Man glared at Lee. Her face slightly red. Let go of me. No messing around. Lee let go of Gu Man. Die for me. Hua Man turned around and kicked again. Lee has the ability to foretell the future. But he is guarding against this girl. Putting the ability to foretell the future to good use is not a waste at all. Lee steadily held Gu Man's foot that was brought up and flung. The little girl's weight was unsteady, and she directly rolled to the bed. Lee directly pressed her on the bed, controlling her hand that wanted to even wave. The two people posture suddenly looked a little ambiguous. What do you want? Gu Man's hands were pressed against his head. Looking at Lee looking at herself. She could feel her face burning herself. Man is beautiful. Really? You have to have faith in yourself. Lee looked at her exquisite face, which could really only be described as a siren, and was indeed very attractive. Especially this moment, along with the red, a few shades redder than an apple shy look. This girl actually closed her eyes? Mostly because he didn't dare to look at Lee. Muah. Lee kissed her directly on the corner of her lips. Warm and soft. Hurry back to bed. Or I'll leave you behind later to warm the bed and show you the rest of my greatness. After saying that, Lee let go of Gu Man and slapped her on her butt in the process. Very soft, curvy and tightly muscled. Not bad for a girl who has been working out and maintaining her body and figure. Gu Man, who had her eyes closed, opened her eyes, looked at Lee, and instantly became stammered. You spanked my ass. Looks like you want to stay and warm the bed? Lee had already started to undress. This 1-month workout. The feedback from the fitness novice period is obvious. The muscles haven't gained much, but the muscle definition is a lot clearer. Seeing Lee undressing, Gu Man carrying her own and Fan Wen's backpack, she ran out of the room with a red face. She was really worried that if she ran slow, she would be left behind by Lee, the big pervert, to warm her bed. Chapter 32, Acceptance Letter. Considering setting up a company. The next day, before 6 o'clock, Gu Man yawned and was woken up by CC. Seeing that she looked like she hadn't woken up, Fan Wenshur asked with some curiosity. Man, didn't you sleep well last night? After playing solitaire last night? I was prone to sleepiness because I had eaten too much and my stomach needed to digest. She lay there for a while and fell asleep without realizing it. This sleep went straight into the next day. Fan Wenshur realized at this moment, because she fell asleep and switched rooms with Lee to sleep. Gu Man waved her hand and glared at Lee. It's okay, a little bit of bed recognition. Bed recognition is a no-no. It was only last night, when I was lying in bed and couldn't get to sleep. My head was thinking about some messy things. She was back in her room before she thought that it was her first kiss, and it was actually taken away by that big pervert Lee. She was so angry that she almost killed Lee's room again and beat him up. But I'm afraid that I'll have to go and give it away for nothing straight away. Then the obsessions and ruminations lead directly to not being able to sleep. Don't even know exactly what time I fell asleep. The alarm went off for a long time in the morning and I simply couldn't get up. It was Van Vince who pulled her up. Early in the morning, the hotel has prepared breakfast. Most people who live on the mountain stay there for the sunrise. Breakfast is prepared at the hotel. At 5 o'clock, before dawn, the three men had checked out of their rooms and set off to the top of Greenwood Mountain, waiting for the sunrise. Wow, it's beautiful. The red sun rises, illuminating the night completely in crimson. Very beautiful. A gasp of amazement, accompanied by some shouts came. There was already a crowd around. Everyone gathered outside the parapet and watched the sunrise. Lee disguised himself as photo-taking little Lee and took pictures of the two girls. Then get some help and the three of them take a picture together, make a 9-panel frame, and post it to their friends. After watching the sunrise, naturally, You don't walk back down the mountain. Take the ropeway directly down the mountain. It's easier to go up than down. There would be no need to suffer downhill. It took over 2 hours to get up the mountain and less than 20 minutes to get down the mountain by cable car. We left Greenwood Hill and hung out over here for a while longer, having lunch at noon before we each went home. In the afternoon, Lee received a phone call. Postal Express. It's been about 10 days since you filled out our volunteers. Not surprisingly, this is where the acceptance letter finally arrived. Mr. Lee, right? Here's your acceptance letter. You need an ID card. Then sign for it. Even if the delivery boy recognizes Lee and is sure that this is the man himself. But there is still a process to be followed. Lee took out his ID card and then signed for his acceptance letter. It happened to be a weekday, and Lee's parents were home. Go downstairs together to pick up your acceptance letter. In addition to Lee's acceptance letter, the courier boy here, and the acceptance letters of other students in the neighborhood. From different schools, people converge here to collect their acceptance letters. Congratulations, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, look at your acceptance letter. I haven't seen what a Yen University acceptance letter looks like. I wonder if I'll ever get to see. With the other students, and the parents of the students up in arms, Lee opened the courier bag smoothly. On the outside of the post was an outer package with a film texture. Overall a large red color, with Yendu University and the school's logo on the upper right. Below that, the words high school acceptance letter. When you open it, inside is the actual acceptance letter. It's reddish in color. At this time Yendu University's acceptance letter was still very simple, and it wasn't the one inspired by the University Hall plaque. It's the red acceptance letter that says Lee, our university has decided to admit you to Manhwa School of Management, Department, majoring in finance. Please report to school on September 2nd, 2014 on time. Signed by the principal below. Stamped by Yendu University. In addition to this, there is first time in Yendu the Student Financial Aid Center. Yendu University Freshman Luggage Tag. There is also a military training notice. Military training is August 16th to August 30th. Military training lasts 14 days. Then school starts on September 2nd. That's about all there is to it. This is the time of year when acceptance letters from major colleges and universities have not yet begun to be enrolled. And they are all rather ordinary. Starting in a couple of years, acceptance letters for major colleges and universities, with a new twist, are starting to roll up inside. Same day. Fanwincher also sent a message to Lee, my acceptance letter has arrived too. She also got her acceptance letter and was accepted into the School of Information Engineering at Yendu University. As for Gu Manman's acceptance letter, it might take 2 more days. Anyway, this is the time period when candidates will be receiving their admission letters. Gu Manman scored more than 670 points on the college entrance examination and applied for Yendu University of Finance and Economics, exceeding the admission score line by nearly 30 points. So there is absolutely no need to worry. Lee and Fanwincher got their acceptance letters. Gu Manman's acceptance letter was also delivered. He was accepted into Yendu University of Finance and Economics. Lee knew that his rebirth and return did bring about a butterfly effect and influence. At least Gu Manman, in her last life, enrolled in Yendu Normal University and chose to stay on as a teacher. This life was influenced by Lee, copying Lee homework speculation, and earned a lot of pocket money. She liked the feeling of making money. Plus, Lee is so good. She's going to study finance and follow him in the future. Gu Manman's life is considered to have changed completely. It's nothing like the last one. 3 people's acceptance letters were sent over. Didn't really make a difference for summer vacation. Still going to the gym every day to work out. Then killing it in the stock market and learning about finance. Lee will also instruct Van Wentz to develop Jump Around. The game developed by Van Wentz, Jump, has reached its closing stages. After almost 1 month, this little game is basically developed. Keep in mind that the entire development was basically done independently by Van Wentz. The most Lee could do was to give some pointers. Things like talent are really scary. There is also a cloudy difference between having talent and not having it. Lee took the newly completed game and downloaded it to his phone to try it out. It can be said to be perfectly restored. Some modifications have also been made. After all, the hardware and software are certainly not as good as the last one. It's only 2014. Relying on the length of the press to determine the distance of the jump is really just a little game. Micro Center doesn't have the applet feature yet, and this game can only be released to the iOS and Android app markets. There has to be a profit point. In addition to advertising on the Jump Around grid, players play the game for free and ads will appear. You can also pay to have the ads removed permanently. Will the follow-up be kryptonite? We'll see about that when the time comes. Anyway, with this game, the development is just for fun. Of course, there are various leaderboards, and a game without them is like a game without a soul. There are leaderboards that draw friends from the player's neighborhood into new users. The game development was completed, and Lee had something to think about in terms of setting up a company. Chapter 33, Gu Bangwei, Cotton Jacket Leaks, Gu Man's house. She leaned back against the couch, her finger pressed against the screen, and watched as the jumping villain landed precisely on the square, and then, by accident, fell off the square. Gu Man sighed. This game is not for me. It's not a good game for someone as cute as she is, but he looked at the game leaderboard. Currently this game is only Lee, Fan 1 Sure, and Gu Man himself. There are naturally only 3 on the leaderboard. Manuel Ku is at the bottom of the pile. It's hard. Click. At this time, the door to the family room opened and Gu Bangwa came home from work. Dad, come here. Sit down. Drink water. Gu Man greeted her and helped her dad with the file bag. Sit dad on the couch and pour a glass of iced tea. Gu Bangwa was made very wary by his daughter's action and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" It is said that you have nothing to offer. Even if it's your own daughter. It's not often you're this enthusiastic. There must be something going on, and it must be dealt with carefully. This girl, following that Lee during this period of time, has gained a lot in the stock market. Every day when I came back, I read about the classmate named Lee. Gu Bangwa's ears are calloused. Anyway, if your daughter is so solicitous, she is bound to be not short of money. Not for lack of money? That's bound to be more trouble than it's worth. Dad, do you think it's better to incorporate a company or just acquire it? Gu Man heard Lee mention that he was going to set up a company or acquire one. Be prepared to consult a professional. Gu Man patted herself on the back and took the matter down. I'm a professional. My dad's a professional. Even if your own dad can't get it right, dad can ask a professional lawyer. Ha! You're asking this for that Lee student, aren't you? When Gu Bangwa heard his daughter asking these questions, he knew that it was that again, student Lee. Really? He also knew that that Lee student was better. High school seniors make millions of dollars in the stock market. It does count as a talented young man with a lot of will. For girls, the attraction of such a great teenager is really great. But the one who is attracted is his own daughter's own little cotton jacket. Gu Bangwa is a little upset. Gu Man was raised richly from a young age, just to avoid being tricked by those brats in a couple of tricks. Having seen everything, Gu Man really didn't give a damn about those in her class, feeling particularly childish. But Lee is different. This is an interesting soul. Speaks well and often outputs strange words from his mouth. It also messes with the fact that high schools can get things like 500 or 600 points on a regular test and 744 on a high school exam. Also very impressive. Learning, computer programming, stock market, all of which Gu Man admired greatly. For the likes of good boys, this is Gu Bangwa richly raising his own daughter, and there is no way to give her more insight and create immunity. The little cotton padded is going to leak, but on his daughter's side, Gu Bangwa still helped analyze the problem. Lee's student may really be a genius, very talented, but he is only 18 years old after all. He is still too young, and he will encounter various situations in the future. It is not excluded that in the future, unpredictable crises may be encountered. He's going to start a business. Whether he starts his own company or acquires one, it's best to start with an LLC, and then through that company, to take a controlling interest in companies that he's going to set up, or is going to acquire. In the future, even if something goes wrong with the other companies, he'll have less of a problem with limited liability through this company. Doing so minimizes risk. In the end, Lee is still too young. To score 744 on a college entrance exam might be a genius. Can make over $10 million in the stock market. Gu Bangwa believed that this was definitely not something that could be justified by simple luck. But, Lee's age, experience, exposure, all aspects of his life are really his weakness. In the future, the investment process will also encounter various problems, which may be young and reckless. The slightest slip can cause incalculable damage and lead to problems for the company. These are all possibilities. Gu Bangwa felt that it would be best for Lee to set up a limited liability company of his own, and then go through this company to manipulate its industries. Minimize your risk to the greatest extent possible. Gu Man kept nodding her head, holding a pen and notebook in her hand. Write down everything Dad says. She didn't understand these things, so she could just show them to Lee when the time came. Look at your daughter being so worked up about this. And it's for another boy? Gu Bangwei immediately lost interest and waved his hand to dismiss his daughter. Alright, go play on your own side. Oof. Gu Man snorted coldly, a little unhappy. Still in his pink bunny slippers, he snapped back to his room, sorting through all the stuff Dad said, and Googling, and asking my older cousin and my first cousin. Gu Ping was on Tu Wendom's side and heard his sister inquire about setting up a company. It was a quick guess, this was Li Yi considering setting up a company. He returned home to his sister to inquire about the matter. Li Yi wants to set up a company? How much is his account funded? Gu Ping always remembered that Li Yi said that after accumulating enough funds, he would set up a company to do private equity. Gu Man asked his first cousin, Tu Wendong, about matters related to the establishment of the company. Without having to ask, he knew that this was an inquiry for Li Yi. Li Yi did mention something about setting up a company, so I'll ask for him. Gu Man recalled Li Yi's stock account. More than 19.7 million, 20 million soon. On Tuesday, Li Yi liquidated his positions in Golden Flower Technology and Bankers Securities. Golden Flower Technology 2 Stops and Business Securities jumped 8%, then liquidated its position. On Wednesday, Li Yi switched shares and got a 13% gain. Today, Li Yi did not operate and had only an 8% gain. The stock account has more than $19 million in it, and no surprise, it will break 20 million tomorrow. I have some company information on my side. You show it to him, and if he needs anything, you can tell him to find me and I'll help. Gu Ping sent his sister information about several companies, but it's all investment companies. That is, companies that have a private placement license. After sending the information of these companies, Gu Ping said, I have prepared funds on my side. If he wants to acquire these companies, the qualifications can be attached. Directly issued private placement products. To do private placement, you need to have relevant qualifications to hold a position in the company. Have the qualifications of the company, in order to apply for a license. These job attachments are paid, tens of thousands of dollars per person, which is probably more than $100,000 in expenses just for this aspect. It's not hard to reapply for a private equity firm. As long as you have qualified people to hang on to, it can take time, running through all kinds of paperwork and applications. Acquiring a fully qualified company that can quickly release private placement products is the best option. It's not too expensive. Depends on the city. See how qualified the shell is. Prices range from $500,000 to $5 million. As long as Li Yi acquires a private equity firm, Gu Ping's side can help take care of the problem and directly issue private equity products. Right. Old sister, by the way, help me ask Li Yi if he needs investment to set up a company. Although Gu Ping felt that Li Yi didn't need to invest and wouldn't give up his shares in the company, it was fine to ask. Chapter 34 earns $2.5 million a day and breaks $20 million in total assets. Day 2. Gym workout. Another day of leg work. Barbell deep squats. 2 pieces of left and right barbells at 20 kilograms each for a total of 40 kilograms. Plus barbell bars at 20 kilograms for a total of 60 kilograms. Generally speaking, the leg muscles are the most developed. Can go up to bigger weights than a bench press. The premise is to protect your back. Deep squats and hard pulls are the most likely to hurt your back. It is good that the height difference between Gu Man and Li Yi is not a lot. She stood behind Li Yi to help assist. I don't know if I should be thankful that there is a beautiful woman standing behind me, close by to assist, or should I feel helpless that Gu Man is too tall. It is a pity that, the days of practicing legs, Li Yi is not interested in anything. Even with the company of 2 pretty girls, there was no sexual interest at all. It felt like the legs weren't even my own. After practicing my legs plus stretching, an hour or so passed. Li Yi took a shower and changed his clothes, and sat down at the dining bar booth with a raw look on his face. When I walk, it all feels like I'm stepping on cotton, the whole thing floats. To paraphrase Manuel Ku, this effect is what is practiced in place. Otherwise, it's not building muscle in your legs at all. It's just shaping them. If you practice like this, you may become a big muscle on top and a small one on the bottom. The body will look very weird and uncoordinated. Here you go. This is the information I found by asking my dad, my first cousin, and my online research. Gu Man handed Li Yi the information he had compiled. It's what Gu Bongo said about the proposal to form a corporation. There were also some that Gu Man asked her first cousin and older cousin, as well as information that she looked up on the internet. In addition, there are companies that have private placement licenses, as provided by their own older brother. Li Yi took the information and read it. He didn't realize that he had only mentioned that it was time to consider creating a company. Gu Man then wrote it down and organized all the information now. That's great. Must stay close by. Thank you, man. Eek ja. In the face of such deep gratitude, Gu Man only felt goosebumps rise. As much as she enjoyed it, she couldn't stand it. It's too sweet. The key. CC is still around. Van Wens was, however, testing jump around at moment. Didn't care about two people at all. Acquisition of private placement licenses not in a hurry. I set up the company just consider. CC developed a small game released under what name? It can be published under a personal name. It can also be posted under a studio or company name. Private equity licenses are not in a hurry to acquire. Naturally, there is no need to invest on Gu Ping's side. With the ability to foretell the future, Li didn't need those so-called connections and circles. What inside information? He doesn't even need it. Just play with it yourself first. Wait until later when the volume of funds is too big to reach tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars in size. To that extent, Li also knew that the company still needed to bring in shareholders. Eating alone is not an option. However, the shareholders brought in by that time will inevitably all be of national rank, used to endorse, act as a moat, an umbrella. Li read the information handed over by Gu Man and decided to follow the program of taking care of Manhwa. Start with a main company, then use this company as the main one to control other companies. I'll find someone to set up a main company first. It's already Friday, and Li contacts someone to register a company. It's going to be next week before I get it done. Li watched the progress of Jump Around, test it again in the next 2 days, revise and optimize it, and it's ready for release. The three of them have been testing the little game Jump for the past few days. There's nothing wrong. It's just a little game. Once the company is registered, you can release this game to the iOS and Android app markets. When the time comes, Li will also recruit some game developers, or even acquiring a game company, or a game development team, doing daily maintenance, and other game development. Van Voorhees? This is a technician from Li's future company. Letting Fan Wensher develop Jump was just letting her practice. Such a super genius. Letting her develop games was really a waste. All this time, Fan Wensher was studying intelligent algorithms, Yendu's expertise in artificial intelligence, papers, and so on, in the continuous learning. By the way, jumping has been developed. It was a little after 1 o'clock this afternoon before Li finished his stock trading for the day. The main thing is that there is more money in hand. Buying 3 stocks separately takes more time and thought to trade. At the same time, each stock moves differently and the time to buy and sell is different. Most of the day is spent staring at the market, choosing the best time to buy or sell. It's Friday, and Li's total stock account assets have exceeded 20 million after completing today's trades. It reached 25 million. Total assets, 22253783. 36. Funds available, 251. 32. Stocks to hold, Golden Dragon Real Estate, GSCI, Golden Flower Technology. Market value of positions, 22253727. 15. Profit/loss for the day, plus 2507740. 32614, plus 12. 7%. Total gain/loss, plus 21324031. 59, 2292. 91%. In the afternoon, Li will be part of the funds. Once again killed Golden Flower Technology. It ate Golden Flower Technology up twice before. After a few days of pullbacks, this stock is up again today, totaling more than $20 million. After today's operation, the return, 12.7%. Daily earnings, 2.5 million. Total assets, 2.253.783. 36. A return of 2.292. 91% is enough to boast. Even if it is currently a bull market, there are a lot of people making money. But the ones with 2000% plus returns, none of them. What's more crucial is that this is the rate of return that Li has achieved in just over a month's time. There is no shortage of folk who are real bulls. There are literally hundreds of millions, even billions, of dollars speculated from a few dollars. But how many years did it take people? Li has been killing the stock market since June 9th and now July 11th. It's only a month and a few days. Total assets have doubled nearly 24 times. Who can do that? Except for Li's own account. Follow Li to have fun. Focus on participation. Copy Li homework. Feel the fun of making money. Gu Man. Account funds also have more than 50,000. Fan Wensher's account. Is Li to help take care of? Every day casually buy, and then sell. Account funds have been more than 70,000 yuan. The principal of the account is $10,000 for 2 people. The funds were provided by Manhwa for fun. It feels like 4 years of college tuition and living expenses won't be a problem for C after this summer. Man looked at Fan Wencher's stock account and wasn't the least bit jealous. Instead, he was happy for C. After all, the stock account was meant to transfer college living expenses and pocket money to Van Wentz. Now that it seems to be overplaying its hand, Li Yi is really going to reimburse his company's future chief technology officer for college tuition, living expenses, and pocket money. That much? Fan Wencher stayed with Man and Li Yi every day though. She's more of a learner, writing little games, playing her own. Didn't pay much attention to how much money Li Yi's stock made. For this stock account, it's even less of a concern. I didn't realize that this account was funded. All 70,000 plus? Why don't we return this account to you? Fan Wencher looked at Man. She thinks the money is too much. The account and funds were all provided by Man. It was too much money for her to take. Man nonchalantly refused. No, this is yours, as agreed in the first place, she added in a serious manner. Besides, this is what Li Yi helped you earn. You are the future chief technology officer of his company. He is investing in you in advance. When you graduate later you have to work for him to pay off the debt. Chapter 35, $3,586,000 a day. Company created. Li Yi, picture, JPG, liquidated position in winning move shares. The overall trend of the general market this week has been good. Nothing to summarize. Li Yi's bib. During this time, the money in hand was bought separately into other stocks. And basically every day a bib message was posted announcing the stocks that were being liquidated from the hand. Stocks in hand are spread out and bought, or liquidated, almost daily. The bib is also posted diligently. Fan cohesion is also high. Mostly come to how Li Yi operates every day and analyze how much money he makes. Today, Li Yi doesn't release news about stock accounts. Stocks that the Department of Law Enforcement has liquidated. No one knows how many shares he has a position in. If we go by Li Yi's previous $12+ million, it is possible for him to be on the LW list if he enters or liquidates a stock with a full position. But in the LHU list, and did not see the Gujin Securities Dongqing South Road Business Department seat. As we all know, Li Yi has spread out the money in his hands. That's precisely why his bib is so diligently updated. Before that he had all his funds in one stock, did not operate every day. Scarf updates are not diligent. It will be easier to diversify your funds and liquidate one of the stocks. It won't cause much fluctuation, nor will it make the LW list. It is more difficult for people to know the total assets of Li Yi's stock account. How can you analyze and guess his total stock account assets without any position information? I didn't realize that winning moves shares, but also liquidated the position. Ugh, I should have run in the afternoon. Winning moves shares have been performing okay recently, and according to the latest earnings release, there shouldn't be much of a problem, and Li Yi liquidating his position is just a short-term trend that is not as good as he expected. Indeed, there are many stocks that Li Yi is still rising even after he liquidated his position. Except that this rate of rise is certainly not as fast as when he liquidated his position and entered other stocks. I found a lot of people are copying Li Yi's homework. Even if he clears his position and runs away, look at his operation. Analysis. Summary. A lot of people will still buy. Li Yi buys into small and mid-cap stocks and doesn't dare get into blue chips. How is it possible to pull a stop when the blue chips are tens or hundreds of billions of dollars in market capitalization? I was just wondering, at Li Yi, what's the total equity in the stock account? Monday. The stock market opened. Golden Flower Technology one-word stop. The market value of the position is 9.8 million. The market value of the position after the stop, 10.78 million. Currently, the broader market is very hot and it is indeed a bullish year. Li Yi analyzed that Golden Flower Technology is likely to become the hottest stock this year. It has come out of 2 consecutive stops some time ago. It also rose steadily during the subsequent crossover period. It's just that this steady rise is not something that he can see and has chosen to pull his money out and into other stocks. Now it's killing it back and eating 2 stops. You can see it in the stats. Golden Flower Technology has gone up 5 times in this month. Whether it's heat, attention, volume, turnover, etc. This stock is very hot. It is a financial technology stock. This year is the subject of rapid technological development and the overall market capitalization is not high, which is ideal for speculation and pulling up the stock price. Subsequent to the amount of money up. Not good operation. You can try to put a portion of the funds in the Golden Flower Technology long-term holding. Li Yi has been analyzing Golden Flower Technology for some time now. Currently over $20 million in hand. Decentralized operation is acceptable. When the amount of money over $100 million. Still want to be so fast in and out every day. Each stops to hit the board will be very difficult. It's time to consider holding a particular stock for the long term. Have the ability to foresee the future? Even if you hold a stock for a long time, when it comes to major changes, whether it's news or stock market movements, you can know a day in advance and be able to avoid them. The risk won't be too high. Golden Flower Technology is up on the board. Li Yi did not operate. I can still eat a few points of profit tomorrow before liquidating my position and killing other stocks. He watched the stock, National Science and Heavy Industry, go up smoothly in the early trading session. Li Yi has hung up the stop price liquidation. Smooth transaction. Kokusai Heavy Industries has a small position. In total, the position has a market capitalization of $485 million, and the liquidation of the position in Cocoa Heavy Industries made $485,000, returning $335 million in capital. Subsequently liquidated another 150,000 shares of Golden Dragon Realty for a position with a market value of about $7.6 million, making $760,000 profit, with another $8.36 million plus $5.335 million. Li Yi started to build a position in Yuan shares. It took 2 hours to buy one after another, trading at an average price of $33.1, with a position of 320,000 shares and a market capitalization of $10.59 million, with 310,500 left to be traded. The Yuan stock went straight up. This stock wasn't supposed to go up until the afternoon. Because of Li Yi's intervention, it went straight up before the morning close. Predicting the future sees Yuan shares going up in the afternoon, and up in the early morning session tomorrow on a one-word board. It can't be helped. With the volume of money up, building a position can sometimes take hours, if not longer. Li Yi does not have that patience. Even if there is a tension to dispersal of suction, still be detected. People's main funds found out, and then directly pulled up. If they don't want to play, they might just smash the disc to a halt. Let Li Yi just bought in more than 10 million. Directly eat a plunge, or even stop. That is to say, the money inside Yuan shares should have more chips. Count on a good farm. There was no smashing of the disc to drive Li Yi out. Instead, they chose to pull up. With more than $3 million left, Li Yi chose a stock to buy in passing. Total assets, $25.84 million. Funds available, $251.32. Holding stock. Market value of Golden Flower Technologies position, $10.78 million. Market capitalization of Yuan's position, $11,649,000. Market value of position in Bank of Ninghai, $3.41 million. Profit/loss for the day, plus $586 million, plus 11%. Total profit/loss, plus $91 million, 2678. 49%. Finished up the stock account before the morning close and made $586 million today. Almost a Bentley arrived. Li Yi was busy with the stocks in his hand. Lunch was served. He got a call from the agency. Went to the business department. Last Friday, the agent went to run the company paperwork. I've been organizing all sorts of stuff over the weekend, and it's only Monday. The agent then called him over and followed through with delivering information, opening accounts, office stamps, etc. The next day Li Yi got all the paperwork. The company is registered. Yuanjiang Future Investment Limited Liability Company. The registered capital is $10 million. Not paid in. Of course, if the company's registered capital is under $10 million, it only needs to pay 1% of the capital, which is $100,000. That's a bit of money that Li Yi just happens to have, all without having to cash out of the stock market. This is a scholarship from the school as a high school student. Li Yi's side of the company has just been registered. It's actually available online, and it's killing it straight to the top of the hit list. Gaokao Scholar Li Yi establishes investment company. Yuanjiang City Future Investment Limited was incorporated on July 15, 2014. According to the latest information found, registered capital of $10 million. Li Yi, the company's legal representative. Li Yi himself did not expect that the company had just been registered and exposed. In this day and age, all aspects of networking are not yet so rapid. It's not that quick to check someone's affiliates. Apparently, Lee Yi incorporated the company. Either that or someone has been watching for a long time. Either the agent or the relevant authorities have leaked the information on their side. Chapter 36, Generating Buzz and Promoting the Game. Lee Yi, you've been scolded. Lee's gym, slightly late. Gu Man, who had already changed her clothes, was holding her cell phone and looking at the news on the internet. There is a lot of heat online about Lee Yi incorporating his company. Many netizens talk tough. Gu Man is a little angry, but also defined those theories. Can be imagined, her fighting strength. How can she beat those people on the scarf? These guys are really good at what they do. Lee Yi just got the company formalities. It's on the internet? Call it what it is, a magical power. The key, which attracted so much attention, was something he himself hadn't expected. Look at Gu Man's anger. His heart is slightly undulating. Unfortunately, holding up B+. Okay, don't take it personally. Let them talk. Lee comforted Gu Man, then dragged her and Van Wentz through their daily workouts. See, has Jump Around been released yet? Today's chest practice, Lee was trying to personally assist Van Wentz. Unfortunately, it was stopped by Gu Man. Even so, it's a beautiful view. Van Wentz had been working out with Lee for so long that she had gotten used to it. She also recognized what Gu Man said, a big pervert for Lee. It's been uploaded for iOS review. The Android version is still being changed, just in the next couple of days. When Lee asked Van Wentz to develop Jump 1 Jump, he definitely made the iOS version first. The Android version is also in development and is just 2 days late. Lee nodded slightly. When Van Wentz finished a set of dumbbell bench press, Lee sat down, selected 20 kilograms dumbbells, and practiced his chest muscles with the assistance of Gu Man and Van Wentz, the two beauties. I'm going to acquire a game company or a development team to use for follow-up maintenance and updates. And by the way, I'm going to develop some small games to hone follow-up so I can develop my software. After a set of 15 upward inclined dumbbell bench press practice, Lee said his thoughts. Van Wentz has to go to school, too. Let her be in charge of the maintenance and update of the subsequent jumping. Before developing other mini-games? Some of them are a little too big for their britches. It's okay to let Van Wentz develop mini-games to play. It's more important to learn and improve yourself. This is Lee's favored, the company's chief technology officer. Development of short video software? Lee, a person certainly cannot get done. Also do not know how long it will take. Inevitably need a technical team. Just in time to acquire a company and develop some small games to hone the team first. When the core algorithm in hand is completed. Formally develop Note short video. It just so happened that Lee still needed to lay out his plans ahead of time. Take care of the music rights and pre-promotion aspects of the short video software before it's developed. These cost money, especially music rights. Even if the music rights war hasn't started yet, to buy music rights, tens of millions of dollars is simply not enough. That takes hundreds of millions of dollars. There's still time. Short videos aren't developed that quickly. During this time, he could earn money in the financial market and then acquire the music rights and lay out his plans in advance. At this time, on the internet, Lee's scarf comment area has become a pot of porridge. Netizens have great things to say about Lee registering his company. Lee registered the company? Or an investment company? Today, Lee has more than 2 million followers. It's only 2014 today. Lee didn't buy a single fan. They were all real fans. Usually, Lee in the scarf to send liquidation of the stock. The comment area can be a few thousand comments. It is evident that he has a very bonded fan base. Most of them are stockholders. Plus the stock market has been doing really well lately and it really is the beginning of a bull market. People are making money and speaking up more aggressively. The news of Lee registering his company was revealed, causing netizens to speculate and discuss. Lee registered a company? Or an investment company? Starting a company at 18. When I was 18 I was still trying to figure out how to get money to go online. An investment company? This is getting ready to go into private equity? Cutting leaks? Run. It's preparing to cut leaks. Inevitably fan leaks. Damn. I'm waiting for him to set up a private placement, and as soon as he does, I dare you to vote. Although I've known for a long time that Lee would come to this point, I didn't expect it to be this fast. 18. Just finished high school, and you haven't even gone to college yet? Would that be too soon? Do people set up investment companies to do private placements? Sit and wait for the release of private placement products. I'm sure to be the first to buy. Now Lee's stock account yield how much? 2,000% more, right? From the news revealed by the National Golden Securities, Li Yi is the account opened after the college entrance examination. More than a month's time. 2000% gain. Who else? Old Man Li, Master Su, Master Lin. These big lobbyists, on this current market, can do more than a month 2000% return? Li Yi finished stretching after practice, took a shower and returned to the dining bar deck for a bite to eat. As the body of money in his hands got bigger, Li Yi moved his workout time all the way up. Finish the workout before the market opens and then keep an eye on the action. Li Yi glanced at Twitter. I didn't realize how I could start a company and be discussed like this. Many people say that he set up an investment company in preparation for going into private equity. In preparation for cutting leaks. Fans throw money at it. While he has over 2 million followers on his scarf today, that's not a small fan base. The key is also mostly playing stocks, which counts as precision targeting. Even if the threshold for investing in a private placement is $1 million, there are still a lot of people who can get the money. And there are really people who dare to invest. Scrolling through the comments section of his bib, you can see a lot of fans sitting around waiting for his private equity product to launch, all ready to pay for it. Before the review of Li Yi, Zhang Yukuan said, Li Yi had just finished the college entrance examination. Accidentally killed into the stock market small newcomers. Because the market is good. Good luck. Did make a lot of money. But the stock market. Such a good market is not every day. Not every year. It's not until you actually get to a bear market that you'll know who's swimming naked. And I call on everyone to remain calm and rational and not to over-mythologize Li Yi. This is just a lucky guy who had better luck and coincided with a bull market. It's not just Zhang Yukuan. Already promoted from bull retailer to private equity Fong Dili. A reporter asked Li Yi about setting up an investment company at his own new product roadshow party. Big Brother Fong directly said, never heard of this person. Listen to the reporter say just an 18-year-old high school student? Maybe the learning ability is there. But the financial market is high risk and not something an 18-year-old can grasp. A good market to make money. Do not be too drifting. To settle down. Serious study. After Method Man finished, he quickly talked about his own experiences and started pouring chicken soup. Anyway, it means one thing, I haven't heard of Li Yi. Who is it? An 18-year-old kid? What's the use of a high school scholar? A lot of people who had never heard of Li Yi knew him from Big Brother Fong. Running to speak to Li Yi's bib. A lot of it doesn't sound good. It's a shame you don't have to blame it on such high heat. Li Yi looked at his scarf and cursed, but he was not worried at all. He quickly edited a scarf to send out. I set up the company is not to do private equity. At least not now. And then, recommend a small game developed by my classmate and good friend, Jump One Jump. It's already online in iOS. You can experience it, and it will be online in Android after a while. Li Yi's scarf didn't mention people like Zhang Yukuan or Zoomers. Directly ignored. Scarf more than 2 million fans. This heat is not utilized. It is a waste. Li Yi registered scarf. Accumulating fans. Do have thought. The future set up private equity. Do a promotion. It's more important to build up fans and popularity to promote short videos in the future. See the scarf sent out by Li Yi. Many netizens are a bit speechless. They all think you're going to do private equity? As a result, you post a scarf message promoting a trivia game? No, you didn't set up an investment company just to distribute games, did you? So setting up an investment company just to invest in a game released by your friends and classmates? Game companies? Game studios? This span is a bit hard to read. It's kind of fun to experience. Small game, very small, doesn't take up much space, passes the time fine, does have some fun. When are you launching the private placement? Wait for it. Don't be afraid to do it just because of what people say. Just acquire a private equity license and issue the product. Laughing dead. Li Yi's own funds volume we all know, is also considered big, right? People make money on their own. Why should they take you to play? Li Yi has said that he will not do private placement for the time being, although there are ideas. Pity, thought City Investments was going to do private placements. Didn't realize it was for investing in other companies. Chapter 37, total assets of $37. 832. 300. Mr. 2. A few days passed. The heat of Li Yi registering his company is almost gone. Who let him register the company without even still applying for a private placement license or acquiring another company? A lot of people are watching him, looking into the companies he's associated with. It's not hard to find out if you have contacts, but Li Yi did not acquire the private placement license company, or even hear from anyone in the industry that the private placement license company sold. Plus Li Yi sent out a scarf to promote the small game Jump One Jump. It's been really hot lately. Promoted by Li Yi's more than 2 million followers. Plus the mini-game is really good and easy to pick up. A little challenging. A lot of people are willing to give it a try. Plus the leaderboard thing really draws friends around the player into the game. This game is kind of a minor hot mess. Unfortunately, there is no such feature as a small program in Micro Center at this time. It would be nice to be able to just go live on the applet and play it without having to download it yet. Relying on the huge users of Weixin, this small game will be even more hot. In his last life as a program ape, Li Yi remembered it well. The applet was only released in 16 years. It was only in September of the same year that internal testing began. It's only in public beta at the end of the year. When we develop our Note short videos, grab the applet. Let's make the applet the first thing to be launched by Note short video. Li Yi was having this idea. But this moment, Li Yi looked at the computer. And the progress of the core intelligent algorithm of the jitterbug still needs some time to be completed. To wait for the core algorithm to be done, but also to develop software, but also to test. Online also need to accumulate enough people users to launch small programs. Without a user base, it's useless to launch small program features. By the time enough users have accumulated, there's no telling when they'll go. One step at a time. In the evening, go meet the game development team. Just happen to know Gu Manman's first cousin. The other party is still in the media business. And in the future, when we develop short video software and need quality content, we can still cooperate with the other party. In the morning, Li Yi looked at the stock market, basically nothing that needs to be operated. Because the ability to foresee the future can only see things for 24 hours. Stocks are not traded on Saturdays and Sundays. Li Yi also could not see the stock market quotation on Monday. He rarely moves stock on Fridays. Just use the ability to see into the future and keep an eye out for Saturday's relevant stock news to keep from storming the market. Total assets, $37. 832. 300. Funds available, 251. 32. Holding stock. Market capitalization of Kori International's position, 11. 12 million. Market capitalization of Starling Bank's position, $10. 773. 000. Delhi Electronics position market capitalization, 9. 824 million. Market capitalization of Hongwei Zhongxing's position, 6. 115 million. Profit/loss for the day, plus 340. 49, plus 10%. Total gain/loss, plus 36. 9,023 million, 3967. 99%. Looking at the volume of funds in the stock account, Li Yi said to Gu Manman, Man, next week. Part of my side of the funds you to help make it. This Friday, the total assets in Li Yi's hand had come to $37. 83 million. Subsequent funding will be even larger. He's having some trouble operating on his own. Gu Manman copied Li Yi's homework. Followed the trade during this time. At least how to operate the stock is fine. Just do what Li Yi tells you to do. Suck in your chips at the lows. And then sell them off at the exact time and price. It doesn't matter if it's really wrong. The principal is only $930. 000 anyway. Today Kim's total assets are almost $40 million. It's just a matter of making mistakes. And it's just a matter of making less money. And you'll make it back again soon enough. Really? Hearing that Li Yi was going to give himself the heavy responsibility of being a manipulator, Gu Manman was happy in her heart. She patted her chest and assured, "Don't worry. I'm sure it's no problem. Make an appointment for me with your first cousin to talk to someone from the software development team tonight. Li Yi is going to acquire a game company, or a development team." Gu Manman's first cousin was the one who ran the investment company in the first place. Only lost money, then didn't make an investment and went off in style with a media company. The connections are still there. At first, Gu Ping said that Li Yi could find him if he wanted to acquire the company. Gu Manman heard Li Yi say that he wanted to acquire a game or software development team, and then talked to his brother and also asked his first cousin. A software development team had already been contacted for Li Yi. Still departing from Chido. Chido, as one of the BTA triumvirate, was the bandwagon that came in first place in the first place. Today, can't keep pace. Chido has had a number of executives leave over the years, and even the CEO has changed a couple of times. In the end, it was old Li himself who served. I wonder if no one is serving, or is old Li not decentralized? Anyway, over the years, quite a few of Chidu's team left to join other companies, or get out and go solo. Gu Manman's first cousin, Tu Wendong, who had invested in the team in the first place. This team left Chidu and was ready to develop the game. And flopped. Tomodo ended up walking away with a loss of money. This team is still capable. It's just that, doesn't have a great eye. Playing original Western fantasy game development? If this team doesn't punt, who will? It's a date night at the porch bar. First cousin seems to have a bar over there. Man helped Lee ask his first cousin to help contact the software development team, and then made an appointment at the bar. That bar, Man remembers that it was opened by his older cousin. Not really opened, but just had a stake in it. Man asked Fan Wenshur, "Is CC going? I'll pick you up then." Fan Wenshur shook his head slightly and said, "I'll pass. For one thing, it's too late. Secondly, she had never been to a bar and was not impressed with it. Thirdly, Van once talked to Lee and developed the minigame just for her to have a little fun. More importantly, it's still all about learning. Lee will form a company after acquiring the game development team. Van Vince will also work part-time for this company. Just help out. Lee will also pay his salary. When she learns it, she will be the chief technology officer of Lee's company. Tonight, Lee has an appointment with the software development team, and it's fine if Fan Wenshur goes or not." Well, that's a shame. Man felt a bit sad that Fan Wensi wasn't going. You can take C to see more things and not be too nerdy. However, Man was a little happy again in her heart. Isn't this a way to be alone with Lee? It doesn't seem to be alone either. She was going with Lee to meet her first cousin, and the software development team. Evening. Lee had dinner at home, and his dad and mom said hello and went out. Now that Lee is all grown up, Li Guozhong and Yi Honying don't ask much about him going out at night. Took a taxi to Langqiao Bar Street. This is pretty much a bar street in Yuanjiang City. Moon Bar. It means moon bar. Lee took a cab over and saw Man waving at him. Going out in the evening, Man changed into a big loose t-shirt with a pair of shorts, showing off her biggest advantage, her long legs. Lee heard Man's voice and was able to see her so quickly. A large part of the reason is because of these long legs shine. "This is my brother, you know." After Lee walked in, there were two other men standing beside Man. Gu Ping, Lee knows, Man's brother. There was another one, about 5 feet 8 inches tall, dressed all casual and with a high face value, probably under 30 years old. Lee looked at this family, slightly emotional, I have to say. This big family, the value is very high. The genes are very good. "This is my older cousin, Tu Wendong." After Man's introduction, she introduced again. "This is my classmate Lee. Chapter 38 Tu Wendong. A long time ago. A different kind of interview. Brother Ping, Brother Dong. I'm troubling you this time." Lee also greeted the two with a hello. It seems very humble. "Brother, don't be so polite. With my sister here." "Who are we with?" Gu Pingjin's social cow said hello and directly hooked Lee's shoulder. Hooking up. This sentence said, Man for the first time in front of his old brother. Some blush. Tu Wendong stood aside, looking at his cousin's shy appearance, a slight smile. It immediately made Man even more embarrassed. "It feels like I shouldn't have come today." But there was something bad about her not coming over and making an introduction. Tu Wendong also said, "I've long heard Man and Gu Ping mention you in various ways. You really are a talented person with strong abilities. Much more powerful than me anyway. Come on, let's go inside and talk." Tu Wendong greeted Lee and his cousin as they entered the bar. "Take a seat at a side card table. The Moon Bar is located at the end of the veranda bridge and is in a great location. And it's a clean bar. It doesn't come across as noisy. Otherwise it wouldn't be about hanging out and meeting the software development team." Lee and Man sat down at the card table, and Gu Ping asked curiously, "Brother, how much is the capital now?" He had followed Lee's bib. "Watch it every day of the workday. Lee will post the stocks that he liquidated his position in. Sometimes 2 to 3 liquidated stocks are released in a day. There is no way to know what the positions and holdings are. It's safe to assume that Lee has spread his money around. Without looking at the stock account, there's no way to know what his total assets are. Looking at the stocks that are posting liquidations these days, none of them are losing money. Simple speculation suggests that Lee's stock account has a minimum of more than $30 million. Over 37 million, soon to be 40 million. It wasn't Lee who answered. Man proudly opened her mouth and said happily, "Starting next week, Lee has already asked me to help him operate some of his funds. He. This is the biggest endorsement Lee has ever given her. That's tens of millions of dollars. If you don't trust it very much, how can you give it to someone else to operate? A bad operation. Either by pressing the wrong, buy early, sell early. It's tens and millions of dollars in damages." Gu Ping listened to his sister's words and lamented. "It seems like you were right to enroll in Yendu University of Finance and Economics. with a big brother leading the way. Along with studying at Yendu University of Finance and Economics colleges and universities, you might be able to become the Queen of Finance in the future. The Queen of Finance. When he heard his oldest brother say the words financial queen, he did a double take. Gu Man thought this one was good, I'll have to work on it. Anyway, following Li Yi, Gu Man felt that it would definitely work. This is for trust in Li Yi. Blind trust. Women in love are blind. Feel free to have a drink and just have some fun and conversation today. Tu Wendong entered the store and quickly had fruit plates, snacks, and alcohol brought in. Cousins here. Li Yi had also just finished his high school exams and definitely wasn't much of a drinker, so he didn't order much. It was all beer and low-level cocktails. It's okay to ask for juice. Li Yi chooses cocktails. Then, Li Yi and Gu Man chose juice. There's no need to drink. At about 10 o'clock, they finished what they were doing and came over on the high-speed train. Wendon too was talking about the people on the software development team. Definitely not the whole team coming together. Instead, come over to the two delegates. Sort of two heads of the software development team. I heard from Man that you're also very good at computer skills, and this acquisition of a software development team. You're preparing to develop a game? After Tu Wendong sat down, he made small talk with some curiosity. The main outside world to Li Yi's understanding. More likely to be a high school student. The stock market has made a lot of money. People who know he's good at computers, not many. I didn't realize that Li Yi had set up a company to acquire not a private placement license. Instead, it's a software development team. It did make both Tu Wendong and Gu Ping rather surprised. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping, however, have given Li Yi a collection of companies that have private placement licenses to sell. Li Yi took a sip of his juice, listening to Tu Wendong's curiosity. He said, "It's just that I've taught myself some computer skills, plus there's a software in my hand to develop, and I'm thinking of acquiring a game company or team first." This was something that Gu Ping had heard his sister mention once. Li Yi is developing a software that uses intelligent algorithms. But, it's hard, isn't it? In Gu Ping's opinion, with Li Yi's skills, it is more appropriate to engage in private equity. But he didn't say anything. Sipping his wine, listening quietly, not speaking. Computer Tu Wendong also does not understand. After chatting for a while, he also asked Li Yi, "When are you going to enter the field of private equity?" "Gu Ping Money and I are ready. Look at the number of people who are waiting for you to release your private placement." After it came to light that Li Yi had set up a company, the comments section of his bib, Indeed, is full of people saying, "Sit back and wait for the issuance of private placement products, trying to get in the car and make money." The market is really good right now. Even Tu Wendong lost a few $1,000,000 before, and deleted the speculation software and now downloaded it back, but just throwing a couple $100,000 in for fun. There's no top. Mainly seduced by Li Yi, plus the recent market attraction. It's going to be a while. It's going to be after the school year starts. I have military training in August, and for a long time I won't be unavailable. Li Yi also knows that Gu Ping and Tu Wendong just want to buy private placement products. In fact, it would be better to buy his private products than to buy stocks yourself, or buy a house. Even if Li Yi launched a private placement, more or earn management fees, as well as performance commission. He certainly doesn't operate like he's operating his own money and doubling it a dozen times, or even dozens of times. Who are you to make money for someone else? Then there's that it depends on what the private placement volume is. It mainly depends on the number of people who put money into it. Fewer people have invested in. What are the tens of millions of dollars raised for? It is possible to raise hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of dollars with a lot of people throwing money at it. Of course, that's the top private equity gurus. Li Yi is somewhat famous, but he's too young. Don't look at so many people on the internet who say, "Sit back and wait for his private placement product to launch." There are certainly not many that actually quit and buy. After chatting for a while, it was determined that it would be around September-October when Li Yi acquired his private equity license. Tu Wendong and Gu Ping didn't ask much. Send a private placement and they'll support it. Earn some pocket money. Make a lot of money investing in private placements. Not very realistic. Unless one is investing in Li Yi's company. But this is something that they didn't even ask about or mention. It's just under 10 o'clock at night. Two men with glasses, one in a plaid shirt and one in a striped t-shirt, and fairly bushy hair walked into the bar. Under Tu Wendong's introduction, he was seated at the card table. "I've heard a lot about you." Regarding Li Yi, Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi had definitely heard of him, and he was very hot recently. 18 years old, the top student of the college entrance examination. Enrolled in Yendu University, majoring in finance. Summer vacation to the present. In the stock market has earned tens of millions of dollars. This young man could be his own future boss. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi briefly introduced their team, plus they totaled 16 people, all of whom left from Chengdu. The team ability, fit all around, was very good. Li Yi interviews are easy. Not even an interview. He was going to play a peace game with the two of you. Both of you are very impressive and capable of making it to T6 level in Chitos. In Chindo, T5 level technicians are considered senior engineers, T6 are senior engineers, and T7 start to lead the team. The T7 level is not just about skill, but leadership, and more about people. The second is that the promotion pipeline is basically fixed after so many years of Cheeto. Options have long since been issued. The gap between new and old employees is too wide. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people that quit after 3 or 4 years. Drinks. Let's play a game first. Li Yi greeted the two men with a drink, and he replaced the juice in his glass with a cocktail. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi were somewhat confused by the young Li Yi. Just introduce yourself and have a drink? How come? Feels a little unreliable? Even Gu Ping and Tu Wendong were a bit unsure as to how Li Yi was going to talk about it. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi couldn't say anything. Pour yourself a beer. Consider it an honorarium. In his heart, he had no hope for Li Yi as the young man's future boss, but after the wine was poured, I heard Li Yi say, let's play a game. It's simple. It's solitaire. Whoever loses, drinks. Then, in the eyes of Ding Yifeng, Fang Yi, Tu Wendong, Gu Ping, and even Gu Man, all of them were filled with incomprehension. Li Yi said a solitaire. Gu Ping, Tu Wendong, and Gu Man couldn't understand it at all. Only Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi were a bit dazed. Solitaire? He meowed. It's actually algorithmic? Algorithm solitaire? You can still play like this? For the two programmers, Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi, it was really a long time coming. Even Gu Ping and Tu Wendong were considered to have gained insight. I've seen a lot of flying flower orders, solitaire and the like. Between programmers, algorithmic solitaire, a first for them. However, it's also clear from here that Li Yi said earlier, taught himself a little bit of computer skills. Conservative. It's too conservative. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi, however, are 1000 degrees T6 level technicians. Playing algorithmic solitaire with Li Yi felt like a back and forth. This one game played down. Li Yi does not know how Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi's ability is. This interview, when it comes down to it, is really something else. Chapter 39, incorporating Team Ding Yifeng, stolen kisses. Li Yi student, is not right. The boss really just took the college entrance exam this year? A solitaire game to play down. 1000 degrees out of the senior technicians. The real backbone, the generation of the team of the big brother, is close to directly said, cloth floating half alive? Only hate not meet the bright master. If the public do not give up, I would like to worship as a righteous father. This he meow. Li Yi, the senior high school student who took the college entrance examination this year. People don't even learn computers. They learn it all on their own. Learn on your own. Learn by yourself. More crucially, people know Li Yi more because he scored 744 points in the college entrance exam. It's a high school senior. It's the summer vacation that made tens of millions of dollars in the stock market in just over a month. Who knew he was so good at teaching himself computer skills? Who knows? That's devastating, isn't it? They say there are geniuses in this world. The talent thing is important. Determines one's ceiling. But that's too much of a blow, isn't it? Right. Report to Yen University on the 18th of next month. And for work, first do the maintenance and update of Jump 1 Jump. And I'll give you another game project to practice on. It's okay to break it in first, right? Li Yi was going to school at Yendu University. And Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi and their software development team were in Yendu. They came by high-speed train. Yendu University military training on August 16th. Li Yi will not go over until then. Of course, if the software development team needed it on their side, Li Yi could always go over to Yendu first. No problem. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi agreed in one breath. With their team of 16, the game development failed. At the moment it's just a matter of picking up some outsourcing and doing it through contacts. Paychecks are going to be impossible to pay. It's even borrowing money to get by. When he came over, Tu Wendong introduced the buyer news. Fang Yi and the others had looked up information about jumping. One of the hotter minigames is just that. It's not hard to maintain. Subsequent updates are even less of an issue. As for the new game project, I just don't have anything to do right now. I'm relying on my previous contacts and relationships at Chidu to help with outsourcing. It's great to have a new project to do. Otherwise, It is a bit embarrassing to receive this salary. Thousands of degrees T6 level programmers, the salary is not low. The lowest are around 300,000 a year, the highest 600,000 or so. Taking a middle ground, it's about $400,000 as well. Ding Yifeng and their entire team of 16 people were certainly not all at the T6 level, others T3 level. It also pays around $200,000, $300,000 a year. That's a salary that's not low in 2014. That means that this team, in terms of salaries, will have to spend more than $4 million a year. Well, it's a small fortune. Li Yi in the stock market, a little more operation, can earn more than $4 million a day. That salary is nothing. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi also knew that Li Yi's ability to make money. It was only after consideration that they accepted Winden Tu's lead to negotiate. The two sides are considered to be officially finalized. Li Yi packs up and collects Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng's team. Next week, Li Yi needs to cash out some funds to stabilize the team and advance some wages. First uncovered. It's too bad. It doesn't need to be much, just a couple $100,000. Li Yi also agreed. He makes more money by keeping his money in the stock market for one more day. Withdraw hundreds of thousands of small money. Acceptable. In the bar, Tu Wendong and Gu Ping were left. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi went to the hotel. By this time the high-speed train had stopped running. The two of them will return to Yendu tomorrow on the most 6 o'clock train. Li Yi and Gu Manman then left. A real brother. A first cousin. Still cannot see this girl at home, that little heart? Naturally, he didn't let his sister stay. Besides, it's late. Why would Gu Manman stay at the bar? It's been a long time coming. And play solitaire like that? Tu Wendong and Gu Ping, at the bar, saw quite a few playing solitaire, fleur-de-lis and the like. Algorithm solitaire? It's the first time I've seen it. This was more than just solitaire. It was a test of Li Yi's ability against Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng. A test. It's an interview. Luckily, Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi had real skills. Otherwise, might be a bit of a shame. Li Yi's skill in computers also greatly exceeded the expectations of Tu Wendong and Gu Ping. Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi were equally surprised. Your computer skills are that good? And you still say it's average? That's a senior programmer out of 1,000 degrees. And he's all subdued by you. Walking on the corridor bridge. The gorgeous neon lights dressed up the corridor bridge very beautifully. The light shone on Gu Manman's long legs. Still reflecting. Really white. It's really long. At this moment, after 11 o'clock at night, there are still a lot of young people who come here to eat and clock. Across the street from the bar is a variety of snacks. When Li Yi first taught Fan Wenshur, he said that he had taught himself computer skills and had average abilities. Gu Manman really believed it. After all, it's just self-taught. But where does it seem to be in general now? Average. Can it be that good? Make the senior programmers out of 1,000 degrees wish to be convinced? Noticing Li Yi beside him, surveying his long legs, the corner of Gu Manman's mouth, unconsciously hooked up a trace of arc. Very satisfied. This is her strength. Of course she has to show it. The bear can't beat CC. Leg length can just beat it. Li Yi then said, maybe. I'm just a genius. It seems very shameless. Genius my ass. Only in his last life. He had studied computer technology himself. Several years of experience. That's a lot of technology and thinking after nearly a decade. Take it back now. Isn't it hanging over Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng and the others? Cross the corridor bridge and see various food stalls. It smells so good. Li Yi looked at Gu Manman's delicate side face and asked, eating? No food. Gu Manman shook her head. It smells good, but it's easy to gain weight eating at night. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Yi said, then let me send you back. Gu Manman immediately changed her words and whispered, it's not that you can't eat. Eat less. Li Yi took her and ordered something from the food stall. Eat as you go. In fact, they all bought very little. Just a taste. After walking through the Langqiao snack street, you can't let a siren-like girl go back alone, right? Li Yi called a car and sent Gu Manman to the door of his house. The shores of Lake Kamchatka. One of the top properties in the city of Yuanjiang. It's all big flats. The 200 or 300 square foot kind. Even now, in 2014, a set would cost nearly $10 million to buy. Yuanjiang City is also not a first-tier or new first-tier city. Just a third-tier city. Rich girl. Hungry. Just Jinzhou Lakeshore this cell door. Pavilion. Can only say that the developers, designers, really know too much. Humph, you're so rich yourself. And you're a rich woman. Gu Manman's eyes rolled. If you say so, Then this rich woman will adopt you. You will follow me from now on. Your money is my money. Nice try. Snap. Li slapped her lightly on her small arse and urged. Hurry up and go home. I'm going back. Spank me? Gu Man grunted, but didn't make much of a move. It's something you're used to when you're messing around at the gym. She quickly approached Li, measuring in height, and similarly, she leaned in slightly and then kissed Li on the cheek. A small, quick run back to the neighborhood. Only then did he turn back and wave to Li. Bye. Be careful on your way back. See you tomorrow. Stolen kiss? Li touched the cheek that had been kissed by Gu Man, very shamelessly said to Gu Man, who waved her hand. Suggest that next time you just kiss here. When he finished, he pointed to his mouth. Gu Man rolled her eyes and urged Li. Thinking about it, hurry back. Chapter 40. Hurry up and bring the agreement over. Gu Man is killing over. You ran away to Yendu? Day 2. Saturday. The stock market is closed. Li has nothing to do. After talking to Dingifeng and the others last night, after thinking about it, he went to Yendu to meet with the team, have a serious chat. So early the next morning, Li and the two of them took the first high-speed train at 6 o'clock to Yendu. Manhwa hasn't gone to the gym yet. However, she received a message from Li that he had gone to Yendu. This was based on Li's time when Gu Man usually went to the gym. Probably project what time she'll get up. Just sent the message. When Gu Man received the news, Li had already arrived in Yen capital. Li sent a message to Gu Man. Yes, I'll have a chat with the software development team, so I won't go to the gym for the next 2 days. Okay, Gu Man said with some disappointment. After the college entrance exam, the whole summer vacation, it can be said that every day stayed with Li. Li was actually a little uncomfortable when he was suddenly gone for a day. The key to liking someone is to be even more uncomfortable when the person you like isn't around. Yendu, Quanka Software Park. Dingifeng and his team were located here, a little farther from the city center, but it's cheap. Accommodation is also cheap in every way. The whole office environment is very Spartan. An office area, not even a separate office. A dozen computers were set up. If not, there are wider walkways, water fountains, and small chalkboards. Li all suspected that this was going into a black internet cafe. This is the new boss, Li. Everyone should know or have heard of him by now. Dingifeng introduces the new boss to the team members. Went to see Li last night. Both Dingifeng and Feng Yi had advanced knowledge. The team is full of tech geeks, and learned about it ahead of time yesterday and this morning. The boss is very powerful. Feng and I are no match for him. Feng Yi to the rest of the team, talking about meeting Li at the bar in Yuanjiang City last night and playing a bit of solitaire. Algorithm solitaire. Li is better than them in every aspect of his personal strength, technique, and thinking. Some blowback, but that's the truth. Feng Yi and Dingifeng were both very serious. Recognized it. The rest of the tech team, more or less, couldn't believe it. Really? Li students. Not right. The boss is so bull? Not bad for a big shot who scored 744 on the college entrance exam and made tens of millions of dollars on a summer vacation binge. Boss, we will hang out with you in the future. I don't know if you can take us to earn some pocket money? Right. Boss, can I ask how much money you're making now? Everyone is in technology. Getting technical is all about the business. It's all about making money. Li's summer vacation is not over yet. It's only been a month or so. It's already made tens of millions of dollars. The exact number, unpublished, is too much to guess, but it must be a lot. People knew about Li ahead of time and were still interested in this. Over 30 million, I think. Li said a rough figure, and then said, in the future, a company will be set up to release the products. You guys can buy the products, and you can definitely earn some pocket money without worrying about being confiscated by your wife and not having pocket money to use. Tech geeks, if one has a girlfriend, or is married, the money is inevitably turned in. Not much pocket money in hand. Li as the new boss. In the future, these employees under his command do not have to worry about not having pocket money to use. Of course, not many people are currently married on this team. Don't understand how good Li is as a boss. Only a married tech can feel this. The main thing I came over here to do was to meet and talk to everyone. Followed soon by the development of a new game. And a software. The level of secrecy have to be made very high. Relevant non-disclosure and non-compete agreements need to be signed. Of course, you don't worry about the salary. On top of the original, it goes up 20%. After that, the company will definitely change to a better environment. This point, I will let Dingifeng to find a new office space. It has to be closer to Yen University. After all, I have to go to school after the start of the school year, and it's convenient to be closer. We definitely don't have enough people, either to develop games or software. People have acquaintances they can push inside. As long as they have the ability to do so, don't worry about the salary. I'm sure you all know my ability to make money. That's pretty much it. The subsequent studio will register the company. When the time comes to sign a formal work cooperation, 5 insurance and 1 gold will be paid. Once those are taken care of, the new development will be online soon, so people don't have to worry about having nothing to do. All of these were what Li Yi had talked about with Ding Yifeng and Fang Yi last night, as well as this morning on the high-speed train. Originally, if Li Yi did not come over, these things were announced by Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng. Now that Li Yi has come over in person, he's the boss. Establishment of a new company, signing of a formal contract, salary increase. A personal announcement from the boss will better appease the employees. Boss atmosphere. Finally a rich boss. Hurry up with the new project, it's all idle. Taking on outsourced work. And those dogs are still desperately trying to pressure the price and squeeze us. There's a whole lot of fart problems. At first, when we heard that we had to sign confidentiality agreements and non-compete contracts, we were still a bit reluctant. Don't think that's necessary, do you? It's not like it's a big company. It's when they were at Chidori, and there was no non-compete agreement at their level. Developing software is also not at the point where you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. A direct 20% increase in salary can be heard. 5 insurance policies by up and go. We all felt at once, professionalism agreement, confidentiality agreement. It doesn't matter, just sign it. Hurry up and bring it over. It's been so long since I left Chidori, and it didn't say anything about 5 insurance during the time when I first started the game. It's also the same treatment you get when you're 1,000 degrees away. It's all only available at the top major manufacturers, leaving 1,000 degrees to come out and spar. Didn't even think about this stuff. All I can say is, Li Yi boss atmosphere. It's a real moneymaker. Don't take money for granted. It seems nice to have a boss who is such a great moneymaker. Now it's the weekend. It will take time for the studio to register the company. New contracts, non-compete agreements, and confidentiality agreements also need to be taken care of by a professional attorney. Although on weekends, official departments are closed and company registrations are not processed. Law firms don't take breaks. New contract fees. Fang Yi directly contact the nearby law firm to prepare. Signing a new contract is legally guaranteed. Now studios, there's no such thing as a contract. People are saying how much they are paid and then working their asses off. Even because of the failure of the development of the game, Tu Wendong quit. The salary has not been paid for a period of time. Many people are really short of money in their hands. That's why they let Li Yi pay part of the funds first. At noon, Li Yi invited all the team to gather for dinner. He had nothing more to do in the afternoon. New games, software development of all sorts of things. It will have to wait until the new contract, non-compete agreement, and confidentiality agreement are signed. Li Yi, who had nothing to do, was ready to take a look around the neighborhood. Familiarize yourself with Yendu in advance. It was in his last life that Li Yi had never come to Yendu. As a result, he hadn't even left the hotel when he received a call from Gumanman. After the phone was connected, after heard Gumanman directly asked, "Where are you?" Li Yi heard the voice on the phone and the more lively murmur and guessed, "You came to Yendu?" "Yeah," Gumanman graciously admitted, saying, "Where are you? I'll take a cab over to you." Chapter 41 Li Yi, I hate relatives. A green and yellow cab stopped in front of Li Yi. The car door opens. Be the first to see a pair of sneakers. Then white legs. This would not be perfect if you come to a high-vis and add a high heel? What are you looking at? Gumanman all but got out of the car, looking at Li Yi's eyes following his legs. Heartfelt. The face didn't show it. Li Yi did this on purpose. When he heard Gumanman ask this, he said, "I was thinking, these long legs, it's a waste not to go pedaling on 3 wheels. Pedaling 3 wheels? Gumanman gave Li Yi a blank look. How dare you think of that? What brings you over? Leaving C to work out alone? Li Yi asked before stepping into the hotel with Gumanman. It's the middle of the day. Surely you can't do anything by going to a hotel. Mostly because it's hot outside. The forehead was already sweaty from those few steps. Besides, tomorrow is Sunday. And surely I won't be back in Yuanzhang until tomorrow. Definitely staying at a hotel tonight. It was so hot in the afternoon that it didn't really matter to Li Yi himself to go out for a spin. What to do with a Gumanman? Tan, let's blow the air conditioning at the hotel first. See, she's not coming. I asked. Gumanman really did ask. It wasn't just about wanting to be alone with Li Yi. No. She wanted to be alone with Li Yi. But this time when he came to Yendu, he did ask CC. Only Van Wins doesn't like to run and has to study. There are still things going on at home. Didn't follow to Yendu. Anyway, the school is in Yendu. 4 years of university time. Not urgent these days. Hot damn. Back at the hotel, Li Yi booked the room. Gu Man placed her small school bag on the bed and sat on the edge of the bed without any image, pulling out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her face. It took a while to get much better with the air conditioning blowing. It's in the 30s outside, and the body temperature is even higher, so it's a wonder it's not hot. Rest first, you can't go anywhere in this heat, and I don't know what you came over for. Hearing Li Yi say this, Gu Man sighed. You're so boring. Wow dash. Li Yi pulled the curtains up. What did you say? Li Yi looked Gu Man up and down, asked a rhetorical question, and walked over to her, like the big bad wolf staring at the white rabbit. After pulling the curtains closed, the room darkened quite a bit, and Gu Man was a bit vain. What are you doing? It's daytime. In broad daylight? Yi nodded and asked. At night? Gu Man blushed and said, not even at night. My relatives are here. No way. With that, he covered his face. What am I talking about? When Gu Man was nervous, she said what was on her mind. Straight out. Then lie completely flat, toward the bed. Pull the pillow over your face. Li Yi, I really hate your great aunt. He seriously doubted that Gu Man dared to strut to Yendu precisely because her relatives were here, right? No wonder Gu Man didn't drink at all yesterday at the bar. In the middle of summer, after leaving the bar, in the snack bar. It's not about iced drinks and cold snacks either. Li Yi, a technical geek. Where would he have paid attention to this before? Didn't think of that last night either. In retrospect, broke the case. Pa. Li Yi slapped Gu Man's big white legs, and also touched. These pants are really smooth, soft, and tender. What are you doing? Gu Man removed the pillow covering her face and blushed as she looked at Li Yi, not expecting this guy to be so bold. Before working out, it was a little spanking and a little leg spanking. Now it's straight up touching? You covered your own face and tanned your long legs. Isn't that just for me to touch? Li Yi asked rhetorically. Go to hell. Gimeneo counters with a leg kick. The result was another ankle hold by Li Yi. That's a high-level maneuver. Almost a 180-degree split as well. No more games before you catch fire. Li Yi dropped his long legs and sat down in a side chair, pulling out his computer to write. Don't think about anything else, lest you catch fire later and have no way to lower it. On fire? What's on fire? Gu Man is still too young. Even if he followed Li Yi for this period of time, he learned a lot of some words from the future, new understanding of some words and idioms. But in the end, she is still a little girl, who has never been in love. It's girls who are well protected by their parents. It took a while to figure it out. What are you writing? Gu Man got out of bed and made little noise in her bare feet. Had come up behind Li Yi. She lowered her head and brought her head to Li Yi's ear. This close, Li Yi could smell the faint scent of her hair. The game plan that the team is going to develop later. Behind to develop the game. Li Yi has a little idea. Anyway, it is to get a game to play and grind the team. Then develop short videos of musical notes. Short videos can be made without rushing. It's only 2014. Originally not due to launch until 2016. Note short video wasn't even very highly regarded when it first launched, and it wasn't until 2017 that it began to use its resources to promote it in a big way. Li Yi has time to perfect this software and prepare in advance. For example, if you make money from speculation now, you will have to acquire music rights when you have enough money. What's the difference between an audio short video without music rights and one without a soul? Music rights aren't particularly expensive these days. Can handle music rights. Subsequent development will also be easier. When the Note short videos were first made, it was a huge price to pay for the music rights. It would be best to fix this. On Fong Yi and Ding Yifeng's side, they have to keep recruiting. Develop a game first to play around with and hone the team. The Jedi? A shooting game? Watching Li Yi write the game plan, Gu Man didn't understand. From the content, you can tell it's shooter. It was something that didn't really interest her. Boys are more shooting games. The game thing is going to make money. It's really about making money for boys. Li Yi just wanted to say that it was still too young. Rich women fill up a lot of money in the game too. The sun slowly set and the temperature dropped quite a bit. Only then did Li Yi take Gu Man out. Take a brief turn in Yendu. It should be Gu Man leading Li Yi around. In this life plus his life, Li Yi had never been to Yendu. Gu Man was here a couple of times, all for pleasure. Let's just say, deserves to be a rich woman. I found a place to eat in the evening and then continue to hang out. Yendu at night is more vibrant and more crowded than during the day. Nonsense. It's so hot during the day. Of course it's crowded at night. It's a waste of money to get another room. Just sleep here. You have relatives to protect you, and you're worried about what I'll do to you? Say it like it is. But two people in a room with one queen-sized bed, that's not sleeping together? Damn Lee, you want to sleep with me without even confessing? What kind of relationship is that? Boyfriend and girlfriend? How can you sleep in the same room, in the same bed, if you're not boyfriend and girlfriend? But, Gu Man still walked into the room that Lee had booked during the day. A pair of big eyes blinked and blinked, looking at Lee in anticipation of something. What? Wash up and go to bed. No bath or no bed. Lee watched Gu Man not move and prepared to take a shower himself first. As he stepped into the bathroom, he looked back at Gu Man. Want to join me? Who wants to wash with you? No way. Gu Man refused without hesitation. A little angry. Damn Lee, no romance at all. Neither took the opportunity to confess. Just to sleep in the same bed? Oops, should I leave and get another room? But, it's a rare opportunity. There's no chance of going back. When school started, Lee was again in the same school as CC, while he himself was in Yendu University of Finance and Economics. There are even fewer opportunities to be alone. Chapter 42, Lee you pervert. Man is so cute. Gu Man was still rambling. Lee had already finished his shower, walked out in his big pants, wiping his hair as he did so. How did you get there so fast? Gu Man was shocked. Is Lee bathing so fast? Nope. Boys seem to shower so quickly. Older brother at home too. Dad too. After a short period of shock, Gu Man's face reddened a bit. Why don't you wear clothes? With one hand holding a hotel towel to wipe his hair, he looked down at himself. Aren't I wearing pants? And where am I going faster? Don't you talk nonsense. Fast or not, you won't get to experience it today anyway. Pervert. Throw dash. Gu Man grabbed the square pillow on the bed and threw it over. Lee casually took the pillow and flung it toward the bed. Gu Man immediately got up from the bed and quickly ran away. To the bathroom. Small sample. Seeing this, Lee grunted. He lay down, a little bored, swiped the scarf, and felt uninteresting. Then the effort to get the short video core algorithm went. It does get a little boring without short videos. Gotta work on that. Lee, that. Help me get my bag. In the bathroom, Gu Man's weak voice came. After hearing this, Lee put down the computer in his hand. In the chair beside him, Gu Man's little book bag. Bring it over and head for the bathroom. The bathroom is a glass door. Unfortunately, Gu Man is wearing a bath towel and generously extends her hand. This caused Lee to be slightly disappointed and hand over the bag. After changing clothes, Gu Man stood for a while, constantly cheering herself up before walking out. Seeing Lee leaning against the bed, holding the computer is busy. I have to say, serious boys are twice as attractive. Lee belongs to the kind of small face value, more durable type. Features are also more upright, three-dimensional. Probably can play 80 points. Count on excellence. Plus, all sorts of tawdry maneuvers and displays of excellence. For a little girl like Gu Man, quite attractive. Lee, the glutinous voice sounded, and the wet hair hung down, and scattered on Lee's face. Why don't you blow dry my hair? Lee tilted his head and looked at Gu Man, who had finished her bath and still had a faint scent. That siren-like face. It's beautiful. The color is really high. Or a little rich girl. That's very rude of you. Lee said so on his mouth, or put down the computer, but suddenly got up, and the two faces were stuck together. Warm, soft, there's also a light scent. It's the scent of the cleanser. Woo-woo. Suddenly, Gu Man's eyes went wide. Originally, I thought it was just a light kiss like the one on Greenwood Hill before. What do you know? Lee, this guy is actually sticking out his tongue? It was useless to stare. Lee had already reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Gu Man could only close her eyes and study carefully. It took a while to finish. Lee looked in Gu Man, who closed her eyes. There's a charge for blow-drying your hair. Lee. Gu Man opened her eyes to look at Lee, who was smiling badly. I'm considered your girlfriend, right? Sort of. He pondered and said. It's all stamped after all. Small fist suddenly slammed into Lee's body. This is Gu Man who has been working out consistently for at least 2 years. Even if you don't train muscles, just shape. The force is not small. Not without too much force. Of course. Fists falling. Gu Man Man huffed. What do you mean sort of? You've kissed me twice. And you're even sharing a room and a bed. You guys don't even confess to me. And you want me to ask you. So angry. Gu Man Man remembers the students at school who secretly fell in love. It's all about boys being careful and confessing in secret. How come when it comes to herself, it's still her asking Lee? Okay, blow dry your hair. Lee looked at the huffing and puffing Gu Man Man. A little cute. Pulling her head, he went over to the bathroom to blow dry her hair. It was obvious that at home, she was definitely treated like a princess. Gu Man Man's mom should blow dry her hair more often. In fact, helping girls blow out their hair, Lee is also the first time. It was still done clumsily under Gu Man Man's command. The main thing is that the hotel this hairdryer really can't work. Even if the hotel that Lee booked wasn't bad, how good can a hairdryer be? Sleep. Don't you touch. It's rumored that with a boyfriend added to the mix, it will develop twice. Liar. Really? I don't know. Try it. Lee. Something behind me diaphragm me. Don't you touch. Lee. You pervert. It's normal, right? Who doesn't get on fire with this? You've got to help me. How is this going to help? No. You rest think. Lee. I'm all out of toothbrushes. Ask the hotel to send them to me tomorrow. Good man. You're so cute. That. What time did the two of you toss and turn and go to bed? Not at all. The next day. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Before Lee could open his eyes, he felt someone picking at his ears. It tickled. Reaching out, she touched the soft hair. I knew it was the little beauty in my arms that was causing trouble. Pa. Ugh. Lee slapped down. Can feel extremely flexible and muscular. It's the only kind that can hold up that kind of curvature. Otherwise it's all fake and padded. I have to say, the little beauty does have a superb body built by working out consistently at such a young age. I'm told I learned it from my first cousin. Get up. Gu Man Man let out an alas before lifting the covers and pulling Lee out of bed. Lee reached out and gathered her in his arms. Hold her for a while longer. Man is so soft it smells so good. Well, then hold it a little longer. Gu Man heard Lee say this and let him be. Didn't get up until 9. Want to go watch the flag raising at this hour? That's not going to happen. But we'll be attending school in Yendu for the next 4 years. Flag raising is definitely something I'll get a chance to see. Today, Lee had already made an appointment with Gu Man to visit the school. Yen University and Yendu University of Finance and Economics both went to check it out. Lest you have to go to the other school unfamiliar after school starts. As for the Forbidden City and the Great Wall, it's still the same. He will be attending Yendu for the next 4 years. So there is plenty of time to go and there is no rush. Not bad for a day. In the afternoon, Lee took Gu Man to the software park. The contract law firm side has gotten it out. This kind of contract. There are templates. Lee looked at it. No problem on the line. 16 people, including Fong Yi and Ding Yifeng. Confidentiality contracts. Non-compete agreements are signed. The salary package was finalized. Lee also took out the game plan he had written. Jedi Survival. A shooter. Battle Royale game that you can try to develop. Endgame and handheld. At the same time. And recruiting. Software-wise, I'm still writing the core algorithms. So everyone will do this game first and hone the team. We'll pull people to do another software development later. Lee announced the studio's subsequent development tasks. The development of the game Jedi takes a good amount of time. 16 people just aren't enough. Unless it takes a long time to develop. Keep adding staff and it will take about a year to develop. In time, we will also be developing note short videos. And keep recruiting people. After that, draw people to start shivering. Jitterbug's follow-up live streaming feature also needs to have live gaming. Jedi Outcast is the game that nearly killed League of Legends in the first place. Nah, the operation is real garbage. All sorts of extras flying around in poorly organized tournaments. It's still a charge. Almost $100 a serving, limiting the popularity of the game. It just so happens that League of Legends won the championship and renewed it. But, the game Jedi, the game company also earn hemp, both Endgame, or Penguin's later handheld games, isn't selling skins just as lucrative when this game becomes popular? It doesn't matter if you make money or not. Anyway, there's a hot game. And Note Short Video is following up with a live streaming feature. There is one game that serves as the main live stream. It attracts anchors to the air. It's the only way to engage the audience. Better than most games are Penguin. It's tough when Penguin doesn't give you a live stream. Lee spoke at length about the development of Jedi. It's not simple. It's not difficult. But for Fong Yi and Ding Yifeng and their team, there was no problem. After all, It's the team that came out of 1,000 degrees. It's just a little understaffed. Li Yi has already approved that a large number of people will be recruited. And as long as there are enough people, it won't take long for this game to be developed. Give Fang Yi 1,000 people and you can liver this game in a couple months. Don't underestimate the programmers. The liveries. The planning given by Li Yi has been very detailed. It's close to writing out all the data. These are numbers that definitely still need to be crunched by the team. How could Li Yi remember? 1,000? As long as you can find so many people. I have no problem with this salary. I decided to pay the money. Don't underestimate my development and determination for the future of the studio. Or the company. Absolutely beyond your imagination. Not to mention 1,000, but 5,000. If you can find someone, just find them. Shidu, Penguin, Cat Factory. As long as they have the ability, that is to poach their chief technology officer, chief scientist. I want them all. Li Yi is showing that he is very ambitious for the company room. When the boss says so, we know. Fang Yi just said, if there is a team of 1,000 people, this game can be livered out in half a year. Just saying. He felt that Li Yi had taken in their team, and it shouldn't have grown to the size of 1,000 people, right? I didn't realize. Pulling the plate was so ambitious. How many to how many? Direct him to poach people from Penguin, Cat Factory, and Chindo? Chief Technology Officer, Chief Scientist. Is that something that can be tapped? Li Yi's development task was given, and the whole team was like chicken blood. Bury your head in the sand. Subsequent to recruiting, Li Yi basically do not have to appear. He only need to probably look at the resume and salary. The contract will just be taken out and signed by Dingifeng and Fang Yi. Chapter 43, Mama Gu teaches her daughter. Number 1 on the Dragon and Tiger list. Leaving the software park, the time was nearly 7 o'clock. We have to go back to Yuanjiang City tonight. Gotta find a place to eat first. Li Yi looked at Gu Man beside him and asked, where to eat? I'm set. Gu Man looked at her cell phone, greeted Li Yi out of the gate of the software park, hit the car and left. At this point, it's not hard to order food online. Next year, Dianping and a certain group are going to merge, and one is going to be the only one. Took a cab to a Western restaurant. Guoman ordered it, or a candlelit dinner. She said she wanted to experience it. As a result, it felt average. It's just a different vibe. Take the high-speed train back to Yuanjiang City at almost 10 p.m. Li Yi is a little bit like a driver's license at this time. Subject 3 has not yet been tested, and it is expected to get it next month. Took a cab and went to Cam City Lakeshore. Mooah. Gu Man kissed Li Yi's cheeks before stepping into the neighborhood. While backing up, he waved goodbye to Li Yi and made a date to meet at the gym tomorrow. This retreating and waving goodbye at the same time is still so cute. Li Yi took another cab back to his house. Is it possible to get smart algorithms out of? To get taxi software first? Not having a taxi app is really a bit uncomfortable. This time to Yendu. Taxi from the high-speed rail station to the software park. Not very far. People still do not go. Li Yi and Gu Man were in Yendu, taking a taxi to Yen University. Yenjing University of Finance and Economics was also detoured. The experience wasn't great. Smart algorithms, too, aren't only for short videos, but the algorithmic sophistication, the overall idea in all its aspects, is actually generalizable. As for the taxi software burning money, it's okay. Li Yi can make money in the financial market. A majority of the shares can be retained. Or even, you can just cash out and walk away when the valuation of the ride-hailing software improves. Having fun? Gu Man returned home carrying a small school bag. It's just under 11 o'clock at the moment. Gu's mom didn't sleep knowing that her daughter was back today. Not bad. Gu Man happily replied back, changing her shoes and hanging up her school bag. Tap 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 runs to mom. Gu's mom looked at her daughter in this mood and knew. It seems that our man and that male classmate have established a relationship? No way. Even if it was her own mom, she was still a little shy about bringing it up. Gu's mom rubbed her daughter's head. It's okay. You've grown up and you're going to college soon. Your father all these years, to you can be said to want what to give what, to spoil you to the sky. Purpose is to not let you so easily be deceived by people, by other people and things to tempt. Unusual people, unusual sets. You certainly cannot see. This classmate called Li Yi is really something. Mesmerizing our family man to death. Excellent enough indeed. But then, you're all grown up and adult, but you're not old enough to have a baby. Remember, don't be too impulsive in what you do. Don't let your emotions sway you, and have some love for yourself. You have to remember that men are all big colorful wolves in big pigs' feet, and the easier it is to get something, the less they cherish it. If Li Yi were here, he would know. He sometimes wondered why Gu Man loved to talk about the big pervert so much. Did Mom Gu teach you that? Gu Man leaned against her mother's arms, listening to her mother's teachings, shy and at the same time, there was a nod of her head. Got it, Mom. However, when I think of last night, Li Yi, that big pervert, actually made her get up in the middle of the night to brush her teeth. Abominable. A bad guy indeed. It's a big pervert. Big pig's hooves. One does get swayed by emotions and is too impulsive. Of course Gu's mom knew when her daughter's relatives were coming. It shouldn't be a big deal for my daughter to run away to Yendu this time. It's why she's waiting for her daughter here today, to have a good chat and teach her. Ka-ching. Gu Man had just returned not long ago when the door to the family room opened. Gu Ping home. He saw his sister, wrapped around the waist of his mom, lying in his mom's arms, the two gossiping about something. Thinking of the downstairs neighborhood just now, seeing his oldest sister in Li Yi, Gu Ping felt that it seemed hopeless to use this incident as a handle to pin down his old sister. So you two are settling down? Mom went back to her room to rest, and Gu Ping also asked his old sister with some curiosity. What the what? Not telling you. Gu Man simply ignored his oldest brother. Gu Ping smiled and said, this is a good thing. I am optimistic about Li Yi. This guy is very powerful, and the achievements achieved in the future are definitely not bad. As far as Dad and Mom's attitude towards you, as long as you like it, it doesn't matter at all when it comes to the family, the dowry or anything else. Besides, Li Yi hasn't even finished his summer vacation yet and he's already made tens of millions of dollars. This summer vacation earned more money than Gu Ping's family had earned in their entire lives. This is cash. Gu Man said to his oldest brother. You'd better think more about yourself. Hurry up and find a sister-in-law, or go on a blind date. Gu Ping instantly wilted. A blind date? It's just love that you were mentioned by Mom and he wasn't interested at all. Following my older cousin in his media company. So many young ladies. Nice talking, good looking and posing. Who goes on blind dates? Buy direct. Just hang up and buy. That's fine. Wait and see what happens tomorrow. Stretch and ship while you're at it. Close the power. Monday. The stock market opened. On Sunday, Li Yi had screened stocks using the ability to foresee the future. Liquidated the stocks in the hand. Made a few points, and then divided the funds into two, giving Gu Man to operate a part of it. Withdraw $1 million and transfer it to the software development team to advance some of their salaries first to solve the problem at hand. Today's operation in the stock market is different from the past. Li Yi foretell the future to see the stocks that have risen and stopped. Do simple research, to look back at a variety of data to see if there is a big banker. If there is no big banker, or there is still the kind of evil banker, very unique banker. You grab chips with him. He does not want to take you to play. Directly smashed plate pit kill you. Good banker. Li Yi's side grab chips. He most pull up the stock price stop. Directly start the operation behind. Now, Li Yi has taken it upon himself to come in and pull up the stops. Change the style of play. After the stop, look at the next day through the ability to see into the future to see if the stop continues to be pulled. The situation is good. The heat is high. And the influx of funds is much. Don't even need Li Yi to pull himself. Retail investors and other funds can continuously pull up. Things aren't going so well, so pull the stock price and ship it out at the same time. Switch to the next stock. As far as Li Yi's current funds are concerned, this type of play can be used to more than $1 billion, or even billions of funds. You can't play like that when tens of billions of dollars are at stake. It would need to be held for a long time. At the very least, you can't operate ultra short term like this. This opening was less than an hour. Li Yi and Gu Man completed their low buy and then started pulling up the stock price. Because it's foreseeing the future to see stocks that can go up. A little stretching and it went straight up. The day wrapped up quickly. This type of play is so much easier than the previous method of finding stocks that are up and slowly buying them and then slowly shipping them out. Although they look similar, they are actually quite different. It's the equivalent of Li Yi standing up for himself and playing himself as a big lobbyist. Hongjia Technology was on the LW list after today's close. 10% increase. Top 5 largest buys. The first seat, that is, Gujin Securities Dongqing South Road Business Department. Buying amount of 34.21 million. Accounting for 9% of the total trading ratio. Selling 0.00. Holy, it's Li Yi. Once again on the Dragon Tiger ranking. Over 34 million buys. Previously on the Dragon Tiger list, it was still more than 12 million. Right? How long has it been? 34 million? Number 1 on the LW list of buy seats. Are we about to witness the rise of a new bull and top lobbyist? Thought he was setting up an investment company to do private placements. However not. Damn. An 18-year-old student who hasn't even finished his summer vacation has made over $30 million? I'm envious. So cool. This time I bought Hongjia Technology with Li Yi. I wonder what the big man will do tomorrow. Mr. Li Yi has dispersed his funds before. Is he buying Hongjia Technology in full this time? Will it continue to rise tomorrow? I have a problem with Big A, don't I? Whenever I buy, it goes down, and whenever I sell, it goes up. Thigh Slap Swell series, watched it for half a day, bought 50 lots, and it just pulled right up. Don't worry, Li Yi will run tomorrow, okay? He also operates on the ultra-short side. This stop is bound to be pulled by Li Yi, buying more than 34 million. How much did he earn? A couple million. A few million a day. Mustn't be a few $100 million a year? This is when people have only $30 million or so in capital. When he has a few $100 million in capital, he may make $10 million at a time. 10 million funds and hundreds of millions of funds. The volume is different. How can it be so easy to make money? Besides, there are many times when you make a lot of money and lose a lot of money. Chapter 44, Money Breaks 40 million. Continuous stops. There are just so many stocks that go up and down every day. Not to mention some organizations, like Financial News, specializing in statistics and tracking the operations of top lobbyists and bulls, appeared on the LHU list. We all know that Li Yi account point is Gujin Securities Dongqing South Road Business Department. Li Yi will be picking it up soon. It had been a while since Li Yi had last ascended the Dragon Tiger ranking. The information can be seen in many details. The funds in Li Yi's hand did not fall, but still holding growth. So it certainly wasn't losing money enough to make the LW list. He is the one who spreads out his funds and hides himself, deliberately not wanting to be on the LW list. What is it this time? Let him high-profile choice to buy Hongjia Technology by more than 30 million. On the Dragon Tiger list by seats first? Is this stock doing well? What's the big reveal? Someone immediately did an analysis, checking this company's profile, financial reports, latest information, and so on. It's just a small and mid-cap stock with a market capitalization of over $3 billion and a market outstanding of over $1 billion. The development is not bad, but there hasn't been any big blowouts lately. Even the agencies have followed up with investigations, and none of them are aware of any big breaks or news. What kind of identity and background could Li Yi have known the latest news before them? So, Li Yi just had his funds boosted up and changed his style of play. Everyone who can make money in the stock market has their own style of operation, or thoughts. Previously, Li Yi's idea of operation was one way. He didn't have a huge body of money back then. Today, the volume of his funds is not small, and then use the previous kind of fast in and out. Follow the way to buy stop is not good enough. With tens of millions of dollars, it's too easy to follow and buy stops. It's also easy to target. This way doesn't work well anymore. So, Li Yi just changed his style of operation and mindset. It's not as if Hongjia Technology has any big pops, either. It doesn't matter if there's no big pop. Anyway, the stockholders tracked down information about Li Yi's operation. In a little over a month's time, Li Yi, an 18-year-old kid, made tens of millions of dollars wildly in the stock market. For the current buy of Hongjia Technology, the number 1 on the LW buy list, is more than 30 million. According to previous calculations, Li Yi's principal is about $1 million or so, which is already more than 3,000% return. More than 30 times the money. Not to mention, buying Hongjia Technology for more than 30 million may not be Li Yi's entire principal. Li Yi makes money this way, and it's no longer just what many people say, by luck. Follow Li Yi and buy, more or less. You can make some money. Previously, Li Yi Scarf update their stock market operations, are delivered after the delivery, clearing the position before they will publish their own transactions. Can't track it at all. Now, the Dragon Tiger list is exposed. It can be said that it is quickly Li Yi's operation. In the past, some people look at Li Yi delivery, do analysis of the stock, but also follow the buy, also make money. Of course, there are people who lose money. We know that Li Yi bought Hongjia Technology through the LW list. Quite a few are fist pumping, ready to follow the wave tomorrow. Other than that, Li Yi bought more than $30 million. He has to ship it out, right? To ship out, you have to stretch the stock price, right? It's not possible to ship on the way down, is it? Follow the wave of buying and you're sure to make some money as long as you don't get greedy. It's on the Dragon Tiger list again. After the operation was completed, Gu Man looked at the overall general market trend and did his own analysis. Also see the LW list. It's normal. Open tomorrow. Just operate on my command. This time, it was on the LW list. Something expected. It's just a small cap stock after all. Li Yi did a review after the operation in the morning. This operation, with a different style of play, went smoother than he thought it would. Through the ability of foreseeing the future, I saw that tomorrow's general market, as well as the trend of Hongjie technology, was going well. Even smoother than Li Yi's Sunday look at Monday's stock moves, because Li Yi bought, bringing greater attention, triggering a butterfly effect, attracting more money to gather. Today, Monday, Li Yi used the ability to foretell the future to see how Hongjie technology would move early in the morning tomorrow. Compare the trend of Hongjie technology tomorrow after Li Yi's by today. Stronger. Originally, we could have considered pulling up and shipping out at the same time tomorrow. Looking at this heat, you can eat 2 stops now, not a problem. After the morning operation, there was basically nothing to do. After Li Yi's review, he and Van Wens were writing smart algorithms. The core algorithms for short videos are still being written by Li Yi. When he taught Van Wens again, he learned something new himself, a sort of refresher. Let Van Wens follow along and learn and write algorithms that are suitable for ride-hailing software. I went to Yendu over the weekend and was refused a taxi and got a small ripoff. Li Yi felt more and more that it was indeed a bit inconvenient without taxi software. The Note short video was developed, and Li Yi didn't want it to be just a short video platform. There could be more access points. For example, payments. Payments can also be developed if there is a taxi software, a bike sharing, or an online shopping platform that serves as a payment access point. The stock market in a different way to play. Li Yi has more time to complete the layout of this area. Total assets, 41,233 million. Funds available, 3,622. 300. Stocks held, Hongjie Technology. Market value of positions, 37,631 million. Profit/loss for the day, plus 3,421,000, plus 10%. Total gain/loss, plus 4032. 33 locks, 4335. 84%. After today's operation, the total assets in Li Yi's hand exceeded 40 million. It reached 44.87 million. The market value of the position is $37.63 million. There was no buy-in for the $3.62 million in hand. It's being kept on purpose to be used to pull up the stock tomorrow. If the bullets are all out, how do we go about pulling up the stock tomorrow? Li Yi also did not dare to guarantee that the butterfly effect triggered by his intervention would be good. It will surely attract an influx of retail money. What if tomorrow, the retail investors who originally held Hongjie Technology, see the LHQ list, Li Yi buys this stock, and sells it at the opening of tomorrow's trading? Best thing to do, save some bullets and shoot them out tomorrow, Tuesday. For working out earlier, the stock market hadn't even opened yet after Li Yi finished working with Gu Man in Fanwensher. Finished stretching and took a shower, sitting at a dining bar card table, eating a workout meal that doesn't have much flavor. Go through the pre-market information. The ability to foresee the future saw today's market and Hongjie Technology trend yesterday. Today, it is possible to see how tomorrow will go at this very moment, although there is no official opening, ability to foretell the future. Nor do I see any big news coming to light at this time tomorrow before the disc. Start pulling the stock at the open. Not too fast, just take your time. Li Yi instructed Gu Man a few exact prices. The opening of the market started to stretch according to these stock prices. If there are special circumstances, he will make changes immediately. It's just a matter of Guzman operating again. Li Yi, himself, has other operations. Soon, during the pooled bidding stage, the share price of Hongjie Technology had soared. It was just as Li Yi had imagined. However, it is possible to withdraw the order in front of the pooled bidding stage. It can't be used as a reference at all. Li Yi is not in a hurry. Anyway, today's stock trend, he is considered to know in advance. It's the equivalent of playing a name tag. At the opening of the market, Gu Man operated in earnest and began to buy big time according to the price given by Li Yi. Sure, the funds are a bit low and big buy is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's a blatant, big buy. On Li Yi's side, he is selling off the stocks in his hand. Manhwa buys and he sells. Then, backhandedly bought again. Less than 20 minutes after the opening bell, Hongjie Technology successfully sealed a halt. Chapter 45, 3 consecutive boards. Big orders smashed. Spaced out exchanges. It's up. Up 20 minutes after opening. Fierce. Eat meat. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for taking the flight. That was too fast. The buy order wasn't even closed. I'll just hang up and buy at the stop price, just to see how it performs tomorrow. Make a small profit and run. With gusto. I wonder if Lee has run away yet. There are not many sell orders today. Shouldn't there be a run on them? There's not enough to run. There's not a lot of sell orders today. Just look at the Dragon and Tiger list when it's updated. Selling so little today. It won't even make the LW list. 2 in a row now. I wonder what will happen tomorrow. A 3 in a row? Looking forward. Finally get on the bus and follow Lee to eat meat. Beware of being pitted against him. Oh, you didn't get in the car. Here on acid? The stock bar and Lee's scarf comment section are very lively. Hongjie Technology was up yesterday. It opened up big today and closed up in 20 minutes. Very fast. A lot of people didn't react and the stock has gone up. Hanging a price doesn't buy you in at all. Those who have the courage to do so are even more likely to buy directly at the upside price. The bet is that today's Hongjie Technology trend is too good. Sell orders are not much. Lee is bound to have not run away. Even if they were shipped, they wouldn't sell out. There will definitely be another wave of gains tomorrow to facilitate Lee's shipment. Hang up and buy at the stop price. Just bet on that wave up tomorrow. Then dump and run. The fight is to make a small profit and leave. Follow to earn some pocket money. That's what a lot of people are playing for. And that's why the stock went up so quickly today. Patong Plaza. 6th floor. Sunshine Gym. It's up. The third price you gave me isn't even listed. The second price isn't trading much either. Gu Man looked at the account he was operating. She pulls the stock as Lee instructed. Actually didn't buy in much at all. Often her price is listed and soon the stock price goes up and someone else has already listed a higher price for the deal. It's fine. It's normal. It's expected. The rapid stop was expected by Lee. His side has been shipping out. Even up when the stock has been rising, and has been slowly getting out some chips. It is not impossible to trade the stops. It's just that after the rally, many people are reluctant to throw out the chips in their hands. How can you trade when no one is selling and you can't buy the stock at all? Of course, the case of Hongjie Technology, we all know that Lee, a big lobbyist in it. Today on the stops, there are still people selling off their hands. Those who can trade today must have bought in yesterday. It ate a straight up today. Even before Lee entered the Hongjie Technology to buy, that at least 2 stops. Retail investors who aren't greedy will ship on the stop. If has a big money shipment, too many stocks are dumped and the stops are smashed open. It's even possible to smash the stops into dips. Straight sky floor. The current Hongjie Technology lobbyist is Lee. There must be other money in there as well, but there will be no rush to ship it out now. It's all up. Watch the operation tomorrow. The deal ends today. Hongjie Technology closed smoothly up and didn't blow up without incident. Today, Lee sold off a few million and bought another million or so. That's too small a sum of money to even make the LW list. Others don't know exactly how much he shipped. After today's transaction, the total assets in Lee's hand reached 44.71 million. The 2 stock accounts are combined as follows. Total assets, $44.715. 400. Funds available, $4.842. 300. Stocks held, Hongjie Technology. Market capitalization of positions, 39.873. 100. Profit/loss for the day, plus 3. 462. 100, plus 9. 2%. Total gain/loss, plus 43. 7,854 million, 47.98. 11%. Because Lee is in the stretch when the shipment. Buy not much. The whole stop cannot be completely eaten, but it's not bad. How many people can make over $3-4 million a day? How does it work tomorrow? In the evening, Gu Man was in charge of treating the guests to dinner. She contracted for food all summer. And can't spend it all. Not at all. Yesterday, it stretched up. And today it stretches up. All from Gu Man's hand. And she's involved in all of it. It's quite a wonderful feeling. Pretty exciting. I can't wait for tomorrow, when the stock market opens, to continue operating. She felt that it was a good choice to give up her previous idea of wanting to enroll in Yendu Teachers University and go to Yendu University of Finance and Economics. Being a teacher, where is the fun in following Lee in the stock market? In the financial market to kill and make money? Tomorrow we ship out a lot and run. Nothing else operates. A 2 consecutive board now. Tomorrow. No surprise, it will still pull up. Li Yi has the ability to foretell the future. Pulling a halt tomorrow is not a problem. And someone will be picking up Hongjie technology tomorrow. It was something he kind of didn't expect. But with someone to take over, it will be easier for Li Yi to ship out. At the same time, this is the first time that Li Yi has developed. And the first time that he has had his first encounter with other big swimmers? I wonder if anything will happen. But from what Li Yi found out, that big lobbyist likes to buy this kind of continuous stretching stock. I wonder if this time will be very tacit cooperation across the board. Li Yi ships out and he takes over? Or did you see Li Yi ship out and give up on the pickup for now? Although Li Yi foresaw the future to see that there are big lobbyists to take over. But tomorrow, Li Yi will really ship. The other party will also consider it carefully. After all, the other side didn't have the ability to foretell the future. Wouldn't anticipate Li Yi shipping a lot tomorrow, but Li Yi has now decided that tomorrow will be shipped. Foreseeing the future to see the results of the other side to choose to take over. The odds are that nothing will change. Besides, if Li Yi's side does not ship, this want to buy chips on the stop is not much. Wednesday, Hongjie technology opened with a swift surge. There is no doubt that everyone knows at a glance that this is headed for a stop, but in the impact of the stop, one after another a few hands of large singles smashed down. Hard to stop the big rise. However, this handful of large orders were slammed down and quickly digested. Shake the grass. There is a big sell order. It won't be Li Yi running away, right? Should not be, right? I see that large single has 0 and whole. Maybe originally held positions in the stockholders. This immediately 3 consecutive board. People should also run away. Damn. It must be Li Yi starting to run away. Whatever. Almost 2 stops. See what happens. I'll run for it. Propping up the bold and starving the timid. What's the point of running? 3 consecutive boards today. I said it. Jesus came and couldn't change it. You? Which big man are you? Grass and big single. Successive big single. This is not cover up, right? Must be Li Yi is shipping. Run. Hurry up. Li Yi throws out a couple more big orders. This time it was no demo. Before the sell-off, there were zeros and zeros, like a big retail sell-off. It really looks like that. But these several large orders were quickly taken over. Li Yi also had small orders constantly selling, all of which were taken over. Apparently, another well-known lobbyist does have a willingness to take over. The will is strong. This kind of pickup effort is actually a kindness. That's about it. Everyone working together for a handful of hours. But Li Yi was a newbie and didn't cross paths with the other side. Hongjie technology immediately triple board. He is ready to withdraw. Collaboration for another time. So he threw in a couple more big hands without a demo, a sort of rejection of the other side's cooperation. These are big singles that are still being taken on. The undertakings are strong. Some retail investors saw a large single sell-off, guessed that it was Li Yi in the shipment, suddenly followed the sell-off. Chapter 46 Daily earnings of $7 million. 2 shares on the same LW list. A large number of retail investors followed the shipment. And Hongjie technology should have been smashed down by 2 points after nearly stopping the share price. Up 7%. It kept smashing until it was up 5% when 10,000 large orders swept the market. A full $100 million sweep. Because both Shin and Li Yi, who took over, knew they couldn't let the share price continue to fall any further. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to pull up, and still pull up. A large order of 10,000 lots entered the market, showing the strength of the receiving funds. Some of the retail investors who ran away had their thighs slapped and swollen. I didn't realize that Li Yi ran away and had big money to take over? Or is Li Yi actually doing T? He's selling off his holdings on one side and buying on the other? Unlike. Besides, where did Li Yi get so much money for this 10,000 lots big order? 10,000 big lots. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. Li Yi's stock account. Exactly how much money? Don't know the exact number though, but definitely not over $1 billion. It's not like Li Yi is pulling the stock to ship it out on one side and buying it back on the other in a big T. It's that there's bigger money that's ready to pick up Hongjie technology. These are 2 big lobbyists and big bankers who are alternately sitting on the fence. That's a handful, like someone's maneuver. Brother Shin. This is definitely Brother Shin's move. He's the favorite big spread for this kind of continuously rising stocks. Li Yi left, and came another more powerful lobbyist. Today is bound to stop. Keep eating meat. Oops. Ran early. I was hesitating just now, so it's a good thing I didn't run. Grass. Follow Li Yi by really he meow cool ah. The third stop. 3 days earned more than 500,000. Ahaha, I made more than $4 million in 3 days. Beautiful. I wonder which stock Li Yi will buy when his funds are withdrawn today. Also, Li Yi withdrew his funds from Hongjie Technology today. With his style, it's impossible for him to have an empty position. He's bound to buy again. Now go and keep an eye on the general market to see which stock Li Yi will buy. It's too hard to guess, isn't it? It's still relatively easy, judging by Li Yi's trading style over this period of time. Picking his most purchased titles to go to, Li Yi successfully liquidated his position in Hongjie Technology. The operation was very successful today, mainly by other lobbyists to take over. Otherwise Li Yi today are out of the end. May still pull high. While shipping, it won't be out until tomorrow when the returns aren't as high as today. Li Yi's side is selling off Hongjie Technology. On the other hand, it made Gu Manman keep underinvesting in Golden Flower Technology. Golden Flower Technology, which Li Yi has bought twice. This is the third time I've been in this stock. He had previously analyzed the stock as having the potential to be a bull market leader in the fintech sector. Only a few days ago a few rallies were average and he pulled out. Now he chooses to go back again. In terms of foreseeing the future, Golden Flower Technology is up a whopping 6% today and will be up tomorrow. But Li Yi chose to come in and pull up early. No doubt about it. Inside Golden Flower Technology, there are bound to be other funds. Because this stock is doing so well, not only is Li Yi bullish, but so is the rest of the money. Germanman is rising even as it sucks low, and Golden Flower Technology shares are rising. Only a small increase. Li Yi's side of the money came out, followed by sucking up a lot of chips, and then began to buy in large quantities. It's not hidden anymore either. Once again, the strong will be the big rise of the Golden Flower Technology to pull up. Total assets, 5411. 32. Funds available, $4. 842. 300. Stocks held, Golden Flower Technology. Market value of positions, 4927. 09. Profit/loss for the day, plus 704. 16%. Total gain/loss, plus 5318. 32 locks, 5718. 62%. Liquidated position in Hongjie Technology and killed Golden Flower Technology for a big 4% gain. Made over 7 points this morning. Totaled 16 points. Of course, we're talking about earned in the morning plus earned in the afternoon here. It's not that total assets have earned and grown by 16 points. Make over $7 million today. Set a new high for single-day revenue. One day, earned a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The accounts operated by both Li Yi and Gu Manman have a total capital of over $50 million. $500 million now. Today, after the close, the LWs were on Hongjie Technology and Golden Flower Technology. Li Yi double on the list. Hongjie Technology side. Sell attendance number 1. Totaling over 35 million sold. Of course this was sold by Li Yi's own account. If you add in the money sold from Gu Manman's place, it totals over $40 million. However, Gu Manman's account has not yet been exposed to the LW list, and the Hongjie Technology by seat first. Webmaster guess is correct. No doubt it's the big lobbyist, Brother Shin. The buy-in was $260 million. Call it what it is, well funded. And the Golden Flower Technology side. Li Yi was second on the buy list, buying more than 39 million. Li Yi and Gu Manman accumulated more than 46 million. Then look at by seat number 5, over $9 million in by money. Gu Manman's account bought more than $7 million. Almost on the LW list. Gu Manman if it's on the list. Same stock. Both by seats are accounts in Yuanjiang City. Even if the securities company where the account is opened and the address where the account is opened are different, it's not hard to guess that the accounts are all owned by Li Yi. This operation is also common. After all, the volume of money is bigger and spreading it out into multiple accounts is better. Those bulls and top lobbyists have several accounts in their hands, even 10 or so. 5,555. Li Yi's side liquidated his position in Hongjie Technology and seamlessly bought Golden Flower Technology and also pulled the Golden Flower Technology to a halt, really switching up the play and style, stretching the stock to hit the board and then continuing to stretch to ship. It's an easy operation. Can't learn. It looks simple, but it takes a lot of money and a knack for stock selection. Otherwise, money trapped in stocks is the norm. Hahaha, I chose right. Into the Golden Flower Technology, eat to 5 points. No surprise, tomorrow Golden Flower Technology is bound to stop, right? Golden Flower Technology rise is really fierce, so this year's share price are doubled, right? Indeed. This stock has gone up so aggressively. Li Yi is buying this stock for the third time. I can see that he is very bullish on this stock and feels that he can hold it for a long time. I was inside Golden Flower Technology before. This time the stop I'll eat. Tomorrow there are still stops I do not run. Ready to hold for a long time. Li Yi scarfed a message to liquidate his position in Hongjie Technology and made a brief review. Netizens have known for a long time that Li Yi bought Hongjie Technology shares through the LHQ, thus attracting a lot of retail investors to join. Follow the purchase of. Behind the pull-up stop is so easy. 3 consecutive boards. The big tourist's brother Xin attracted over to take over. Very easy shipping success. This time, Li Yi bought Golden Flower Technology, which also made it to the LW list. Netflix also knows what stocks he buys, but he won't post about it now. Scarf, he would only post about it and do a brief summary after liquidating a stock. The comments section. Now without having to ask what stocks Li Yi bought, yells out for a copy of his homework. It's been announced on the LW list. Just go ahead and copy it if you have the guts, the ability, and the drive to do so. Some retail investors, just follow the big lobbyists to buy, can also make some, but also lose money. That's the way the market is. Some people make money, some people lose money, and financial markets are better suited to use the law of 2 or 8. Most of them make you are losing money. Few of them are making money. Chapter 47, Change of Circumstances. Acquisition of private equity firms. Thursday and Friday. Golden Flower Technology has attracted a lot of attention from retail investors because of Li Yi's buy-in, and the heat remains high. Not only that, but the general market has been moving very well lately. Even on Friday, there was a net inflow of funds, with stocks showing a general increase. On the Golden Flower Technology side, Li Yi kept a lot of money to raise the stock price and then ship it out. As a result, didn't even need him to pull the stock up. The retail investors pulled the stock right up. 2 more stops. Li Yi, according to the ability to predict the future, saw the results. Thursday stop he did not move the position. He slowly shipped out again on Friday as the stock was rising, got out of more than half the position, recovering $30 million in capital. The position has nearly $30 million in capital. In other words, just by getting out about half of the position in Golden Flower Technology, the total assets in Li Yi's hand already exceeded 60 million. This 30 million of funds, Li Yi divided into 2 parts. Bought Longjiang Real Estate Haijing Bank in batches, followed by eating 6 points of gains. Both of these stocks are tens of billions of dollars level large cap, and the $10 million or so that went into them didn't even get noticed. Total assets, $67. 796. 200. Funds available, 153. 22. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, 29. 4 million. Market value of Longjiang Real Estate position, 19. 404 million. Market capitalization of Haijing Bank's position, 17. 46 million. Profit/loss for the day, plus 7. 779. 800, 16%. Total profit and loss, plus 6686. 62 locks, 7189. 91%. More action today. Selling half of my position in Golden Flower Technology. Buy Longjiang Real Estate for 18 million. Bought over 16 million in Haijing Bank. But the returns are also high. Over $7 million a day. Assets of $67. 79 million. It's approaching 70 million. Not surprisingly, at the end of the month, the funds in Li Yi's hands to break the billion is certain. It's now the 25th. There are just 6 days left in the month. The 26th and 27th are weekends. That means there are only 4 trading days left in the month. 4 trading days and over $20 million. It wasn't hard for Li Yi. Gu Manman was also confident about this. 100 million in total assets. And, that's cash. Li Yi made more money with his own summer vacation than Gu Manman's family had accumulated in 10 years. Gu Manman's family is an asset. Li, this is cash. Not at all. Those rich list, don't look at how many tens of billions of dollars worth. Can shell out 100 million in cash. Really not many people. Of course, with that price tag, it wouldn't be hard to get 100 million in cash is all. Eat meat, eat meat, eat meat. Follow Li Yi's classmates to buy. Villa by the Sea. Another 3 stops. Golden Flower Technology 2 stops. Plus the previous Hongjie Technology. Earned hemp. Li Yi's classmates are the wealth code. Good news, the Dragon and Tiger list has been updated. And Mr. Li Yi has indeed made it to the list. Bad news, Li Yi's classmates sold out Friday, $30 million. Holy, how crazy is this? Li Yi sells 30 million and you guys can pull it to a halt? This is Friday. Aren't you afraid that something will happen on the weekend? Golden Flower Technology has the potential to be a demon stock. That is, if all of Li Yi runs away, this stock can also be held for a long time. Only run 30 million. According to Li Yi's students by When the Funds, now there are at least 20 million in the Golden Flower Technology. Not panic at all. Which stock did Mr. Li Yi buy again with $30 million in his hand? Did you find it? No. The Dragon and Tiger list was looked at and there was no Li Yi student. It should be hidden. Or buy large cap stocks. This market buy large cap stocks also earn. And more stable. Friday's close, with the Golden Flower Technology gain, turnover rate, and heat, on the Dragon Tiger list is inevitable. Li Yi sold Golden Flower Technology for $30 million. And it's still not the top-selling seat. Subtitled third. The first two seats, both institutional special, respectively sold, more than 70 million and more than 30 million. As you can see, there are also a lot of main funds, institutions and big lobbyists inside Golden Flower Technology. The buying was also aggressive, with 5 seats, all over $10 million. Saturday, early in the morning, after the gym, Li even made a trip home, changed into something more formal, or athleisure wear, only slightly so formal. Anyway, it's to meet Tu Wendong in Guping. This time, Gu Man and Fan Wenshur both went. Meet for lunch at noon. Li Yi's treat. The last time Fang Yi's software team was organized, it was also because of Wendong Tu and Pinggu who pulled the strings. So this time it was right for Li Yi to treat his guests and thank them. By the way, discuss some things. The place to eat was the thievingly expensive Cantonese restaurant on the 5th floor of Patong Plaza. Li Yi, this way. Gu Man and Fan Wenshur didn't go back after working out in the morning. It was about time to wait downstairs in the restaurant. Li Yi sat down and nodded to Gu Man, and winked. The relationship between the two was not told to Van Wentz, but when it comes to working out, Li Yi moves more and more. Obviously not your average classmate. It's just flirting between couples. That is, Van Wentz, who doesn't care about anything. It doesn't feel like it at all. At this time, Van Vince was still looking at the computer, trying to work. Li Yi took a look at it, discussed it briefly with Fan Wenshur, and made a simple modification to the algorithm. About 11:30 or so, Tu Wendong and Gu Ping walked into the private room together. Dong and Ping, thanks for pulling strings last time. Li Yi greeted the two men and sat down, then asked them to order what to eat. No need to be so polite. I should thank you for that, to say the least. I failed to invest and ran away. Find them a good next home, or all face lost. Tu Wendong was polite. He and Gu Ping casually ordered food and then handed the menu to Gu Man. After making a half day, Gu Man is the real protagonist. Two people's sister, the favorite of the family. Give Gu Man menu is subconscious. You can see that usually when you go out to eat, she basically orders the food. Gu Man added some of her favorite, Li Yi's favorite, and Cece's favorite food, each coming with the same, then instructed the waiter to prepare it. This time, in addition to the thanks, I also want to acquire an investment company with a private placement license. Let's just say that plans don't add up. Went to Yendu because there was no taxi app. Li Yi is ready to take a taxi app. How many people's cakes have been moved by taxi software is not to mention. Just the cab driver this piece, without some strength, connections, relationships, people directly make trouble. Complaints. This industry may all have to go yellow. Don't look at the last generation of taxi software development. It doesn't always develop in this life. In my last life, who was brought in to be the president of the taxi software when it was developed? People's connections. The family is able to turn the nationals into their own company. Second, how many shareholders does the taxi software bring in? How much money was burned? Burning fast, just for promotion? Change the market? There's a deeper reason for this. What does this have to do with the fact that Li Yi is going to acquire a private equity licensed investment firm? Of course it's relevant. Li Yi wants to make connections. Private placement is for anyone who wants to invest. It's legal and compliant money. Legal, compliance, is the focus. As long as you can make money, that relationship, that network, doesn't that come with it? Chapter 48 Wholly owned acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Co., finally buying a private equity firm? Hearing that Li Yi took the initiative to say that he wanted to acquire the investment company, Gu Ping and Tu Wendong both smiled slightly. They were certain that Li Yi would buy the private equity firm. A matter of sooner rather than later. Only Li Yi had previously stated that he was going to have military training afterward. They feel that the earliest they would consider acquiring a private placement license would be after the official start of the school year. I didn't realize it, but now I've changed my mind. I don't know what it is. I'm going to acquire an investment company, or form an investment company. That needs to be more fully licensed. Better, private and public licenses, both. If I were in the future, I'd be beaten for saying that. But now, 2014, Lee is not without checking the information. The latter days of the fund is a big hit, a few $1 trillion in size. It is called Luoyang paper expensive. Public fund license plate auction speculated to $70 million. Now, 2 million randomly selected. No one wants it yet. It must also be a shell in very good condition. Are having a hard time finding a buyer. Let's just say it was a good time. There's no way to know how crazy the future foundation is. As for the private placement license, this stuff isn't worth a dime. According to the information that Lee found, there are currently private equity firms in the country, more than 10,000, and there are only a few dozen, less than 100 companies with a public license. It's also easy to register a private equity firm. It's the paperwork that needs to be run and the people who need to be hooked up. Acquiring a private placement license outright is the easiest. That is, it's harder to get a public license, and you can get the best of, for $1 million or so if you acquire it, and $2 million for whatever you choose. It feels like a good time to buy a public license and put it out there. It's okay to sell it later when the price goes up, but it has to wait for many years. This money is placed in the financial market, and Lee can make him turn into billions. Buy a public license and put it there to appreciate. This is too slow to appreciate. Fully licensed. Private and public equity? I didn't realize Lee was so ambitious. Not only do you need a private placement license, but even a public placement license. Still want to be a public fund? It is important to realize that private equity and public equity are completely different things. Private equity funds, in terms of operation, are not subject to many regulatory requirements and regulations, but public funds are different. There are strict rules depending on the type of public fund. Public funds can be roughly categorized into equity, hybrid, bond, currency, FOF, QDII and REITs. Equity-based means buying stocks. Hybrids, on the other hand, are available in stocks, bonds, and currencies, with a minimum and maximum. Stock allotment is required by regulations. Bond-based, only bonds can be purchased. Currency is buying currency. On top of that, equity funds, hybrid funds, you need to disclose your positions every quarter. That means that what stocks your fund buys needs to be published. Of course, publishes it quarterly. For many fund managers, the fund buys stocks that are essentially long-term holdings. It doesn't look like the position will be adjusted in a year. It doesn't matter if it's public or not. Even fund managers who like to shift their positions, a quarterly publication of the position has been changed numerous times long ago. Public funds are too restrictive anyway. Very few bulls, big lobbyists, go into public funds. Basically, they do private placements. I remember an investment company, fully licensed, not very well developed for sale. Gu Ping suddenly thought of a company and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check it up. Found it. Gene Xin Investment Management Company. Take a look at this company. Gu Ping handed his cell phone to Lee. Lee took a look at the good guy. The license of this company. That is called a complete public offering fund licenses. Private equity license. Fund sales license. The fund pays for licenses. Fund custody license. Fund subsidiary license. Suffice it to say that this company was acquired to perform all the work on the fund side of the business. This company currently has less than $100 million in total funds under management. Arguably, there are so many licenses with less than $100 million under management. That's too bad. No wonder it's for sale. The price is also higher. At $20 million. Can talk. Nice guy. 20 million? What's the difference between that and getting something for nothing? Of course, hundreds of thousands of dollars are now being applied for private placement licenses. The $2 million holdout if you buy one for a public license. Some of the other licenses are worth something. Some are not. With less than $100 million under management, how much can you charge for management fees? Public funds want to make money, and it's more about size. Scale up to charge a management fee. The fund invested in many products that were liquidated and the entire company is in a pending sale. The price can be negotiated for the acquisition of this company. Lee directly finalized and bought this company. He currently has $60 million in hand. By the beginning of next month, there could be $100 million in the stock market. This is an acquisition that can't be negotiated in a week's time. Acquiring Jinshin Investment Management, that's no problem at all. The most you can do is cash out 10 million or so out, slowing down the money making. However, by the time the acquisition of Xin Investment Company, more than $10 million. Maybe just the money that Li Yi earns in a day. Okay, I'll go talk. Gu Ping took this matter. Anyway, his family has a relationship. Talk about this acquisition is certainly no problem. Otherwise, where would Gu Ping find so many private equity license-related companies for Li Yi? After returning from Yendu, Li Yi knew the situation of this girl's family clearly through Gu Manman. Gu Manman's dad is an executive in a foreign company, the kind that pays millions of dollars a year. Gu Manman's mom, who works in a bank. Gu Manman's uncle is the owner of a pharmaceutical company and hospital group. Grandma was a college professor and grandpa was a very good doctor, the kind that gets a state stipend. Gu Ping is relying on his mom's connections in the bank to find companies that hold private equity licenses. Jinshin Investment Management Company, a company in Linhai. He needs to go to Linhai to talk about acquisitions. Student Li Yi. This time, besides acquiring an investment company, there should be something else, right? Tu Wendong asked with some curiosity. Li Yi offered to buy dinner. Originally decided not to acquire private placement licenses for a short period of time. Now advanced. Even public placement licenses. And for this dinner, Li Yi and his cousin's other classmate, Fan Wenshur, were also there. All things considered, there should be something else going on with Li Yi. Have to admire that. Although Tu Wendong had lost money by setting up an investment company before, he was now doing media, and his eyesight was really strong. I have a project over here that requires a very wide range of contacts. It's very lucrative when it's done. The very valuable kind. Li Yi sold out and didn't say anything about the taxi software thing. However, when these words were said, Tu Wendong and Gu Ping guessed why Li Yi changed his mind. Now acquiring investment companies want public and private licenses. As long as Li Yi is good at making money, for those who are official, buying his fund products and earning a legally compliant income. To expand your network and relationships, get through to that program that's worth a lot of money, but requires connections. Chapter 49. Take 30% of the shares of the media company in exchange for a chance to get on the bus. Tu Wendong didn't say much, but Gu Ping was interested and asked directly, what project? Dong and I still have some contacts. Li Yi looked at Fan Wenshur beside him and said, see, introduce them. Me, Fan Wenshur and Gu Manman, eating quietly on the side, were not at all interested in what the three big men were talking about. I didn't expect to hear Li Yi suddenly call himself. Van Wens was a little unresponsive. She is still a little shy. If she was just with Gu Manman and Li Yi, she wouldn't be so restrained. Speaking is also more natural. But Tu Wendong and Gu Ping, she was not familiar with them. Nowadays it is necessary to introduce taxi software to the two. More or less nervous. Simply having to open her mouth was something she had to mentally prepare and wrestle with in her mind for quite some time. Breathe. Van Wens heaved out his breath, adjusted himself, gathered all his courage, and stood up. Open up the notebook that Gu Manman provided. So, then I'll talk about it. Li Yi provided the intelligent algorithm. I was responsible for making improvements and optimizations. It's not quite ready yet, Van Wens said as he turned on his computer to make the presentation. Certainly not all sorts of code. Instead, it's a demo chart. It's probably a very rudimentary map, popping up red dots, and then releasing the signal. The rudimentary map shows the car model, receiving the signal and driving towards the red dot. According to Li Yi, the most core algorithm of this software is to push the order to the drivers around it the first time after the customer sends out a car request and plan the nearest, smoothest and fastest route according to the road conditions. Van Wens gave a brief presentation. The main point is the technical aspect. She actually knew only a general idea about the software, but after she introduced it, Tu Wendong knew immediately. This is taxi software? Tu Wendong had been an investor no matter what. Taxi software. The country is not already there, and it was launched a few months ago in Linhai, and it's in partnership with Cat Factory Get Rich. That's the U-Step. YouTuber last year has entered the Asian market, launching in Hsinchu early last year. After Fan Wenshur introduced it, Tu Wendong knew that it was taxi software. It quickly became clear why Li Yi said that the software required connections. The one who will be most affected by the launch of this software is the cab industry, which will inevitably go on blocking and complaining when the time comes. It does take a wide range of contacts and relationships to promote this software properly. Tu Wendong asked, This is the software you told Fang Yi and the others the other day that you would develop in the future? When Li Yi met Fang Yi and Ding Yifeng, he told their team to develop the game first, and his software would follow. Could it be a taxi app? Not really. Li Yi shook his head and spoke about his encounter. When I went to Yendu before, I took a taxi from the high-speed train station to Fang Yi's and their workplace, and because it was relatively close, I was refused a ride, then took a cab to somewhere else and got a hard detour. So, when I came back from Yendu, I wanted to make a taxi software. You came back from Yendu before you wanted to do, and you've already developed it like this? After Gu Ping heard this, he did not say that Li Yi just went to Yendu for a trip and came back to think of such a project. How long has it been since Li Yi returned from Yendu? The software has been developed like this? What kind of speed is that? Tu Wendong was also surprised. Li Yi simply explained, it's not what you guys think. I'm developing a software in my hand, in which the core algorithm, after improvement, can be used in taxi software, so let CC help me improve and optimize. So, Gu Ping and Tu Wendong nodded slightly, so it makes sense. But, Li Yi can play algorithmic solitaire at the bar with the technicians coming out of Chidu, interviewing techs coming out of 1000 Degrees, and it convinced the two technicians to do so. It's understandable that he has the skills to do so. Tu Wendong said seriously to Li Yi, Li Yi, I want to invest in this project. How much money do I need and how many shares can I get? In terms of networking, our family still has a little bit of it, and there's definitely no problem with pre-development. It's the later stages, where capital can be brought in and connections and relationships can be expanded. That makes this project even more problem-free. For the taxi software project, the more Tu Wendong thought about it, the more dry he felt. There's no other reason, because there are so many people in the Summerland. There are many people. It's still crowded. It is the biggest and best market. There is definitely a market for taxi software. It's a great program. Li Yi said that this project, the development will be worth a lot of money. That is not true at all. This project was proposed by Li Yi, and even the software is being developed. Tu Wendong had lost a lot of money in investments before. This project he was moving. Want to invest? I'll co-finance $10 million with you and give you 10% of the shares. But I also want 30% of the shares of your media company. You'll be responsible for the team running and managing the company. The software hasn't even been developed yet, and it's valued at $100 million? Tu Wendong pondered slightly. His media company actually does not matter. Just open for fun. Li Yi wants 30% of the shares. Money does not matter. Directly give all. This taxi program is the point. 10 million to take 10% of the shares. This program isn't even official yet, and it's valued at $100 million? Li Yi 10 million plus technology in all aspects. 90% of the shares? Okay. After considering for a while, Tu Wendong gritted his teeth and agreed. Put up a fight. Li Yi is not bad. This guy is so good at making money. This taxi program, Li Yi has fully funded the project. And develop. Connections? Relationships? Li Yi is ready to acquire Jinshin Investment Company, and public and private equity together, is to expand contacts and relationships. Now 10 million and get 10% of the shares. With the population density of Xia, the growth of automobiles, taxi software can be developed. The value of this 10% share, that is, after constant dilution, is incalculable. This lunch, when it came down to it, both Tu Wendong and Gu Ping were distracted and quickly finished eating and ran away. Even if it's Saturday, it also doesn't hurt that Tu Wendong went to pull the team to perfect the taxi software in Li Yi's hands. After all, the entire core of the software has been taken care of. He has to consider where to start with the company formation options. Tu Wendong said, taxi software. I think it's better to start promoting it from Yendu. He knew that you marched into Linhai a few months ago, and Yuanjiang is just a small city. Not a good place to start. Li Yi will follow up by going to school in Yendu. Ride-sharing software debuts. Best in Yendu. Pull a team directly from Yendu. I don't have a problem with that. Yendu is indeed the best. But, better be relevant. There's no relation. Yendu as the political center of the country. There are too many bulls. The roadside sweeper mom. It could all be related. One slip-up can give you a report and shut you down. Tu Wendong slightly smiled. This aspect he can guarantee. You can rest assured. Contacts and relationships you do not have to worry about, even at a later stage. After a variety of financing, it is even less to worry about. I still have a software in development in my hand. The follow-up may need resources in the media. I heard from Man that you have a media company in your hand. So, there you go. 30% of the media company. Tu Wendong didn't wait for Li Yi to finish, nor did he need to hear Li Yi explain what he was doing with 30% of the media company. It's just a media company. He's just having fun with it. Tu Wendong didn't care about that at all. Getting the taxi software project, it's no problem to give Li Yi 30% of the shares for nothing. Gu Ping, on the other hand, had gone to negotiate the wholly owned acquisition of Gene Xin Investment Management Company. Chapter 50, Taxi Software Team, Reaching Acquisition Intentions. In the afternoon, Tu Wendong began to contact the team, offered double the salary, poached people from other companies and assembled a team of 18. There is no shortage of technicians from large factories. These were the contacts he had made in his first 2 years of investing and accumulated. Trenching, though it may attract hate, can be a good program to develop. Need talent. Trolling is the fastest. Tu Wendong is in a bit of a hurry. More anxious than Li Yi anyway. He thinks there's a lot to be said for ride-hailing software. And the foreign giant U-Step, a few months ago, has entered the domestic Linhai. At present, on Li Yi's side, the core algorithm of the taxi software is fixed. But the whole software still needs to be perfected. How long would that take with Li Yi and Van Wens alone? Li Yi also has to keep an eye on the stock exchange market. Van Wens is more of a study. Tu Wendong found a technical team to perfect the taxi software. This is something that Li Yi certainly has no objection to, and the detailed plan was written based on the content and function of the latter-day taxi software. Some features are able to go live directly. Some of them will have to wait for subsequent updates before releasing these features. At the same time, Li Yi, based on the development of taxi software in his previous life, gave the advice: if the company is in the early stage, the best way to cooperate is actually to cooperate with cab drivers. There are drivers, and then there are users. You could even just buy basic smartphones, install software on them, and subsidize their traffic. This was just a short time into the 4G era and traffic was more expensive. Many cab drivers, meanwhile, are not yet using smartphones, couldn't install the taxi software at all. In his previous life, Li Yi heard that said taxi software is surprisingly developed. The very first was with cab drivers. At that time, because the taxi users are less, the driver opened the software. Half a day without customers. A month of cell phone traffic money are quite a lot. Taxi software companies that subsidize traffic costs directly to cab drivers. Because there is no driver, users use the software to take a taxi. Half a day cannot get a taxi. How to do? Is it the user first? Or was there a driver first? The answer must be the driver first. Only if there are enough drivers and users use the software to take a taxi, will a driver take the order and rush over. Otherwise you drivers are not even. The user taxi, half a day does not pick up the order. It is better to direct the roadside wave taxi. Okay, I'll contact the cab company directly then. But, Tu Wendong nodded slightly, then looked at Li Yi with some hesitation. It would be very costly to give away cell phones, or even subsidize traffic. It's fine. It needs to be promoted up front. This money is necessary. And, when this industry catches fire, it's all about burning money, and whoever gets to the end rules the market. That's how it was in the last life, when taxi apps fought each other. Li Yi himself knows that the most exaggerated time, he took a taxi for 20 or 30 kilometers, as long as a few dollars, less than $10. Taking a cab to work, after coupon credits, has even been a few cents. That's a real exaggeration. Manager Zhang, Gene Xin Investment Management Company, the current fund that the liquidation of the liquidation. No liquidation is also fast. There are only a few licenses worth money. We buy it over. We have to change the name. And we don't get any additions to the product when we release it. $20 million is a bit expensive, isn't it? Gu Ping was at Hengtai International and found the parent company of Jinshin Investment Management Company to negotiate the acquisition. Jinshin, a wholly owned subsidiary of Hengtai International, was established 5 years ago, and at that time, it also wanted to become bigger and stronger. As it turns out, the big A's of summer are not the ones that play well overseas. A number of public and private funds were issued and not much money was raised. Business is even more of a mess. A few products, basically a loss. Even if there is a profit, that little gain, it is not as high as putting money in the bank to save a large deposit of interest. Can't play it. Plus Hengtai International is having a tough time at the moment. The head office had some problems with its strategy, which led to a considerable loss, and was ready to sell off its assets. Jinshin Investment Management Company, on the Xia side, is one of the assets to be sold. It's not that expensive. We have a very complete license on hand at Jinshin, followed by the entire shell complete in every way. with ready manpower, so you can buy it, change the name and use it. Don't. We wouldn't dare use Gene Xian's current people. Hearing Mr. Zhang say this, Gu Ping hastily refused. The original people at Jinxin wouldn't dare use it. Of course, this matter still has to be decided by Li Yi. But now talk about the acquisition. Whether Li Yi to use or not, it's definitely time to demean. Otherwise, how do you cut a deal? Mr. Zhang, tell me a real price. How much is a private placement license out there? How much is a public placement license? How much is a public placement license? How much is all of this? We're just trying to save a little bit of time. And there's no way we're going to spend too much money going in there just to save that time. You know yourself. Gene Xian only has a little value in these licenses. The rest. The rest goes without saying. After the acquisition, they all had to change their names before they could release their products. Otherwise, it is still the top of the Jinxin investment release products. There is a previous war record. Will absolutely affect the product sales. $15 million. $10 million. Okay. I'll send someone from my side to take inventory. Sign the contract next month. And the funds will be credited directly into your account. Guppen cut $5 million straight away. Actually, the price of $10 million is still high if you're just buying a few licenses. But the good thing about this company, though, is that it's fully licensed. Very complete. In fact, the most valuable thing at the moment is not a public placement license or a private placement license, or something like $1 million at most. The family's mom is a banker, and Gu Ping has an understanding of finance. Jinxin's most valuable is the unassuming one, the fund subsidiary license. Due to the strong regulatory constraints on the trust industry, the trust business of many banks and institutions can only be transferred to fund subsidiaries. This license is, by far, the most valuable. Even a fund sales license is worth more than a private placement license or a public offering license. You only make a few bucks by distributing your own funds? Oftentimes, fund sales photo formation channels make more money than fund companies. 10 million. That price is finalized. Next, Gu Ping needs to contact a team of professionals to conduct an inventory of Jinxin. Avoid having any hidden liabilities. At the same time, an inventory of products that are not currently being delivered and liquidated. The acquisition of GCL investments is required to be reported to the regulatory authorities. Because the product has not expired, it needs to be maintained. Gu Ping's side negotiated the acquisition of Gene Xian Investment Management Company. Li Yi soon knew and expressed his gratitude for Gu Ping to arrange for someone to review the inventory of Jinxin. Li Yi said, professional. Li Yi was a code farmer in his last life, and he really didn't know anything about this aspect of the company's acquisition. If he is the one who goes to talk about the other party's ulterior motives, it is really possible to be pitched. Once the review is complete, Li Yi just needs to have $10 million ready to go by the beginning of next month. Then you can take over Jinxin. That's pretty handy if you want to send a product afterward. Just apply to the regulation. Once the procedure is passed and approved, the product can be issued. Chapter 51 Consecutive stops, making more than $14 million in 2 days. The acquisition of Jinxin has been negotiated. The taxi software team, which is constantly improving the taxi software, even proposed to acquiring a navigation software. Li Yi agreed. So, he needs to make money now. Make money. Make money. Monday, Li Yi sold 90% of the shares of Golden Flower Technology for a profit of $293,000. Golden Flower Technology left a 10% underwater position to make it easy to kill it back when the time comes. Currently available funds, $29.4 million. Liquidated position in Haijing Bank for a profit of $1.746 million. Available funds, $48.606 million. All by Longjiang Real Estate. Directly pull Longjiang Real Estate to a halt. The original market value of the Longjiang Real Estate position was only $19.4 million, skyrocketing to $61.344 million. Total assets, $76.169.800. Funds available, $10.138.200. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, $3.234 million. Longjiang Real Estate position market capitalization, $62.796 million. Profit/loss for the day, plus 8. 373. 625. 8%. Total gain/loss, plus 75. 239. 98 lakhs, 7. 189. 91%. It earned $8. 37 million a day. Another record high. Total assets are over $76 million now. Breaking 80 million tomorrow is not a problem. It actually had a chance to break 80 million today, but Lee left $10 million for tomorrow to pull up the stock price number to ship. Golden Dragon Realty is on a two-board streak counting last Friday. It will take quite a bit of money to stretch and ship tomorrow. There is no doubt that Golden Dragon Real Estate has made 2 consecutive stops. And today the volume has also enlarged and the turnover rate has improved up. In today's general market trend is not too good. On the LW list is inevitable. Golden Dragon Realty is second on the LW list in the buy seat. Gujin Securities South Dongchang Road Sales Department. Buy-in capital, more than 40 million. And the person in the number 1 buying seat bought over $90 million. Needless to say, there is bound to be another wave of upward movement in Golden Dragon Realty to follow. Lee and the main force of the first buy seat need to control a degree if they want to ship. Otherwise it triggers retail investors to follow the selling and there will be a stampede. Lee left $10 million. Tomorrow pull up the stock price to ship. That is also rushed to stop. Judging from the ability to foresee the future, Golden Dragon Real Estate will still go up tomorrow. The first money in the buy seat today, and it didn't crash. Lee will ship himself tomorrow, and he cannot be a big money smashing plate to flee. Or the other side will not be polite. It's going to have to be shipped out slowly. So keep the funds to stretch up in case you ship yourself tomorrow and the stock drops. Lee ran away from Golden Flower Technology and sold it for almost $30 million. It should be completely shipped. No, I don't think so. Today's Golden Flower Technology is soaring. His original capital will also rise. It should not be out of the end. Liquidated positions. Lee Scarf has announced today's operation. Liquidated positions in Golden Flower Technology and Haijing Bank. He also bought Haijing Bank last Friday and didn't even know it. Look at the Dragon Tiger list. Longjiang Real Estate. By seat second, Gujin Securities Dongcheng South Road Business Department. Bought more than 40 million. Lee has killed Longjiang Real Estate. Longjiang Real Estate plate cannot be small. Inside itself there are a lot of main funds. Want to operate is difficult. Follow Lee students to eat meat. Tomorrow with a wave of Longjiang Real Estate this buy 1 and buy 2 top. Afraid of a hair. Follow Lee's classmates to buy. Villa by the Sea. Lee updated his Twitter today. Indicated liquidation of positions in Haijing Bank and Golden Flower Technology. Although Golden Flower Technology has left a bottom position, Lee will not say so, indicating that he has liquidated his position in Golden Flower Technology. From today's LW update, netizens found that he killed Golden Dragon Real Estate. Actually, on Friday, Lee bought Golden Dragon Real Estate today and moved more than 40 million funds, plus the first seat of the LWB to buy 90 million. Strong pull up. There are already a lot of people from the Dragon Tiger list to see Lee figure. To determine his operation, follow the buy. Basically, you get a stop or two every time. You can basically make money if you're not greedy. You can't change people if you're too greedy. Lee has been running for quite a while. Subsequently the stock price falls rapidly, or continues to fall negatively. If you don't lose money, who will? Lee has also become a stock market weathervane. Windsock is a bit of an exaggeration, but it is indeed a code for wealth for many speculators. It's also one of the more popular hills for people to follow at the moment, but Lee has never sat on the fence. He's more of a follower based on the ability to see the future. It's more a matter of following and buying up stocks that have money in them themselves. To buy the stock itself will go up. Lee and then a big buy. Still go up. And then the Dragon Tiger list now. To attract to more heat. The retailer found out about Lee and just copied his homework. Not too greedy can all earn. There is no talk at all of staking out a stock early. Constantly sucking low. Collecting chips. And then constantly clearing out the retail investors through shocks and shady declines before pulling up the stock price. Never. Tuesday. The stock market opened. Man. Just pull the stop and the other side should cooperate with us as well. Finished working out and had a little muscle building meal. At the opening of the market, Lee instructed Gu Man to pull the stock price. There was yesterday's LW list. The heat of Lee buying Golden Dragon Real Estate. Attracting retail investors. Even with today's broader market trading sideways and turning green from time to time, Golden Dragon Real Estate still rose in the opening 15 minutes. Lee originally wanted to ship, but was not in a hurry, did not operate. Because with the opening of the stock market, Lee was already able to see tomorrow's market through his ability to foretell the future. Tomorrow, Golden Dragon Realty remains up. Lee had planned to sell today. Even if you pull up and sell at the same time, you can sell tens of millions of dollars. But Li Yi see tomorrow. Golden Dragon Real Estate stopped the seal, more than 100,000 hands sealed on the stop. Holy, Golden Dragon Real Estate is Li Yi bought on Friday. Are more careful. Not at all on the LHQ. On Sunday, Li Yi used the ability to foretell the future to see that the original trend of Golden Dragon Real Estate was a big rise. On Monday he went straight for a big buy and pulled up. It has also been noted that there is another stream of money buying. LW list unveiled. The other side bought more than 90 million. It was just that he never expected that the funds would be even more massive than Li Yi had imagined. It's been lurking in there for a long time. However, the Golden Dragon Real Estate plate is large. There are a lot of main institutions, lobbyists, bulls in it. It's all lurking in there. It's tomorrow's stop that's going to seal so dead. Li Yi originally asked Gu Man to pull up the stock price and then ship it out. But after the opening, he could already see the trend of Golden Dragon Real Estate tomorrow. Looked at it by the way. Just be surprised by more than 100,000 lots of buy orders. Sealing up the situation. There was no intention to sell at once. Definitely opted to keep holding for later. Afternoon. He could see tomorrow afternoon through his ability to foresee the future. Let's see if anything changes in the afternoon. However, more than 100,000 buy orders sealed the stop. Over 100,000 lots. With the share price of Longjiang Real Estate, this is billions of dollars. With such a huge amount of money sealing the board, nothing should change. It's not like it's a pooled bid that can be withdrawn. Li Yi only needed to wait for the opening tomorrow and use the ability to foretell the future to see what would happen the day after. Then decide what to do tomorrow. Today's general market trend is still not strong, trading sideways for a while, began to dive. The main reason is that it has gone up so much in this period of time that it is normal to see a pullback. Li Yi's practical foreseeing the future ability again. See the direction of the stock market tomorrow. Tomorrow, the entire stock market opens with a big drop. Combined with just looking at Longjiang Real Estate tomorrow more than 1 billion funds to seal the board. Li Yi immediately thought, this is the funds in the group. Tomorrow's opening plunge. And Golden Dragon Realty came out of 3 stops yesterday, today, and on Friday. In the case of a continuous sell-off in the broader market, money chose to pour into Golden Dragon Real Estate to pull up. Tomorrow should be the final stop, followed by these majors themselves shipping out. Not to say that all of them are running, but they are certainly out a lot of chips. After all 4 stops, 46% increase. Use the foretell the future ability again tomorrow to see what happens the day after tomorrow. If there's too much money fleeing the day after tomorrow, I'll just liquidate my position tomorrow. More than 100,000 buy orders to seal the halt tomorrow. Over $1 billion. Li Yi can't even make a wave with this $60+ million slam. However, Li Yi felt that these funds would not be that stupid. After tomorrow's big single seal stop, the follow-up to ship is also a slow place. There's too much primary money inside Golden Dragon Realty. All heckling a brain run? That's not going to happen. It's going to go straight down. These main funds are hugging each other. Total assets, 82,509, 600,000. Funds available, $3,081, 100. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, $3,169, 300. Market value of Longjiang Real Estate position, 76, 259, 200, 000. Profit/loss for the day, plus 633, 98, 8%. Total gain/loss, plus 81, 579, 600, 8,772%. Golden Flower Technology. Last time I liquidated my position, I left a 10% bottom position and lost 2 points today. This is a negligible bottom position. Gu Man's side pulled up Longjiang Real Estate and bought more than 7 million. It can be said that seeing more than 100,000 hands of buy orders sealed stop tomorrow, Li Yi is not afraid at all. Pretty much took all the bullets out. The total market value of the Golden Dragon Realty position reached over $76 million. Total assets came to $825 billion. We made over $6 million today, which is over 2 million less than yesterday. Mainly, there was little action and only 1 stop was eaten. Counting yesterday, that's over $14 million in 2 days. Quite a lot. Ha! Chapter 52, Li Yi's 10,000 handful of large orders ran away, and some people panicked. Today there is not much operation, mainly because you are too powerful. Retail investors are rushing to you. Do not have to pull the stock price. Golden Dragon Real Estate directly stop. Gu Man looked at the hands of more than 10 million funds are not used up. Golden Dragon Real Estate has risen. By the way, just now you told me to pull up. How come you told me to buy all of it later, directly at the stop price? Man looked at Li's handsome side face and put her head over to see his stock account again. It didn't pull up and ship out at the same time, as was promised at the opening. When the market first opened, Li told her about the price and pulled the stock price in steps. But to the back, Li suddenly changed his mind, let her buy with all her might, and even hang up the price to buy. Results? Hanging up to buy at the stop price. None of them are fully traded. There's still over $3 million left to buy in. In Man's opinion, this is Li's purchase of Golden Dragon Real Estate on the LW list yesterday. His bib fans killed it and came along to copy his homework. Buy Golden Dragon Realty straight to a halt. Li could smell Man's hair, as well as the faint scent of her body, making him a little tickled. Anymore, Li is a mature man, and it's still a mature 18-year-old bloodthirsty man. But Man, this girl is smart. Only give a look. Give the upper hand. Just do not give food. But they were all still young. Li though was in the body of an 18-year-old bloodthirsty man, but very mature inside. That's still manageable. Under the table, Li touched the white, tender and smooth big white legs, said, today's market trend is not very good. This is a continuous rise and the inevitable retracement. Tomorrow may plunge. Once the big drop comes tomorrow, the money needs to find somewhere to go. Golden Dragon Real Estate has been up continuously, and there is a high probability that there will be a large amount of money to kill over tomorrow. There is no need to sell today, and we will see how it operates tomorrow. Tomorrow really big fall. Big money buy. Golden Dragon Real Estate played so big. We this tens of millions of direct out of all okay. Man listened attentively to Li's analysis and even recorded it on her computer. Study carefully. For Li to touch her thighs. She is already used to. Small benefits, anyway, not to eat. This was what Li had analyzed based on what he had seen from predicting the future. And it was absolutely correct. Is it unusual to be able to analyze it? And can you be really sure that your analysis is okay? No one can guarantee that. Only Li possessed the ability to foretell the future and dared to guarantee that his analysis was right. In the eyes of others, this was confidence on Li's part. Very confident in his analysis and judgment. Then operate based on your own analysis and judgment. No one else can learn it. Except to say one thing, talent. In fact, Li said he'll see what happens tomorrow before he operates. Not looking at tomorrow. It's bound to go up tomorrow. More than 100,000 lots were sealed on the stop. Li is going to wait for the market to open tomorrow and see how the Golden Dragon Real Estate stock will move the day after tomorrow through the ability to foretell the future. Wednesday. There are no surprises. The broader market opened with a 1-point plunge. In the market, thousands of stocks are green. Keep in mind that there are just over 2,000 stocks in the entire Big A, and only a few hundred of them are up. There weren't many stocks that went up, just a dozen or so. Golden Dragon Realty, which went up in less than 5 minutes after the opening bell. The broader market is down again. Individual stocks are down again. There is no place for the money to go, so the best thing to do is to buy stocks that were up yesterday. Golden Dragon Realty is up. More than 100,000 by orders sealed the stop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Over 100,000 lots of buy orders? What the heck? Are these Gene crazy? Sure enough. Follow Li's classmates to buy. Villa by the sea. The key is simply cannot buy an followed yesterday to buy. Can 15 minutes on the stop. Fast hands. Slow hands. It's been 15 minutes since the market opened and you still haven't bought in? This is a lack of trust in Mr. Li. No, I've been buying since the opening of the ING market, but the stock is going up so much that I can't even buy it. Sunglasses. I saw that I couldn't buy in yesterday. Directly hung up the price, and finally traded. And today I directly ate a stop. And tomorrow I will run. More than 100,000 hands sealed stop. Long time to see. It's bound to go up tomorrow. How much money is this with no place to go? Is this Li's luck? Or is it really powerful? Laughing to death. Li hand funds immediately 9 digits. Are going to break 100 million. There are still people who think he is luck not strength. From $1 million to $100 million in less than 2 months. And it's not even summer vacation yet. Alas, Li's investment company is open. Where are the private placement products? Just promoting a jump minigame? Li registered investment company. Holding a game company, Starcy Technology. Do game software development? People don't even think about private equity, they make their own money. Why should they take you guys? Li Yi's hand capital is not too big, can still operate, there is no need to do private placement. Grip, what's going on? I just saw a big sell order? I saw it too. See, 2 sell orders of several thousand lots. It only adds up to about 10,000 hands. It's nothing. What's 10,000 plus sell orders when over 100,000 lots and $1 billion sealed a stop? More than 10,000 lots. If this is in the usual, easy to pry the stop open, and then directly drag the stock price down, or even directly down, to a sky floor. No good. It's Li Yi running away. The 2 sell orders add up to more than 10,000 lots. This really could be Li Yi running away. No, didn't Li Yi only buy more than $40 million? It's simply not enough for 10,000 lots. That means he can't buy any more behind him? It should have been bought last week. He liquidated his position in Golden Flower Technology and Haijing Bank, and all his funds stretched Golden Dragon Real Estate. Must have enough in hand for more than 10,000 lots. Really, if Li Yi smashes this 10,000 plus lots sell order, I can only say it's awesome. Over 10,000 lots, $80 million. Li Yi, this operation cannot understand. More than 100,000 hands sealed stop. Why run? Tomorrow run away does not smell? So that you cannot become a big thing. Think about. Today 100,000 hands sealed stop. Golden Dragon Real Estate for consecutive boards. 46% increase. How to run the money inside. Li Yi wants to run. Today is the best opportunity. After tomorrow, can only run slowly. Too much time. Li Yi does not like to consume too much time on a stock. Sit and wait for the afternoon closing LW list. Is not Li Yi. A look will know. Asterisk. It's another 10,000 hand brother smashing the market? This is running after Li Yi? Here we go again. What's with all the $1 million hands? Damn. This stop won't be pried open. Will it? It can't be. More than 100,000 lots closed. More than $1 billion. If we pry open the stop, Golden Dragon Real Estate will fall directly, and then it will definitely fall continuously. What, I'm so panicked. Yesterday's stopping price to buy. Today more than 100,000 sealing orders were smashed open. But also stopping words. Is really a knife to pull the ass. Open eyes. To witness history? A lot of people do panic a bit. Li Yi's side of the 10,000 hands of large singles smashed out directly run. It triggered a run on other big money inside Golden Dragon Realty. One after another. 10,000 big orders slammed down. You can see more than 100,000 sealed orders. It was instantly reduced to tens of thousands of closed orders. A lot of people really panicked. More than $1 billion to seal the plate. This stop are pried open? Then, needless to say, this stop today immediately turned into a stop. It's a straight up 20 centimeters sky floor. Such a situation. The follow-up is bound to be a continuous decline. Do not have to think about. The good thing is, the worst outcome didn't happen. A couple of 10,000 handlers were added to the stops after the brother ran away. There are still more than 100,000 lots of large orders to seal the board. The staple is 1, well-funded. The money in there knows it too and can't run away. If you run again, literally the floor of the sky, a big 20 nanometers green rod smashes down. Then Golden Dragon Real Estate is bound to drop continuously on subsequent trading days. All the stops these days have to be spit out. Had to move money to reinforce this uptick. Showing the strength of the sealing funds. Chapter 53 new high, $13. 32 million per day. No relation to the twofold. Total assets, 90. 760. 600. Funds available, 87. 733. 900. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, 3,026. 700. 000. Profit/loss for the day, plus 762. 59, 10%. Total profit and loss, plus 89. 830. 600, 8. 772%. Golden Dragon Real Estate wave of operation completed. Li Yi stock account total assets exceeded 90 million mark. It's about to cross 100 million this historic moment. Currently, it's all about an hour away from the end of the morning session. With more than $87 million in hand, Li Yi is fully capable of operating some more. It's just that the whole broader market is not moving well today. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much money going nowhere, resulting in a large amount of money buying Golden Dragon Realty. The closures are all over $1 billion. Li Yihan's Golden Flower Technology, experienced before the big rise. Today retracement, down 4.5%. Yesterday, Li Yi was prepared for the possibility of liquidating his position in Golden Dragon Real Estate today. That's why he used his ability to foresee the future to pick the shares he would enter after liquidating his position in Golden Dragon Real Estate. When the stock market opened this morning, Li Yi was the first to utilize his ability to foretell the future to determine tomorrow's Golden Dragon Real Estate trend. Tomorrow's Golden Dragon Realty uptrend is not obvious. Big money is pulling up and shipping out at the same time. As Netflix analyzed, Li Yi doesn't like to stay in a stock for too long. You might make more money by shipping slowly, but it may also spit out profits. More importantly, the little money you make by shipping slowly must not be as much as Li Yi quickly liquidate the position. Back to the capital to kill another stock to earn more. Buy 5-grain wine and pull it straight. Wuliangju is currently the second largest ticket in the liquor sector by market capitalization. A large market capitalization of $73 billion. The number one in market capitalization is, of course, Sostak, a $180 billion market cap hit. These two stocks, with a daily turnover of $300 to $500 million, can exceed $1 billion or even $2 billion when the market is good. Li Yi's $80 million, thrown into these two stocks, the waves cannot even set off. Of course, slamming it hard can still pull the stock up. Today's general market trend is so bad that the plate rotation is also the turn of white wine. Of the entire major sectors of the broader market, only white wine is holding up, while the sector remains in the green. A few leaders are still in the red. Avoiding suspicion. Wulian Liquor, Imperial Liquor Co., is the best place to go. The massive influx of money is also the reason why these leading liquor stocks are still in the red. Li Yi and Gu Manman, manipulating $80 million of capital, began to stretch Wulian Liquor. It's still evident in the overall broader market decline. A lot of money has noticed Wu grain wine moving around. Meanwhile, how much primary money is inside the $70+ billion Wuliangju? That's when the Wuliangju share price started to rise. 2, 6%, 3, 2%, 4, 9%, 7, 3%, 5-grain wine is moving, and it's marked on the stock software. Attracts more attention. Retailers are joining in. The entire broader market is down in general today. 5-grain wine is up big, and there's some meat to be had for following it in. By the end of the morning trading session, 5-grain wine had jumped 8.4%. The afternoon is expected to be up. In the results seen by Li Yi's predicting the future, 5-grain wine went straight up in the afternoon. More than $80 million, all of which killed the 5-grain wine. You can stop watching. Sit back and wait for an afternoon stop. At the opening of the afternoon session, Wuliangju smoothly rose and remained up until the close of the day. Earnings broke a new high today, $13.32 million. Gu Manman looked at her own stock account and then at Li Yi's stock account. Combined earnings for the day, breaking the 10 million mark, record high single-day returns. The total assets are also over $96 million and will soon cross the 100 million mark. Fan Wenshur was learning intelligent algorithms on the side, and was surprised when she heard Gu Manman say what she had gained today. So much? $13 million in one day? What kind of concept is that? Van Vince tilted his little head, thinking slightly for a moment. Based on her family's income of less than $4,000 a month, to make over $13 million, it takes 3,330 months. It takes over 200 years. Van Vince's little head was stunned. And the total assets of Li Yi's stock account has exceeded 100 million? Li Yi is a billionaire now? Have a billionaire classmate of your own? That seemed just fine, Van Wentz felt. And Li Yi said that when he graduated, he would follow him and be the chief technology officer of his company. It takes gas to do that. Van Wentz thought that Li Yi was so good. Isn't it a drag to not work hard enough and be capable enough yourself? She mentally gave herself encouragement. Cheer up. Study more carefully. Treat. Although the entire summer vacation's food expenses were contracted by Gu Manman, but today's income hit a new high, earning more than $13 million in one day, and the total assets immediately exceeded 100 million. Li does deserve a treat. Total assets, $96.46. 33 million. Funds available, $90. 4. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, 3,026. 700. 000. Market capitalization of Wuliangju's position, 93. 436. 600. Profit slash loss for the day, plus 1,332.86. Total gain slash loss, plus 95.53. 33 locks, 10272. 38%. Lee Yi looks at the total assets and earnings of the combined accounts, with a big wave of his hand. It's my treat tonight, take your pick. Yeah. Gu Man jumped up happily, then pulled Fan Wenshur, discussing what to eat in the evening. See, what's for dinner? Now that the stock market is closing, it's only 3 p.m. Or so, and it's still early after dinner, so you can take your time to choose. When picking what to eat in the evening, Gu Man asked Lee Yi again, why didn't you open a two financing account? And is the VIP channel open? Dual finance accounts, also known as financing and financing. For example, Lee Yi has $1 million in hand, very optimistic about a stock, feel that they do not have enough money. You can find securities companies to finance the purchase of the stock, and when the stock is sold and then return the money back on the good. Leverage more money with less money. Financing is pretty much the same as financing, only, the meltdown is not bullish on the stock's next performance, thinking it will go down. At this point, Lee Yi can find a brokerage firm to borrow the stock and sell it at the current, say $100 share price. When that stock goes down, buy it back at $90 and return it to the brokerage firm to make the difference. Arguably, in an environment where the Big A doesn't allow shorting, bond financing is arguably the only means of shorting. At the same time, it is the only means to do T+0 operation. There are several conditions that need to be met in order to open a two financing account. Average 500,000 assets per day for 20 days. Here's another one, the risk level reaches C4 and above, as well as 6 months of trading experience from the start of the first stock transaction recorded by the CTRC. No 6 months of trading experience. Financing and financing, Lee Yi actually asked the securities company if someone else was less famous and a little older. There are tens of millions of dollars, nearly $1 billion, in stock accounts. Even if you don't have 6 months of trading experience, you've been processed. But this is Lee Yi. The age is only 18. You can't speculate in stocks until you're 18. Where do you get 6 months of trading experience? Plus Lee Yi has almost 3 million followers on his scarf. Still a high school senior. Made almost $100 million in less than 2 months of summer vacation. This attention. Which brokerage firm dares to open a two financing account for him? Doesn't that tell regulation? Am I in violation? So the two financing account, for sure, cannot be opened. I'm already on the VIP fast track here. If it wasn't for VIPs, it wouldn't have been so simple to close the deal with Lee Yi's previous maneuver. VIP fast track. A few $1 million can be applied for by a brokerage firm. The entire stock trading, like the regular seats. So many shareholders use one channel, but the trades are listed in price first and time first order. Unusual passages are used by thousands and thousands of people. VIP lanes, on the other hand, are used by dozens and dozens of people. At the same price level, the VIP channel can put your order at the top of the queue and close quickly. Some big retailers is to rely on VIP channel advantage. First pull stop, and then pull, while shipping, pretty much the same way Lee Yi is currently playing. Only, Lee Yi can foretell the future with lower risk. The success rate was higher. Then I'll put in a VIP fast track application as well. Gu Man listened to Lee Yi's explanation. You know why you can't get a two-way account? No one really dares to open one for him. In the past 2 days, when Gu Man bought stocks, the transactions were at the back of the queue, and there were times when not all the funds in hand were transacted. It is indeed possible to apply the VIP access down. This account operated by Gu Man also has tens of millions of dollars, and it is not difficult to find a brokerage firm to apply for a fast track. Chapter 54, Fan Wenshur, I'll definitely do a good job with you in the future. Dragon Tiger list out. Golden Dragon Real Estate sold at the 4th. Gujin Securities Dongqing South Road Business Department sold more than 50 million. Lee Yi Bib also updated today's action, liquidating his position in Golden Dragon Real Estate. How come it's just over $50 million? Obviously, not an account operation. Lee Yi funds close to 100 million, divided into 2 or even more accounts is normal, but also convenient to pull up in shipment. Anyway, Golden Dragon Properties was led by Lee Yi to sell today, and the first 10,000 lot sell order should be him, selling over $50 million and only coming in 4th in the sellout. After Lee Yi sold out, everyone else ran after him. Lee Yi should have offended a lot of funds this time, right? It's only really hard to sell attendance at number 1. Sold over 200 million. Li cleared his position in Golden Dragon Real Estate. According to his character, even if the market plummeted today, it's impossible for him to have an empty position. Which stock did he buy? Didn't buy all of it this time, even if it didn't have a short position of over $90 million. Did it? More than $90 million. If all the money to buy, not on the LW list, can only be a particularly high market capitalization of the ticket. Wulliang Liquor rose today. Intraday pull-up is very abnormal. It will not be from Li handwriting, right? It can't be that he buys up stocks every time, can it? It's possible that it's gone into 5-grain wine, or sauce technology. Can't say that Li every time to buy a stock. After his capital volume is large, a lot of it is his use of their own funds. Pull the stock up. Evening close, LW update. Golden Dragon Real Estate for consecutive boards. All turnover nearly 4 billion. On the Dragon Tiger list is inevitable. Li sold more than 80 million. Can only be ranked in the 4th place? Almost did not even see in the Dragon Tiger list. On top of that, 5-grain wine rose to the top of the LW list. Li bought more than $90 million, but did not make the LW list. After all, the $90 million or so is split between 2 accounts. 5-grain wine is still a $70+ billion market. Too much daily volume. Li is counted as the person who lit the fire to vigorously pull up the stock price, but not the person who bought the most money. He was nowhere to be seen at the 5-grain wine buy-in table. Netflix can't pinpoint which stock Li bought after liquidating his position in Golden Dragon Realty, but some of you looked at the stocks that were up more today. Doing an analysis on the volume of Li's funds, it feels like he got into a very large ticket with a very high market cap. Otherwise tens of millions of dollars buy. Small ticket will be pulled up, may be on the LW list. The best proof of this is the fact that the Dragon Tiger list doesn't even have Li's figure. So the netizens guessed right, Li got into 5-grain wine. However, the 5-grain wine plate is too big. With a market capitalization of over $70 billion, it's now topping $80 billion after the halt. Li bought in large tens of millions of dollars, or divided into multiple accounts. Naturally impossible to appear in the Dragon Tiger list. Cheers. There are still speculations and analysis of Li's operation outside. Li took Fan Wenshi and Gu Man and went downstairs to a restaurant in Patong Plaza to eat seafood. Ask for a private room to celebrate. The 3 men raised their glasses. All juice. Of course. Congratulations to Li. Today's earnings break through a new high. Tomorrow's funds will certainly break through 100 million. Tomorrow also to celebrate. Li smiled and said, must celebrate. 100 million. A small goal. It is indeed worth celebrating. Fan Wenshi looked at Li, and his eyes were also filled with admiration. Amazing. She, like Gu Man, sort of looked at Li's stock account, from 1 million funds, to 10 million funds. Tomorrow we'll be able to break through 100 million funds. It's awesome. More to the point, we're all the same age or classmates. Contrast that with a greater admiration for Li. Especially since Li can do more than just speculate. The computer technology is also super impressive. Fan Wenshi's admiration for Li was quite high, drinking juice and eating seafood while making small talk. Li also talked about the arrangements for the next month. It's going to be August soon. CC and I are both starting our military training on August 16th. Man, when are you going to Yendu? It's a bit of a bummer to say the least. Yendu University's military training begins in mid-August and is a military training during the summer vacation. The Yendu University of Finance and Economics, where Gu Man enrolled, has military training after the start of the school year in September. Hearing this, Gu Man did not even bring thinking. Directly said, of course it is with you to go to Yendu. I also have to help you operate the stock account. Just stay at the hotel directly when you get there. She's not that far off. Besides, she followed Li to copy her homework by herself. This period of time, although it was helping Li to operate the funds, but the homework copying didn't stop. The total capital has been almost $100,000. As for Van Wence's account, it's Li himself who helped operate it, and the total assets will be higher. How much pocket money is there in that account? See? Thinking of this, Gu Man asked with some curiosity. Li said, 140,000. I think. Awesome. Gu Man gave a thumbs up. To operate his tens of millions of dollars, and not forgetting to help Van Wens make pocket change. More importantly, operate the small account of Van Wens. Li doesn't need to take anything into account. The ability to see the future and just pick a random stock that goes up and buy it. This is still the reason why he reduces part of the operation. Otherwise, sell after each stop and buy another stop stock. It's not that hard. That equates to a 20% increase in one day. Only, that's too high profile. Lee Yi wasn't that dramatic, just earning tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college for Van Wentz. Ha? That much? Van Wentz heard that the stock account Guman Man prepared for her already had 140,000. It was in a state of shock. Slightly nerdy. That's 140,000. Really a lot. A lot. That's too much, isn't it? I'm not good. Don't talk. Before Van Wentz finished her sentence, Lee Yi pinched a piece of lobster meat in soup and stuffed it into her mouth. For you to earn pocket money, you can study hard in the 4 years of university. You can also subsidize your family. Anyway, you won't be short of money. Guman Man said. Are you trying to adopt our CC? Of course. Such a talented and beautiful girl must be invested in advance and held firmly in one's hands, Lee Yi graciously admitted. Van Wentz's mouth was gagged with lobster meat. A dopey look and then eat. The heart was very moved. Even if it was easy to know that Lee Yi was making great money in the stock market. But that's over $100. Surely more in the future. A lot of money for her family. Real big money. Swallowing the lobster meat in his mouth, Van Wentz said seriously. I will definitely follow you well in the future and work for you as the chief technical officer. Go for it. Lee Yi rubbed Van Wentz's well-behaved mushroom head. In the past 2 months, Van Wentz's hair had also grown quite a bit. Her mushroom head had changed a bit, and her whole face and temperament had changed a lot. In high school the character, dress, grooming, hairstyle, do not pay attention to dress up, on the face value to bring a lot of influence. Change your hairstyle, work out and adjust your grooming. Change your clothes a little, and your face value brushes up. If she could put on makeup, and with this dominating figure of Van Wentz's, she would definitely be a great beauty with no shortcomings. Even Guman Man was inferior. Of course, each is good in its own way. For someone as dedicated as Lee Yi, love it all. Pretty girls, all like it. Chapter 55 Total assets over $100 million on the last day of July. Past Subject 3. Early in the morning, Lee Yi first went to take the Subject 3 test. Wait another week, take Subject 4, and you'll get your driver's license. With hundreds of millions of dollars in hand, Lee Yi didn't even buy a car, just because he didn't have a driver's license. If you have a driver's license, you have to get yourself a luxury car, high or low. Traded in Dad's crappy Skoda. Congratulations. C and I will wait until we get to school before we start. Or maybe we'll take the test next summer. Universities usually have group enrollment for driver's licenses. If you don't have one, then make time to take the test. College has time to get your license down anyway. Today, Lee Yi went to take his driver's license test, so he missed his morning workout. None of the early trades. Don't worry about that. Lee Yi utilized the ability to foresee the future yesterday and knew that the trend of Woolion liquor was stable today. When Lee Yi took Subject 3, he had the ability to use foretell the future and once again looked at the trend of 5-grain wine today and tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Because the ability to foresee the future can only see 24 hours into the future. Friday, can't see next Monday. Actually, just pick a more stable stock to buy on Friday. It's just that today, tomorrow, the money in the stock account stays in the quintuple. And there's no problem. The fund still managed to break a solid $100 million. This afternoon, clear out. Still, Lee Yi was ready to liquidate his position in the afternoon. There's no need to be so steady when you have the ability to see the future. With money in hand, you still need to operate more to make more money. One day earlier, the funds crossed $100 million and reached a small goal. Besides, we're going to acquire Jinshin Investment Management next month, followed by the acquisition of a map and navigation company. Ride-hailing companies are starting to grow and need a lot of money as well. Make money. It must be all about making money. Afternoon, Lee Yi decided to liquidate his 5-grain wine position, already over $80 billion. 5-grain wine has opened 3 points higher this morning after yesterday's halt. It rose slightly to 4.7% in early trading. It continued to rise to 5% in the afternoon, topping out at a 6% gain, eventually falling back down, sort of riding steady about 5% up. Lee Yi is also shipping in this neighborhood, with over $80 billion on the board and a district of over $90 million. The shipment went well. It's all cleared out. It's going great. Manuel Ku here successfully liquidated his position in Wooliangju, with more than $30 million in available capital. Lee Yi's side of the liquidation of the position. The account funds more than $60 million. Because of the liquidation out of the position, It led to further weakness in 5-grain wine, which returned more than $98 million of available capital. It's so much better than expected. With a large cap stock like this, pulling out less than 100 million isn't as big a deal as one might think. The funds are out and you haven't lost any money yet. Even made a few $1,000,000 in small profits. More than 98 million available today, plus more than 3 million in the bottom position in golden flower technology. Total assets have broken the billion-dollar mark, now in the hands of more than $98 million. To Lee's strength, choose a stock to buy all the good. As long as it's not one of those tens of billions of dollars, you can basically pull up pretty easily. Lee has his own modus operandi. We'll choose the right stock to operate. Buy Manhwa culture and just take your time to suck low. There's no rush. Lee himself operates the same way. Today Man's account of $30 million. After opening the VIP channel, the transaction is obviously much faster than before. Pending buy orders at the same price. At the same time, VIP fast track for brokerage firms. It's just a quicker transaction than the unusual retailer. Manhwa culture counts as a subprime stock. The bull market is coming. And the most aggressive rise is not actually those blue chips and weighted stocks with high market capitalization. Often, they are the leading stocks in each sector. If these blue chips and weighted stocks, pulling up ferociously, then the big A will not be more than 10 years or he meow 3,000 points hovering. It may have gone over 10,000 points a long time ago. After 3 days of adjustments and pullbacks, the broader market performed slightly better today. Finance, securities, real estate, banking, liquor, major sectors after taking turns pulling up. Lee used his ability to foresee the future to determine that the main funds would go to pull up the culture sector tomorrow. Manhwa culture is arguably the best performer of them all. This company went public earlier this year. The listing went straight to a 12-board stop, counted as this year's demon stock. Popularity remains high today. When the bullish mantra was shouted some time ago, there were stops, up 18 times in the last year. It is as horrible as it gets. Today's market capitalization is $7.8 billion. Peak market capitalization of $12 billion. Recently it has been trading $800 to $1 billion per day and has an extremely high turnover rate of 20% or more. When it pulled up a while ago, it was able to reach a 50% turnover rate. Very active. Lee is buying slowly. At $98 million. It's not a small number. The big money is in tacit agreement. It's not like we're going to pull up the culture sector and do it tomorrow. It was prepared a long time ago. From Manhwa culture, this recent period of turnover. There's a significant drop to be seen. The layout has been completed and there are quite a few chips in hand. However, there is still a turnover of several $100 million per day. And Lee's $98 million bullet can still be scored. I'm done shopping. The $30 million in Man's hand, which took an hour, didn't attract much attention. She followed the general trend and bought all of Manhwa culture. Lee gave a soft Still operating. Man supported her chin with one hand and looked at Lee's side face. Serious boys are attractive. She brought her little head to Lee and watched him operate. Over $60 million has been bought for the most part. Tomorrow, the plate rotation. Manhwa culture up. Lee is not worried about today's stretch will cause too much difference. It's just that if something goes wrong, he has the ability to foresee the future and is just as likely to be the first to react and run. At most, you'll lose some money. Bought a lottery ticket for $10 and won over $1 million. More than $900. 000 was then killed in the stock market, earning to nearly $100 million today. Afraid to give back a little of your gains? It doesn't matter. The last 20 million or so, Lee began to violently pull up Manhwa culture. And don't hide it. The Manhwa culture itself has been getting a lot of attention and heat since it went public. Lee's side started pulling up. Whether it was other money trying to buy, it's still the retailer who sees this. Knowing that this is funded to pull up, get in the car fast. Smart people, directly hanging up the price of the stop, forced to get on the car. Less than 10 minutes, Manhwa culture is up. Those who didn't react, their thighs were swollen from the slap, and there was no chance at all to get on the bus. Up and out? I haven't gotten in the car yet. Thighs are swollen from slapping and hesitating. I want to slap myself. Heck yeah, just buy 4,000 shares. It's pulling up too fast. Killing at the stop price. Looking at this, it's bound to go up tomorrow. Manhwa culture stock bar. Many people's thighs are swollen from slapping. I've been staring at it for a couple of days, and I'm just trying to pick a good time to get on it. It ended up going straight up. There are also people who buy in advance. This stop eating beautifully. There are also enterprising people who see this pulling up speed of Manhwa culture. Guess it's not easy to get on the bus. Direct stop price strong on the bus. Even so, there were quite a few people who didn't get on the bus. Where is the volume without sell orders? However, Li Yi's side of the money. It can be said that all the money into the Manhwa culture. He's not even doing any of the subsequent pull-ups in this stock. He was just responsible for lighting the fire in the first place. Total assets, 110, 929, 600, 000. Funds available, $172. 31. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, $3. 123. 600. Market capitalization of Manhwa Culture's position, 107. 8,060 million. Profit/loss for the day, plus 1,480. 63. Total gain/loss, plus 11092. 96 locks, 11927. 91%. Total assets easily broke $100 million. And it surpassed 110 million. You can say that you have a full position in Manhwa culture. With a position market capitalization of $104 million. Today Golden Flower Technology is up 3.2% after a 3-day downward retracement. It's expected to launch in 2 more days. Li Yi is thinking of liquidating his position in Manhwa culture and getting into Golden Flower Technology tomorrow? Or do you continue to keep the bottom position held and look at it again on Monday? Chapter 56, Li Yi, a small goal reached. Ascending to the hot seat. Today was a day to remember. Reached a small goal. Then today's operation says it all. Pictures. JPG. Scarfing platform. After the close, Li Yi posted a scarf stating, reach one small goal. Only a lot of people are confused. What little goal? Mind you, it's only 2014. Our richest man, Mr. Wang, became the richest man in 2013. Thanks to the rapid development of the real estate business in the past 2 years. Next year is to overtake the old Li. Become the world's richest Chinese. One small goal was when the richest man in the world, Wang, was being interviewed in 2016. When the host talked about what advice he had for young people, Wang Shoufu said, do not come up to be the richest man. Can first set a small goal, let's say, I first earn him $1 billion. That's what it's all about. Anyway, at this point, no one had any idea what Li Yi's scarf meant when he said reach a small goal. And posting a scarf to show it's worth remembering? However, the screenshot of the delivery note attached to Li Yi's scarf proves that after Li Yi ran away from Golden Dragon Real Estate, a large sum of money went into Wulian Liquor. With more than $70 billion in large-cap stocks, it's no wonder you can't see Li Yi on the LW list, so it didn't copy Li Yi's homework. But there are also netizens who analyzed out that Li Yi cleared the Golden Dragon Real Estate more than $80 million, even if it is divided into 2, or even more accounts not to be discovered. The probability is to buy large-cap blue chips and weighted stocks. The market performed so poorly yesterday. There weren't many large-cap weights that went up. The $80 billion market capitalization of 5 grain wine is one of them. Today, Li Yi raced to clear his position in the delivery order, proving that their guess was right and Li Yi killed Wu Liangju. Just for one night and clearing out? Damn it, actually staying for just one night? Is my 5 grain wine so unpopular with you? I guessed right, and really went to 5 grain wine. This operation, I can only say God. What stock to buy? What stock goes up? Yesterday's 5 grain wine was also the first to pull the stock price by Mr. Li Yi, and then went up, right? Can't say it's luck, but really have their own thoughts and ideas. At that time that kind of big market plunged 2 points. The funds have no place to go. Where can they go? Pulling up 5 grain wine attracted a lot of money to seal the board. The LW list has been updated. Can copy your homework? Li Yi got into Manhwa culture and it went up at 2:40 p.m. today. Holy, so it's Li Yi's classmate who's pulling Manhwa culture. By seat number 2, more than $70 million? If you count other accounts, how much did Mr. Li Yi buy today? At Li Yi, Mr. Li Yi, can I ask how much total capital you have at the moment? Broke 9 figures? 9 figures? Broke 100 million? Look at Li Yi's students today's scarf message, a memorable day. Reach a small goal? This small goal is 100 million? True. Our small goal is to make a little money. That's really a small goal. Li Yi students' small goal, 100 million. This is the gap. Damn. For crying out loud. We're 18 years old and still worrying about our internet bills. And someone else has already made $100 million. 1. We're still working part-time at KFC earning $1,800. Li Yi's small goal, 100 million. Li Yi's summer vacation isn't over yet and he's already made $100 million. Li Yi bibs out. Plus LW updates. Melo and Culture made the list. Li Yi afternoon nearly 100 million more than the funds. His own account of more than $70 million. On the second by list, Li Yi's own exposed account has over $70 million in it. Netizens are curious as to how much total money is in Li Yi's hands. Some netizens have analyzed that it's already 9 figures. That's $100 million. Originally, many netizens, looking at Li Yi's scarf message sent today, could not understand it at all. Achieving a small goal? So memorable? But at this moment, listening to netizens analyze, Li Yi's stock account may have reached 9 figures, 100 million. It might even be reached today. In conjunction with this, Li Yi's scarf that reaching one small goal was memorable. That small goal is 100 million. The news instantly hit the internet. Make it to the top of the bib and trending topics. No, what's wrong with this penguin? Again? Li Yi looked at the news pushed by Weishuan today. High school students. Summer vacation from millions to 100 million. Last time, Li Yi announced his stock account, and then scarfed out a delivery note to liquidate his position. It was analyzed by netizens that he had funds of more than 7 million in his account. The news, at the time, was tweeted by Microcenter News. This time, his total assets reached $100 million. This Microsoft message pushes news related to him again. That's catching a sheep gripping a son. Is this true? Even Li Yi's dad and mom, this moment are holding a cell phone, looking at the news pushed by Weishin. An incredulous face came over to inquire. Isn't this college entrance exam winner his own son? The news pushed by Key Micro News, with a photo that was taken of Li Yi going to the school to fill out a volunteer application. Big boy sunshine. Simple, handsome, confident, and looking especially calm when photographed by the media. Li Yi was pleased with this photo accompanying the Microsoft news. But how much do you pay royalties for exposing yourself for making $100 million? Li Yi was not expecting that, with one small goal not being hot at all. Netizens are so quick to realize what one small goal stands for. It does have a little something. Since Li Yi posted a scarf announcing this news, he guessed that it would be analyzed by netizens and didn't think of hiding it. I just didn't expect it so soon. Clothes don't return home. Like brocade at night. What's the point of living without pretending? Besides, Li Yi himself needs heat, popularity, and fans. Whether in the future to issue private placement products, public offering products, or to promote taxi software, note short video. Need fan base. Well, it's 100 million, and it just surpassed 1 today. I didn't realize these people understood what one small goal meant so quickly. In response to his mom and dad's inquiries, Li Yi graciously admitted it. Really, $1 billion? Li Guozhong personally heard his son's reply. Still a little disbelieving, this becomes a billionaire? Yi Hongying was likewise a bit incredulous, and asked with some concern. This is nothing wrong, right? How long has it been? In less than 2 months, the son made $100 million? Though the principal is a lottery win, arriving at less than $1 million. But $1 million is negligible compared to 100 million, said Li Yi earned 100 million. There is no water. 1 million less than the principal in 100 million funds can only be counted as a fraction. Li Yi assured his parents. Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem. This is also earned through regular channels. Let's just say I'm better at it. If other people, especially stockholders, hear what Li Yi said, then they will definitely jump up. Is this more powerful? It's going to the top. The internet at the moment, especially in the comments section of Li Yi's bib. Countless people have asked him when he will launch the private placement. Everyone is waiting to buy it. If Li Yi can take advantage of this heat to launch a relevant private placement, or public offering, definitely adds hundreds of millions, if not billions, of dollars to the fundraising. But Li Yi didn't reply to this related topic either. Even if the next month is just a few days later, it is going to acquire Jinshin Investment Management Company. Private and public licenses can be done at once. May want to launch product-related private placement products and public offerings. Design is also required. There's still recruiting to be done. It's not really possible to launch a product and really leave it entirely in the hands of Li Yi. Once the product design is complete, it has to be submitted for regulatory approval. It is only later that it can be listed to raise funds. There's no hurry. The earliest we can wait is September, after Li Yi's military training is over. Chapter 57, Pid Li Yi? It's too hard. Gu Ping, 100 million now? Really fierce. Gene Xin financial aspects of the audit has been completed. You see, the beginning of the month when there is time to come over to sign the contract, to prepare 10 million funds, Tu Wendong, did you really make $100 million? It seems that the company does not need to worry about the subsequent development. The software has been developed almost. I am recruiting the promotion team and cab drivers, cab companies to negotiate cooperation. When will you come to Yendu? You're not really waiting until the start of military training, are you? I'm talking about the acquisition of map navigation. Gu Ping and Tu Wendong, both of whom had sent micro messages to Li Yi. And it's all voice, big messages. It's all summarized in 2 words, money. Acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Company, asking for money. Ride-sharing software companies have been registered, Express Ride, Inc. Li Yi holds 90% of the shares of Express through future investment. He also paid $10 million in funding. In addition, he also came up with the core algorithm and software core of the drop, the subsequent development plan and so on. Tu Wendong contributed $10 million, only got 10% of the shares, but also need to be responsible for the management and operation of the company. The planner given by Li Yi was too detailed. As long as Tu Wendong is not a cutie, just follow the operation. Tu Wendong's ability is still there. He used to open investment companies that lost money, just investment programs that flopped. For the time being, there really aren't a lot of projects that can be done in the entire internet space as time moves into 2014. It's basically a Red Sea. Invest in 100 projects and it's good to see 10 of them walk out alive. There's still money to be burned desperately. Li Yi and Tu Wendong contributed $20 million. But also just the money needed for the initial development of the taxi company. There is also a map navigation software to be acquired. Follow-up promotion spends. And you step against it is even more money burning. It's all burning stuff anyway. Hearing that Li Yi had already made $100 million, Tu Wendong had more confidence in the subsequent development of Express. When it really comes down to it, don't worry about running out of money to burn. Don't worry about finding shareholders to burn. Don't have to worry about begging those shareholders to face investors in order to pull an investment. You can have a very strong bottom line. This is important. The fast car company will definitely need to raise money subsequently. Kneeling down and begging capital for money, or standing up and letting capital chase and send money. This treatment is completely different. Li Yi has also entered Manhwa culture. Should we pit him? This little guy does have a bit of luck. He actually made $100 million already? It's really confusing. The money we've been working our asses off for so many years isn't as much as someone else, an 18-year-old kid, makes in 2 months. Luck? You guys don't also think that Li Yi is really lucky, right? Let's hear it when others say it. We're fooling ourselves if we think it too. There's too much money inside American wheel culture. It's not uniform at all. We're all in American wheel culture, and we'll lose even more if we pit Li Yi. It's not necessary. Next time, with this kid's investing style, we'll always catch him. It's rumored that Jinshin Investment Management, a subsidiary of Hungtai International, has been acquired. The person who stepped in to make the purchase is a young man. Could it be related to Li Yi? I've heard about it, and it seems that someone from New City Medicine has stepped in to buy it. Yendu, a top clubhouse. A few bigwigs from the investment community are here for a small gathering. It can be a paperweight. These people have billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars in their hands. Financial circles are the most chaotic circles. What showbiz is a brother before it? Brother doesn't even count. The entertainment industry is a plaything in front of the financial circle, and can only be reduced to a plaything. Among the several people, there was Zhang Yukuan who had initially, on the internet, instructed Li Yi. Only Li Yi didn't pay any attention to him. In addition, there are also the big fans who have stepped into the private equity arena from top bulls. That's what stockholders and netizens jokingly call him. Today this Fang Dalian tens of billions of dollars in hand, in the private equity circle is also ranked in the forefront of the existence. Several people present, not many people, but more or less by Li Yi pit, especially the Golden Dragon Realty set. Golden Dragon Real Estate, as a $10 billion property, had more money in it than it should have. More than 100,000 hands, more than $1 billion to seal the board stop. The next day casually can pull up, and even continue to pull up. Incarnation of the demon stock. That may be several times the profit. It's kind of hard though, but Li Yi in more than 100,000 hands, more than $1 billion to seal the board, smashed the plate to run, lure other funds to run with it. This is going to screw everyone over. The back don't say continue to pull up. Demon stock. The next day open almost fell. If it weren't for the amount of money in there, everyone would still be in tune. It took another $1 billion or so to stabilize the plate. Otherwise, Any profits made from Golden Dragon Real Estate will have to be spat back, or even lost. It's not just Golden Dragon Realty actually. Li's so fast in and out, pull up to hit the board, while pulling up, while shipping. There are a number of anchor institutions that are also affected. It's mostly Li pulling up the stock price. Netizens know which stocks he's into and bring a lot of attention to follow and buy. Wait until Li runs. Stock price at least plummeted, even fell. The follow-up continued to be negative for a week or more. Sometimes the main institution just has to run. But there are some main institutions, public funds. To adjust the position is not so simple. More or less affected. It is not easy to want to give Li a lesson. To catch Li, this guy only does short-term. Whether it's stock picking, timing of entry, timing of selling too well. It's so excellent. Several people present can be said to be more than 10 years of the stock market, through the bulls and bears of the Big Brother. All of them had to admit, Li, the teenager, was really talented and capable. It's not those people out there who are sour twice. Luck can make 100 million from 1 million in 2 months. Give you $1 million and you won't see 100 million in 1 or 10 years. Li did not know that he was missed by a number of main institutions and private equity. It doesn't matter if you know. He operates within the rules that allow it. Totally legal and compliant. It's unlikely that there will be any repercussions for him through reporting or regulation there. This amount of money in Li's hand is not small. It's not enough to say that it's the point where regulation calls for a cup of tea and a talk. A showdown in the normal stock market would be even less to fear. Big A stock market, T+1 operation. Li can foretell the future 24-hour stock movements, and it's useless to set up a situation any way you want. Unless it was Li who didn't sell on Friday and held his position until Monday. Monday came as soon as it smashed the disc. But this is something that can't happen to the stock Manhwa culture. Because there's so much money in this stock, there's no way to come to an agreement. Always believe, capital is profit-driven. It's impossible to make yourself lose tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in order to pit Deng Yi for 18 million. Or even tens of millions. Because of the beauty wheel culture inside, the interest hold up 1 billion funds, other main force, institutions, big lobbyists, funds can be quite a lot. If Li loses money, they lose more. Last day of July. On Friday, the stock market opened. After 3 days of pullbacks, the broader market ebbed and flowed on Thursday before closing with a doji and a slight 0.1% gain. But this is the index. It is mostly the performance of the heavyweights and blue chips that can influence the index. The indices are not up much, but individual stocks are up very nicely. Today's open saw the broader market move sideways, with the heavyweights and blue chips up in the broader market. Individual stocks are up nicely. The culture sector began to move shortly after the opening bell. Manhwa culture opened directly up. There was no need for Li to operate at all. Of course, he has the option to sell. However, Manhwa culture is in no hurry this time. This stock is a subprime stock, listed 12 times stop, the real demon stock. Now after half a year, Li feels that these big funds are going to start pulling up this stock. The fact that it pulled straight up today is proof of that. Proof that the money inside is not a sector rotation, pulling up Manhwa culture and running away. You can run without a rush today and see what happens on Monday. Li still sells 750,000 shares to get back more than $10 million to withdraw to his bank card. Acquisition of Jinshin Investment Management Company, which requires $10 million in capital. It's the last day of July. The weekend bought out the Jinxin Investment Company. Chapter 58, Acquiring Jin Xin Company. Deserves these people to make money. 1/5. Total assets, 118. 659. 700. Available funds, 10 million. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, $3. 186. 100. Market capitalization of Manhwa Culture's position, $105. 473. 600. Profit/loss for the day, plus 10. 497. 600. 10. 76%. Total gain/loss, plus 11772. 97 locks, 11523. 61%. Golden Flower Technology is up a few points today, and is the reason why Li didn't liquidate his position in Manhwa culture and killed back Golden Flower Technology. Total assets of $118 million. Over $10 million a day. Over $10 million in hand. It could be said to be perfect. Not much action today. It's the sale of 750,000 shares of Meridian Culture to recoup a sum of money. With 10 million available funds, Li Yi withdrew to his account and capitalized future investment. Going to acquire Jingxin Investments over the weekend. Still with future investment holdings for sure. August 1st. Li Yi took an airplane and flew from Yuanjian City to Linhai. Signed an acquisition agreement with Hentai International. Not averse to signing contracts even though it's Saturday. But, banks don't do business with the public on weekends. So no transfers can be made. In his last life, Li Yi was a software developer. Really don't know about all this. So on Friday the funds were taken out to capitalize future investments. I didn't realize that you can't transfer money at all on weekends. If the $10 million continues to sit in the stock market, take it out again on Monday and it's another $1 million+ in profit. But it doesn't matter. With over $100 million in the stock market, that's over $10 million a day in gains. $1 million is nothing. Have fun working together. I really didn't expect that it would be the most popular Li Yi student who recently acquired Gene Xin Company, Hentai International. On behalf of future investment, Li Yi signed the acquisition agreement with the president of Hentai International Daxia, Manager Zhang. Acquisition of 100% equity interest in Jinxin Investment Management Company, a subsidiary of Hentai International. Manager Zhang had always thought that the one who had acquired Jinxin Investment Company was Metro Pharmaceuticals from Gu Ping's mother's family. Many people know that Gu Ping stepped in to acquire Gene Xin Investment Management Company. The first thing that comes to mind is that Gu Ping's uncle, Metro Pharmaceuticals, is going to acquire Gene Xin Investment and enter the financial industry. It's only natural for Metro Pharma Group, to diversify. Never in a million years did anyone guess wrong. Gu Ping stepped in and negotiated the acquisition of Gene Xin Investment Management Company. Not that the new city medicine behind him needed it. Rather, on the internet lately, the most popular Li Yi's classmates. Now that I think about it, Gu Ping's family is in Yuanjian City, and Li Yi is also in Yuanjian City. Doesn't seem too strange? What's all the rage? It's all just vanity. The netizens are just up in arms. Li Yi said politely with a smile. Facing the president of Hentai International Xia, Li Yi was not at all weak. Where does it look like a normal family? Raising 18-year-olds? Manager Zhang was also very emotional. This teenager was really not simple. Mr. Li Yi, being overly modest would be pride. Making $100 million in 2 months is quite a nice performance for any public company. Now after the acquisition of Gene Xin, Mr. Li Yi will surely rise with the wind on one day and rock up to 90,000 miles. I borrow your advice. After shaking hands with manager Zhang and making some small talk, Li Yi and Gu Ping left with their lawyers. Young people nowadays are really something. Sending Li Yi and the others out the door. Manager Zhang stood at the office window and watched them walk out of the company. A pang of emotion ran through his mind. Facing young people like Li Yi, or even Gu Ping, who had achieved so much at such a young age. When it really feels like this, people are getting old. A generation of new people. Linhai, financial building. Jinxin Investment Management Company is located here. No matter what, Hentai International is also an international investment group. When you enter the summer country to invest, the cards are still on the table. The acquisition of Jinxin does not require the removal of the company. It's okay to stay here. It's just a few $1 million a year in rent. For Li Yi. For the future of Star Ocean, small money. This is the owner of the company, Li Yi. I'm sure you've all heard of him recently, right? Gu Ping had already dealt with the entire staff that Gene Xin had left behind. After all, he was the one who led the charge and took stock of the entire Jinxin company. Li Yi? Li Yi who made $100 million in 2 months? So it's Mr. Li Yi who acquired our company. Woohoo, it's taking off. Looks like it was right to stay. There aren't a lot of people left at Jinxin. Not counting those who hang out for qualifications. There are only 7 fund managers and even none. Hello everyone, I'm Li Yi. I'm glad you all stayed and became part of Star Ocean. By the way, next week the company will change its name to Star Ocean Investment Management. Li Yi introduced himself, said hello to a few people in the company. Then he said to the fund manager that Gu Ping had tapped. Manager Li, the company will design a public offering first, and launch it around the beginning of September. Is that okay? Li Mingjie is Gu Ping through his mom's contacts. From the bank's fund company to find the fund manager. It takes time to dig in. It takes a long time for a fund manager to simply tender his resignation and approve. To go through the process. Li Mingjie had an accident at home some time ago and resigned to go home to take care of things. It was only after Gu Ping's invitation that Li Yi was weak and happy. Plus Li Yi's fame and power that he decided to join the Star Ocean. Hearing Li Yi's command, Li Mingjian nodded and said, "No problem. As a fund manager, though not a well-known one. But this process of issuing funds is still familiar to him. It's just that in the past, at large fund companies, it was the specialized departments that did all the work in terms of issuing funds and designing funds. Now he comes to do, only to say that it is not difficult to do. At the same time, Li Mingji also knows that the issuance of new funds, he is bound to be only as an auxiliary. But think of Li Yi, 2 months. Exactly, less than 2 months. Made 100 million. He also wanted to see how this talented young man, who had been the most popular lately, operated. It's good to learn something along the way. Fund managers are not old enough to be in their 40s as a profession. This is an industry that gets better with age. Anyway, there is a high salary offered by Li Yi. There is still Li Yi's earning power topped, plus his rather high popularity. Will not have to worry about Star Ocean Investment will soon go bankrupt. How much money can be raised by issuing new products with just this ability and popularity? This is something that many fund managers, with more than a decade of accumulation and a step-by-step approach to becoming a fund manager, cannot do. Boss, the original Jinshin still has 2 products that have not been liquidated. Is it currently a state that can only be redeemed and cannot be purchased, keeping it as it is? Or do we apply for a name change, make an announcement, and open up for subscriptions and redemptions? Jinshin is to be sold as a whole, and the original products, which can be liquidated, are liquidated. The ones that were not liquidated were the 2 public funds. It's always been a redemption only, no buy status. So much so that the company traded, applied to the regulator, made an announcement, and the 2 funds remain only redeemable and not open for purchase. But there are still a number of users who have not redeemed, and there are still millions of dollars. It felt like it was completely forgotten by the owner. Make announcements of company and fund manager changes. Bring it on for a bit of fun. Still keeping it redemption only, not open for buying. Star Ocean Investments was officially established. In addition to the popularity brought by Li Yi himself, the most important thing is to come up with the strength to prove themselves. These 2 original Jinshin products await liquidation. It's just enough to have some fun with it and pull up the yields. Just as an advertisement. A body of money of more than $10 million is too easy to operate. The owners of these tens of millions of dollars, whether they believe in the company, or did you really forget the account, serves these people right for making money. Chapter 59, Lying Down to Make $10 million. Manhwa culture continues to rise. 2/5. The latest news revealed, Li Yi's students have successfully acquired private placement license and public placement license. Really? My great-uncle's son's classmate's wife's third aunt's husband is the handler of this matter? Absolutely true and reliable. What the are you talking about? Acquiring a friggin' company on a big weekend. Is Li's private placement coming? Fake news. Private placement I can still understand. Can still cheat people. But you also said that Li Yi acquisition of public placement license, which no one believes at all. He also want to go to do public placement not? Why can't I? The public placement license isn't worth much, so can't we buy it now and do it later? Which one of the big hangers on say? Is this true? If Li Yi buys a private placement license, how soon can he produce a product? I'll get the money together right away. I hang big, but I don't know. I hang big, I come to say. If the private placement license to hand, to the regulatory application for new products, the fastest week can be launched. In fact, will never be so fast. You all he now ignored Li Yi students to go to school in Yen University Indeed, Li Yi still has to go to school at Yen University. The acceptance letter of Yen University has long been sent out. This year is August 16th military training. How is it possible to launch a private placement product at this time? The probability is fake news. Public placement is even more unlikely. Unless Li Yi does not speculate in the stock market himself in the future, it is impossible to do yourself a public placement. Public fund managers cannot operate their own stock accounts. Li Yi's side signed the contract. It didn't take long for news of this to circulate online. Only it wasn't solidly hammered. The probability is that Mr. Zhang, the general manager of Hongtai International, lamented to his friends around him. The relevant news got out. Nay, related news spreads wider and wider. And, as many in the industry know, it's even confirmed. Li Yi's acquisition of private placement licenses and public offering licenses. The probability is true. Li Yi acquires Gene Xin Investment Management Company. In related news, it was put up straight away, and rushing to the top of the trending topics. Gene Xin Investment Management Company. Not many people have even heard of it. There are also some people within the employment who know about this company. The various licenses are more complete. I didn't realize it was acquired by Li Yi. This is something that people with a little bit of connections can basically prove to be true. Jinshin Investment Management Company has been sold in its entirety by Hentai International Xiaogua. The purchaser is Li Yi. Online, a netizen sent out photos of a chance encounter with Li Yi on an airplane. This is the airplane that flies from Yuanjian City to Linhai. What's Li Yi doing in Linhai for nothing? And Jinshin Investment Management Company, check online for relevant information, is located in Linhai. Another person is in Linhai, a restaurant outside the financial city. Filmed Li Yi having dinner with a few people. In terms of the people eating, the ages ranged from 40s to 20s. Not like a friends get-together, more like co-workers. Said to basically determine the news circulating on the internet, Li Yi's acquisition of private equity licenses and public fundraising licenses is true. Li Yi acquired Xin Investment Management Company in Linhai. In the hands of this company, there are private placement licenses, public offering licenses, fund sales licenses and more. It's true? Did Li Yi really get his hands on a private placement license and a public placement license? Public funds also do? Great. The threshold of private equity is too high. Still struggling to touch the threshold of private equity at all. If it's a public equity fund, the threshold is not so high. When does the product go live? When do you start raising funds? When? Laughing my ass off. An 18-year-old fund manager? Are you guys serious? Maybe this Li Yi classmate has some ability, but he is just an 18-year-old kid, just because the market is good. Wait until the market passes, then we will know how strong he really is. What's wrong with being 18? You can make $100 million in 2 months? We'd like to believe Mr. Li Yi. What's wrong? It's got to be the eye candy, right? It can't be some other depressed and disenchanted fund manager, can it? Many people private messaged Li Yi on his neck message. Unfortunately, no answer was forthcoming. Li Yi made no response on the matter. The stock market opens for a new week. Manhwa culture is up. Another one-word stop. At this time, Li Yi didn't have time to read the news on the internet. Manhwa culture is up again. Last week's Thursday and Friday stops. That's 3 in a row. This stock isn't going to be a demon, is it? In the hotel, Guman Man and Fan Wenshur both came to Linhai from Yuanjian City. Airfare isn't much money anyway. Guman Man couldn't wait to get bored with Li Yi 24 hours a day. Just buy a plane ticket and fly over. Fan Wenshur was going to learn programming and intelligent algorithms from Li Yi and came along. Take a break and have some fun. Seeing his stock account, Manhwa culture out of 3 consecutive boards, also felt, this stock trend is not right. Manhwa culture is a subprime stock. 12 stops at the time of listing. After months of correction, this stock isn't about to start up again, is it? Keep your position still. Li Yi took a look at it and it still didn't operate today. Yesterday, he had used his ability to foretell the future to know that Manhwa culture was up today. Now after the opening of the market, Li Yi again used the ability to foretell the future and saw that tomorrow Manhwa culture would still go up. There is no need to operate. Wait for tomorrow and see how it operates. If the stock Manhwa culture is going to be a demon again? Even Li Yi was a little excited. Truly demonic stocks that he has yet to come across. Although he relies on his ability to foretell the future to find stocks that go up every day. But demon stocks is really never encountered. Before that, I had little money and didn't encounter any demon stocks. Plus a lot of demon stocks, most of which are listed to start a few stops, or even more than a dozen stops, cannot get in at all. With the amount of money available today, it's not a good idea to get into stocks that don't have a high market capitalization and a small disk. Total assets, 119. 239 million. Funds available, 172. 31. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, 321. 80 million. Market capitalization of Manhwa Culture's position, $116. 020. 000. Profit/loss for the day, plus 1,057. 92, 8. 87%. Total gain/loss, plus 128. 3,089,000,11523. 61%. Go over today. Total assets are almost 120 million. If it wasn't for the $10 million withdrawal on Friday, total assets would be $130 million at this point. I didn't do anything today, and I made over $10 million lying down. The equivalent of the money spent on the weekend to acquire Jinshin was reimbursed outright. With nothing to do, Li Yi looked at the news on the internet. Now it's Monday. Lots of stuff going on. Do not even need Li Yi to come forward to make an official announcement. Everyone stone hammer Li acquisition of private placement and public placement license thing. Hantech International announced the sale of its Jinshin Investment Management Company, and Jinshin Investment Management Company also made a formal announcement that it will be renamed Star Ocean Investment Management Company. Its two public fund products, Jinshin Mixed Select, will be renamed Star Ocean Mixed Select. Purchase suspended and redemption open. Jinshin Flexible Allocation Mix, renamed Star Ocean Flexible Allocation Mix. Purchase suspended. Redemption open. It is important to realize that Li has a controlling stake in a game studio through the future investment company he founded, now called Star Ocean Technology. This is basically the real deal. Li's acquisition of Jinxin Investment Management. Why is there no way to buy into these two Star Ocean funds? Same question. See, Li acquired Jinxin Company. There are two funds, but no way to buy. Which channel can buy? None of them can be bought. This is Jinxin's previous product, now waiting for liquidation. Has always been open for redemption, not open to buy. Waiting for Li to release a new product for sight unseen after September. It's going to be a long wait. It's only the 2nd. Less than a month to September. Long fart. Some netizens have seen that Star Ocean Fund, a subsidiary of Star Ocean Investment Corporation, has two fund products, and to think this is Li's company? I'm sure you'll make a difference in the beginning. The first thing you want to do is buy it. Nay, is not open for buying at all, only for redemption. Too bad. However, those who know what they're talking about know that this is a fund of Jinshin, not a fund released by Star Ocean. This is the product that the acquiring company got its hands on and is now waiting to be liquidated. Definitely not open to buying. Chapter 60 Shocking Fund Rises. 3/5. Ha, crosses arms. Brothers, I just realized that 2 years ago, my wife listened to the recommendation of the bank's customer service manager and bought a fund that was actually Jinxin Mixed Select. It's the one that's now renamed Star Ocean Blend Select. Old morning, the bank seems to have texted my wife to redeem the product, only to be ignored by her and simply forget this fund exists, not caring. And then, my God, the fund went up, you guys know? Picture, JPG, this makes me redeem it? I'd only redeem it if my head was broken. The fund is up. For crying out loud, a netizen posted a message in the bib, and posted a set of pictures. Is information about the total assets of a bank's software, but there's a mosaic. However, it can be seen that the total assets component, underneath the investment wealth management products, holds Star Ocean Hybrid Selection. The next picture is the real kicker. Star Ocean Hybrid Selection details to see an estimate of the current day's net worth. This estimate is also pretty screwed up at -1.2%. That is, the top 10 stocks in which this fund has a long position are roughly extrapolated to the day's upside and downside. The forecast is for a loss of 1.2%, but in fact the update resulted in a 10% increase in net value for the day. The fund is up. This is a fund. Hybrid funds, depending on the product, hold a minimum of 60% or 65% of their funds in equities. Some are even more than 90% stock holdings. And public funds, which are required to hold no more than 10% of the fund's total assets in a single stock. That means you can't punt a stock in a $10 billion fund. It is possible to fund up if you pike a stock, but public funds, $10 billion, you hold a single stock, at least only 10%. That means that any public equity position, at a minimum, is buying 10 stocks. On the one hand, there is the balancing of risks. Buy a stock that may go up or down. When you buy 10 stocks, surely there are just ups and downs. What is the concept of a fund stop? Minimum 10 stocks. All up. Many funds, even, hold, not necessarily 10 stocks, they hold more. Funds go up and down, which is almost impossible to happen, unless it's really one of those big bull markets, to the point where most stocks are up. This is a situation that is almost impossible to come by. But the picture that this user showed is really the fund going up. Fake, fake, fake. I don't believe it. Fund up? Holy, what? The fund went up? Impossible. Oh, Star Ocean Fund. That's fine. Normal. Star Ocean Investments. Star Ocean Select Mix. Star Ocean Flexible Allocation Mix. Both funds are up. Glaring. He meow. Add Li students. The company is acquired. You also personally manipulate two funds. Why not open to buy what's the experience of a fund going up? I want to experience it. Open for buying. Open to buy in. Open to buy in. Add Li. Gripgrass turn out my speculation software. See, I lost the big A back then. 100. 000 into the field. The last only 20. 000 more than. By the way, buy into a fund, is Gene XIN select mix. 2 million more than only 10. 200 left more than. Loss of nearly 50%. This is still the result of a 10% rise today. Upstairs, just sit back and wait for takeoff. Upstairs, let's see if Mr. Lee E can take you and make back the money you lost. Jinshin Investment Company made an announcement. Change name to Star Sea Investment. Star Ocean Hybrid Selection announcement. Ming Jiali becomes fund manager. Will Lee E be the fund manager? 18-year-old fund manager? Starfish Fund up. The fund can go up to? Star Ocean Fund. 2 funds up. Are there any mandatory requirements to be a fund manager? True to form. Doesn't really have one. It's just that a lot of fund managers, at first, start out as researchers. Take your time with seniority, learning and co-managing a fund with other fund managers in the company, to finally managing the fund alone. Suffice it to say that when you see a fund on a fund, there are 2 fund managers. That's basically the old fund manager bringing in the new guy. The new person being brought in may become the fund manager of that fund. And what was an old fund manager may go for a new product. This is the time to run away. Jinshin Investment Company has been acquired and renamed. Fund companies and fund products have been renamed. An announcement is required for a change in a fund's product manager. Inform all investors. Investors buy a particular fund largely because of the fund manager. If there is a change of fund manager, investors may choose to sell the funds in their hands. Jinshin was acquired over and its products were basically liquidated. It's just 2 products that add up to less than $10 million or so. The managers are running away. In fact, Lee E does not serve as a fund manager. This is because being a fund manager does not allow you to invest in stocks. This restriction makes it impossible for Lee E to serve as a fund manager. The fund manager of both funds is Ming Jiali. But what stocks to buy is really just a matter of Lee E picking them out and Ming Jiali buying them. And then there was an unprecedented, the fund went up. But netizens know very well that the 2 public funds of Star Ocean, the fund managers who are hanging on to them, simply can't have such skills. The real fund manager is Lee E. These topics, in one fell swoop, made it to the top of the hot search and topic lists. Plus, those netizens who forgot about the JXF product before. This is when they finally remembered that they bought the product? Send out your own fund positions. 10% increase. The fund is up. Live long and prosper. Moreover, for all public funds, the relevant public information is directly available. Fund name, code, net value, trend and position information for the last 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year and 3 years. There is no need to look at the position. It doesn't make any sense. Published quarterly. This time, 2 products of the Starfish Fund, directly up, is bound to be transferred to the stock. And it's Lee E himself. Is it strong? You can see it from here. You know, a lot of people are staring at Lee E. Not only netizens and stockholders, and even many organizations. They all knew that Lee E's current funds were all inside Maluan culture. Star Ocean Fund. 2 public fund products. At least 10 stocks to hold. Lee E cannot have so much money. To 10 stocks to pull up, right? That would be Lee E. Out of over 2,000 stocks in the Big A, 10 stocks were accurately selected for stops. 10 of them. The fund is up. Live long and prosper. Damn, the fund is up. Scary as hell. Fine print. The fund went up. Meaning all 10 stocks bought went up. What kind of ability is this? What kind of smell is this? I'm heck. If I had that power, wouldn't the Big A be my ATM? Although I would like to say, Gene XIN was acquired. Star Ocean 2 public funds, combined management of less than $10 million. Sympathetic to the very small. But he meowed to pick 10 stopping stocks. This is a person can do out of the thing? Everyone was shocked. Many people say, Lee E in the stock market to make money, because the current market is good. Bull market slogans are shouted out. Lee E is the market is good. Lucky. Make money. But who can make $100 million in this market? In this market, on this day, you can pick 10 stocks that are up? Just Star Ocean Fund under the banner. These 2 to be liquidated public funds. Today directly to a fund up. Even if you don't know any better, you won't say, Lee E to make money as the market is good. Good luck. Chapter 61, Lee E did not serve as a fund manager. Do not spread rumors. 4/5. Lee, I do not serve as the manager or fund manager of the 2 public fund products under the Star Ocean investment. Also please do not spread rumors and mislead other netizens. Secondly, the company's 2 products, for the time being, will not be open for buying and will be subsequently retired. The new product is being designed and is expected to be with you in September. Everyone can follow at Starsinvest for news. Thank you all. There's too much heat online. Because the fund went up. Many people really believe that Lee Yi was working as a fund manager. That's not possible. The first thing is, he doesn't have that time. On the 16th of this month, he's going to Yendu University for military training. How can you be a fund manager when you still have to attend Yendu University? One more important point, fund managers are not allowed to participate in stock investments. Lee Yi doesn't make enough money. How can you go and become a fund manager and not make money in the stock market? Not making money. Behind the development of taxi software, to develop audio-visual short videos, to acquire music rights, where to get the money to promote, where to get money to acquire. Lee Yi, your fans have gone up a lot. It's going up so fast. It's going up every time it's refreshed. During the evening meal, Gu Man looked at Lee Yi's scarf followers, which had risen from over 3 million to over 5 million now. It's still going up with every refresh. Why did it go up so fast? On the hot search, Lee Yi alone occupies the top 10 positions. Top trending topics list, Lee Yi also on the list. Funds up. Plus Lee Yi made 100 million in less than 2 months. This is basically certain. He's only 18. This year only after taking the college entrance examination. Oh, or this year was admitted to Yen University Guanghua College to study finance. At first, Zhang Yukuan said, it is a pity that Lee Yi enrolled in the financial profession. He can choose a better profession. Because the financial profession eats resources. Lee Yi's family is ordinary. Connections, resources, circles. It is difficult to study finance. Many online financial circles have recognized it. But Lee Yi said, as long as I am capable enough, I am a resource myself. And then, he really did. That's $100 million in less than 2 months before summer vacation is over. $100 million is a lot of resources. Even in financial circles, right? That $100 million is not the most important resource. The real resource is Lee Yi himself. You can make $100 million in less than 2 months. Lee Yi himself, in the eyes of others, is the top resource. It is now. And countless people are rushing to give him money. That's why the number of Lee Yi's scarf followers skyrocketed, up more than 1 million a day. Today the followers are over 5 million. He hasn't bought a single zombie fan. This was still 2014 time. And scarf followers were already very strong to have 5 million followers. Lee Yi has not operated much in the stock market in the past few days. And Manhwa culture continues to rise. There is no need to operate on the bib. Naturally, no stock market manipulation has been posted in the last few days. His last tweet, still announcing the clearance of 5-grain wine and also announcing his achievement of one small goal. The scarf, too, has attracted huge attention. In the case of one small goal not being stated by the richest man in the world, Wang, netizens have hardened their speculation that one goal stands for 100 million. The comments under the scarf are blowing up. Fully 100,000 messages. Just ask if you're scared. Nowadays, most of the messages are asking him to open the purchase of 2 products of Star Ocean Fund, Star Ocean Hybrid Select and Star Ocean Flexible Allocation Select, which are 2 funds. It really shook up too many people when the funds all went up. Even people who don't know about stocks and funds, after seeing the related hot searches and trending topics, made a relevant understanding. Just realized how hard it is to make a fund go up. Both of these funds can be funds that invest in the big A. You can't buy US or H shares. There is no 20% stop now. Difficulty can be imagined. It's Lee Yi who can make a fund that's up 10% in one day. Stocks representing positions in the entire fund. All up 10%. For a fund, a minimum of 10 stocks need to be held. All 10 stocks were up. It's no wonder that Lee Yi can make $100 million over the summer. This ability is too strong. One wonders if there is some kind of insider trading going on here. It is further recommended that regulation be tightened. But this matter doesn't need to be checked to know that it is impossible. What is Lee Yi's family background? It's not hard to find out online. It's impossible to have access to any insider information. Secondly, even if you have access to any insider information, can you know insider information about 10 companies at once? If that's the case, what secrets do these companies have? What secrets are there to be found in a publicly traded company in the Summerland? When the regulators of the Summerland are for show, more fans will make it easier to promote the company's products in the future. Lee Yi signed up for the bib just for that. Whether it is Star Ocean's private and public offerings, or the taxi software that Tu Wendong's site is getting, fast cars, or the product to be made later. With a fan base and influence, it's all a lot easier to promote. Also, having enough influence is a form of self-protection. Of course, sometimes influence is a double-edged sword and can hurt you, but as long as Lee didn't make a fool of himself, the influence naturally wouldn't turn into a sharp blade to hurt himself. Lee, over at Express, the app is basically done. Android and Apple are good. Fan Wenshur writes taxi software based on the intelligent algorithms taught by Lee. It was later handed over to Wendon Tu. Tu Wendong registered the company and found a group of people to perfect it overnight. Most of the month has also passed now. Van Wens is helping to perfect it and is learning. Today, both Android and Apple versions of the app are developed. Be on the line anytime. However, there is definitely a need to do internal testing before going live. The last time Lee's stock account total assets exceeded $100 million, Wendon Tu sent a message mentioning this. In a few days we'll go to Yendu. Ahead of time there are still a few days to go for military training, and we'll go to see the fast car company on the way. Express Car Company, which is the taxi software company. As the largest shareholder, the software is now finished and is doing relevant testing. When the internal test was in progress, Lee definitely wanted to check it out. Van Wens nodded and said, "I'll have to talk to my mom about it." "I'll go with you then," Lee said with a hefty grin. Van Wens was instantly a little shy and blushing. Of course, she has nothing with Lee. It's just her personality. "What are you doing at my house? What are you doing at Sissy's house?" Fan Wenshur and Gu Man inquired at the same time. Is Gu Man staring at Lee, feeling like her boyfriend is plotting against her bestie? "Going to meet your best friend's parents?" Lee took a sip of juice and said, "Your stock account is still with me. Withdraw the funds when the time comes, and I'll follow you to meet Auntie, so I can explain." "So?" Fan Wenshur sniffed and nodded slightly. "That's really good." If she had been talking to her mom herself, it might have taken forever to explain. "Then I'll go too." Gu Man raised her hand, stating that she was also going. "I'm better acquainted with Cece's mom, and I'll be able to explain better with me there." Lee thought for a moment and said, "However, this matter is explained. It is best to improve. To say that the starting capital is given by CC to help me develop the software, and can't say that it is provided by you, makes sense." Gu Man nodded. "Then come along to my house." Fan Wenshur was rarely so courageous and extended an invitation to Lee and Fan Wenshur. "You two are welcome to be guests in my home." Chapter 62 Pit Me? Backhandedly pit Zhang Yukuan and Big Brother Fong. 5/5. Friday. The stock market opened. Manhwa Culture shares surged from last Thursday, $10.96, to $19.44, a 6-stop gain of 37%. Manhwa Culture has 6 stops. Should we operate today? Early morning, back to the room from the hotel gym. Gu Man opened the stock software. Ask Lee if he wants to operate today. It's Friday. Manhwa Culture has a strong 6 board streak. Whether or not we can seal the board today is a function of next Monday's action. It is more related to whether Manhwa Culture can become a demon stock that transforms into a demon stock again. Throw it, nuke it straight away, hang the drop price and sell it all. Yesterday, Lee saw the trend of Manhwa Culture today through his ability to foresee the future. Very creepy. It opened 7 points higher, which is very strong to say the least. It also went up well in early trading. The aura is very adequate and really has the potential to transform into a demon stock. But the truth is, it's a setup. In the afternoon, the Beauty Wheel Culture stop was smashed open. The trend all the way down sharply, directly underwater. Final close down, 20 centimeters sky floor, from up to down. But Dangy didn't sell yesterday. Knowing that this is a setup by a couple of people trying to trap and kill themselves? Predicting the future, Manhwa Culture opened 7% higher in the early trading session, and continued to strengthen in the follow-up. Is a few main funds are pulling up while shipping out. It was a straight-up smash in the afternoon. This triggers other big money smashes. This is not a few institutions. Lobbyists smashing. Is more than one main fund smashing. In this case, other big money simply does not dare to stay and can only run after it. It's what made the 20 centimeters sky floor possible. Obviously, because Lee is too high profile these days. There is so much heat and conversation about making $100 million, 18-year-old fund managers, and funds going up, which is not true news for 18-year-old fund managers. Together with the Golden Dragon real estate wave, Lee had also offended a lot of big money. Only then did he have this do-over today, ready to give Lee a lesson and teach him a good lesson. Unfortunately, there is the ability to foretell the future. Lee saw today's stock trend. Also on the See the Network on the net news that these people do the bureau pit him. Li Yi deliberately did not ship yesterday to run early. Hard to wait for today directly smashed. You want to ship? Still thinking of going up early in the morning and then crashing in the afternoon near the close? Just to give me no chance to escape? To kill me? Li Yi said, capital early in the morning to smash the plate. Do not give you the opportunity to escape. All give me buried alive. Ha? A drop in price? Gu Man was originally still looking at her stock account to see how the pooled bidding was going. This heard Li Yi say, direct drop price run? Directly scared to stand up. Looking at the side of Li Yi. Not like a joke. How to hang down the price of the shipment? There is no need Gu Man took another look at the Manhwa culture situation. Even if you have just assembled the bidding stage, you can withdraw the order. There's no sign of a flash crash down either. There's no need to nuke it at the drop price. Is there? After following Li Yi's speculation for so long, he also gave up Yendu Normal University and enrolled in Yendu University of Finance and Economics. Gemanman has serious study. Li Yi bluntly said. Someone is ready to pit us. Cannot sit on the sidelines and wait for death. The direct drop in the price of nuclear. Is the loss of a little gain? It does not matter. Someone's trying to screw us? When Gu Man heard Li Yi say this, she huffed and said, who is it? Why are you punking us? Even Fan Wenshur, who did not pay attention to Li Yi and Gu Man's stock speculation, perked up her ears when she heard it. The eyes fell on Li Yi. Someone's trying to pit Li Yi? Who is it? A few self-righteous guys. And they want to trap me? I'll just backhand them and bury them alive. Li Yi didn't say who it was. And anyway, at this moment, he decided to nuke Manhwa culture. The ability to foresee the future and see that today's Manhwa culture trend has completely changed. Originally, yesterday, through the ability to foretell the future. Look at the Manhwa culture which opened 7 points higher in today's early trading and eventually stopped. It was the half hour of the quick afternoon close that saw the stop smashed open. Straight down to underwater. And even down. There is only a 20 centimeters ceiling floor. Now, Li Yi decided to nuke the American wheel culture. See the future. Is American wheel culture in the early morning plate is directly down. Originally a bunch of money pending orders ready to buy and pull up the stock price to ship. Thinking of sealing the stop. American wheel demon stock once again on the throne. In reality, while pulling up and running away. Thinking of smashing open the stop in the afternoon. And pitting Li Yi inside the Manhwa culture. Who would have thought that someone would drop the price and just nuke Manhwa culture in the morning? It's money for nothing. But Li Yi dared to do such a thing. Took a look at his stock assets. Total assets, 157. 647. 600. 000. Funds available, 172. 31. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, $3. 223. 700. Market capitalization of Manhwa Culture's position, $154. 423. 900. Profit/loss for the day, plus 1,403. 836, 10%. Total profit and loss, plus 16. 671. 76 locks, 17. 926. 62%. The total position has a market capitalization of $154 million. A total of 96 million shares are held. That's over 7 million shares. 150 million down the drain. Definitely triggered a stampede of other funds to flee. Directly drying out Manhwa culture down. Ready. During the pooled bidding phase, from 9:15 to 9:20 in front, it is possible to withdraw orders. Li Yi is waiting for 25 points after. Waiting for those institutions to pull up the stock price, and then first ship out. Still thinking of sealing the stop, and then in the afternoon a big smash to get out? The first thing you need to do is to get rid of them. Li Yi waited for them to hang by orders but could not withdraw them, and then directly smash down. Just nuke it. Li Yi gave an order. Gu Man obeyed Li Yi's instructions. The falling price of a key to sell the hands of more than 2 million shares of Manhwa culture shares. On Li Yi's side, more than 5 million shares of Manhwa culture stock similarly nuked. Then, grip, where did the Sabi come from? IXX. U hex. Triple X. ICUING Su. What triple X thing? Where does it play like that? He triple X. In countless trading rooms, various voices with extremely high moments, extremely agitated tones, and extremely violent emotions were heard. Smash the keyboard. Smash the table. Smashing water glasses. Tap the table. Even the sound of smashing computers. Run, run, run. Hurry up and run. What the heck? Someone leaked it? Or is it a snatch and run? It doesn't have to be like this to steal a run, does it? Could it be that the news has leaked out? And this smashing won't be Li Yi, right? With over 20,000 lots and 50,000 lots, totaling over 7 million shares and over $100 million. It could only be him. There's is he? And he meow is he. He's been punked again. He meow. Should not have listened to Zhang Yukuan. Play well on the line. The result is no news. Directly smash the disc? Hurry up and run. Hurry up and run away. This stock is completely hopeless. Manhwa culture went straight down. What's the scene when 10,000 lots of big orders come crashing down like they don't want money? In just a few days, the market capitalization of Manhwa culture skyrocketed from 7.8 billion to more than 13 billion, nearly 14 billion, a record high. This moment was directly smashed to a halt. The horror of a million hands of sell orders hanging above. Feeling not moved? Who dares to move? It can be said that all the money inside Manhwa culture is going to be buried alive throughout the big A. But where the shares were nuclear off, the trend is basically not good looking. Continuous down. Stock price waste that is the norm. If Li Yi does not smash the disc this time, without the ability to foresee the future, thought this morning stopped, the afternoon must also be closed, right? Drop the case. The afternoon stop was these funds smashed open, directly from the stop to stop. 20 nanometers big green columns erected. This stock is just as wasted. A stock from up to down the sky floor. The future can still come out of the good market? Think too much. Li Yi funds didn't come out. And $150 million may be lost for the most part. This time the nuclear off the beauty wheel culture smash plate. Their own loss of more than 10 million. Li Yi are in the heart of the pit to kill these people. Nowadays, there is no way to find someone to take over the money inside Manhwa culture. Retailers won't even touch it. It can only fall until Manhwa culture returns to its essence without any high premium before anyone dares to go in. With all these funds, there's no telling how much money we're going to lose. Losing hundreds of millions of dollars for sure. It mainly depends on how many positions are held. Losing tens of millions of dollars is a big deal anyway. It is Li Yi himself. This operation have lost more than $10 million. However, pitting Zhang Yukuan and Big Brother Fong cost these people hundreds of millions of dollars or more. Li Yi just wants to say, it's worth it. It's time to make an example of me. It's just over $10 million. That's a backhanded way to make it back. Chapter 63 Li Yi, someone is messing with me. I'm so scared. Clearing out my position. Total assets, $146. 220. 200. Funds available, $142. 996. 500. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, $3. 223. 700. Profit/loss for the day, minus 1,142. 74, minus 7. 4%. Total gain/loss, plus 15529. 02 locks, 16697. 87%. This smash, with a loss of $11.42 million, is less than expected. Statistics on the accounts operated by Li Yi himself, as well as the accounts operated by Gu Manman, a loss of $11.42 million. This is the first time since Li Yi bought a lottery ticket for $10, got $940,000 after taxes, and took $930,000 of it to kill the stock market, the first time he's lost money. Still losing so much money. $11.42 million. If it is a two financing account, Li Yi this smash. You can first find the brokerage firm to melt the securities. After the crash, buy back in and return the stock borrowed by the broker to hedge this loss. There may even be a profit to be made. Like Manhwa culture is also a sector industry leader. The brokerage firms must have the underlying stocks for the melt-up symbols in their hands. Plus, Manhwa culture is growing so aggressively that brokers will also consider the risk. If someone wants to finance a stock, they will also lend the stock to lock in the profit. Unfortunately, Li Yi is so popular that brokers are afraid to open a two financing account for him. It's not a proper violation to drive for him, is it? First ever loss. Gu Manman looked at the statistical loss, felt heartbroken at the same time, but realized this is actually the first time that Li Yi had a loss. It was horrible. In fact, this isn't exactly the first time Li Yi has had a loss. The bottom position left behind in Golden Flower Technology lost 3 days in a row last week, and a small loss in the first 2 days. Only Golden Flower Technology has only a small bottom position. That little loss is covered up by most of the other gains in the money brought in. A lot less loss than expected. Li Yi heaved out a breath. He smashed the disc this time to kill back Zhang Yukuan. Fong Dilly and these people was prepared to lose $15 million. I didn't realize that only a loss of over $11 million, $150 million, all run out. From here you can also see how strong the take-up is for Manhwa culture. A 6th consecutive board that's moving toward demon stock. It was also Zhang Yuquan and Big Brother Fong who were thinking of pulling up early in the morning. Li Yi was watching them unable to withdraw the order before he smashed it. Drop price slammed down on all deals. If Li Yi did not have the ability to foretell the future, the early stop did not ship, waiting for the afternoon to be smashed by these guys to open the stop, or even directly to the downside, surely be pitched to death. It's not just Li Yi, but a lot of other people who will get screwed. Li Yi this time active smash. Himself just lost this day. This time, he has nothing to do with the continued low share price of Manhwa culture in the back, but Zhang Yuquan and Big Brother Fong, the big money, lost tens of millions, even hundreds of millions today. Next week's opening will continue to be a loss for many more days. There's no way all this big money is going to run today. How can I run without someone to take over? Of course, Li Yi also pitched a lot of retail investors today. It cannot be helped. Manhwa culture are 6 consecutive boards, have become a demon stock. Many people chasing the rally is risky. It is Li Yi early in the morning does not smash the plate. The afternoon will also smash the plate, and is 20 nanometers sky floor. Such a heavenly floor slamming down. The share price of Manhwa culture will have a long plunge, just as it has for a long time. A sustained fall. Li Yi sent a scarf in a hurry. Liquidated my position in American wheel culture. Mainly because I heard that someone was trying to mess with me. I was scared so I just liquidated my position. Sorry for causing some mishaps, but we're all adults. What doesn't happen in the financial markets? Manhwa culture's shares have risen too much. The risk is very high. Since you buy it you have to take the risk. Take the rest of the day off empty. Li Yi sends a scarf explaining why he nuked Manhwa culture on the opening. He didn't want to get his neck flushed by the sailors and stockholders when the time came. Organized by certain people. Solely exposed it directly. Someone wants to screw himself. He can only run. What's the solution? Are you waiting to get screwed over? As for Li Yi posting a scarf saying, short today? It's impossible to take a short position. Buy golden flower technology. Slowly suck low. Just don't draw attention to it. You can't buy it all today. Just take your time. Today, the funds in the hands of Li Yi and Gumanman added up to 140 million. Golden flower technology with a $5+ billion disc and $100+ million buying it will definitely pull up. It's still okay to take your time buying. Golden flower technology is also hot with a daily turnover of 300 to 700 million. On Friday, Li Yi couldn't see the stock moving the following Monday either. Just buy a portion of the money. Try not to draw attention to it. Li Yi is slowly building a position in golden flower technology. On the internet, however, his bib is hilarious. Because Li Yi is on the Dragon Tiger list, killing Manhwa culture. So many days, and did not see Li Yi on the LW list to run away, or kill other stocks. More critical, Li Yi did not update the operation in the scarf, side by side to prove that he did not liquidate Manhwa culture. A lot of people who are copying their homework are buying into Manhwa culture, especially this week, coupled with the week 6 consecutive stops, shouting American will demon stock re-entry slogan. It attracts a lot of buying. And then, Li Yi smashed the disc today? The opening is a straight nuclear off the run? Tweeting about someone trying to screw him? Grip. IXXUOO? You smashed the disc? What the do you figure? Someone's trying to you? Who? Luckily I ran away early. Didn't get greedy and ate 3 stops. Hehehe I ate 4 stops and ran. I'm 5 stops away from making my last chip. I'm greedy when others are fearful. I'm fearful when others are greedy. Manhwa culture is too hot. So high that it's a bit abnormal. What's Manhwa demon stocks re-enthroned? We all know? This is not for you to be leaks? Indeed. It's so hot. It's obviously looking for a receiver. Even if Li Yi doesn't smash the disc today, you guys will take over the same in the afternoon. You know again? If you don't smash the market, how come it's up today? He meow. You want to ship slowly out you directly smash the disc? Also he meow opening on the downward price nuclear? IXXX. You he XXXX. Calm down. You can't afford to play. Can you? The stock market is risky. If you lose, you have to admit it. I also know a bit of news. Some people want to mess with Li Yi. Li Yi do not want to wait to be bullied. Simply direct drop price nuclear. American wheel culture inside the big money. All pitted to death. It's still true. Heck a million lots of sell orders hanging up there. It's ing scary. Li Yi is down on the price of nuclear this time. Should lose a lot of money? Over 7 million lots of. Is almost tens of millions of dollars in the red. Is this the first time he has lost money? I guess so. Even if there was a loss before, at most, it's just a small amount of money early on, paying tuition fees, and no one will know about it. Fleshly, it's over $10 million. Smashing is good. Someone's trying to screw me over, and I can't smash the disc to fight back? How much did Li Yi lose over $10 million and how much did he screw those big funds? Probably more than $1 billion. These big money hate to kill Li Yi. Who told them to try to screw Li Yi? You know that what Li Yi said is true? What if he's making excuses? This thing makes excuses? And then lose tens of millions of dollars yourself? It should be true. Recently heard some news. The main thing is that Li Yi is too crazy recently. Earned more than 100 million. The fund rose. And also said that he is 18 years old fund manager. He acquired GeneXIN and set up Star Ocean Investment. And with this heat today, how much money can he raise when he launches his product? There are only so many high net worth users. Li Yi attracted away. Maybe dumping their products. Or reissued products. The funds are attracted by the interests. The money is less. It's normal for some people to be hot and jealous. Want to teach Li Yi a lesson. Li Yi bibbed a lot of noise. But Li Yi bibbed that someone was trying to screw him and that's why he just nuked it. So it seems. Wasn't lying. There are insiders who have revealed some information that this is true. Li Yi nuked Manhwa culture and lost more than $10 million himself. So much so that everyone is looking for who is trying to screw Li Yi. At the same time, everyone was happy to see that all this big money was actually pitched by Li Yi, although Li Yi himself lost over $10 million. But these people have lost more money. Many people still think that Li Yi did a good job. After all, with a fan base of over 5 million, there are still a handful of people who have actually bought into Manhwa culture. The key has been up. Can't buy in awe. Chapter 64. Starting a business can be a real money burner. Who's undercover? This Friday, Golden Flower Technology only bought 40 million. And it was also bought by 2 accounts. Li Yi and Gumanman respectively. It didn't attract any attention. This buying amount is the amount at which Li Yi chose to stop after analyzing the recent trend in turnover of Golden Flower Technology. If you buy any more, you're going to be on the list to be discovered. The rest of the money was spent buying 2 other large-cap blue-chip stocks. Spread out. It's only tens of millions of dollars. This amount of money, buying such tens or hundreds of billions of dollars of large-cap blue chips, will not attract any attention at all. Total assets, $151. 425. 300. Funds available, 31. 106. 500. Market capitalization of Golden Flower Technologies position, 46. 519 million. Market capitalization of Fortune Technologies position, 28. 922. 400. Market capitalization of position in Mingxiang Bank, 47. 877. 400. 000. Profit/loss for the day, -4. 322. 300. Total gain/loss, +16349. 53 locks, 17461. 86%. By Fortune Tech for an 8-point profit. Bought Mingxiang Bank for a profit of 5.9 pips. These 2 transactions, together with the Golden Flower Technology buy-in of more than $40 million, the stock price is bound to pull up and make a profit of several $1 million. Nucleating the Manhwa culture loss of more than $11 million. Makes them back on the next trade. Today's final loss was contained to less than $5 million. Acceptable. As for why you're leaving $30 million on the table, crypto, StarHub all want money. There's another one that needs to be acquired, a payment license. Ride-hailing software has been developed. It's going to be in beta soon. With a payment access point like a taxi software in hand, you definitely need a payment software of your own. Payment licenses work on note short videos as well. Subsequently, you can also do bike sharing, or even e-commerce platform, as a payment access point. It's hard to be an e-commerce platform these days. In the future, the note short video development, carry live, e-commerce platform to develop is not a problem, as long as there are enough users. But, Li Yi knows that in the future, that is, next year, there will be an e-commerce platform to kill out. Spell Yuki. In the future, Pising CC even surpassed Dongdong Shopping and Cat Factory in one fell swoop to become the e-commerce platform with the most users. It turns out that people don't spend as much as they thought they would. And what consumption upgrade? In the wake of the epidemic, it was basically a consumer downgrade. People still prefer things that are good value for money. Money again. So many projects. Can't keep busy. $30 million for 2 companies and a payment license is simply not enough. However, Lee thought carefully, it's not like I'm busy From his stock account, Lee withdraws $30 million of available funds to his bank account. Hello, Mr. Lee. On my side is the account manager of IFC Securities. An IFC account manager called to ask about his withdrawals. If Lee wants to open other stock accounts, it will be easier to spread out the funds in hand. IFC can help, whether it's fast track or otherwise. It's the 2 financing account. As soon as the time comes, open it immediately for Lee. No, just need a grant for now. Lee simply fooled the account manager of the securities company. This money is then transferred to the account of the company Future Investments, Capital Injection. Transferred $10 million to Express for Development. Follow-up promotion. Transferred $20 million in funding to Star Ocean Technology for the development of the Jedi survival game. Lee was going to go to Star Ocean Technology in a couple of days to check out the situation, and then recruit manpower, formally put into the development of Note short video, and also spell Xiao, followed by a search for a payment license. Payment licenses aren't too expensive at the moment. It can be taken for $30 to $50 million. You know, the current mobile payment sector is only $1 billion or so for the whole year, but by 2017, it will skyrocket to $20 billion. At that point, payment license resources become valuable. Everyone keeps jacking up the price to compete for payment licenses. At its peak, a payment license could command up to $3 billion. The fair price is also at least $2 billion. It's the single business license that can be around $700 million with a fair value of $400 million or more. Of course, even the mobile payment backed by Weishuan and Jifu Bao, and later to charge a handling fee, can be seen that this project is a very serious loss. Payment license prices have only begun to fall back, dropping from $3 billion to a few hundred million. It's the best deal to buy a payment license now, and mobile payments haven't officially begun to take off yet, with fewer than 200 million mobile payment users at the moment. With mobile payment promotion, the number of users is increasing. Mobile payments are also going to get bigger and bigger, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, and try to make money. Lee sighed with emotion, and then booked a ticket to return to Yuanzhang City. The stock market only closed at 3 p.m. And I can still make it back to Yuanzhang in time for dinner. On the side of Star Ocean Investment, there's nothing to deal with for now. It's perfectly adequate to be managed by Michael Lee. The new products are still being designed and won't even be available until after September at the very least. It's still relatively early. After checking out of the hotel, Lee took Gumanman and Fanwenshire and took a taxi to the airport to fly to Yuanzhang City. Make a date to visit Fanwenshire's house tomorrow and then go to Yendu early. Fast Car Company, Star Ocean Game Studio, Lee are going over to take a look. Wow dash! The porcelain hit the ground with force, and there was a sound of fragmentation, accompanied by various pieces of porcelain flying about. Nuts! Getting punked by a little kid? Zhang Yukuan in the office directly smashed his very favorite and valuable Zisha pot. He looked at the operators under him. How much of a loss are we expecting this time? Opposite Zhang Yukuan, in his 40s, wearing formal clothes, with glasses, uncle shivering. Today's loss of more than 20 million. Next week, our funds inside the American wheel culture expected to come out. The cumulative loss may be in the 80 million, 100 million. Lee, hear the subordinate say the number. Zhang Yukuan was gritting his teeth and shouting out this name. A childish brat came to mind. Damn, to be pawned by an 18-year-old kid in the stock market? Phew. Zhang Yukuan heaved out a breath, trying to calm himself, and asked, did you find out who leaked the news? Surely not us? The uncle opposite Zhang Yukuan shook his head very firmly. Jade Capital's trader management are very strict. This time the design pits Lee. I didn't realize it leaked. Let's let Lee run early. Not only run away in advance, but also in turn, put Zhang Yukuan and others, all pit killed in the beauty wheel culture inside. Tough. It's so hard. Lee this run, the collection of the end of the bidding, directly down the price of the nucleus off. This is the 6th consecutive board of the demon stock. Have dared to such a dry nucleus, lose tens of millions of dollars yourself, and pit the other funds inside the Meiluan culture as well. For an 18-year-old, too harsh. It's too dry. That's over $10 million in profit. But, on the other hand, young people are bloodthirsty and do such things. Fist fearless. A messy punch. Whether it's Zhang Yukuan, Big Brother Fong, or any other big lobbyist. All have been in the stock market for many years. Summarize your own set of operating practices. Long gone are the days when you're a little too intentional and bloodthirsty. Things are definitely less impulsive. If we didn't leak it out, then someone else did. Hack is really unreliable. Zhang Yuquan hated several other people with a passion. This wave, a loss of $80 million to minus $100 million. Months of wasted work. It's not that simple to catch a demon stock and bring up the mood. A direct waste of such a great opportunity for Manhwa culture, not to mention. This time, all of the gains eaten on MLM culture are going to be given back. It's hard to bear. And well-known big lobbyists. Zoomers also promoted to private equity. And several other big lobbyists. All are asking, who leaked the information? The big show, who's undercover, played out between these big lobbyists and private equity. The fact is, there are no undercover agents. It was just that Li possessed the ability to foretell the future and knew the news in advance. In turn, they pitted these people. I'll be damned if I can find out who's undercover. Chapter 65 by Data Volvo XC90. The funds are in. Yendu Express Company. Tu Wendong saw the company's account, the arrival of $10 million, and then his heart was happy. He also noticed that Li was in the stock market today, pitting a lot of big money. Li himself lost tens of millions of dollars, but Li is not bad. Another $10 million capital injection to the company arrived. So you can rest assured that the internal testing is bold. Tu Wendong immediately summoned the company's employees. Tomorrow the big boss is coming over. We will officially N1000 cab drivers do the test in the C area. Can you make sure there are no problems? Right? No problem. We've personally tested it in a car and it's perfectly fine. We invited over 200 users to participate in the internal beta. Is the big boss Mr. Li? Fast Car Company. The technical staff already has 126 people. Promotion team 50 people. Counting Tu Wendong total 176 people. It can be said to be expanding at a very rapid rate. Who let Mr. to have connections? Of course, this is the Fast Company, which bought the Ison Navigation Company and took on the other staff. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people. When Express was registered, it was over $20 million. The software is still in beta. Are not online. Consume not much money. The reason why there is no money is because of the acquisition of a navigation software company with Class A qualification. Also got a lot of people, updated equipment, and updated road information. Ride-hailing software hasn't even been launched. Navigation to update the national map. And it's already burning money. Navigation software is ironically not profitable and needs to burn money every year. Even so, everyone was energized. All can see the future prospects and money of taxi software. The Express software has been completed for a few days now. Several rounds of testing have been done within the staff. There's basically no problem. The next step is to have a wider range of internal tests. It's also sort of pre-listed and pre-operational. If you make sure there are no problems, you will directly promote it throughout Yendu. Then quickly cover over to Jiangchang, Shenzhen, Guangcheng, Hangzhou, and some other big cities. Burning money, burning money, burning money. The speed of the promotion depends entirely on Li's ability to make money. The other side. Star Ocean Technology. Grip it. Big brother Li transferred $20 million? Brothers, the pressure is on. How's the numerical setting completion coming along? Boss, the values are basically fine. It's the graphics that are hard to get. When you open the magnification, the changes in the graphics, the distance, the rendering problems and so on. Synchronization of the front and back ends of physical collisions. Not yet done. Need to give me a few more people. Lots of resources loaded into. Nowadays computers just can't take it. At least unusual computers can't carry this game. Unless the player switches computers or gets a better graphics card for this game. It's even harder to make it a handheld game. It's hard to drive this game with the current phone configurations. The game was developed with a lot of problems. Currently, Star Ocean Game Software Studio has more than 300 people. Tackle the game Jedi day and night. Problems are raised and then solved. But there are some problems that are really hard to solve. As of now, the main research capacity is placed on computer-based games, because the computer side of the game is developed and still brings it. On mobile, it's hard to carry this game, and further optimization needs to be done. You can wait for the computer side to finish first, then do the handheld optimization and modification as appropriate. Of course, it's not that mobile doesn't do it, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. Li this directly to the studio 20 million, is a symbol of strength. Burn me hard. The company isn't afraid of running out of money anyway. Don't worry about developing a game and not selling it. We are all in software development and game development. Just developing the game Jedi Survival. We can all feel very interesting. Very creative. This game was developed to be an absolute fire. It's not just because of the pay. It's what people expect. Are full of energy in their endeavors. Yuanjiang Airport. The airplane from Linhai slowly landed and came to a stop. Wait until everyone else on the plane is pretty much off. Li Yi, Gu Man, and Fan Wenshi got off the airplane. First we go shopping. Then we eat. Out of the airport, Li Yi put together his itinerary. Neither Gu Man nor Fan Wenshi had any comments. Gu Man asked curiously, "By what?" Fan Wenshi, carrying a small school bag, followed Li Yi and also looked at him with a curious gaze. "Buy a car first. Li Yi already has his driver's license. Of course I'm going to buy a car. However, this car is not something he is going to drive. It is impossible to drive to Yendu. It is not necessary. It's still mostly for my own dad." When she heard Li Yi say that she was buying a car, Fan Wenshi was slightly surprised, but she was quickly relieved. Li Yi got his driver's license a while ago, and with the money you make in a day, you can buy just about any luxury car. Isn't it easy to buy a car? Gu Man, on the other hand, was brightening up. Shopping was something that girls loved. Even buying a car. She was instantly interested. Buying a car? What kind of car are you going to buy? Ferrari? Lamborghini? Porsche? Or a Bentley? Rolls-Royce? Li Yi is all screwed up and won't. This stupid girl is talking about millions and millions of dollars worth of cars. Although Li Yi's stock account, making more than $10 million a day, cannot today almost lost more than 10 million? Li shook his head. I just withdrew more than 30 million. Most of them were transferred to the company. Just a few 100,000 left. Just buy a Volvo. Mostly for my dad. Oh, for uncle. Hearing Li Yi say this, Gu Man nodded her head to show that she understood. Li Yi's dad still drives a Skoda now. It's been 8 or 9 years, right? It's time for a change too. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, whatever. Neither Li Guozhong nor Yi Hongying are the high-profile type. It's too much attention to buy such a well-known brand. The Volvo is just fine. The main focus is safety. It's a relatively niche car and has been acquired by a domestic company, which is a good way to support domestic production. A lot of people don't realize that Volvo, the car, is also a luxury brand. There are a variety of 4S stores on this side of Airport Road in Yuanjiang City. Li Yi and Gu Man and Fan Wenshi found a Volvo 4S store. Hello and welcome to the Volvo Airport Road store. Li Yi, the three young men, stepped into the Volvo 4S store. A lady in formal attire greeted him. Li Yi had come here with a clear purpose this time. Entered the 4S store, looked at the cars on the showroom floor, and headed for the off-road models. Gu Man and Fan Wenshi followed him. With that simple gesture, the salesgirl knew that of the three, the boy was the leader. And the will is strong and purposeful. Such purposeful men are often the easiest to close deals with. This is an imported Volvo XC90. Our Volvo main safety. The car has a maximum power of 235. Maximum torque of 400. Equipped with a 2.0 T320 HP L4 engine. 8-speed manual. 100 km acceleration in just 6.5 seconds. With 5-seat and 7-seat options. With a length of 4.95 meters. A width of 1.958 meters and a height of 1.776 meters. This car is a midsize SUV. Li Yi is looking at the black model. Very atmospheric. Li Yi knew very well that his own dad had gotten tired of driving the Skoda sedan. It's uncomfortable to drive and the view isn't great, especially when going back to the countryside. The road in front of you on the high slopes is completely invisible. Driving my feel, and with the great uncle's SUV, the view was excellent, and the country lanes went uphill, so you could see clearly. As for the comment about off-roading being bad on the highway, true or false doesn't say. How many times a year can Li run on the highway? Li Yi looked at the car. Simple and atmospheric. The old man must like it very much. On the spot platoon, just these two. Is there a current car? I want to be able to drive away immediately. There is a current car. We can immediately transfer over. A temporary license plate can be on the road. You this side please. The saleswoman didn't think it would be that easy to close the deal. She just gave a brief introduction. Not even sure if the young man was listening. And then, just closed the deal? This imported XC90, at 738 Indian rupees, 800 for the 5-seater version and 755 Indian rupees, 600 for the 7-seater version, has some discounts on the purchase, but when you factor in the various taxes, insurances and so on, landed at less than 800k. Lee withdrew more than 31 million this time, transferred 30 million to the company, and still has more than 1 million in hand. Totally enough. Take the first car of your life at full price, the Volvo XC90. Although, was bought for dad. Chapter 66, Mom and Dad have gifts. When checking out and checking in, Lee registered using his dad's identity. I didn't realize that Mr. Lee was buying a car for his own father. When it's really, Uncle must be very happy to have a child like you. Who would have thought that the young handsome boy in front of him was not buying himself a car? It was only when I registered that I realized it was for my own dad. When really, rare. In all the years of saleswomen, I have seen too many parents come in with their kids and buy them a car. It's rare to see something like this, where a child buys a car for a family member. It's even rarer to see a child make a direct decision to buy a car for their parents without even bringing them in for reference. Congratulations on becoming a Volvo owner. You can contact me at, or call the dedicated line at, if you have any problems with your car in the future. The 4S store delivered the 5-seat version of the XC90 that Lee had chosen. After the test is okay. A simple handover ceremony of a symbolic nature. Parents work in state-owned enterprises. When the family planning investigation is strict, the family only Lee a child. Usually when you go out, Lee plus parents plus grandparents, there are only 5 people. By the time he gets married and has kids, he'll surely have a car of his own. There's no need to get a 7-seater. The 7-seater has little room in the back and is completely unnecessary. Might as well get a big 5-seater. More space, more comfort. Departure. Eat. Lee got his driver's license and it was the first time he drove a car. First time driving in this life. Gu Man obediently sat in the passenger seat, put on her seatbelt, and also grabbed the door handle. Just the cautious look, obviously not trusting Lee's car skills. But she knows that her oldest brother drove after getting his license. 2 words, huh. Van Wen sat in the back seat and it was very soft, comfortable, seat wrapped, and very roomy. It might be that watching Gu Man being so cautious also affected Fan Wenshire. She had her seatbelt up all the way in the back. You guys are not trusting my driving skills. I'm an old driver. Does the Akamason car god know that? Besides, the main focus of this car is safety. And your safety can be assured. Lee started the car and drove out of the 5S point in a very silky smooth manner, ran onto the airport highway, and rushed towards the city of Wancheng. The car is very quiet and comfortable with excellent soundproofing. 8 stereos throughout the car for surround style music. It's just that the navigation is a bit garbage. At this point in time with conventional fuel cars, the mechanics are going to be as crap as they can be. Unlike the latter, the trolley's car engine. It's straight out of the iPad, big, comfortable. Now, Lee didn't even use the car's own car phone and used his cell phone to navigate. You sure aren't bad at this car. Gu Man had already lowered her grip on the door handle, and her entire body relaxed. Recognized Lee's car skills. Van Wen's also nodded slightly in recognition. I told you guys, I'm an old driver. Don't you believe me? Car skills are something that Lee really counted as an old driver in his last life. Driver's licenses weren't heavily scrutinized back then, so he had the nerve to drive his dad's car without a license, especially on New Year's Eve and holidays. When he went to pick up and drop off people, he drove. Even if you come back from a rebirth, you won't lose that car skill. It's just that new cars don't break in well. Some distances are not well grasped. Being careful is basically not a problem. Drove for 2 hours. It's almost 10 p.m. Over 2 hours of airplanes, over an hour off car shopping, and over an hour of driving. Finding a random restaurant to eat at, Lee drove Gu Man and Fan Wensi home. Make an appointment to visit Van Wence's house again tomorrow. Lee drove back home. I'm still using the provisional license plate. Let Dad get his own official license plate. With Lee's popularity in his own neighborhood, you can swipe with the security guard to enter the neighborhood underground garage. All asleep? Today is Friday though, and tomorrow is a weekend without work. But Lee's parents basically went to bed around 10 o'clock. After Lee finished eating and sending the 2 sisters, it was past 11 o'clock when he arrived home. I was going to share that I bought my dad a car. Only wait for tomorrow. Lee dropped the purchase invoice, owner's manual, and keys on the coffee table. Took a shower and went to bed as well. He bought a car? Where? Look at. On the coffee table, the purchase invoice was still there. Both car keys were on the coffee table. A quick glance showed that it was a new car purchase. Volvo. It's not a bad car. The main one is safety. The company that invented the world's first seatbelt. Lee, like most people, has learned about many models in order to buy a car in the first place. There have been successive studies over the years, although I didn't buy. Can be a lot of brands, data, and at your fingertips. While out grocery shopping, I also stopped by the basement to check it out. Looking at his own Skoda next to the house, parked a brand new black SUV, black to shiny. It's very atmospheric. It's a big model, Lee Hong-ying said. So big? Volvo, with the XC60 and XC90 crossover models. I didn't expect this car that Li Yi bought to be so big, almost 5 meters long. Li Guozhong just loved it. What do you know? Big is good. Big space. Comfortable. Burning oil is also high, right? Lee Hong-ying asked rhetorically. Li Guozhong immediately had nothing to say. This car is big. Burning oil must be powerful. But thinking of his son's earning power, he said, and you're worried that your son can't afford gas? Old Li thought that if his son bought a car, he might buy a sports car or something. It's the gas mileage that's so impressive. I didn't realize that my son's first car, bought a Volvo, so a second tier, nothing well-known, niche luxury brands. Wait until Li Yi gets up. Mom's got breakfast ready. He can just get up and eat. After washing up, Li Yi said to his dad, Dad, there are car keys on the coffee table. Bought you a car. Take the time to go to the DMV to get the official license plate. I'm making a trip to my classmate's house today, so I'll probably go to Yendu in the afternoon. Go over there early to take care of a few things, and then I'll join the military training. Buy me a car? That car, it's for your dad? Li Guozhong and Lee Hong-ying were both very surprised. When they got up in the morning, the two saw the purchase invoice, car keys, insurance policy, etc. on the coffee table and thought their son had bought a car. Rather, I didn't read it carefully, and what was written was actually Lao Li's name. Now, does son to buy a car, but it was the son who bought the car for his dad. Mom, yours too. Li Yi pulled out a bracelet and handed it over. The body is crystalline, translucent, and carries ethereal green flowers. A valuable jade bracelet. I went to Linhai and couldn't think of anything to buy for my mom. Just ended up buying a jade bracelet. Why did you buy this, you child? It's a waste of money. Mouth is like this, but Lee Hong-ying's face is still full of relief and smile. Take the bracelet. Cold in the hand, held for a moment, became warm. It's beautiful, not only because it is bought by the son, it is beautiful in itself, which sells, at a glance to know that it is worth a lot. How much is this going to cost? Lee Hong-ying put the bracelet on his hand and it still felt right. It did look good. It's certainly not cheap. When Li Yi handed it over, the price tag was nothing. Not sure what the price is either. Li Yi ate the buns and drank the thin rice and said, It's fine for you to take it with you. It's not worth a few dollars to your son. Li Guozhong also said, My son bought it for you. Just wear it carefully. I know. Lee Hong-ying glared at her own husband and said, It's just too expensive to wear in your heart. This is jade. What if it's bumped and broken? Li Yi said with a smile, Don't worry. This is jade. Density hardness is relatively high. As long as it is not directly hit on the stone steel, not so easy to break. Usually a little attention on the line. Lee Hong-ying hastily took it off. Then it's better not to wear it normally. It's something that's good to wear for some occasions. Like what? For the holidays and such. Wear it out so you can show it off. Not to show off how much money. Of course, but only to show off. It's a gift from my son. Needless to think about it. In Li Guozhong, get the car sent by his son. That to show off is even simpler. Definitely going to show off too. My son bought this car. Li Yi could even brainstorm that kind of scene. But isn't that what you, as a parent, raise your children for? Chapter 67, Fan Wencher's house. Mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law? 1/5. Old Li, is this a new car? Yes, my son bought it for me. Ooh, that's a big car. Did it cost a lot of money? The child bought, the heart to the line, did not ask how much money. Not a big brand. Old Li, didn't your son just take the college entrance exam? Yeah, he made some money for himself and bought me a car. Good guy. I heard that your son is our Hui Province college entrance exam top scholar. Is not the same. People's children go to school to spend money. After graduating from college there are still a lot of ask the family to ask for money. Your son is not yet on the university. Began to make money. Not bad for a high school senior. Old Li, how does your son make money? Speculation earned. You can check. I do not understand the stock, and do not ask me to buy what. This thing is to know. Follow the same loss of money to buy. Old Li's son is awesome. Rumor has it that he's made hundreds of millions in the stock market. Really? So awesome. Old Li is really great, raising such an excellent son who can read and make money. Early in the morning, Li Guozhong drove his car out for a walk. Anyone familiar with Li has noticed that old Li has changed his car. The point is, it's a really big car. Atmosphere. Very eye-catching. It's hard not to get attention. This old Li said his son bought it? But those familiar with Li Guozhong know that the old Li's son is only in high school. It seems that the high school entrance exam is only this year, isn't it? That's how you start making money? Of course, the stock market research. Know the news about Li Yi. It is very clear, the old Li's son in the stock market has made hundreds of millions of dollars. It's the genius bull asterisk tur who's been in the limelight lately. Of course, there are some jealous, or eye candy, think the stock market thing is too vanilla. Just like gambling. If you make money now, you may lose it all later. It's not for nothing that those who speculate in the stock market have lost their homes. Mom, I have an appointment with Slowly and Li Yi to go over to Yendu early. Van Vince came home. Mother Wen Hui is still awake. She looked at her mom with prayers. Go on, just be safe. Wen Hui has seen the changes during the summer vacation after her daughter's high school entrance exam. The whole person looks and is more confident than before. Essence is so much better. It's like being a different person. I felt happy and a little self-conscious at the same time. Hearing her daughter say that she was going to go to Yendu ahead of time, and that she was still more comfortable with the two classmates, Gu Man and Li Yi. Other than that, her daughter had been taken care of quite a bit by Gu Man during her 2-year vacation. As for Li Yi's classmates, she also only heard her daughter mention it recently. She has her own knowledge and knows that her daughter's male classmate is very impressive. The top student of the high school entrance examination in Hui province is more powerful than his own daughter. It's not just academics and high school grades, computer technology as well. Speculation is even better. According to the information she found out, this classmate named Li Yi had already made $100 million in the stock market. 100 million. On her work, do not eat and drink. 2,000 years cannot make so much money. Agreeing with her daughter, Wen Hui went back to her room and took out some money and handed it to her daughter. It's not much, just $1,000. This money you take, when you get to Yendu use, tuition and living expenses. I transfer your bank card, with cash lest you get it off. Wen Hui handed the money to her daughter with a few words of advice. Mom, no, I have money. Van Vince didn't take the money his mom handed him. Instead, carefully pulled out his cell phone, opened the text message, and showed it to his mother. The text message was from the bank. There were two texts that arrived at over $300, 000 and $80, 000. What's going on? Where did you get all that money? Didn't I say I couldn't take? Wen Hui's expression became serious when she saw her daughter's cell phone text message. Not much of a change in mood, only the tone was a few degrees more serious. There was a feeling of non-angry self-importance that came over one's face, giving one immense pressure. Mom, this of which more than 80, 000, is that I help Li Yi write a small game? Every month there are earnings. He must share me 5%, more than $300, 000, is what I paid for writing software for him, and then said to help me earn some pocket money, and threw it into the stock market. I didn't think it would be that much. Where is this pocket money? It was Wen Hui who had never saved so much money in her entire life. Originally, Li Yi helped Fan Wenshi operate the stock account. The underlying funding was provided by Manuel Ku. However, when Li Yi withdrew the money from Van Wence's stock account, guessing that Van Wence's mom would have overstayed her welcome, or even rejected it, discussions were held to get Van Wence to say that the base funding, which is the payment for developing the jumpstart, that way, Van Voorhees and her mom, both could take it. Li Yi also showed Fan Wenshi the earnings of the jump in Android and iOS for this reason, and give her a 5% share of the proceeds. Originally it was going to give more. Only, Van Wentz confiscated it and shook his head no. The reason given was also that Li Yi paid her for writing the software, it was that base money for the stock account. She writes jumping jacks to learn programming skills after Li Yi, and can't charge money for it. Ugh. When Hui heard her daughter finish, lamented, your two classmates, too much care for our family, have to thank them. 1,000 words were not enough to describe the feelings inside Wen Hui's heart. Let's just say that my daughter, who is usually goofy, is also blessed. It's nice to meet such classmates and friends. One meets such friends in one's life. Or rather, the chances of meeting such a nobleman, not many. The ones that make really deep friendships, even fewer. That is, at the current age, the feelings are genuine in every way. The older you get, this pure friendship and camaraderie is even less. Fan Wenshi kept nodding his head and said very seriously, I will study well and then follow Lee. He said that he wants me to be the CTO of his company. I have seriously in learning about smart algorithms, artificial intelligence, and I will work well for him in the future. CC. Hard work. Wenhui suddenly hugged her daughter hard. I'm not a good mom. Because of work, personality, all sorts of things. Wenhui cares for her daughter with far less care and attention. Not up to the standard of what a mother should be. But inside Van Wentz, mom is the best mom in this world. Day 2. Lee and Guman Man visit Fan Wentz's house. Because it's Saturday, and because her daughter talked about it. Wenhui isn't on duty today. Man is here. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. You're Mr. Lee, aren't you? Thanks for taking care of our CC. Hurry up and come in and sit down. What can I drink? Lee and Guman Man arrived at Fan Wentz's house. Warmly received by Van Wentz's mom. Auntie Wen. No need to be so polite. Thanks auntie. Boiling water is fine. Lee and Guman Man walked into Fan Wentz's house with simple fruits and milk. Sitting on a wooden chair, Wenhui greeted the two with some fruit and poured warm water. It wasn't the first time Guman Man had come to Fan Wentz's house. Lee, on the other hand, is a first-timer, surveying the small, but cozy home. Van Wentz's family lives in an old-school district. It's basically an old house with 5 or 6 floors, and the rooms aren't that big. 2-bedroom residence with a small living room. It was complete and cozy in every way, especially the white wall with quite a few scratches, full of awards. It really is a wall of awards, all of them, too many to post. In the very center, though, is not an award. Rather, they are certificates of honor, certificates of commendation, all issued by the Public Security Department of Hui Province. After such a long time of contact, Lee also knows that Fan Wentz's parents are both police officers. Fan Wentz's father, Fan Zhuojuan, died in the line of duty. Van Wentz was just a baby when he was sacrificed. And Fan's mother, Wenhui, is also a police officer, only on the civilian side. According to Van Wentz, it's because she needed someone to take care of her as a child. Her mom switched to clerical. The name Van Wentz contains Van Wentz's parents' last name, and even more so, Van Wentz's mother's thoughts about her father. Slowly and Lee are here. You guys sit down for a while. I'm preparing lunch. Let's eat at home later. That's when a little head poked out of the kitchen, still wearing an apron. Guman Man said, CC is so early and you're preparing lunch? Let me help you. Lee looked at the home dress of Fan Wentz, also tied this apron. Indeed more a kind of other maturity and charm. No, I got it. Why don't you two sit and watch TV? And C and I will just come. And when we press Lee and Guman Man back into their chairs, go help your daughter prepare lunch. It's just after 10 o'clock this time of year. Fan Wentz said, we're going to Yendu in a while, so we'll eat early and go over. Aunt Wenhui was in the kitchen, just helping to pick, wash and chop vegetables. Then he came out and made small talk with Lee and Guman Man. We can't just leave our guests here unattended, can we? Not polite. Of course. It is also because Wenhui's own cooking skills are really not very good. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Auntie, but if I cook, you're afraid you won't be able to eat. Usually it's mostly C who cooks at home, too, and I, as a mother, follow the ready-made food, more or less unworthy of a mother. But the nature of Wenhui's work dictates that he rarely has the opportunity to cook. When she was still young, Van Wentz began to prepare her own simple breakfast, and then lunch. This is partly due to the nature of her mother's work, which leaves little time to care for her, and a big part of it is because mom's cooking is just a little hard to eat. You can only learn on your own, get it yourself. When Wenhui greeted Guman Man and Lee, she was mostly sizing up Lee. It is quite like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looks, the more satisfied she feels. After all, the daughter has said that the university will study well, and then follow Lee to do work for Lee. Of course Wenhui wanted to talk to Lee and get a good feel for him. After some small talk, Wenhui realized that her daughter's male classmate had a maturity and foresight beyond her peers. My daughter will be working with this student named Lee in the future, so I don't have to worry. Wenhui looked at Guman Man beside Lee. She was more familiar with Guman Man. Just the way Guman Man looked at Lee, she was well aware of it. Your own daughter. Wenhui sighed in her heart. Alas, children and grandchildren deserve to be blessed. Don't worry about that much. Chapter 68 Departure from Yendu. A warm welcome from Express. 2/5. It's just before 11 o'clock and Van Wentz is already preparing lunch. She had to go to Yendu in the afternoon, and she prepared her lunch earlier. Dinner. Bring up the last of the soup. Tied up her hair. Tied an apron. A virtuous home dress Fan Wensi greeted the three people to eat. Coming. When Hui greeted Gumanman and Li Yi. Let's go. Eat first. Li Yi and Gumanman immediately stood in for him and moved to the dining table that they had arrived at. In the middle of the summer. Looking at the food on the table. It was still hot and coming from the aroma. It was very good. Both in terms of selling, and in terms of flavor. Not bad, not bad. Everyone was not polite. Gumanman sat down, tried Fan Wencher's handiwork, and couldn't help but praise. Cece's handiwork is really good. I don't know who it will be cheaper for in the future. The table is full of home-cooked food. Stir-fried cauliflower with pancetta. Stir-fried pork with green bamboo shoots. Steamed fish. Stir-fried baby bok choy. Tomato and egg soup. There was also a cold dish. 3 shreds of dried marinated beans. 3 people. So many dishes. Obviously can't eat it all. Van Wens knows this too. So for each dish, the portions are not too large. Indeed. C is in good hands. Li Yi also tried it and nodded slightly. He really didn't expect that Fan Wencher was still so good at cooking. Who is this if not the treasure girl? Cece's handiwork is much better than mine. When I asked her why she ate so little and didn't even want to eat, she said that I cooked too badly, and then she learned how to cook on her own later. Van Wens, at that time, was not even 8 years old. Just listening to Aunt Wenhui talk about this matter, Li Yi and Gumanman looked at Fan Wens each other. There was concern in his eyes. Nice guy. Aunt Wenhui, how bad this cooking has to be. It was only then that Van Wens, a little girl under the age of 8, took the initiative to start learning to cook. Of course, it occurred to both Li Yi and Gumanman that Fan Wensi started cooking for herself at such a young age. Another reason was to give my mother something to do. It was an extraordinarily cozy meal. Li Yi had rarely even seen Fan Wencher so happy, though the face acted pretty much the same as usual. But from the faint curve of the mouth, it wasn't hard to see that this girl was happy in her heart. I'll take you to the airport. After dinner, Aunt Wenhui didn't ask her daughter to wash the dishes again. Voluntarily kicked his daughter out to spend time with his own classmates. After she finished tending to the kitchen, Van Wens's side of the house was almost cleaned up. Wenhui is ready to send her daughter and her classmates to the airport. No, auntie, I asked my dad to come and drop it off. Li Yi had already called his dad ahead of time. At this moment, Li is driving a new car from his son, a Volvo XC90, already parked outside the neighborhood. In this way, Aunt Wenhui greeted and thanked Li Yi's dad, then admonished my daughter. Send me a message when you get there. You guys be safe. Bye mom. Van Wens got in the car and waved goodbye to his mom. Bye auntie. Li Yi and Gumanman also waved to Aunt Wenhui. Black Volvo XC90 driving away from the neighborhood. Turn onto the airport highway and head towards the airport. Li Yi didn't have much luggage. Just a school bag, a change of clothes as well as a computer. It was put in the car ahead of time. As for Gumanman, she was carrying a school bag, which meant she brought a change of clothes and her computer. Van Vince did bring quite a few things with him. A suitcase and a school bag. It's not really much. You guys be safe on the road. When they arrived at the airport, Li Guozhong instructed the three and said to his son, you boys take good care of the 2 female classmates. I know. Just hurry up and be careful on the road. Li Yi waved his hand at his dad with slight impatience. Urge him to hurry up and leave. Airport entrances and exits. You can't stop for too long to pick up or drop off passengers or you'll lose points. It's most freeing without the adults around. Gumanman all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling so much more relaxed. Van Wens is no exception. Li Yi helped Fan Wencher pull the suitcase and greeted the two. Let's go. The two followed Li Yi's lead and went to the check-in desk to change their boarding passes and then went through the security check. 1:55. The plane took off from Yuanjiang Airport. 2 hours or so. The plane landed at Yendu Airport. From the airport, an Audi was waiting on the -2nd floor of the airport parking lot. Tu Wendong personally drove to the airport to pick up Li Yi, the big boss, major shareholders. Although Tu Wendong is also the boss of the fast car company, but he is only a small shareholder. The original 10% stake was diluted to less than 10% after Li Yi injected another 10 million. Drop you off at the hotel and then go to the office? When Tu Wendong received Li Yi, he offered to help with the luggage, put it in the trunk, and asked about it. Li Yi nodded. Yes. Gumanman and Fan Wencher naturally didn't have any comments. They came over this time to follow Li Yi to Yendu and take a look at the express company. The taxi app will be in beta soon. Come over and see what's going on. By the way, familiarize yourself with the environment of Yendu in advance. In a while, Li Yi and Fan Wencher will start military training. Manuel Ku. On the other hand, We'll have to wait until September. Tu Wendong drove and sent Li Yi and the three of them to a star hotel near Yendu University. The rooms he's booked. The hotel was relatively close to Yendu University, and it was also convenient for Li Yi to check in. It's not too far from the express. The company office, preferably not too far from Yendu University. Who let the big bosses and shareholders still attend Yendu University? Another advantage is that it is relatively close to Yendu University. It is not far from any of the nearby colleges and universities, and it is very convenient to find someone to work part-time. Even if it's just part-time, the quality of students at these colleges is excellent. Tu Wendong has already hooked up with several senior students from Yendu and Qingmu universities, originally coming in part-time. They are now all set to graduate and join Express. This guy has something in his mouth, together with the fact that the Fast Company product has not been released, but the concept, the prospect is excellent. But anyone with a little insight can see that. Nebula Technology Park, Express Company, a humble-looking company, founded a month or so ago. Today there are hundreds of people. A map and navigation company was also acquired. Currently there are nearly 100 people in all of the companies and dozens more running the business out there. Pa. Tu Wendong brought Li Yi and the three of them to the company and clapped his hands to draw the attention of the crowd. The work in everyone's hands can be temporarily put aside to introduce everyone's heartfelt desire for the company's major shareholder, Big Boss, God of Wealth, Li Yi students. Snap. This time, the entire humble company erupted in loud applause. For the technicians, they got the core algorithms and architecture of the taxi software directly from Li Yi, and only needed to make additions. For the technology used in taxi software, much of it is encapsulated and encrypted. Even so, one can appreciate the power of this intelligent algorithm. Easily years ahead of the rest of the pack right now. Even those big factories are the same. Many of the techs at Express are techs who have come out of Cheeto, Goose Factory, and Cat Factory. They know this well. For the person who dominates the entire core algorithm and smart technology of taxi software, the crowd wants to meet. That's pretty admirable. As for other employees, that are aware of the big boss of their own company, making hundreds of millions in the stock market, live and let live the God of Wealth. I've been looking forward to the big boss coming over for a long time. Follow the God of Wealth. Definitely makes money. At least the salary and future don't have to be worried about. Chapter 69 Ride-Hailing Software Scale Internal Test. 3/5. Thank you. Everyone was so welcoming. Li Yi greeted the crowd. After Tu Wendong's brief introduction, she only remembered a few names. There are too many people. She couldn't possibly remember everyone's name. At the same time, Li Yi also got the fully developed software and opened his cell phone to test it. Express, the taxi software, is open and complete. It's even been cleared by major manufacturers of iOS and Android. It just hasn't officially gone live yet. In the company's back office, you can see the entire data test. Currently, the internal test is being tested in the C area, and we've invited a number of students from nearby universities, white-collar workers in the CBD, and 1,000 drivers from cab companies to do the test. After placing an order, a driver takes the order within 1 minute and arrives at the user's location within 5 minutes. In the background data, Li Yi could also see the processing of orders. The number of drivers, at the moment, is more than the users. After all, more than 1,000 drivers, and the number of users participating in the test, which has since increased, is no more than 300. That's a pretty big test. More than 1,000 drivers are within the C area, which is more than enough to serve users in this area. Of course, the user takes a taxi. The destination is certainly not restricted to the C area boundaries. To take a cab to other urban areas, when there are more drivers than users, it's still very good for the user experience. But for drivers, with fewer users, the platform has to wait a long time to dispatch orders. Taxi drivers are just treating our fast car software as only a secondary source of customers as far as we are concerned. Cab drivers, more often than not, are still traveling through the city, and most of their customers are still curb-to-curb waving customers. Does the Software Express get customers? For cab drivers, doesn't really matter. Think of it as an extra source of customers, and the express company subsidizes the cost of traffic. Don't use it for nothing. Li Yi looked at the background order data and asked the technician. At the moment, we shouldn't have enough data to support real-time road information and recommend the optimal route, right? Well, it is. The technician nodded slightly and said, according to your design algorithm and software architecture, It is possible to project the optimal and fastest route to the destination based on real-time data from the road. However, navigation maps are used by too few users and the data that can be collected is not enough to support real-time updating of road information and to keep track of the traffic situation on each road. For the time being, the road traffic situation is only supported by data based on the situation published by the Road Traffic Department. None of this is real-time data. There are certain errors, delays, and uncertainties. Work with car manufacturers and cell phone manufacturers to pre-install our navigation software. Promote our navigation software heavily. Don't stop the company from mapping all aspects of the road and updating road information. What is the experience of a piece of software? It is very important to map and update the condition of roads for each city and each road. But this costs money. Getting car makers and cell phone makers to work with them to pre-install software also costs money. The main purpose of Express is taxi software, not a mapping company. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? The text wouldn't dare say that. The one in front of you is the major shareholder and boss. 2 dong on the side. Immediately followed up. These things, the follow-up I will contact the cell phone manufacturers and car manufacturers to communicate. Map software. We acquired additional funds after the acquisition. Has not stopped updating. These burn money, but Li Yi can make money? 2 dong carried out all that Li Yi commanded him to do. If you're short of money, ask Li Yi for it. He does. Do the same. Li Yi nodded his head in satisfaction and said to 2 dong, then I'll go out and test it myself? Go! 2 dong nodded his head and followed Li Yi out of the express company. Leave the technology park where the company is located. Li Yi took out his own cell phone, opened the express that he had installed in the company, and started placing orders. You two together, experience the software. Any questions, suggestions? Summarize it then. After placing the order, Li Yi said to Gumanman and Fanwencher beside him. At the same time, he said to 2 dong, user safety needs to be on the heart. Taxi software is not for cab drivers to use. The subsequent opening to the private car, the driver character of all aspects of the uneven, need to add a real-time recording function, to avoid any accidents. For example, girls who walk alone, or girls who drink. Li Yi said briefly. 2 dong opened his cell phone memo and wrote all of this down. He certainly knows that taxi software is not just for cab drivers. He is working with cab drivers at this stage, or even work directly with cab companies to achieve rapid growth. Subsequently, the real group for taxi software is private cars. Cab drivers, with cab companies behind them, are registered in all aspects of driver information. Drivers are still safer, but the private car, that character is mixed in every way. This is if you encounter the kind of situation that Li Yi just mentioned. Late at night in remote places, girls taking a taxi are in danger, or a girl who drinks and takes a cab and is in some kind of danger. In the event that there are competitors, or groups of cab drivers or cab companies as opponents, push the envelope a bit. Express companies could be hit hard. It is possible for the program to be called off, or rectified outright. 2 dong can understand this too well. Caution must be exercised. Subsequent updates will require recording permissions to be added to the software, and recording will need to be turned on throughout. Add some more sensitive thesaurus. Once sensitive words like help appear, the backend is immediately locked and reviewed. 2 dong can be said to have cited one. Li Yi just mentioned that he had already made the appropriate additions. Soon, a cab pulled up beside Li Yi. On taxi software, you can also see the driver's real-time route and how many minutes he or she is expected to arrive, as well as the driver's license plate, body color and more. Of course, much of the data and technology is not comprehensive enough. The driver's real-time location updates and how much time he or she is estimated to arrive at the passenger's location are all predicted. Not too accurate. There is enough data to support the technology that follows, together with the hardware and software upgrades in all aspects of the phone, will be more accurate. Better use. Li Yi and 2 dong got into the car and rushed towards Yendu University. Then, the Kargu Man and Fanwensi took came. The two of them got into the car and headed to Yendu University. Master, what do you think of this software? Not bad, usually running around, depending on the luck to pick up the guests. With this software, the guests directly cell phone orders. We drive directly to the past, can save a lot of time. If only there were more users placing orders on their cell phones. It's still in beta and there are more drivers than users. Li Yi said with a smile. Soon the software will be officially large-scale promotion. When it comes to Yendu, millions of users. You simply cannot be busy. Ooh, if only that were true. The driver's master was obviously a little disbelieving. Millions of users? Really, if there are so many users in one Yendu, then the gas pedal is rotten and the clutch is pressed until the foot is soft. Can't pull over so many people, right? Chapter 70, Short Video and Spelling Eve put into development. 4/5. Li took Tu Wendong and participated in several tests in the Yendu Sea area. Not much of a problem overall. Some minor issues that can be fixed quickly. There are also issues that are non-war crimes. Not a software issue. It's the technology and hardware that's available now. There's no way to make it happen. It takes time. It takes time to accumulate enough users, enough data, waiting for the improvement of cell phone hardware and software. When is it coming online? Back at the Nebula Software Park, Express, Li Yi, Tu Wendong, Fan Wenxi, and other technicians of the company sat together. Check out today's insider test, discuss how to fix problems, updates for subsequent releases, etc. It took until 8 p.m. to finalize one item at a time. Eventually there's still to be finalized, the Express software, the official launch date. In the words of Winden 2, sooner rather than later. Because U-Step has entered Linhai and is online in Linhai. Keep waiting and there will surely be other teams and even companies in China making related products. The product is going live as soon as possible. At least there's a head start. Li Yi thought so too. And the core of the software, Express, was finalized by Li Yi. It was he who worked with Van Wins on the core algorithms and architecture. It's no secret that this taxi app is years ahead of its time. Just do nothing and this software will be available for years. Or even a decade from now. Of course, this is not possible, and technicians continue to refine and optimize. Monday then. In the end, Li Yi finalized the time for Express to go live. 6 a.m. Monday. Why so early? Since morning, there are people who need a taxi. Generally 7 to 10 o'clock is a morning rush. There's no way it's going to come back online at that point. Is there? There is always a need to give time to download, install, and familiarize yourself with it. 6 a.m. on the line. Give users time to download, familiarize themselves with, and install. The real peak, Li Yi and the tech side felt, would be at night. In the morning users just try it and then it takes time to ferment. The evening will entice more people to try it. Li Yi reminded Tu Wendong. All aspects of the server must be guaranteed to be okay. Tu Wendong patted his chest and assured, no problem. We rented Cat Factory's server to provide us with a solution. Li Yi nodded slightly. Still mentioned. Still need to have our own server. A lot of data is important and sensitive. Then we may have a competitive relationship with the Cat Factory in the future. And also need to launch other products. For the servers, you watch the purchasing and building. Let me know if you need funds. For small companies, pre-development, server resources are basically rented. Buying a server outright. That startup phase requires too much money. But that's for the average entrepreneur. For Li Yi, not bad. Short of money, he tried to make money. Make sure the company doesn't have any problems anyway. The most stable and efficient development is what counts. By the way, Express is online. We also need to launch our own payment software. Keep an eye out for payment licenses on the market. I want to acquire one. Payment licenses are definitely in need of acquisition. In the future, Li Yi will also launch more access portals around the payment license to connect its products. Okay, these are costly and you need to prepare the funds. Whether it's purchasing a server or a payment license, it's a multi-million-dollar investment. Even more. Sunday, Express Software doing final debugging and optimization before going live. Tu Wendong has gone out to get busy. He started a partnership with cab companies to go live in the city. Currently, the fast car entry point is to work with cab companies. When there are more users, we'll open up private car registration. Look at user growth data. When the number of users grows and cab resources are saturated and simply not enough, we'll open up private car registration. It takes a process. Moreover, on the Yendu side, Tu Wendong's family also had enough resources and connections to solve the problems in this area. There will be no complaints from cab groups, cab companies. Express software is called off. Besides, there was a reason why Li asked Tu Wendong to work with cab drivers and cab companies first in the beginning. You don't have enough cab resources of your own to satisfy the fast car user base. So what's the problem with opening up private car registration? No problem. Express travel. Anytime, anywhere. One-touch booking. Fast car. Your own personal chauffeur. Travel with ease with Express deals. Travel fast and change the way you travel. Professional drivers. Safety escort. Order anytime, anywhere. Driver location updated in real time. Sunday. Advertisements for the Express software began to be promoted in Yendu. First up is the bus stop billboard. Subway billboards. CBD elevator ads. Many people commute to work on the bus and subway, may not be interested in other advertisements. For the express ads, a glance is bound to be taken. When it's too late to take the bus and subway, you also choose to take a taxi. Just wave for a cab? Billboards. Direct cell phone orders. Drivers drive right up to you to pick you up. Reservations can also be made by placing an order in advance. After placing your order, you can also see how far away the driver can come from you. Express. August 11th at 6 p.m. Advertise a day in advance. Express is available for download in both the Android Should and iOS app markets, and new users get $100 in equity straight away. Various red packets and credit coupons are available for every cab ride. It's less expensive than taking the subway. The Express began advertising on Sunday. It quickly spread among the Yendu hitmen, with a high degree of visibility. It has also come into the sights of many companies, especially some internet technology companies, as well as, is located in Ustep on the waterfront. Ustep did not expect that the summer country so soon. There are other companies to do taxi software. Ustep has only entered the Xia market and has not yet been massively promoted, and the Xia competitor has launched, taking advantage of Sunday. Lee also went to Star Ocean Game Studio. No, it's now officially registered as Star Ocean Technology Inc. The studio has bird-dogged the canon. 30 million was withdrawn on Friday, 20 million of which was transferred to StarTech's side. The development of the game Jedi is moving very fast. The research and development staff has exceeded 300 people, and with the support of a large amount of money, any problem can be solved. Of course, R&D is moving forward. Only, boss, this game eats too much hardware. In this regard, there is no way to fix it. Lower the game's image quality or take a 100-player battle royale, lower it to 50 or 30 players, shrink the map some, and lower the image quality requirements some more. The hardware requirements aren't that high. Lee was unable to lower his requirements. It's fine, just develop it according to the requirements I put forward. As soon as Jedi is developed, it can start a revolution in internet cafes, forcing those internet cafes to upgrade their graphics cards. Gamers are literally going to upgrade their computer configurations because of a game. This was the case with the release of The Last Jedi. Old Ding continue to recruit researchers, especially technicians in smart algorithms and artificial intelligence. Pull in some more researchers to develop the software. Lee took the short video he hadn't perfected yet, the Note, and brought it out. Leave it to the company to continue to refine it. Note short videos, also officially put into development. On top of that, Lee had his technicians develop Spell UUU. With a team of 300 people on Star Ocean's side, hundreds of people were suddenly pulled from the development of Jedi Survival to the development of other projects. Just follow up with continued replenishment of manpower. It doesn't hold up the development of Jedi. In the beginning, Lee asked Ding Yifeng and Fan Yi to lead the team to develop Jedi Survival is to train the team. Now that the team is pretty much gelling, pulling out to develop Note Short and Spelling Yuzu is to be expected. Chapter 71, 5 million fans scarf firing. 5/5. Monday, early in the morning, Ho Yafen took his son out to school. Yesterday the car happened to be dropped off for repairs, and when I came back on the subway, I saw an advertisement for the Express software. She was more interested in the fact that it was advertised that you could order directly from your phone and make an appointment in advance. That comes in handy. You can also see the real-time location of the driver through the Express software. How far away is it from yourself? For anxiety, it's a boon. There are also safety considerations, with Express drivers recording the entire journey on, and its built-in navigation. Ensure the safety of drivers and passengers while eliminating detours and rip-offs. Take a taxi well. Who has not been deterred to rip off? Made an appointment on my phone and then ordered ahead. When it was time to take a look, a driver had already taken the order and was coming to his location. She walked to the door with her son and looked on the Express software. The driver is 200 meters away from himself. Be right there. The next moment, the cab with license plate 0045 pulled up in front of him. Ho Yafen took her son to the car. The driver inquired, "What's the last number of the cell phone, please?" 5522. Ho Yafen looks at the driver on his cell phone, determines the cell phone tail number, and the verification is complete. Then heard the driver's Express software. Came the tone, recording on, to ensure the safety of drivers and passengers. Then began to plan the route, broadcasting roughly what time to arrive. The driver also started following the navigation. Get on the car after all this. To Ho Yafen first feeling is, professional. In the car, Ho Yathan and the master driver chatted. Master, is this express software launched by your company? How can it be launched by our company? It's launched by a company that deals with technology in Yendu. Oh, you're working with them? What do you think of the software? Does it get a lot of customers? Tested a few times. The day before yesterday to test the largest scale. Today officially online. Not to mention, this cell phone on the customer a lot more. How much do you guys charge for this order? Roughly? Is it the same price as your normal solicitation? In fact, the unit price is slightly lower. But this fast car company said that if the earnings do not meet the standard can give us subsidies, mainly by lower prices to attract users well. In addition we drivers have subsidies, such as this software to much traffic it. Fast car company will give traffic subsidies. There are actually driver subsidies, and there's no need to talk about those. There are also various coupons, credits, etc. On the passenger side, the express software is just a platform anyway. The pre-promotion is the need for a large number of drivers and passengers. Attract more driver users. Attract more passenger users. For example, a number of people use driving and look at events that invite newcomers. Immediately start to amenable this software to your friends who need it. Lily, I'd like to recommend you an app that you can take a taxi express. It's great. The key is cheap. You sign up with my promo code and I can get a $100 bonus coupon. I've already registered. So, okay then. Somewhere up there. What do you think of the express software that went live in Yendu? Laxative. People on Mars just got off the spaceship. Express. A software that imitates foreign U-steps is just a software. There's nothing to say, right? A look at the upstairs have not used this software, and did not really experience U-step. I returned to China some time ago, just happened to use the U-step. Today also experienced the fast car. I can only say, fast car outperforms the U-step more than a dozen streets. So exaggerated? It can't be, can it? Waterboys from Express? How much is it? Send a group. Have money together cha. Some people think it's exaggerated? I downloaded the Express yesterday to send a credit coupon, and happened to send my child to school today to experience how to say. This software may be a reference to the operation mode of U-step, but the software side of the technology, complete with U-step, I suspect that Express is a product launched by a major manufacturer. After looking up the information and realizing it's not, let's just say, the Express team is strong. Very strong. Fast car company registration time at the end of July. Registered capital of 20 million. Is obviously not what a small team, maybe behind a large factory backing, is the completion of software development, and then only registered the company. Express also acquired Ison Navigation and they use their own navigation for their taxi software. The Express software is officially online. It quickly caught fire on a small scale, especially the Yendu working circle, and internet circles. It's true that express travel is much more convenient for the unusual person. Waving for a cab on the road? Now you can just place an order on your cell phone and the driver will come over. It's a completely different experience. Advance reservations are also available. The Express commercials feature the tagline, Express Travel. Change the way you travel. No bragging rights indeed. The software, moreover, is an excellent experience, and the whole experience gives you the feeling, professional. It can be said to be well thought out. I don't know how many times better than overseas U-step. There is no way. This is Lee reborn back. Brought back the future development of more than 10 years of taxi software template. After more than a decade of fiddling around, the software is of course very well developed in all aspects. This is still limited by quite a bit of hardware and software, with many features not being introduced or refined enough. For industry insiders, internet technology companies, they're all about fresh things and fresh product software. And they're all about experiencing it and even dismantling it. Really experience the Express software. Really dismantle this software. Only then will you realize how powerful this software is. In a call, industry celebrities give objective evaluation. Fast car may refer to and learn from foreign U-step. But technology, leading U-step too much. Too much. Minimum years ahead. The well-known blogger in the industry suspects that the Express team may have been launched by a major domestic player. The information that Express company can find out so far also shows that is not very bad. Although all aspects of the holdings were not announced, there are still a lot of people who suspect that there are big manufacturers behind the scenes of the Express company. Monday mornings at 9:30 a.m. Lee more than 5 million fans of the scarf. Early in the morning released a scarf message. There will not be people who do not know the fast car software, right? There won't be anyone who hasn't experienced it, right? Hurry up to download one. Taxi traveling is very convenient. Everyone can download an experience, but is still only online in Yendu at the moment. Other cities will be rolled out subsequently, so be patient for a while. Other cities can also download ahead first. What the hell is a fast car? Express car? That taxi app that Yendu has been advertising all over the place these past 2 days? Ad Lee. Mr. Lee, you don't say Express is a product of your company? Isn't Express a product launched by a major internet company? How did it become Lee's classmates? Am I out of date? What's a fast car? Look it up yourself on the internet at a taxi app. Hahaha, Express is actually a product of Mr. Lee's company? Used it and it works great. It's cheap to take a taxi. It does not say that the fast car is the product of Lee's company. People just advertise. Maybe it is after experiencing that they think it is very good? Ride-hailing software? Same as Yubu? Yubu is online in Linhai. Copying foreign use steps is just a matter of copying. I didn't realize that Lee's classmates also embarked on the path of plagiarism. Early in the morning, I saw Lee updating his scarf. Many of his fans who follow him were surprised. Lee updates his scarf, basically at 3 p.m. after the stock market closes. Not updated every day. The stock market is closed on weekends. Lee basically does not update the scarf. That is, from Monday to Friday. After the close of the afternoon, Lee will only liquidate his own hands after the stock. Only after the scarf will release a message to announce their own liquidation of the stock. Updating bib news early in the morning. Rarely. Very little. Almost none. Results. This time Lee bib update bib news early in the morning. Is to advertise a taxi software? Doing promotion? Most of the people have never even heard of the taxi app Express. Lee scarf fans from the south and north of the sky. Not everyone is in Yendu. Even if there are fans of Yendu, not every one of them has experienced the taxi software Express. There are quite a few who know about fast cars. Many people feel surprised to see Lee's scarf advertising this tone. The software, Express, seems to be a product of his company. Others thought that Lee might have arrived in Yendu. I just experienced the taxi app Express. As a young person, you think the software is good, so you do a promotion in your own bib and amenity. It's normal, right? Unfortunately, Lee didn't make any reply after sending this scarf message, but the scarf made quite an impact. Lee has more than 5 million followers on his scarf. Haven't bought any followers, and they are not zombie fans. Most are young, stockbrokers, and still very active. What's the fast car? A lot of people are interested in checking out the information. After all, a latest news, a new product, a new industry, can also make a big impact in the stock market once it catches fire. Maybe it will bring good news for a certain area. Shareholders must be at the forefront of all walks of life. Otherwise, how do you speculate? Lee this message released, so that more people know fast car the software, plus the original heat, as well as the promotion on 2 Wendong side, smoothly on the bib list is quite normal. Just drop some money.